The man sat quietly watching over his little sister. Yang Shi decided to tell her a secret. It wasn't just Fei who'd awakened to power in their family. He had too. His special gift. He could separate powers from people's ability cores. Just as he was doing now, a glowing orb was pulled from Fei's body. Fei's mental shock ability had been safely removed. Yang Shi quietly mumbled, "I absolutely have to level up. If I were just a bit stronger, Fei wouldn't be helpless against Li Shunyang's mistake." Suddenly, a shout came from outside. "He's a murderer, I tell you. But he saved so many people, right? Please try to manage your grief." Nobody could have controlled a situation like that. It was just bad luck that Miss Yang was at that store. Outside, Li Shunyang's lawyer was speaking with Yang Shi's parents. His father furiously threw the papers. "I will not sign this piece of trash. Take your disgusting money and get out of here." Just then, Yang Shi approached and picked up the contract, stunning his parents. He patted his dad's shoulder. Their Fifi, she was now a vegetable. They needed a huge sum of money to keep her on life support. At those words, his father trembled, not believing this was his own son. Yang Shi faced the lawyer and presented a new condition. He demanded the person responsible come apologize in person, the hero respected by the nation, Hero Bingi. The lawyer said he and the Kunlun company would apologize for Hero Bingi, but Yang Shi insisted that Hero Bingi himself show up. "We sincerely apologize for what happened. You understand an A-rank hero's schedule is not his own. Hero Bingi wanted to come himself, but he was called to a battle. We'll add 100,000 blue crystal coins as extra compensation." Hearing this, Yang Shi just offered a small, faint smile. He signed the contract and returned it. Later, the lawyer called someone confirming everything was settled, except for the extra 100,000 blue crystal coins. A cheerful voice on the other end of the line replied back, "Good, it's only 100,000. Nice work this time, Lawyer Wang. My assistant will transfer the money to you shortly." After the call, Lawyer Wang simply clicked his tongue. He mused that the hero was incredible, powerful enough to hide the truth. He wished he could awaken a useful ability too. Back in Fei's room, Yang Shi spoke to her again. "I hope you don't blame me for signing that heartless contract. But I swear I will find out the truth behind all this. Some of these heroes don't actually deserve the title." Yang Shi was going to fix everything and get justice for his sister. For now, Yang Shi was only a reporter intern. But to help with his plans, he'd moved out on his own. His new apartment was located in the Mingguan community. The moment he got there, two friendly roommates greeted him. "Hi, I'm Dinglan and this is Xiaoi. We've got one other roommate, but she hasn't come home yet." Yang Shi gave a polite introduction. He looked like he hadn't slept for days. To greet the new roommate, Dinglan proposed a little welcome party. But Xiaoyi, a third year, had a huge exam coming up, so she was out. Yang Shi flat out refused too. He just wanted to crash after moving in. So back in his room, Yang Shi kicked back on his bed, mindlessly scrolling on his phone. Hero versus monster vids were bigger than dance challenges now. This whole ability user thing was not new though. It had started a while back. Out of nowhere, mysterious black rifts started randomly popping up, and from them mutated monsters poured onto our blue planet. Only pro ability users could fight them off. Everyone called these people heroes. But to stop powers from being abused, they created the official ability law, which said only certified pro heroes could legally use their abilities. Yang Shi was analyzing the video where Fei was injured in that hero fight. He replayed it until his eyes practically burned, but still found nothing odd. A glance at the clock showed it was 2 a.m. With work tomorrow, Yang Shi got up to brush his teeth and hit the sack. But the moment he stepped into the hall, he found a totally wasted black-haired girl. This must be the other roommate. Seeing her state, Yang Shi decided to just say hi. The girl just sprinted for the bathroom and began to lose her dinner. After her heartfelt chat with the toilet, she passed out cold on the toilet bowl. Yang Shi gave her a light shake, trying to rouse her. He was not sure what to do, so he went to get help from Dinglan. Woken from her sleep, Dinglan opened the door with a massive yawn. Yang Shi quickly explained and asked for her help. The girl was out cold, and since they were both women, it would be easier. But Dinglan just waved it off, saying to leave her. It was not the first time. She had work in the morning, so she shut the door and returned to dreamland. Yang Shi sighed, heading back to the passed-out girl. He tried calling her name, but with no response, he had to carry her. Just then, his ability flagged her as a user. Her power, superb brain, and F-rank skill. It briefly puts her brain in a hyperstate, boosting her calculation skills. It had some serious potential, but the owner had no idea she even had it. This girl probably just thinks she has random flashes of genius. If she actually studied, she could probably be some kind of super scholar. Well, in any case, since he found it, he could not let it go to waste. So Yang Shi borrowed her ability, and he was not exactly sure he would give it back when he was done. He wondered what would happen if he combined superb brain with Fei's mental shock. Yang Shi instantly merged the two, creating a D+ rank ability, Superb Brain. It could actively send out shocks and boosted his logic and reasoning. Using this to reanalyze Fei's injury video might actually reveal something. The next morning, Yang Shi was sleeping so soundly he slept right through his alarm. Yawning, he dragged himself to the door. But what he saw next jolted him wide awake. The girl from last night showed up to return Yang Shi's jacket. "Thanks again for last night. I'm Lin Na, by the way." Sobered up Lin Na looked as innocent and pure as ever. Since he'd copied her power, Yang Shi asked if she felt strange. Lin Na said she was fine, used to blacking out, so no worries. Just then, a tall blonde guy burst through the door. "Old Yang, you live here." He saw Lin Na in pajamas with him. The guy was stunned, thinking his friend was secretly dating. Yang Shi quickly explained she was just a housemate. With words like that, how could Yang Shi ever face her again? He stammered a bit. If there was space, he'd live here too. Then he fixed his hair, slicked it back, and introduced himself. "Hi, Miss Lin. I'm Fan Peng. I'm old Yang's best friend and co-worker." Lin Na shyly shook his hand. Fan Peng was trying way too hard. And he was. Fan Peng showed off his power taking pictures with his hands, seeing his friend pull his usual moves. Yang Shi dragged him off before Lin Na got totally freaked out. Back at the newspaper office Yang Shi works at, he rewatched the hero Bing Hai fighting that mutated beast. With his new super brain ability, he activated its deduction mode. Suddenly, the blurry path ahead of him started to clear up. Yang Shi saw the hero repeat a single move twice. The move was odd, like he was charging up a final attack. Just as it got good, Fan Peng tapped him. "Old Yang, listen up. You gotta be proactive with girls, especially a beauty like Lin Na. If you won't make a move, then I will." Yang Shi scowled but wasn't mad. "They're just housemates," he said. Fan Peng then taught him how to turn housemates into bedmates. Suddenly a shout from outside. "Mutated beast, a beast is here." Outside, thunder and lightning crashed down. A giant one-eyed hunter floated in the sky. Like a jellyfish, it used tentacles to wreck roads and grab people. A monster invaded. A B-class disaster. Residents evacuate to the shelters now. Heroes are being urgently dispatched. Just then, a pair of golden boots landed on the pavement. A hero in a spicy sour cape appeared. "Everyone, Spicy Sour Superman is here. There's no way Liu Kang City is going down." The crowd cheered. The B-class hero Spicy Sour Superman was here to help. He faced the giant one-eyed hunter alone. This monster had a strong defense and also possessed top-tier adaptive close combat skills. Even if 18 armored spiders teamed up, it's not certain Spicy Sour Superman could even handle them. After saying that, Fan Peng saw that Yang Shi had vanished. He scoffed, framing a shot with his fingers. "Normal people are so weak. Time for my powers to earn their keep again." Just then, A-class hero Flame Butterfly made a grand entrance on a fire butterfly, backing up Spicy Sour Superman. He gave the signal to attack while he pinned down the Cyclops hunter. The VDC was so used to these fights, they now had an exclusive hero live stream, hosted by MC Malong and Director Cat. Director Cat started with some choice words about Spicy Sour Superman, saying he's a melee hero who took a lot of hits when he was just starting out. Mao Huang asked for his reasoning, and Director Cat looked like he knew everything. His power, it turns out, only activates after he eats hot and sour noodles. So he usually just swoops in for the credit after other heroes wear down the monster. Mao Huang just gave a big thumbs up. Impressed that Director Cat had such solid inside info, he cleared his throat and quickly changed the topic, saying they should all focus on watching the fight. At that moment, Spicy Sour Superman was using his full power to slam the hunter's head down. Once it was pinned to the street, it was a Flame Butterfly's turn to shine. She soared into the air and unleashed her ultimate move, sending thousands of fire butterflies to incinerate the huge jellyfish-like monster. Everyone watching was sure it was game over for the Cyclops hunter, but Director Cat thought otherwise. Monsters can be smart too, and this one showed no sign of panic before its supposed end. Back on the ground, the flames faded, revealing the Cyclops hunter completely unharmed. Spicy Sour Superman was stunned. He never expected it to have a fire-resistant shell. Flame Butterfly told him to just hold on a little longer until backup arrived. But Spicy Sour Superman didn't answer. His director had warned him he couldn't lose this fight. His career was on the line. If he failed this time, his reputation would tank, and the agency's resources would go to the rookies. He was their very first hero. He absolutely could not afford to lose face right now. Meanwhile, Duong Hai was watching the whole thing from behind a wall. He noticed Spicy Sour Superman pop something into his mouth, and that little blue pill looked strangely familiar. Duong Hai had seen it before. Just then, Flame Butterfly let her guard down and was suddenly ensnared by a tentacle crushing her. She cried out to Spicy Sour Superman for help. On the live stream, the chat exploded with fans begging the hero to save her. At that moment, more tentacles shot forward, ready to finish Flame Butterfly off. Suddenly, a tentacle was sliced clean off, shocking the Cyclops hunter. Spicy, sour Superman dashed in, grabbing Flame Butterfly and getting her to safety. Mao Huang slammed the table, thrilled. Yes, amazing. His breakthrough combat form usually only lasts for 15 minutes. But this time he's even stronger than he's ever been. This proves he's still got it. Even Director Cat looked a little surprised. He started to say something, but Mao Huang quickly cut him off. Oh no, the hunter is suddenly counterattacking. Spicy Sour Superman, back on the scene. The Cyclops hunter attacked with even more force. Its tentacles lashed out at Spicy Sour Superman. Spicy Sour Superman just raised a fist. Is that all you've got? If you like it hot, let me serve you a spicy sour critical hit. He rocketed up from below, punching straight through the giant monster. Its tentacles rained down onto the streets. The battle was over, but the hero was in bad shape. He collapsed, coughing up blood. Flame Butterfly raced over to help him. But his head snapped towards her lips purple, his eyes burned with a terrifying killing intent. Startled, Flame Butterfly tried to shake him out of it. Spicy sour. Superman shook his head, fighting to calm himself down. The strange blue aura surrounding him finally vanished. He went back to his usual goofy grin, saying he'd just pushed himself too hard. For now, the danger had passed. Citizens rushed out from hiding, cheering for their two heroes. Seeing the situation was handled, Duang Hai decided to head back and level up. He passed the defeated monster and noticed it was still wheezing. A tiny, weaker version of the creature crawled out and flew right at Duang Hai. This thing's physical and elemental defenses were off the charts. He guessed its weakness was a mental attack. It was clearly looking for a new host to drain. Just waiting to get revenge on Spicy Sour Superman. It must have sensed Duang Hai was a quality choice. Because it targeted him as its new host. He couldn't believe it was serving itself up so easily. This was even better. Now he didn't have to chase it down to steal its ability. Duang Hai immediately launched a mental attack. The creature's face went blank as it dropped to the ground, completely disabled. Flame Butterfly sensed the nearby ability and searched for its user. Duang Hai snatched the tiny Cyclops hunter. Luckily, it was only a weak clone. His D+ rank mental shock wouldn't have worked otherwise. Now it was time for the main event. Duang Hai began extracting the Cyclops hunter's ability. B rank ability fire resistance shell. Grants immunity to B rank or lower fire attacks and boosts physical defense. After getting the fire resistant shell, Duang Hai felt an invisible shield form over his body. They say every power has a weakness. But that saying didn't really seem to apply to a main character like him. Flame Butterfly flew right toward his hiding spot. He quickly ducked out of sight. It wasn't time to be found yet. She landed looking around with suspicion. She was sure she felt a strong mental energy here, and she even saw a shadow flicker past. "Are you looking for me?" a voice echoed. Flame Butterfly immediately asked if he was the person who just used that skill. A figure emerged from an alley wearing a black cloak and a mask that hid his face. "That's right, it was me." Flame Butterfly asked curiously if he was a hero since she had never seen him before. The cloaked man simply tossed the mini Cyclops hunter to her. "No, I was just helping you clean up the leftovers." She recognized the monster's clone. She couldn't believe he took down this tricky creature so easily. But there was one problem: using powers without a hero license is a big no-no. The masked man turned to go, but Flame Butterfly bravely stepped into his path. "You've used an ability illegally, so you must come to the Hero Association with me for questioning." He just chuckled, a sound that sent a shiver down her spine. "You think you can stop me?" She lunged forward, shouting about justice, but the man dodged her attack. "Is this how heroes treat normal civilians?" He crushed her firefly in his hand, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Then he asked a very loaded question. "Is it my turn now?" That was enough for Flame Butterfly. She apologized and took off. He let her go his mind on the blue pill Spicy Sour Superman had used, which was identical to the one the old ice hero had taken before. Of course, this mysterious man was none other than Duang Hai. He was determined to get to the bottom of this. On his way home that night, Duang Hai decided to pause his ability hunting to focus on training his super brain. With the mystery of the blue pill, he knew he had to be extra cautious. A peculiar-looking man brushed past Duang Hai on the train. Just a moment later, he reached for his bag, but the seat next to him was empty. Duang Hai frantically looked around. His bag with that ridiculous turkey disguise he'd used earlier was gone. It had to be that guy in the green shirt who had just passed by. But a quick scan of the car showed he was nowhere in sight. The train was still moving, so how could he just vanish? Suspecting an invisibility power, Duang Hai activated his super brain to boost his senses. And he picked up his bag scent on a nearby guy with purple hair, but their builds and clothes were completely different. This wasn't invisibility, it was some kind of transformation ability. A little smirk played on his lips at the thought. He'd just decided to lay low, and a brand new power practically fell into his lap. after they got off the train. Duong Hai tailed the thief, who was humming happily about his successful haul. But suddenly a strange chill ran right down his spine. He turned around and saw Duong Hai standing right there. Waving with that signature friendly smile, the thief gulped and took off running. It was a great haul, but he'd picked a target who just wouldn't give up. After the thief hid in a restroom, Duong Hai kicked the door open and barged in. "So you want to play hide and seek?" Hiding in a bathroom's pretty childish, huh? But the room was empty. Duong Hai searched briefly, then headed out. Did that creep duck into the women's restroom? He immediately went to the women's restroom and started banging on the door. "Come on out of there, I know you're inside." A girl's voice yelled back from within. "You pervert, what do you want?" Duong Hai kicked this door open too, only to get a face full of makeup and a roll of toilet paper. Duong Hai realized this guy's power was actually pretty special. He could even completely change his voice. Inside, the purple-haired thief wore a racy outfit with fishnet stockings. But his manly build and face gave him away completely. The man took the purse and poof, it became Duong Hai's backpack again. Duong Hai checked the bag. His costume was still there. Still, he threatened the thief, who swore he hadn't touched a thing. Duong Hai nodded, advising him to get an honest job. The thief thanked him, but Duong Hai coldly asked, "Who said I'm letting you go?" The thief froze in terror as his ability was instantly stolen from him. His power was only F rank after all. But it let him change his look instantly and even function as a storage space. Duong Hai decided to test it out immediately. Instantly, he was in a sharp suit looking just like a CEO. His thick glasses vanished. Just then, the cops arrived for a reported pervert. Duong Hai pointed inside saying the creep was in there in women's clothing. A moment later, 2 officers dragged the thief off to the station. He was just a small-time ability user, really. But Duong Hai planned to correct these wrongs. 1 week later, Duong Hai met up with his friend Pham Bang. His friend was being mysterious, insisting they meet in person. Pham Bang threw an arm over Duong Hai's shoulder as they walked. "You'll never guess who I saw at the bar earlier tonight." He had seen Lam Na working as a hostess. When he called her Duong Hai's girlfriend, Duong Hai quickly denied it, saying her life was her own business. Pham Bang pulled him in. "Buddy, you don't have to pretend with me. Seeing is believing. Just go take a look for yourself." Inside the bar, Lam Na Tuet was dancing inside a cage, and it was quite a steamy sight. Then she spotted Duong Hai, and her face became instantly awkward. "What is he doing here?" she wondered. She saw Duong Hai brooding. Pham Bang tried to comfort him. "Don't be too sad. There are plenty of other girls." He promised Duong Hai a great night. Pham Bang waved, and 3 women in skimpy outfits approached them shyly. Their names were Tay DMDM and Ba Bao. "These are my adopted little sisters. This is my best friend Duong Hai. Handsome, right?" The 3 girls instantly surrounded Duong Hai, totally ignoring Pham Bang. After all, he just couldn't compete with Duong Hai's good looks. Meanwhile, next door, an angry young man slammed a wine bottle on the table. "Dang it, I had such bad luck today. If my brother didn't take my McLaren, I never would have lost to that punk." A man in a suit named Lich told him to just accept the loss. The complainer was Lewin. He laughed loudly, his arms around 2 girls. "Is your bad attitude why you're a bodyguard and not a detective?" Lich gave a sarcastic little smirk. "You've got a point," he said. "It must be tough for you being watched by a C-rank hero like me every day." Frustrated, the man took out his anger on Lin Na, who was leaning over. "Are you completely useless? You call this garbage wine, and you expect me to actually drink this?" He grabbed the bottle and poured it directly over the woman's head. Duong Hai saw red and was about to rush in, but his friend held him back. "That's Lu Nguyen, the second son of an Anon rank hero from the Kunlun Corporation. And that guard is a C rank hero. Duong Hai, you're just a normal person." Duong Hai gave a cold nod. "I know, I'm just using the restroom." Meanwhile, Lam Na Tuyet gritted her teeth silently, enduring the humiliation. Lu Nguyen slouched back in his seat, his arms around 2 other girls. He ordered her to drink all the wine on the table, if she wanted to leave. She refused. So his bodyguard grabbed her head, forcing the alcohol down her throat. Suddenly, someone appeared, sending the guard flying with a powerful kick. It was Duong Hai dressed in that ridiculous turkey costume. "I heard the son of the great mechanical war hero was here tonight." The bodyguard's face grew tense as he stood up, but Lu Nguyen, sure of his protection, just kept drinking, totally unfazed. Duong Hai said he only wanted to discuss a business deal with the young master. Lu Nguyen glanced over, asking what kind. The guard warned him it was late. With his pride wounded, Lu Nguyen angrily threw a bottle right at his guard. "Get out of my way, you mutt. Can't you see I'm making a deal?" The bodyguard clenched his jaw, but he had to take it. As Lu Nguyen insisted on talking, his guard tried to intervene once more. "You're drunk. You should get some rest," the bodyguard pleaded. "Let me handle this costumed freak." Duong Hai just calmly picked up a glass. "If you want to fight, be my guest, but I'm not really a fan of violence." And if you get in the way of my business with your young master, I'll have no choice but to shut that mouth of yours permanently." Enraged, the bodyguard's aura flared as he took a fighting stance. "Bring it on! Let's see who really needs to learn their place around here." He breathed fire onto his fists, confident he'd be serving roasted turkey. Duan Hai instantly recognized it as a C-rank fire attack. His skill resisted anything below B rank. In this particular fight, he held a clear advantage. Onlookers gathered, eager for the show to begin. Lich DM charged forward with a furious yell, but he faltered when he saw Duan Hai standing perfectly still. His mind raced with possibilities. Was this some kind of trap? The punch stopped just inches from his face. "Is that all you've got?" Lich DM called him naive, boasting that no one had ever withstood his flames. A moment later, a powerful torrent of fire erupted from his fist. The blaze was so fierce that the onlookers had to back away. Duan Hai was completely engulfed by the fiery vortex. But then his arm emerged, and in a flash, the flames were snuffed out. He stood there completely unharmed without a single hair out of place. Lich DM realized he'd picked a fight with an absolute monster. He then casually walked over and knocked him out with a single chop. Lich DM hit the floor completely unconscious, and when Luan Wen saw his C-rank bodyguard get taken down so easily by Duan Hai, the booze wore off fast. He didn't dare make a sound. Duan Hai used this chance to absorb the man's C-rank ability, Blazing Fist. It lets you set your fists on fire to attack. Pretty handy for a chef, huh? Deng Hai then walked over to Lu Wen, whose sharp-dressed bodyguards had suddenly vanished. Lu Wen's entire attitude flipped in an instant, his voice becoming sickeningly sweet. "Hey pal, what was that deal you were talking about? Just tell me how much you need. I'll send it over right now." Without a word, Duan Hai grabbed his collar and lifted him right up. Lu Nguyen's face went purple as he choked, but he still tried to make a threat. "Do you even know who my father is?" Of course he did. His dad was the famous mechanical war hero. But so what? Luan Huan sputtered that his father would hunt him to the ends of the earth. But Duan Hai had zero interest in getting his hands dirty over some rich kid. Instead, he posed a very strange question. "Lu Nguyen, you want an ability of your own." Lu Nguyen just stared, his mind completely blank after hearing that. He couldn't believe it, since abilities aren't something you can just get because you want one, let alone have one just given to you like Deng Hai offered. Duan Hai wasn't in the mood to explain. He just tossed him a note. If he wanted it, he had 7 days to show up at that address alone, and Duan Hai was absolutely certain he would take the bait. Right after leaving the bar, Fan Bang called. If he hadn't answered, Fan Bang might have reported a kidnapping. Duan Hai just said he stepped out for a minute and asked what was up. It turned out Fan Bangs had seen the whole mess with Lean Diane's crew and wanted to hear the story over barbecue. On the walk back, Duan Hai was feeling great. The first part of his plan had worked perfectly. All he had to do now was wait for Lin Wen to walk into his trap. After that, he could finally investigate the truth about Fi's case from inside the Kunlun company. Meanwhile, a video of Duan Hai's fight with Lin Dian had already surfaced. The mechanical war hero had just finished watching and asked his team for their take. The piercing warrior saw Duan Hai use a handblade for the instant kill, guessing he was B rank or higher. But the wandering swordsman noticed he didn't use a handblade at all. The second he raised his hand, Liandian was already gone. Malong then brought up the analysis report on Liandian's injuries for everyone. But as they read it, the entire room was shocked. The report said his ability had been completely removed. The mechanical war hero's face grew dark. It looked like they were facing a serious threat. The wandering swordsman was intrigued by the person who took out Liandian, especially since he could actually erase another person's power. According to Malong, only one person was known to have that power, the S-rank hero, the ferryman. Immediately, all suspicion fell on the ferryman. But the piercing warrior refused to believe it. He slammed the table and shot up, yelling, "No way, the ferryman is some old man with one foot in the grave. What is he doing here?" Malong knew this was way beyond his company's control, and they needed to call the Hero Association right away. But anyone possessing an ability this strong becomes a target hunted like a super weapon. We have to report this up the chain first. The mechanical war hero. Trouble decided to classify the matter as a top-level company secret for now. The next morning, Lin Nguyen tossed and turned, thinking about Duan Hai's offer. He couldn't believe he might actually get a supernatural power. He stared at the note Duan Hai left, wondering what the price for this ability was, but Lin Nguyen wasn't worried. In a few days, he would have a power. So why in the world should he sweat the details? Meanwhile, Duan Hai took Fang to a museum supposedly to learn about mutated beasts. His real plan was to see if he could steal the ability of a level 9 beast specimen. On their way in, Fan Bang saw some cute girls and figured Duan Hai was there to pick someone up. After all, museums were a hot spot for girls taking pics for social media. I'm here for that. Duong Hai pointed at the plasma tyrant dragon, an S-rank beast from the first invasion. The plasma it once shot from its mouth created a huge disaster, wiping out Lugong City's eastern district, killing 5 A-rank and 13 B-rank heroes. Fan Bang could only stare in amazement. Compared to the small-time mutated beast they had been seeing lately, the plasma tyrant dragon was on a completely different level. Duong Hai reached out to absorb its power, but a guard quickly ran over to stop him. "Hey visitor, what do you think you're doing?" Duong Hai flashed a press pass saying he was a reporter researching an article. The guard was suspicious but warned him, "You can look but do not touch." Duong Hai shot a meaningful glance over to Fan Bang, who got the hint and pulled the guard aside. All right, no touching, we get it. "Hey pal, I was wondering, where do you keep the female mutated beasts around here?" With the guard gone, Duong Hai finally activated his ability. He felt the beast's power, but it was hard to pull. Then ability acquisition successful. A stream of purple energy coiled around Duong Hai's arm. He was stunned. The ability had no info. After a second, the system finally updated. Plasma ability E rank. This power let Duong Hai charge his phone. His jaw nearly hit the floor. He just got an E rank ability from an S rank monster's corpse. Could it be that because the creature had been dead for so long, the power inside its body had just faded away? That would make sense. The jellyfish ability worked because the creature was freshly killed. Dejected, he wandered through the rest of the museum. But since he was already here, he tried touching the other exhibits. After a full day, Duong Hai only ended up with 3 low-rank ability orbs. One was Frank Cloning, which could make a clone that lasted for 1 minute, and Frank Human Control, a skill that makes people like him. And to top it off, an E-rank plasma ability. Not only were they low rank, but their pathetic power was infuriating. Then an interesting thought popped into Duong Hai's head. If ability orbs can be fused, can they be deconstructed too? Time to test the theory. He took out the C-rank orb and focused. Breakdown. But the ability orb didn't react much to his disappointment. He didn't give up repeating breakdown 100 times until a crack finally appeared. The moment the ability shattered, a new window popped up. Dark energy, the core material, formed a perfect, unbreakable cube. Looking at the cubes, Duong Hai figured these particles were the essence of an ability, which is why he was actually able to break them apart. When an ability is broken down, it reverts to pure dark energy. So what would happen if he used this to enhance his own skills? Duong Hai fed 1 cube to his Frank Human Control ability. The orb absorbed it, instantly leveling up to an E-rank skill. Duong Hai was stunned by the result, staring at the energy in his hand. If this works, who cares about initial ability ranks? I'll just forge an S-rank skill myself. Just then, he heard Lam Nuet scream outside. "Get away from me! Don't touch me!" Duong Hai glanced over, annoyed. How on earth did that guy track Lam Nuet all the way here? Outside, Lam Nuet was in tears. An old man sat puffing on a cigarette. Apparently, these were her parents. "We didn't want to lie, but would you have sent the cash otherwise?" Her mother explained her brother needed money for a car and a wedding, which would cost over $1 million. How could an old couple possibly afford that amount? So the two of them cruelly tricked their own daughter. Claiming her father had a terminal illness and needed the money urgently, she spoke through tears of betrayal. "Mom, Dad, do you know how scared I was?" Just so she could send money home quickly. Lam Nuet worked from dawn to dusk, juggling up to 4 different jobs. Yet her father just casually said it wasn't a big deal. "We were just going to take what you could give, and I'd scrape together the rest. The family bloodline can't be allowed to just end." Lam Nuet was enraged by his words chipping in. Their idea of scraping together was selling her to a man she'd never met. How awful. Her mother then tried to sweet-talk her, saying the man was honest and sincere and that he wouldn't mistreat her. She slapped her hand away. "Suffer, Mom, how do you think I got the $50,000 I sent home last week? That was money I earned as a hostess for other people. Did you even know that?" Hearing this, the old couple looked like they'd been struck by lightning. After taking her money, they had the nerve to call her shameless for disgracing them. "I'm going to beat you to death, you shameless girl," but Duong Hai, who was home, rushed out to block the blow. They say even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cubs. Still, this old man was actually about to strike his own daughter. The father shot him a glare. "And just who are you?" "This is family business, punk. Who are you to butt in?" Young Hai saw the father was a lost cause, but the mother looked remorseful. He used his F-rank human control ability, hoping she would finally defend Lin Na. The moment the skill hit, the mother slapped her husband across the face. "Our daughter worked so hard for you. Is your heart made of stone?" She then turned to hug Lin Na, tightly admitting her mistake. No matter what, she was still their child after all. The slap seemed to bring the father to his senses. He sighed, "All right, enough. Let your brother learn to stand on his own." Yang Hai was glad they'd finally seen reason. After all, everyone cares about their family deep down. The next morning, Yang Hai accompanied Lin Na to see her parents off at the train station. Her mother told her to take care of herself and not to do anything foolish again. After they departed, Lin Na turned to express her thanks to Yang Hai. Yang Hai bought her a warm cup of milk tea, hoping it would comfort her more than any amount of money ever could. Lin Na winked, motioning for Yang Hai to lean in closer for a secret. Yang Hai blushed a little but did as she asked, not expecting her to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Thank you for everything." Later, Yang Hai made it to the mutant beast processing center, which was guarded more heavily than he'd thought. The huge number of beast corpses here made it a gold mine for an ability thief like him. After waiting for some time, an opportunity to slip past security appeared. He slid under a large truck clinging tightly to its undercarriage. To his surprise, a blonde girl with glasses was already there, frantically telling him to be quiet. Yang Hai had no idea what was going on. Could she also be trying to sneak inside? In the cramped space, the girl's considerable assets kept pressing into him. To cut the awkward tension, he decided to speak first. Hello there. What a coincidence." "Coincidence don't make me laugh. What awful luck. Well then, let's settle this the old-fashioned way. May the best thief win." The girl introduced herself as Qian Duodo of the Fanhei Merchant Guild. Yang Hai quickly made up a fake name. "I'm Yoke, which means turkey." As they got closer to the drop-off area, Qian Duodo saw she couldn't get down from her position. "Yang, hold on to me." He let go, and they both dropped from the truck, tumbling onto the ground. When they finally came to a stop, she was still holding on to him tightly, making things awkward. "So, are you planning on letting go anytime soon?" The fiery girl leaped up, stomping away like an angry robot, as if I wanted to hug you. With that, they headed into the processing area. Qian Duodo noticed him following her cluelessly and figured out he was a total rookie. Yang Hai took the chance to ask if she could show him the ropes. Seeing his earnest expression, Qian Duodo let him tag along. They opened a door and discovered the corpse of a werewolf. Qian Duodo's boss needed the white fur from its chest, a task requiring a very precise cut. The girl then summoned a pouch, bragging about her awesome storage ability that could hold practically anything. Hearing that, Yang Hai just felt a twinge of regret. If she weren't so shady, he would have snatched that thing up already. When Qian Duoduo went to the next room, Yang Hai grabbed his chance to absorb the werewolf's power. And so, he got a D-rank metal transformation skill. It let him freely reshape metal. With this, he could probably open his own custom car shop. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shrieked through the air, startling them both. A panicked young man in a white vest ran over to warn them. "It's hopeless. We're finished. The mutant beast is back. Somebody help." And just like that, something pitch black from the doorway grabbed him and dragged him away. Witnessing this, Qian Duoduo's knees started to knock. She might have a special ability, but she'd never actually fought a mutant beast. All of a sudden, a sticky black thing tapped the girl's shoulder. Instantly, Qian Duoduo was yanked away right before Yang Hai's very eyes. Yang Hai quickly summoned his powerful fire to light the way and gave chase, but the tentacle moved too fast. Even with his 3-meter strides, he couldn't close the distance. On top of that, the metal shelves everywhere blocked his path, so he couldn't just charge through. Then Yang Hai recalled the metal transformation ability he'd just picked up. He instantly warped the shelves into sharp blades that sliced the tentacle, freeing Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo landed with a comical faceplant. The tentacle's sharp thorns had shredded her clothes, meaning she was out money for a new outfit and first aid. But the real question was, how on earth did this mutant beast revive itself? As his fire illuminated the area, it revealed the creature, a huge skull with inky black tentacles. Several people were caught in its grasp, crying out for help. Qian Duoduo was absolutely terrified. She deeply regretted sneaking in here today. The beast lunged, so Yang Hai pulled together nearby metal to form a defensive dome, deflecting its tentacles. But the metal was cracking under the strain. The dome was caving in. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo clutched her head and wailed, "I'm a goner, I'm about to become Monster Chow." Yang Hai was totally annoyed, but he had to admit things looked pretty bleak. He then remembered spotting some oil cans not too far away. Yang Hai quickly hatched a plan. A metal tendril shot from the dome, chucking the oil cans at the creature. As they flew near his flame, he made them all explode. The monster's tentacles were blown to pieces, and everyone scrambled for safety, but one last tentacle darted toward Qian Duoduo. Out of nowhere, a watery slash appeared in the air, cutting the tentacle in two. Just when they thought they were safe, an old man holding a water saw glared at them furiously. "You thieves, you're the ones who revived this beast to attack this place, aren't you?" Though she was a thief, being wrongly accused, she lifted her chin to talk back. "Who is this old geezer? How can you pop up and start spewing nonsense?" The old man immediately fired back. "Little girl, when I, Duanilu, was out conquering the world. Model, You were still just a toddler back then. Hands on her hips, Tianduo Duo called him out for bullying a kid, asking how he could even call himself an adult. Yang Hai stepped up respectfully, calling him senior. If his memory served him right, this was Duan Shulu, the hero from 10 years ago who faced the A-rank tyrant ape. Duan Shulu just scoffed. He turned his back to handle the mutant beast, promising he'd be back for them. Yang Hai watched him go, completely confused. Why would a legendary A-rank hero be at a beast corpse disposal site? Duan Shu drew his blade and lunged forward, unleashing the first form of the Big Dipper, the Greed Wolf Slash. The powerful strike like a wolf's claw sliced through the huge tentacles with ease. Yang Hai watched in amazement. This was the legendary Big Dipper blade art. Every motion was so fluid and effortless beyond what even an S-rank ability could match. The beast roared in defiance, lashing out with 4 tentacles at once. Now Duan Shu used the second form, Tanji. His blade moved faster than sight. With every step he took, another of the beast's tentacles simply fell away. Duan Shuilu leaped onto the beast's head, unleashing the third form, Tianwen. His blade descended like a powerful waterfall, and a waterfall of the beast's blood erupted in response. Duan Shuilu landed as the ground trembled, pointing his sword right at Yang Hai and the girl. His piercing, deadly gaze made even Yang Hai afraid to make a wrong move. Senior Duan, we really didn't revive the mutant beast, but of course he didn't believe them. To him, they were just thieves. If they were handed over to the authorities, they'd be the prime suspects. Tianduo asked Yang Hai if he thought he could beat Duan Shu, but the answer was obviously, heck no. So, she gave him a little something to help out. This is a vortex armor made from a B-rank mutant beast. Tianduo tossed it to Yang Hai, then immediately ran. Good luck, I believe in you. Her trusting smile reminded Yang Hai of his own little sister. While he was lost in that memory, Duan Shuilu attacked again. Yang Hai instinctively blocked, thinking this was the end. But he was wrong. The vortex armor that Tianduo gave him actually withstood the attack. It was incredible. Duan Shu was unfazed and continued his relentless assault. Yang Hai dodged, using his super brain to boost his senses, just as he'd hoped. His sharp eyes could now track Duan Shuilu's movements. But even with this, it wasn't nearly enough to fight back. Seeing Yang Hai pause to think, Duan Shu seized the chance to strike. Unable to dodge this time, Yang Hai was forced to use his mental control on Duan Shuilu. Duan Shu leaped forward to attack, but suddenly froze in a strange pose. He asked in pure shock, You can temporarily control my actions. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the hero quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Yang Hai calmly replied, If I didn't control you, I'd be toast right now. But the hero's pride took over, and he rushed forward to attack again, yelling with contempt, Petty tricks, is that all you have, you little brat? Without any fear, he immediately activated his skill, Metal Transformation. In a flash, Duan Shuyu's sword met Yang Xi's blade, sending out a powerful shockwave. He looked cool, but inside his mind was racing. Every single one of this guy's moves was top tier. I can only use my control ability to throw him off, otherwise I'd already be in 2 pieces by now. A young man watching from a corner was totally astonished. He's keeping up with Duan Shuyu. Could that be the A-rank hero, the Divine Spear of Lugu? Hearing that, he wondered to himself, the Divine Spear. Who's that? At that moment, even Duan Shuyu lowered his sword, saying, With skills like that, you're no petty thief. He sheathed his blade and ordered, All of you clear the central area. Shishira Chachu Waswadio Wan. I need a word with him. Hearing this, one guy bravely piped up, All of us have to leave. That earned him a sharp glare and a stern, What was that? Are you actually questioning my orders? The director of this center, terrified by the glare, the man scrambled away, yelling, Yes, sir, right away. Chi and Duo ran after him, shouting back to Yang Shi, Big bro, I'll wait for you outside. Once they were gone, Yang Shi spoke up, Senior, is there something you need? Duan Shuyu replied, I know you're not the godly spear. Your sword skills don't compare, but your metal ability is a little similar to his. He looked him over, sizing him up. But you have multiple abilities, so you're clearly a powerful individual yourself. Someone like you wouldn't come all this way just for a little beast fur. Not beating around the bush any longer? He asked directly. Let me ask you, did you come here for the truth of this world? The question completely caught him off guard. He thought, the truth of the world? What is he talking about? I guess I'll just play along and see what happens. So Yang Shi went with it and replied, That's right, I'm here for the truth. This bold admission made him laugh heartily. Such a promising young man. There's no harm in telling a talented person like you. His voice boomed as he revealed the so-called truth of their world. That's right. The real purpose of these disposal centers is to open a path to the beast world, the barren lands. His words were a shock, and he asked back, What? Without hesitation, he began to tell a story. 15 years ago, their Chen barren lands were opened, and the Hero Association sent a small team of top-tier heroes. He revealed that on that very mission, tasked with entering the beast world, I was also one of them. But according to him, something inside went terribly wrong. During that operation, all the S-rank heroes were killed in action. Thanks to their sacrifice, only myself and 2 others made it back to the Azure Star. Then Duan Shuyu pointed to the furnace incinerating the beast corpses and said, in reality, every beast corpse disposal center is built on a weak point in the Azure Star's space-time. He revealed their plan: burn the beast corpses here at this weak spot. It would tear open a portal to the beast world. Hearing this, Yang Shi asked, then what about the resurrected beast? He shrugged. Honestly, that was just the official story for the public. The truth is, it's a mutation caused by contact with the barren lands. Then he dropped an absolute bombshell. The people of Azure Star are basically livestock raised by beasts. Only pure strength can win our freedom. With that said, he turned to leave. But he added a final thought: whatever your guild, remember, we are all human. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, 2 people stared out a window. One grumbled, that old man Duan Shuilu is so reckless. How could he reveal that to a total stranger? The other replied, even if he hadn't said a word, other groups have already figured it out. We can't conquer that world alone. She didn't argue, simply saying, the headquarters video conference is starting. A moment later, they sat before a large screen. A man on screen announced the meeting's start. With over 25 participants, we can now vote on this S-Class issue. He then officially began the session. Based on the Lu Jing City Hero Association branch report, we will begin the vote. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone tensed as the representative asked the question. Should we reveal the truth about the barren lands to all A-rank and higher organizations? The scene cuts to a hospital where a bright voice chimes. Faye, did you know? Yang Shi sat by Faye's bed confiding, last night I learned something pretty crazy. He remembered leaving the facility yesterday, surrounded by hushed whispers. Everyone stared at him with wide, astonished eyes. What in the world happened in there, they wondered. Did he really beat Duan Shuilu? Why is he the only one walking out? Chen Duoduo suddenly popped up, coughing nervously. Boss, are you all right? Seeing her, he thought, I can't let my real abilities get out. So he quickly replied, I'm fine, Duoduo, look into my eyes. Trusting him completely, she walked right up to him. What is it? But before she could finish, he activated his hypnosis skill. Yang Shi's gaze locked onto hers, and in an instant, her mind went totally blank. Taking his chance, he planted a suggestion. Forget you saw me use fire and metal abilities. Then he casually added a little something about the armor she lent him. And remember, I already bought this armor. I owe you 10,000. Once the new info was set, he snapped his fingers and Chen Duoduo instantly came back to her senses. Then she suddenly dashed off, calling over her shoulder, Glad you're okay, kiddo. I have a curfew, so I've got to run. See you around. Back in the present, Yang Shi smiled, telling Faye, You know Chen Duoduo is a lot like you. Greedy for money, but really cute. Then he gently brushed Faye's face and whispered, Faye, maybe before my revenge is complete, I'll find a way to awaken you. Later that night, in Yang Shi's apartment, he held something staring at it with intense focus. He then activated his skill metal transformation, commanding the object to become a ring. Just like that, a ring etched with an infinity symbol appeared on his finger. He promptly took out a blue potion, identifying it as an ability potion. Looking at the 2 items in his hand, he muttered to himself, My real powers must stay secret. These 2 should be enough to deceive Liu Yuan. In a flash, another mask materialized in his hands. He decided to call it Tixie, and without a second thought, placed it on his face. The system's voice announced the transformation. A brand new suit of armor now covered him. He needed a name for it. This new suit would be the Tixie Guard. Yang Shi inspected the chest plate, noting, This ability is different from Dao Kei's. It's Plasma CFC, perfect for tricking people when I need to. And with that, he decided to add this new persona to his team roster, making him part of the same secret group as Dao Kei. Since I made it myself, I'll just call the organization Verdict. My whole goal is to judge the fallen heroes after all. Of course, a secret organization needs funding, so he made an instant decision. As for the group's operating expenses, I'll just let young Master Liu sponsor us. The next morning at a factory, a figure approached a young man sleeping on the ground. A firm nudge from a boot woke Liu Yuan. Hey, get up! The poke earned an annoyed grunt. Ugh! He cracked his eyes open and immediately shouted, Do you have a death wish? Who dares to bother me, young Master Liu? But his face went pale when he saw Yang Shi. Be-boss Dao Kei, I'm sorry. I was only half awake. Yang Shi ignored the act. Good, you came as promised. It seems you decided to trust what I said. Liu Wen suddenly grabbed his leg, practically crying to suck up. Boss Dao, just give me an ability. Anything you want is yours. Money, women power. Yang Shi was completely uninterested. I don't care about any of that. After speaking, he casually kicked him away, making the man yelp. Then Yang Shi gave Liu Yuan an order. Getting an ability is simple. Look into my eyes. The moment he did, Yang Shi activated his hypnosis skill. Liu Yuan's eyes instantly went blank as he fell under the spell. Yang Shi asked immediately, "Tell me everything about the blue pill." In response, he got nothing but silence. "What's wrong?" he thought. "Did the skill fail?" To test it, he commanded again, "Liu Yuan, slap yourself." But the young man just sat there completely still. This unexpected result left him baffled once more. Could Liu Yuan already have an ability, maybe C rank or higher? Is that why my control skill isn't working? So Yang Shi used a stronger skill, mental assault. A moment later, the skill's effect knocked Liu Yuan out cold, leaving Yang Shi to ponder the situation. He didn't fight back at the bar. He doesn't seem like an ability user. Still, I should check. Without wasting a second, he placed a hand on the guy and activated ability analysis. And just like that, a blue gem materialized, making him gasp, "Whoa, it's the real deal." A system window popped up. It was an A-rank ability called Rebirth usable, just once after death. The skill rewinds time by exactly 1 day, which is kind of a bummer, since you have to die to use it. Staring at the gem, he was in total disbelief, wondering, so he really was an A-rank user, but there was no time to overthink it. He quickly absorbed it, sending a silent, "My bad," to Liu Yuan. This power would be an amazing ace up his sleeve. "Liu Yuan, I promise I'll put your ability to good use." But Yang Shi swapped it for a bright red gem, placing a different one from the beast center inside him. Then he simply commanded, "Wake up." The guy jolted awake, dazedly yelling, "You jerk, where's my ability?" Wait a second, why was I asleep? Ignoring him, he showed off a new ring. "You were just tired, that's all. It's no big deal. Now see this ring." The guy stared blankly and replied, "Uh-huh." So he casually explained the ring's function to him. This is an essence-absorbing ring made by the organization. It can literally steal the ability factor from a user. The guy's jaw just about hit the floor. He quickly stammered, "Seriously, and then what happens?" That's when he pulled out a blue potion and continued. The organization can turn those factors into special ability potions. Even a regular person can get powers with one. Then he tossed the potion over. He fumbled to catch it, asking nervously, "So, this is legit, big bro. You're not messing with me, are you?" But Yang Shi stayed completely cool. He replied smoothly, "Drink it. You'll see if it's real." Torn between hope and suspicion, he hesitated for a second. "This isn't poison, is it? But he could have hurt me by now if he wanted to." Whatever. Bottoms up. And just like that, he chugged the entire potion in one go. A moment later, the empty vial slipped from his hand and shattered. His eyes suddenly glowed red as he let out a wild, animal-like scream. Through it all, Yang Shi just watched calmly as the guy writhed in pain. He gave a sly little chuckle, whispering, "You're about to see how great abilities are." In a flash of pain, Luan started turning into a wolf. He screamed out, "My whole body, it's burning up." Watching him, Yang Shi thought, "Yeah, that's not the potion doing that. That's just me messing with the ability bead inside him." A second later, his hair was gone, replaced by wolf ears and fur, while his hands morphed into claws. Between roars, he looked at himself in total confusion. What am I... Once the transformation was complete, Yang Shi casually asked, "So a werewolf bloodline transformation. How's that feel?" He looked down at his new form, wondering, this is an ability... My brother can turn into a demon dragon, but I wonder who's stronger now. He answered bluntly, "Your brother is an A-rank user. You're only E-rank." His blunt words made the poor guy wail in despair. E-rank. That's 3 whole ranks away from it. Liu Yuan's miserable look made him chuckle. Now let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're new to the group. By the rules, we can only give you an F-rank potion. This news practically brought the guy to tears. Seeing this display, he sighed to himself helplessly. This Liu Yuan is a werewolf, so why does he act like such a goofy husky? Still, to cheer him up, he added, "But I guess it's fate. I upgraded it to an E-rank potion for you." Hearing Yang Shi's words, his mind started racing. So this organization has items for every rank, even B-rank abilities. Does that mean someday I could become stronger than my own father? At that thought, he immediately dropped and hugged the man's leg. He then shamelessly begged, "Bro daddy, can you make that an A-rank potion for me?" Hearing those names, he yelped in alarm, "Hey, don't just call me anything." But the guy shamelessly replied, "Then I'll call you Godfather. I've never met anyone who's been this good to me." Of course, he hated that title, stating, "Godfather is also a no. The organization has strict rules. You have to earn a certain amount of merit before you can exchange it for a potion." Hearing that, Liu Yuan finally settled down and asked about the group. "Okay then, Godfather, so what exactly is this organization?" Yang Shi answered with a slight brag, "Listen up. We are the adjudicators, founded by a powerful boss. Who knows how he came up with this whole hierarchy?" But he continued confidently, "Below the big boss are 12 Zodiac managers, and I am the rooster." Hearing this, another question popped into his head. If someone as amazing as you, Godfather, Is just a manager. How ridiculously strong is the boss up? But he avoided the question, saying, don't speculate. The boss isn't someone who just shows up. He's extremely mysterious. At that, he focused on a more important matter. Godfather, what's the fastest way to earn merit? Seeing his chance, Yangshi said clearly, the organization assigns missions, of course. As it happens, there's a mission ready for you. Without missing a beat, he laid out the mission for Liu Yuan. Use your position as the young master of the Colon Economic Corporation to find info on the blue pill. The name sounded odd, so he asked, the blue pill, what's that? Yangshi didn't hide a thing and answered him directly. It's a drug that seems to enhance abilities. Our job is to find the group behind it. Just hearing this made his eyes light up as he exclaimed, something that enhances abilities. That's a priceless treasure. Seeing that greedy look, he gave him a quick smack and warned, don't even think about it, a hero used it once and accidentally hurt civilians. The smack was actually enough to knock him back into his human form. At the same time, he asked with curiosity, which hero took this drug who ended up hurting civilians? Of course, Yangshi had no reason to hide the truth. It was the A-rank hero from your own company. Lu Wen's face darkened. He knew exactly who was to blame and roared. Liang, that guy acts all pitiful, but he's just a lowlife behind the scenes. Without wasting a second, he put up a reward for the quest. Once you have some solid intel, meet me back at this spot, and when you do, a powerful ability potion will be all yours. His eyes lit up at the offer. Consider it done, he declared. He turned to go, but then snapped his fingers. Oh, almost forgot. There's one last little detail, he added with a final warning. That potion only works for 1 week. You have 7 days to finish the mission. The news made his jaw drop right to the floor. A week. Meanwhile, Yangi was strolling down Samat Street when a notice caught his eye. It was a wanted poster put up by Qian Duo herself. And she was looking for Doogie, his alias, in the black robe and platinum mask. She'd even left her contact number right at the bottom. The sight was so shocking he did a classic spit take with his coffee. The shop owner saw the mess and immediately started yelling, Hey you! What in the world do you think you're doing? He quickly realized his blunder. My bad, sir. A little while later, looking over a newspaper, he let out a heavy sigh. I can't believe Qian Duo would actually pull a stunt like this. Just then a familiar figure caught his eye. Wait, is that Qian Duo? What's wrong? She looks like she's in some serious trouble. Of course he was curious. So he slipped into the shadows of a corner to watch things unfold. Down a dead-end alley, Qian Duo was trapped. Though surrounded, she stood her ground boldly. What do you guys want? Their leader just sneered, All right, kid, hand over the young master's blade now. She scoffed right back at him. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have any kind of blade on me, not a thing. Of course, they didn't believe her and pressed the issue again. Quit playing dumb, you scammed our young master thinking he was just a naive kid. You swapped a fake pearl for the demon blade Muramasa, hand it over or else. Hiding nearby, Yangshi's eyes went wide. The demon blade Muramasa Shinkikyo. Shushi Kakaropachitabai can... He wondered in total disbelief. Isn't that the legendary S-rank weapon? How did she get her hands on that? Hearing their words, she finally realized the item she'd scammed was a real treasure. So that busted old sword was actually the genuine article. With that new information, she quickly pulled out another item, hiding it behind her back, while feigning innocence. Young master never heard of him. You've definitely got the wrong girl. Her shamelessness was simply astounding. This girl was a pro. He knew she had the sword and had no intention of admitting it. Just then a woman in their group stepped forward and gave the signal. Enough talk. Attack as soon as the order was given. The leader lunged forward, unleashing his skill Army-style 3-blade dance. His cronies followed suit, activating their own skill Shadow-style Shadow Clone. Faced with this assault, Yangshi's eyes widened. They were both legacy ability users and at least C-rank. But Qianda wasn't intimidated. Weapon in hand, she yelled, You've picked the wrong person to mess with. She proudly presented her weapon. Behold, the B-rank beast weapon, the Scythe of Temptation. Without a second thought, she charged the other group shouting, Get them out of my sight! A single swing of her massive fan sent the whole group soaring. Their leader struggled, but still went flying, gasping, What is this? With the grunts handled, Qianda made a quick getaway, laughing smugly as she declared, Finders, keepers, losers, weepers. The woman with black hair was not amused by this turn of events. She instantly activated her A-rank ability, Snow Maiden. Her form shifted, becoming as cold as ice. As Qianda fled, she cried out, Huh! Why is it snowing all of a sudden? From the sidelines, Yang Shi saw things escalating. This is getting out of hand, he thought. Sensing danger, he quickly donned his rooster mask persona. Back in the action, the Snow Maiden hurled an ice attack at Qianda, but she wasn't finished. She unleashed her skill Snowflake Dragon Fist. An icy blast shot right for Kianda. Seeing her in peril, Yang Shi screamed, "Da-da!" Meanwhile, a crowd gathered to watch the spectacular fight. A reporter with chic purple hair appeared mic in hand, shouting with a panicked look, ready to report. A fierce battle between ability users is erupting on Chongqing Street. We're calling on any nearby heroes for immediate backup. Sir, that one, cheer for any. A nearby child stared at the passionate reporter with wide-eyed curiosity. Back to the fight, Chianda was totally rocked by that last attack. She shrieked and spun, then collapsed to the ground in pain, crying, "Ow, that really stings." Seeing her foe fall, Ling Na strolled over, looking down at the crumpled Chianda. Her expression was as cold as ice. She demanded, "Will you now return what isn't yours?" Undeterred, Chianda flashed 2 shiny daggers and quipped back, "All right, let me ask you something. Pretty lady, was the sword you dropped made of gold or was it silver?" she teased. At this, Ling Nai's eyes narrowed with fury. She froze Chianda's legs, making her yelp in pain. "Ouch!" Ling Na warned her. "I suggest you start telling the truth, or I'll shatter both of your legs." Chianda struggled to her feet, fan in hand, and shot back defiantly. "This lady doesn't take kindly to threats. I'd sooner toss what I earned than hand it over." With that, she tossed the sword past Ling Na, yelling to the figure behind her, "Hey, Rooster Mask, you can have this beat-up sword. It's on the house." Yang Shi snagged the sword, replying, "So you knew I was here." "Thanks, Dada." Then he unsheathed the blade. To his shock, the thing was a wreck. The blade was chipped all over. He shouted, "Holy cow, you couldn't even give this thing away." Chianda put her hands on her hips and told him, "That's why I'm so surprised they're chasing me for this piece of junk." Furious at Yang Shi's arrival, Ling Na yelled, "She has help, get them both." At her signal, ninjas in black swarmed Yang Shi, huge shurikens at the ready. One of them lunged forward way too eagerly. He yelled, "Take this, you brat!" Just as a weird feeling washed over Yang Shi. He thought, "This sword, it's eating my spiritual energy. My body's not even listening to me." White smoke billowed from his body, and just like that, a ninja was split in two, gone before he could even scream. A terrified ninja screamed out, "Oh, we are so dead!" They foolishly took turns charging him. The next one rushed in with a sword, shouting, "Go to hell!" Yang Shi jumped, battered sword in hand, and floated there midair. Then he swung the blade, and a massive purple beam lit up the entire snowy sky. Ling Nai's eyes widened in shock. She knew that purple glow, the demon blade Muramasa. The ninja caught in the blast, screamed in despair, "Master, help me!" A little yellow orb appeared in his hand. The system dinged, skill acquired, and the notification updated. Ability rank, X rank. Name, Sun Moon 3 Blade Dance. Description: a 3-sword style that unlocks the blade's full power on impact. Its official rating is X rank. It's a style where you hold a sword in your mouth, but somehow it doesn't look that cool. But Yang Shi's body was giving out. He gasped, "This is bad. The sword's taken too much energy. I can't keep this up." As his cry faded, Ling Na watched from behind. Yang Shi sighed, "I'm a goner. Guess I have to use my rebirth skill today." Then a strange, bright green light erupted. Everyone froze, wondering what was happening. Someone yelled out as tiny ice shards filled the air. Yang Shi figured it out. That green light must be the Wailing Wall. Chianda seemed to recognize it, yelling out in alarm. Ah, the wandering swordsman. Across from her, Ling Na was also startled. What? It was Malong, decked out in black battle armor. He said, "You Sakura organization folks can act tough over in District 6. But you dare stir up trouble in District 1. Behind him, the swordsman leaned coolly against a wall, arms crossed, just watching. Ling Na shot back, "We just came to get what belongs to us. You're the ones who are out of line." Hearing her twist the truth like that, Chianda was furious. She pointed right at Ling Na, setting things straight. "That's wrong. Your master traded me that sword. It belongs to me now," Ling Na thought to herself. 2 more A-rank ability users. There's no way I can win this now. And I still have to guard the treasure. Ling Na just stared back silently. Chianda found her silence weird and asked, when suddenly sharp ice shards flew at Chianda from everywhere. Ling Na turned to Malong, calmly negotiating. "You killed my men, but if you return the item, I'll spare this girl's life and leave Liu Kang City right now." Malong found this ridiculous. He let out a loud laugh. "Leaving Liu Kang City, who said you could? Do you think District 1 is a place you can just waltz in and out of?" His tone was a clear threat. Hearing this, Ling Na fell silent, unable to reply. Malong then turned to the swordsman behind him. "You take care of the girl. I'm going to see what this rooster mask guy is made of." The wandering swordsman offered a calm reminder. "The company wants to recruit him, so maybe don't break him." Malong just charged at Yang Shi. "Don't worry, this is just for my little brother." He clenched his fist, aiming a punch at the old sword in Yang's hand. The blow sent Yang Shi flying backward with a pained grunt. From behind, Chianda watched him get launched. She screamed out "Rooster Mask" while Malong just scoffed. "Seriously, is that your best shot?" Just then, Lin Na began her own attack. She raised 2 fingers to the sky. "In that case, you can disappear too." With a sharp cry, she unleashed absolute zero. Icy shards flew right at Malong. Even Chianda, watching the whole thing, was totally stunned, her jaw dropping in absolute shock. The swordsman immediately moved to block it. Sword intent Gale. His sword glowed with green light slicing through the storm of ice from Lin Na. She watched shocked as the blade zipped right past her face. If it had been an inch closer, she'd have a new scar, but surprisingly, the sword only hit the ice shards. The swordsman looked a little disappointed, muttering, "Darn, I missed." Chianda gasped out loud, "No way, didn't she just get shattered?" They all thought the swordsman's last strike had finished her. The swordsman scanned the area and explained, "Well, she bolted, but she's still around here." Then someone asked, "Hey, where's the chicken guy?" While everyone was distracted, Yangshi was hiding in a quiet corner. He sat there thinking things through. "This blade just drained all my energy. How can I possibly get out of this?" And then it dawned on him. Wait a minute. If this is a beast weapon, doesn't that mean I can analyze its ability? The system panel lit up with the words, "Analyze ability." A weird smoke swirled from the blade. The system said, "Acquired 2,500 units of dark energy." Small black cubes started to form right under the sword. The cubes scattered everywhere. Yangshi leaned on the wall, hand on his leg, and mumbled to himself, "Even without analyzing an ability core, I got a ton of these dark energy cubes. I bet this blade was made from an S-rank beast." The cubes were all around him. He thought for a second, then wondered aloud. What ability should I upgrade to have a chance against Malong? As he said that, a blue gem appeared. The system showed rankless ability metal transformation. Yangshi used the gem and it immediately absorbed all the dark energy cubes. With no better ideas, he decided, well, guess I'll have to try this one. After absorbing all the cubes, the gem began to shine a bright azure blue. The system instantly processed it, announcing a new A-rank skill, metal control. Description: controls all metals within a 1,000 meter radius. Maximum weight is 1,000 tons. The system's evaluation: you're pretty much Iron Man. The gem in Duong Hai's palm pulsed with a strange azure glow. Just then, the spirit wraith felt an odd power surge. She whipped her head around, thinking, High above them, a passenger jet streaked across the sky. Duong Hai gazed up, whispering, "I can feel it all, the metal in the concrete, the cars, the buildings," even through his chicken mask. He clenched his fist, declaring, "Finally, I have what it takes to fight back." Suddenly, a volley of sharp ice shards shot at him from behind. Without even a glance, Duong Hai casually raised a hand. An orange light immediately began to glow from his palm. That light formed a 4-pointed shuriken, shattering the icy blast. The spirit wraith was blown back, letting out a sharp cry of pain. "Ah!" Her face twisted with fury as she screamed, "You creep!" The giant shuriken spun wildly, tearing apart everything around it. The spirit wraith could only watch in shock, whispering, "How is this possible?" The massive shuriken began to change its form unpredictably. It shot towards her, reshaping into chains that bound her tight. She shrieked in terror, "Let go! Let me go!" Duong Hai watched calmly, saying, "Hey now, just relax. I'll try to be gentle since you're a lady." He then held out his hand. The spirit wraith was baffled by his gesture and wondered, "What are you doing?" An ability core emerged, its energy making her scream in pain. The core shone with a brilliant light wrapped in blue energy. A system notification window identified it. A rank ability Snow Maiden. Summons the Shikigami Snow Maiden in battle. Can also merge with the Shikigami. Evaluation: a portable air conditioner for summer. Seeing this, Duong Hai remarked, "I thought it was an elemental skill, but it's a summon. This is every guy's dream." With her power gone, the spirit became a girl, with long black hair and a white uniform slumping against Duong Hai. Just then, Malong and a wandering swordsman appeared, swords drawn. They took in the scene and Malong asked, "Yo, did you just find a girl on the street?" The swordsman next to him simply thought to himself, "His presence feels different." Duong Hai gently set the girl down and casually explained, "She's not just some random person. She's the Snow Maiden. I just took care of her." Malong was floored, thinking, "Are you serious right now? How could a non-fighter like you beat the Snow Maiden?" The swordsman just frowned deep in thought. Duong Hai just retorted with a cocky grin, "Don't believe me? Let's find out. So who's first?" He then added, "Or why don't you both just come at me?" His defiant stare was locked on both Malong and the swordsman. Seeing this tense standoff between Duong Hai and the two warriors, the news reporters began broadcasting it live. Did we hear that correctly? He was up against 2 A-rank heroes. Online, the crowd was buzzing. My boy Malong could beat him one-handed. Hey, don't be so certain. That guy doesn't seem to be all talk. One person typed, "I'm rooting for the guy in black," while another just praised, "He's so cool." The on-site reporter yelled into her mic, "Is this an epic 1 versus 2 showdown?" But amidst the hype, Malong spoke up. "The crowd can cheer all they want, but I refuse to team up with the swordsman to face you. That would damage an A-rank hero's reputation." Duan Hai answered a little let down. "Oh, that's too bad. A 1-on-2 battle would have been so much more exciting." Malong then faced the wandering swordsman. "To win, we need to know our enemy." The swordsman replied, "We at least agree on that." He watched Duan Hai intently. His gaze locked onto his hand. He noted, "That ring on his hand looks suspicious. His power might be connected to it. I need to stay vigilant." The swordsman lifted his blade, giving it a quick spin, stirring the air. He calmly told Malong, "Relax, I want to see how he beat the snow maiden." He then turned to Duan Hai and announced, his voice completely steady, "Malong will only step in after you've beaten me." Duan Hai just gave a casual wave, saying nothing. The swordsman attacked Duan Hai, who casually raised a hand to block. Their powers clashed, fire against water. Duan Hai commanded fire, the swordsman water. Duan Hai kept waving his hand with power, making the swordsman gasp in surprise. Then he shot high into the sky, his hands reaching out as if grabbing for the blade. The swordsman watched, totally confused about what was happening to his sword. Suddenly, Duan Hai's energy formed a tough rope coiling around the sword's blade. The swordsman tightened his grip and yelled, "You think you can take my sword? In your dreams." With a sharp gesture from Duan Hai, his opponent cried out in agony. Then he dropped to a knee, slamming one hand on the ground. Duan Hai raised a see-through orange barrier between them. Inside, he figured it out. That sword is made of beast parts, so I can't control it like normal metal, and he's not wearing any other metal. In a straight fight, I'll lose. What's my plan? He was still thinking it through. I need to upgrade another A-rank skill. Otherwise, beating the swordsman quickly will be tough, especially with Malong watching my every move. Right now, he had 2 ability cores. One was the A-rank Azure Blue core from the Snow Maiden. The other was a purple E-rank Puppet Control core. Duan Hai squeezed the Azure Blue core in his hand. He opened his other hand where the purple core pulsed, absorbing a weird energy. The system pinged A-rank ability Puppet Control. Summary use illusions to trick A-rank opponents. Can brainwash targets of B rank or lower, gaining total loyalty for 10 years. Also, the user's soul can control up to 3 puppets for 2 hours per day. Evaluation. A seriously shameless skill. Duan Hai tossed the core in the air, vowing, "I promise not to use this for anything sketchy." Duan Hai seemed to be lost in thought, standing perfectly still. The swordsman's patience wore thin. "Hey, what's the holdup? Are we fighting or not?" He emerged calmly from behind the wall, assuring his opponent. "Don't rush me." Suddenly, Duan Hai's glasses pulsed with a strange energy. The wandering swordsman felt a wave of dizziness, his vision blurring. A graceful woman then appeared, speaking to him with a tender voice. "A king, would you really strike your older sister?" Emotion filled the swordsman's eyes as he shyly whispered, "Sister?" Her slender hands reached out as if to gently cup his face. But he snapped back, realizing it was an illusion. Enraged, he furiously slashed down with his blade. The blade in Duan Hai's hand shattered into 3 pieces. Sweat covered the swordsman's face as he spoke defensively. "A mental type. So you really do possess 2 kinds of abilities." Unfazed, Duan Hai brandished his own blade and calmly replied, "You realize too late. I hoped the great swordsman wouldn't face such hardship. How could I have left myself so open?" The wandering swordsman quickly parried the blow, not forgetting to retort, "What do you know, Yang Shi's move had clearly dealt immense mental damage." He knelt, grimacing in pain as he spoke. "That was my late sister. I can't bring myself to fight anymore." The audience was not happy to see the swordsman back down so easily. They roared in protest, "Wandering swordsman, get up. It's over. He lost. I wonder if Malong can even beat that guy." Someone said disappointedly, "Good grief, he actually beat the wandering swordsman. If that were me, I'd have been completely outmatched." A nearby reporter also began to offer some commentary. The swordsman was brought to his knees. Was that a psychic attack from the masked man? He continued his analysis. The wandering swordsman was on high alert the whole time, and now the swordsman's hands are trembling uncontrollably. It seems the match is decided. Qian Dodo, standing nearby, was also watching intently. Seeing her friend's opponent kneel, she cheered, "That was an amazing move, brother Yang Shi. I really thought the wandering swordsman was going to defeat you. If you died, who'd pay back my 10,000 S..." Her words made Yang Shi jump, thinking, "Who is cursing me now?" Just then, Malong finally made his appearance. He approached the swordsman and said, "You've worked hard. You pushed him to his limit. Leave the rest to me." The swordsman gave a serious warning. "Don't make direct eye contact with him." If his technique hits you, the person you care for most will appear. Malong in majestic black armor stepped forward to face Yang Shi, who greeted him cheerfully. So you finally decided to show up, Malong. Malong's gaze was incredibly sharp, his pupils glinting with menace. He said, I think this will be a meaningful match. Let's make a bet. Yang Shi replied casually. Interesting. What are the stakes? Malong pointed at Yang Shi, stating his terms. If you lose, you tell me the secret of your ring. Sounds good to me. Yang Shi flashed the ring, accepting the challenge. All right then. If you think you're good enough, come take it. His plan was already clicking into place. Good thing Malong wasn't a fool. My whole goal was to get him focused on this essence-absorbing ring. I've planned for everything. Without another word, Malong lunged straight for Yang Shi, who thought so fast. He was way faster than the wandering swordsman. But Malong's knee hit empty air. Yang Shi neatly dodged the attack. Malong didn't stop seamlessly switching up his assault. He aimed an elbow at Yang Shi's back, who sensed it and leaped high to evade. The fight was rapidly building to its peak. The reporter with the mic kept up a dramatic commentary. What's this? The masked man with metal powers is actually matching Malong's speed. On the sidelines, Duo watched nervously, completely stunned. Back in the arena, Malong smirked as he watched the explosion. He bared his teeth, saying fearlessly, Dual powers, is that all you have? After taking a solid hit from Malong, Yang Shi was blasted back into a thick cloud of smoke. The powerful blow sent him to his knees, coughing hard. His body shook with pain. Each cough felt like it was tearing his chest apart. He couldn't hold it back. Still, Yang Shi stared down Malong, quietly analyzing his opponent's power. This guy's fast, his hits are strong, and that armor gives him great defense. Plus he can breathe fire. That's just completely unfair, he thought. It made absolutely no sense at all. On Malong's end, he was impressed that Yang Shi was still standing after that hit. Not bad. You're tougher than you look, without giving him a chance to recover. Yang Shi quickly raised a hand and unleashed his illusion control. The attack caught Malong off guard, making him yell out, What? At that moment, an image appeared in Malong's mind. His younger brother being choked with one hand, his eyes pleading, Brother, it hurts. Save me! Instantly, Malong clutched his head and screamed in agony. You fiend! How dare you look like my precious little brother? How disgusting. He could not accept this. A huge wave of demonic energy erupted from his body. Then Malong dropped low and scrambled toward Yang Shi, preparing to transform again. Seeing Malong so enraged, Yang Shi could only mutter to himself, Oh, crud. Even though the illusion broke, it still managed to provoke him. Outside the arena, the announcers with their mics were shouting in amazement. I can't believe Malong is transforming twice. You have to give the masked man credit for pushing Malong this far again. Meanwhile, inside the ring, Manhwa launched himself skyward, rocketing at Yang Shi. In response, Yang Shi slammed a hand on the ground, creating a wall of sharp metal spikes for defense. In midair, Malong instantly transformed into a massive drill, aiming right for Yang Shi. At that moment, he spoke with utter contempt. You think these flimsy metal spikes can actually stop me? Unfazed, Yang Shi shot back with a challenging smirk. A drill, huh? Huh. If you got the guts, then come and get me. With that taunt, he zipped into the sky on a flying carpet, dodging the attack. Malong reacted in a flash, aiming his drill right at Yang Shi. You think you can escape just by flying? Seeing him close in, Yang Shi unleashed a flurry of chains, shouting, Get back! In an instant, Malong's entire body was completely bound by the chains. But being captured didn't seem to worry him at all. In fact, his gaze turned sharp as he smirked. Have you forgotten about my black flames? As soon as he uttered those words in midair, Malong's body erupted in a massive purple flame, incinerating the chains around him. Down below, the audience watching the match was on the edge of their seats. The host kept up the commentary. Malong's black flames just burned right through the metal. It looks like that metal isn't going to hold out for long. He'd barely finished speaking when the girl next to him gave him a solid bonk on the head. Brother Yang is not only strong, his tactics are amazing. He would never make such a useless move. Having been hit, the host could only cry out, ouch. Back in the fight, Malong had assumed his flames would easily destroy the metal. But to his surprise, after a moment, nothing happened at all. He stared in shock. What, it's not burning through. Meanwhile, seeing that he had Malong under control, Yang Shi was already forming a new plan. This shell is fireproof, but it can probably only take one good hit. But for the moment. Yang Shi was silently running the numbers in his head. Then a car parked on the street below slowly began to rise into the air. After that, more objects, both large and small, were pulled up into the sky. Malong watched the scene unfold, stammering in total disbelief. And then a giant boulder was hovering right over his head. At the same time, Malong's astonished voice cried out, A master of metal control. Then Yang Shi raised his hand and gave the command, Fall Fist of Mount Tai. The words had barely left his lips when the massive boulder plummeted down toward Malong. Seeing this, the people watching the match screamed and began to scatter. Run, run for your lives. Only Malong remained frozen to the spot, watching the boulder fall on him. Is this how I die? Then it crashed down. An incredible boom echoed out as rock dirt and dust flew everywhere from the sheer force of the impact. Everyone nearby covered their faces, coughing in the thick cloud of dust. Back to the match, the dust is starting to settle a bit now. Let's see if Malong is still alive. The crowd began to make their own predictions. He's probably a goner, right? There's no way he survived that. Hey, isn't that the lovely Yand? Yand had just arrived, and when she saw the scene, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother Malong, where are you? Just as she moved to check on him, a voice from behind stopped her cold. Yande, stand down. Yande had turned her eyes widening. Senior Mecha War God. And at that moment, high above the Mecha War God offered no reply to Yandia. He stood there a silent guardian, then his eyes unleashed two beams of light at the rock. Struck by his power, the boulder started to crack. Seeing him, the crowd erupted in relieved cheers. Look, it's the Mecha War God. The A-class hero will be okay. And with that, the huge boulder split perfectly in two. Inside, the wandering swordsman knelt, hand on his blade, with an unconscious Malong beside him. He looked to the war god, his voice filled with regret. I had to use the Wailing Wall to protect us. I'm sorry. I have dishonored the company. The war god just gazed at him. It's enough that you're alive. Just then, Yande, watching over Malong, hesitantly spoke up. Do you need a hand with anything? At the sound of her voice, the swordsman glanced at the battered Malong. He must have been a handful for you. A few hours later, Dang Hai trudged back to his apartment. He was holding a can of medical spray for his injuries. Dang Hai sank onto the couch, lifting his shirt with one hand and the spray with the other, wincing. Ow, that stings. That Malong guy sure packs a punch. He set the spray down a moment later, lost in thought on the sofa. First the snow woman, now Malong. Both of them were totally unexpected. My main mission is still the drug investigation. There are two major targets right now. One is the hero Bang Shuyan, who Liu Yuan is handling. An image of the hero Bang Shuyan flashed through his mind. And next, the face of the S-class hero Sour and Spicy Powder appeared in his head. He actually has a fan meeting nearby soon. I should probably check it out. His gaze then fell on the medical spray on the table as he muttered to himself, this is only going to get more dangerous from here. I can't keep living with other people and risk dragging them into my problems. Just as Dang Hai was wrapped up in these serious thoughts, a voice suddenly came from right behind him, breaking his concentration. Phew, finally home, which made him jump out of his skin. Oh, geez. Lin Na then looked right at him. Dang Hai, it smells so strongly of medicine. What are you up to in the living room? Trying to act casual, Dang Hai forced a smile and replied, oh, it's nothing at all. I just bumped the corner of the table, so I'm putting on some spray. Hearing his terrible excuse, Lin Na gave him a very skeptical look. Seeing she wasn't buying it, Dang Hai quickly changed the subject. Oh, hey, good to see you're all back. I actually have something to tell you guys. I'm going to be moving out soon. His announcement left all three of them completely shocked. Lin Na was the first one to ask, what, you're really moving out? Dang Hai placed his hands in his lap, calmly beginning to explain. It's just not right for a guy like me to live with you all. I couldn't swing it before. But now, with my promotion and raise, I've decided it's time to move out. Hearing this, Xiaowei pointed right at Lin Na. Wait, so what about Sister Nai? Duan Hai ran a hand through his hair, hiding his face as he replied to her question. What are you talking about? What about Nai? There's nothing going on between us. At his words, Lin Na said nothing and quietly slipped into her room. When Xiaowei saw that, she stopped pressing him. If that's how it is, then we won't stop you. We have each other's numbers anyway. We can still hang out whenever. Duan Hai quickly agreed with her. He glanced guiltily toward Lin Nai's room and added, that's right. I'll treat everyone to a farewell dinner tonight. Just then, a loud thud from Lin Nai's room made them all jump. Seeing their reaction, Duan Hai broke into a cold sweat. Oh no, he thought, did I say the wrong thing? Sensing the awkward tension, Duan Hai tried to smooth things over. If we're doing dinner, maybe we should wait until everyone's here. Hearing him act so casual, an angry Xiaowei pointed at him and let him have it. Sister Nai is so beautiful and she treats you so well. How is she not good enough for you? How could you treat her like that, you jerk? Faced with her criticism, he was totally speechless, knowing she had a point. After standing up for their friend Lin Na, Xiaowei and Dinglan left him with one final warning before heading to their room. We're going to bed? We'll have dinner tonight, after you fix things with Sister Nai. Seeing his three roommates leave, Duan Hai muttered, it was a lie, saying, I have no feelings for Lin Na, but I can't drag an innocent person into my problems. Right after that, he walked to Lin Nai's room and raised his hand to knock. Before his hand could touch the door, her voice came from inside. It's not locked. You can come right in. Hearing her, he pushed the door open and found Lin Na on her bed, propped on her hands and looking miserable. When she didn't even look at him, Duan-hai said softly, "I'm sorry." His apology finally made her snap back, her anger flaring up. "What are you sorry for? It's not like there's anything between us, right?" He rushed to explain, "You have to know that's not what I really meant." But his explanation just made Lin Na even more upset. She turned her tear-stained face to him. "You look down on my background, don't you?" He quickly denied it. "How could you possibly think that? It's a total misunderstanding." With fresh tears in her eyes, she asked, "Then why don't you like me? Is it because I'm not pretty enough?" Seeing her begin to crumble, Duan-hai stepped closer. He gently held her shoulders to steady her. "That's not it. Please, Lin Na, calm down. Can't we just be good friends?" At that, Lin Na shot back, "Friends, then ask your own heart. Do you really not like me, even a tiny bit?" He looked at the girl before him and thought about her feelings. Lin Na's feelings for me are mostly because she's lost her sense of security. It seemed after being cut off from her family, she was trying to find affection elsewhere. He pictured her working as a dancer in some sketchy-looking place. On top of that, he'd been avoiding giving her a straight answer. Of course, she was probably thinking the absolute worst. She likely assumed her past would make him look down on her. Seeing Lin Na trying so hard not to cry, he had a thought. She's a sweet girl who gets emotional from the slightest bit of kindness. How could I ever bring myself to hurt her with that realization? Duan-hai looked right into Lin Na's eyes, ready to tell her how he felt. But right at that moment, she turned away with a sad sigh. "Maybe you're right," she said, cutting him off. Then Lin Na looked at him and added, "It was my fault for getting ahead of myself. I thought after that hug that we might have felt the same way." Hearing this, Duan-hai whispered her name, "Xia." She lifted her chin, determined. "But even if not now, I don't want us to be strangers. So for now, could you be my boyfriend? On a trial basis?" Seeing the resolve in her eyes, Duan-hai sighed softly. "All right, I agree." Some time passed. In a massive bright villa, the hero, Bang Shuyen, was lounging happily on a sofa with a wine glass, shouting, "Come on, let's keep this party going." Outside, Lu Yuan spied on him. "Dang it. If it wasn't for Genus's mission, I'd never spend this kind of money just to get him wasted like this." After the hero Bang Suyan finally passed out drunk, Lu Yuan crept over and began patting down his clothes, checking his phone, his communicator, and his wallet. He suddenly pulled a small, shiny box from the hero's pocket. "What's this?" he wondered. Just then, Bang Shuyan woke up. "Lu Yuan, what are you doing?" The question made him break out in a cold sweat. Lu Yuan immediately tried to play it cool. He turned with a cigarette he'd found somewhere, quickly thinking of an excuse. "Oh, Brother Li, I was just looking for a light. Can't seem to find mine." Bang Shuyan didn't seem suspicious and tossed him a lighter. "Here." "Where did all the girls go? I don't see anyone around." At this, Lu Yuan put on a sly grin. "The girls are just getting ready. Whichever one you like tonight, Brother Li, I'll make sure she treats you right." Hearing that, he smiled. "That one, the one with the necklace." A few hours later, late at night after getting the hero settled in for his entertainment, the sounds of laughter came from the room. "Hey, hey, ha, ha, don't touch me." But while he was distracted, Lu Yuan slipped outside to check the items he'd taken, muttering, "Where is that thing?" After searching for a moment, Lu Yuan finally found the box from earlier and smiled in relief. "There we go." He took one piece out to inspect it closely. "This is candy. This doesn't smell like any kind of chewing gum. It smells strange, but also really good." He then held the green box in his hand. The scent alone makes you want to devour it. Then it hit him and he suddenly yelled, "Wait, this isn't right. Inside this is..." Just then a crack appeared, showing a blue core within. Lu Yuan gasped in amazement. A blue pill! Right after a terrified scream erupted from inside. It startled Lu Yuan, leaving him utterly confused. Hearing the noise, he whipped his head around. When he saw that everything seemed normal, he relaxed, thinking, "That almost gave me a heart attack. Is Li Xiangyang really that intense?" With that thought, he turned back and swiped a pill from the box. He slipped it into his pocket, thinking, "I'll just borrow one. Better hide this fast." After stashing it safely, he went back to the room and knocked. He asked with a hint of concern, "Brother Li, are you two okay in there?" The door was violently thrown open by a completely disheveled Li Xiangyang. His unhappy glare made Lu Yuan flinch and step back instinctively. But Lu Yuan, being curious, peeked inside and saw the girl collapsed on the floor. Seeing this, he broke into a cold sweat, looked at Li Xiangyang and stammered, Is that girl dead?" In response to Lu Yuan's question, he calmly put on his jacket and flatly replied, "She is." Seeing how casual he was, dressing as if nothing had happened, Lu Yuan enthusiastically said, "Wow, no problem, Brother Li, you can go ahead. I'll have the company guys come handle it." Hearing this, he just grunted and turned to leave. Watching Li Xiangyang walk away, Lu Yuan waved goodbye cheerfully, saying, "Take care now, Brother Li." Once he was completely out of sight, Lu Yuan finally exhaled and slumped to the ground. Phew, that scared me half to death. If I had shown any weakness back there, I would have been a goner. Meanwhile, in the parking garage, a furious Li Xiangyang chucked the pill box aside. The pills scattered everywhere as his voice roared, "Son of a..." Instantly, his face filled with rage, veins popping as he snarled. "How many times has it been? Ever since taking this pill, I can't even control my own strength." Li Xiangyang ground his teeth, glaring at his own trembling hands. It took him a moment to realize he needed to get a grip. He muttered to himself, "No, I have to calm down." Then he glanced over at the scattered pills. That's when he noticed one pill was missing. He patted his pockets, wondering, why am I short one? But he quickly gave up, sighing, "Forget it. The next deal is in a few days anyway. One pill more or less won't matter." With that, he slammed on the gas and sped off. A few hours later, Duang Hai and Fan Bing were on their way back when moving came up again. "Is your head full of water? What normal guy would ever move out of a place like that?" However, Duang Hai just glanced at him and replied coldly, "That's all a fantasy." "Do you have any idea how inconvenient it is living with a bunch of girls?" At that, Fan Bang shot back with a mischievous grin. "That inconvenience is the best part of it." Hearing this, Duang Hai just gave him a deadpan stare. "Man, you can be a real creep sometimes." Fan Bang just hummed happily and added, "Yep." A short while later, they finally made it to Duang Hai's new apartment. Gazing up at the fancy building before him, Fan Bang couldn't help but gasp in amazement. "Whoa, Duang, my man. How did you afford a sweet place like this?" Duang Hai just casually answered, "A gift from my devoted son." Fan Bang wasn't buying it, scoffing as Duang Hai hauled his stuff inside. "No way. Since when do you have a son? You must have won the lottery. You're totally treating me to dinner tonight." Seeing his friend's disbelief, Duang Hai tossed a comment over his shoulder as he walked in. "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you." That evening after dinner, Duang Hai flopped onto the soft bed and groaned, "I'm so stuffed. Finally, living alone. It's so nice and quiet." With that thought, he sat up, leaned back against the headboard and mused, since that fight with Malong, I still haven't tried summoning the Snow Maiden." He glanced at the energy core in his palm and continued his thought. "I used some of its power to analyze and upgrade my puppet control. So what's left is only enough for a CE rank ability. Let's see what I get." With that decided, Duang Hai thrust his hand forward to summon her. "Come forth, Snow Maiden." In a flash, a massive golden glyph opened up, and from it emerged a young girl with sharp-looking claws, bright blue hair, and beautiful shimmering eyes. Duang Hai was completely stunned and stammered in shock. Wait a minute. Then he yelled out, "Why is she a little kid?" Before him stood an adorable little girl. She shyly poked her fingers together, looking up at him and murmuring, "Master." All at once, the room became so cold that the windows began to frost over. The chill went straight to Duang Hai's bones and he started to cower. He was absolutely freezing. Seeing him shaking so badly, the little Snow Maiden rushed over to him, asking with a worried look, "Master, are you okay?" But Duang Hai quickly waved her off, scrambling backward and holding up a hand. "Whoa, don't get any closer." Seeing how alarmed he looked, the Snow Maiden offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Master. Little Shu won't hurt you. It's just a little chilly, that's all." But he felt like he was about to freeze solid. He chattered, "You call this a little bit?" Then an idea struck. As if recalling something important, he sat up straight and raised his palm, activating his raging flame fist. Instantly, a small fire flickered to life, warming him up. At the sight of the flame, a curious little Shu wanted a better look, asking, "Fire Master, can little Shu come see?" She crept forward, holding her small hands out toward the warmth. Her reaction made him ask with genuine curiosity, "Aren't you afraid of fire?" At his question, little Shu beamed excitedly. Little Shu loves warm things." Delighted, she held her hands near his blazing fist, chirping, "It's so warm, Master. You're the best." Her joy left him feeling a bit helpless. Good thing the Snow Maiden's chill is just a passive skill. Otherwise, my C-rank flame fist couldn't fight this cold. As she soaked up the heat, Little Shower's eyes grew heavy. Master, you're warm too." She then snuggled into Duan Hai's lap and drifted off, startling him. "Hey, this little rascal." He saw her smiling in her sleep, still calling for her master. He decided to just let her be. "All right, you're too cute to move." He then reached for the blanket and pulled it over, wrapping them both with a resigned sigh. "Just this once, it won't happen again." And then he sneezed. Hours passed. The next morning, sunlight filled the city. At the Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman fan meet, a huge crowd had gathered. The entire venue was electric with cheers. Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman. "I love you. Ah, my noodle hero." And right in the middle of it all was Duan Hai, sporting a hero crown and a fan sign. With a sly grin, he thought, "Today I'll act like the perfect fan to get close to my target." But before he could feel too smug, someone in the crowd stomped on his foot. "Ow, my foot." and stop pulling my hair. Just then, the host's voice boomed from the stage. Sour and spicy. Noodle Superman is ready. I hope you're all ready too. The crowd roared back as one, we're ready. Hearing this, the host hyped them up more. Can you all scream a little louder? At that, everyone raised their hands and screamed their hearts out. Sour and spicy noodle. Superman, we love you, we love you. Sour and spicy noodle. Superman, we love you. Suddenly, confetti cannons exploded in a blast of color, revealing the hero himself. He struck a pose and shouted his catchphrase, everyone is safe now. The crowd watched as he knelt on stage, continuing, all danger has been crushed by my fist. As he shot his fist to the sky, the fans below went absolutely wild. Ah! Ah! Down in the crowd, a fan shoved Duan Hai. Hey, don't push... However, a surge from behind sent him stumbling forward, causing him to fall toward the stage right at the hero's feet. He was dazed, wondering what just happened. In a flash, Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman swept him up onto the stage. Duan Hai's eyes shot open in total shock. The next thing he knew, the hero's face was just inches away. He flashed a kind smile. Be careful now. I've got you. And right on cue, Duan Hai's acting skills kicked in. His eyes began to sparkle like stars as he gazed at the hero. It was my fault for being so careless. He stood shaking the hero's hand to introduce himself. Thank you so much. My name is Duan Hai. In return, Sour and Spicy Noodle. Superman warmly said, hello, model. Seeing his heroic act, the crowd below roared with adoration, cheering him on. Spicy Noodle really takes care of his fans. I wish that were me. But this was no simple handshake. As their hands met, a strange power began to build. Instantly, Duan Hai's face darkened as he said, hello there, Spicy Noodle Superman. I'm your #1 fan. In the massive auditorium, the crowd had thinned out. The woman in purple with Spicy Noodle Superman grumbled, this darn meet and greet is finally over. You worked hard, boss. They walked out to the waiting 16-seater van, and he shoved his hands in his pockets. Of course it was tiring. Shaking so many hands is exhausting and gross. Quick, get me some sanitizer to wipe them. Seated in the van, Spicy Superman instructed, you should go eat first. I'll get some rest in the car. I have another show to film tonight. Hearing that, she replied, yes, sir. But boss, can you handle that schedule? He slammed the door shut, grumbling, I have to, whether I can or not. Make sure to clear my schedule for next week. I want to be there for my daughter's birthday. Outside, the woman waved. Got it, boss. I'm heading off to eat then. Alone in the van, he scowled, muttering to himself, these debts just keep piling up. I've got to make some serious money to cover them. Should I risk it with one more bet? He anxiously scratched his head. No, absolutely not. I can't get sucked back into gambling again. Suddenly, Duan Hai in his rooster mask spoke from the seat behind him. He asked, isn't it exhausting to live like that startling Spicy Superman? He whipped his head around, sweating bullets. You're Rooster, the one who fought Demon Dragon. How'd you get in here? Duan Hai recalled planting a tracker bead in his palm during their handshake. He thought, you're carrying my tracking bead, so of course I could find you. Out loud, he reassured him, don't worry, I just want to ask you something. Hearing this, Spicy Superman grew worried deep down. This guy fought A-rank heroes like Demon Dragon and Wandering Swordsman alone. I don't stand a chance. I better just play along. Then he spoke. Look, just because Demon Dragon and I are from the same agency doesn't mean we're on the same side, so don't mess with me. From behind, Duan Hai replied, you're overthinking things. This is about something only you might know. First, look into my eyes. Immediately, Duan Hai activated his puppet control skill, putting Spicy Superman into a trance. In a pitch-black space, Duan Hai wondered, is this his mental world? He saw floating frames, each showing a different image. He realized, these are all his past memories. So where's the memory of the blue pill? And then suddenly, a man with a blurred face holding a blue pill appeared in a frame. Seeing it, Duan Hai gasped, He stared hard, his mind racing. That's the blue pill, but who is that person to... In the memory, the man offered the pill to Spicy Superman, saying, if you take this, you'll be able to strengthen your powers very quickly. Your career will take off, and you can pay off your debts and finally go home. He lunged for it, shouting, really? Then hand it over quick. The man held the pill high. But first, you trade some information. Spicy Superman sweated. What kind of info? The man replied, intel on a secret hero faction. In the flashback, he says, that Spot Dog hero. His private life's a wreck, and Kung Fu Hero has a secret kid. Duan Hai was left completely speechless by these words. He watched thinking, so hero gossip is the price for a blue pill. Were there more transactions? Duan Hai touched another fragment, muttering, they met more than just once. A second, third, and fourth time. In the next memory, the man asked, I've heard of a new user named Rooster. Spicy Superman eagerly replied, yes. He didn't just bully our chairman's son. He also beat Demon Dragon and the Wandering Swordsman. The hidden man pressed, Tell me any secrets you know about his ability. In a blue car parked in the garage. Tell me all you know on Rooster, the man demanded. Spicy Superman panicked. I just know he seems to nullify other people's abilities. But he's never shown his face, so I don't know his looks. Hearing this, the man stroked his chin and mused. He nullifies powers without revealing his face. Interesting. After that, he tossed him a bag of blue pills. The man turned hands in his pockets and ordered as he walked away. Get more intel, then find me. Spicy Superman quickly replied, Okay. Arms crossed, Duong Hai watched the memories and analyzed. It seems the force behind these pills is exploiting ability users' weaknesses. They use the pills to corrupt and control them. He wondered, they're controlling so many heroes from the shadows. What is their ultimate goal? Suddenly, Spicy Superman came to crying, Huh. He looked back, wondering, Huh. Where did he go? Later in a dark house, someone grumbled, Why isn't Godfather back yet? Liu Yuan swatted the air, complaining, I'm being eaten alive by mosquitoes. Suddenly, a voice from the air behind him asked, What were you saying? Liu Yuan jumped. He ran over, shouting, Godfather, you're here. I've waited so long for you. Then, Liu Yuan opened a box with 3 bluish-purple pills and boasted, Godfather 1 crippled the 9-tailed fox and got these from Lian Yang. Looking at the round, bluish-purple pills, Duong Hai thought, the color and texture seem like those in the memory. They're likely the same type of drug. Liu Yuan wondered, For these, Liang really killed someone. Do these pills have terrible side effects? Duang He waved his hand, explaining, For power and fame, these so-called heroes will do absolutely anything. Who cares about a few little side effects? Hearing that, Luan yelled, Yeah, Godfather's totally right. Guys like that aren't real heroes. Duang He then asked, So what makes a true hero in your view? Hearing this, Luan frowned, thinking hard. Hang on, is this a test about leading the organization? He put a hand to his chest and declared, I believe great power comes with great responsibility. A hero saves people, not sells out for fame and power. Seeing this display, Duang He deadpanned internally. Yeah, okay. The guy who first said that is long gone. You just copy-pasted that from a movie, huh? He then tossed him a vial of red liquid, saying, You did great on the mission. With this and some funds, you can get a D-rank potion. Taking it, Luan looked disappointed. What, just D-rank? Duang He reminded him, ranks go up one step at a time. Don't get greedy for a quick power-up. If you don't want it, fine. Luan immediately hid the vial switching gears. Of course I want it. Thank you, Godfather. And the color is so pretty. He then chugged the whole thing in one go. Wiping his mouth, Luan asked, why does this taste like ketchup? Meanwhile, Duong He thought he put 2 E-rank beads in there. Out loud, he just said, Must be your imagination. He then opened his palm. Using magic on 2 purplish-pink orbs, a system window popped up. Ability D-rank. Name werewolf power. Effect. Freely transform into a D-rank werewolf, no moonlight needed. Luan suddenly grabbed his head, confused. Weird. Why am I not changing this time? Hearing this, Duong He thought, the ability bead isn't active yet. So of course he can't transform. He grinned, saying, maybe it just hasn't absorbed yet. It just needs a little kickstart. Luan immediately turned, looking wary. Godfather, what are you going to do? Suddenly, Duong He socked him in the face. He then advised, just hang in there. This will make you stronger. Godfather has to be cruel to be kind. Luan, caught off guard, took the full hit. Blood gushed from his nose as he yelled, Ow, ow, man, that hurts so much. Screams then echoed through the night. Ah, it hurts, Godfather, have mercy. Ah, not the face. A tail wagged happily as he cheered, Godfather, my ability really leveled up. I feel even stronger than before. Duong Hai watched him and said, Try absorbing the ability for a moment. At that moment, Luan, in his werewolf form, turned and continued, Isn't it exhausting to stay transformed? At that, he reverted to human form. I've changed back, Godfather. Duong Hai simply nodded. Keep following leads on the blue pill. The users will be unstable, so be careful. Putting his shirt on, Luan replied, Okay, thanks for the warning, Godfather. Then Duong He continued his instructions. There's also a second mission. Your mission is to find heroes with skeletons in their closets. Intrigued, Luan couldn't help but ask, Is the organization looking for new recruits? But Duong He just scoffed. Joining us isn't that simple. Those heroes are just ingredients. Shocked, he repeated, Ingredients. You mean you just take their powers? Yang Shi swooped in to clarify. Where else do you think we get ability potions? Now work hard and grab some materials for your own C rank. Alone again, a frustrated Liu Yuan threw his hands up and grumbled. All that work just to hit C rank? Ugh. But he quickly saluted and said, Yes, sir. I guarantee the mission will be a success. Sometime later, by a quiet shore, Yang Shi zipped across the waves on his flight board. He removed his mask, taking in the view. A private beach at night. Perfect for training the snow maiden. And with that, Yang Shi drew a golden magic circle in the air and called her name Snow Maiden. A moment later, The little girl appeared, rushing to him with a happy cry. Master Little Snow missed you. He started to sweat, trying to hold her off. Whoa, careful, you're freezing. Kneeling down, he pointed seriously and said, Little Snow, it's time for your training. You need to get some practice in. Her eyes went wide with concern. But Little Snow doesn't want to hurt you, Master. He chuckled at her concern. You're still just a C-rank summon. You can't hurt me. She then hopped onto a rock facing him from the water and yelled, Okay, Little Snow's coming for you. He just grinned back and beckoned. Bring it on. Attack me with everything you have. Right then, the Snow Maiden began freezing the water under her. But suddenly, a rift tore open in the air behind her. Surprised, Yang Shi could only wonder, Whoa, what's that? Then a 3-fingered purple hand emerged. A muscular frog-like beast leaped right out. And just then the system pinged, Training Mana Beast Frogman. Description. A humanoid mana beast obsessed with muscle training. A powerful close-range fighter, rating D rank. Seeing the stats, Yang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. An invading mana beast. Good thing it's only D rank. But right as he said that, a white Killin burst from the rift too. The system announced Mana Beast Wave Treading Dragon Horse. Description. A water-type beast, skilled at running on the surface, rating D rank. Yang Shi quickly shouted a warning. Little Snow behind you. Just then both beasts charged right at the Snow Maiden. She whipped around her jaw, dropping in total shock, and the frogman sent her flying with one powerful blow. Seeing this, a furious Yang Shi yelled, Damn it! He leaped onto his flight board to help, but a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, stopping him cold. He shielded his eyes, shouting, So bright! What is this? Below him, the entire sea had turned to crystal ice, and in its center, the Snow Maiden had transformed into a mature young woman. She looked down at them with pure annoyance and sneered, Are you trying to die? On a quiet, desolate night, a waning moon hung in the sky. From a nearby crater, a frog-like man emerged. It spotted the Snow Maiden, letting out a creepy laugh. She glared back, shouting, You disgusting perverted frog. Yang Shi just commented, My Little Snow, you've grown. The Snow Maiden quickly explained, This is my battle form. His eyes were immediately drawn to her huge chest. Then his gaze wandered down. Yang Shi blushed and said, Ahem, still very powerful, I see. She then launched a storm of sharp ice shards forward, striking the frogman and freezing it solid, its eyes still shaped like hearts. Seeing this, Yang Shi had to ask, Is it dead? But the Snow Maiden replied no, but it was a close call. Suddenly, it burst free, shattering the ice with a croak. Yang Shi instantly activated his Earthland skill. He aimed his attack right at the creature, but the frogman ducked, then leaped away in a zigzag pattern. From the side, Yang Shi yelled, Little Snow, pin it down! She immediately fired an ice arrow, shouting, Yes, master! In a flash, 4 ice lances pierced the frogman's limbs, pinning it, shrieking to the ground. At the same time, Yang Shi pointed and summoned Void General. Unveiled. A shower of light beams slammed into the frogman, kicking up a huge explosion of dirt. Yang Shi landed gracefully on the ground. He touched the creature's body using his extraction skill. The system then announced, Ability acquired. Name Dank Ability. Training description. Allows the user to continuously strengthen their body through training. At its peak, it can push past the species limits by up to 5 times, forcefully breaking through to a new limiter, but you cannot maintain it for long. Landing beside him, the Snow Maiden called out, Master, but he looked away, saying, I think we're forgetting something. Looking at an empty patch of ground, he wondered, So where did that horse get to? The Snow Maiden glanced toward the city. I sense that it's over there. Hearing this, Yang Shi turned to her. All right then, Little Snow, let's give chase. But the Snow Maiden suddenly began acting very strangely. She clutched her face, crying out, I only just got to come out, and you already want to take my body back. That isn't fair. Seeing this, a worried Yang Shi asked, Hey, Little Snow, are you all right? She was sweating as she yelled, Master, my name is Ling, I'm not that country girl, Little Snow. Suddenly, she grabbed Yang Shi by his collar and shouted, You annoying man, don't think you'll get what you want. I'll be the one to stand against you. She then puckered her lips and leaned in, making Yang Shi cry out in total confusion. Abruptly, the Snow Maiden reverted to her small child form. He was completely baffled. Oh, he picked the little girl up, asking, Okay, you're Little Snow, right? Yang Shi squatted down to look at the girl. The little girl spoke up, Master, I think Little Snow just sent you flying. He patted her head and asked, Do you remember any of that? The Snow Maiden blinked innocently. I don't really remember much. Weren't we just having a little practice match? So the Snow Maiden has a combat form and a normal one, Yang Shi realized. Are they 2 separate personalities? And it seems neither one remembers what the other does? Suddenly, the little girl threw her arms open wide, cheering, "Yay, Master patted my head. I've always wanted Master to hold me." At this, Yangshi looked stunned and sighed. The only thing they have in common is their attachment to me. A moment later, the Snow Maiden's head began to droop. "What is Master saying little Snow is so sleepy?" Seeing her sway, he held her steady. "Sleepy. You should probably head back and rest then." The Snow Maiden yawned and summoned a golden magic circle, saying, "Goodbye, Master. Little Snow will always miss you." Yangshi watched the little girl vanish into the glowing portal. He then glanced at the city, muttering, "That beast, just as I thought someone's behind this." Meanwhile, on another part of the coast, Lu Wen was cruising in his red convertible singing, "I'm a wolf roaming the plains." He suddenly saw something on the ocean and squinted in confusion. "Whoa, what in the world is that?" A white Keelan was sprinting across the waves, its eyes glowing red. Seeing this, Lu Yuan slammed on the brakes, yelling, "Holy cow!" Nearby, a group of young people were having a barbecue on the beach. He realized they were directly in the Keelan's path. Lu Yuan waved his arms and yelled, "Hey, you idiots! A mana beast is coming. Are you just gonna stand there eating? Hey, down on the beach." A girl looked up, confused. "Hey, everyone, look! There's some guy on the road waving at us." But a blonde young man scoffed, "So what, just some street racer? He's just trying to get attention. What a show-off." A blue-haired girl cupped her ears to listen better. "Wait a second. I think he's yelling. Behind you, there's a mana beast, run." The other three immediately spun around and screamed in absolute terror. "What, At that moment, the Keelan charged onto the beach. Seeing the pandemonium, Liu Yuan nervously scratched his head. "Oh, crap! What do I do? Should I go save them?" Below, the crowd scattered in a panicked frenzy, without another moment of hesitation. Liu Yuan charged in, shouting, "I've never been one to get involved in others' problems." In the sea, the blue-haired girl struggled, crying out for help. "Help me!" Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist and pulled her up. Seeing him, she cried out, "Fatty!" He pushed a log to her. "Hold on to this!" She grabbed it and pleaded, "Fatty, hurry and get on too." But he refused. "Lulu, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters. But before he could finish his sentence, the Keelan bit down on his arm, yanking his whole body out of the water. Lulu's eyes filled with tears as she screamed in horror, "Fatty!" A terrible cry echoed out. Then both of them vanished beneath the surface. Liu Yuan swam to Lulu, who was clinging to the log, and waved, "Quick over here. I'll get you to shore." But she burst into tears, pleading, "Fatty!" It dragged him under the water. "Please, I'm begging you, save him." Liu Yuan quickly reached out to help her, shouting, "I'll get you safe, then go back for him. Let's move. That beast is coming back." She leapt down, clinging to him desperately, her cries filled with despair. Carrying Lulu, Liu Yuan sprinted for the shore, muttering under his breath, "Man, she's tiny, but she weighs a ton." Just then, a helicopter roared overhead. Inside, a man and a woman stood at the open doorway. He held a camera, while the reporter began her tense broadcast. "We're live on the scene with breaking news just in. Reports confirm a mutant beast and huge waves are hitting the coast. We're now trying to confirm any casualties." Spotting Liu Yuan with Lulu, she commented on the scene. "Look, it seems two brave youths have just escaped a close call." Suddenly, a viewer screamed, recognizing Liu Yuan's face. "Hey, that's young Master Lu, the famous internet rich kid, risking his life for a girl." Meanwhile, in a nearby high-rise, Malong was stretched out on an exercise mat, muttering, "That ice-piercing brave keeps tagging along with my dad." From the treadmill nearby, the swordsman teased, "Smells like jealousy. You think Li Shan took your spot?" Malong rolled his eyes. "Me jealous of that guy? Instead of talking trash, why don't you help me level up faster?" The wandering swordsman suddenly yelled, "Malong, check the news feed now. There's a mutant beast at the beach, and your brother's right there." Both of them whipped their heads toward the TV screen. Malong squinted. "No way, that kid would have frozen up by now. He's not the type to run into danger." But on screen, Liu Yuan was carrying a girl running from some monster. Staring at the screen, he gasped, "How is this possible?" As the reporter's voice escalated, "The beast is right behind them. We need heroes on the scene immediately." Back in the apartment, a frantic Malong shook the TV, screaming, "Liu Yuan, stop playing hero, just drop the girl and run. You're running out of time." On the beach, the beast closed in, but Liu Yuan refused to let the girl go. He glanced back, calculating his next move. The wandering swordsman sighed, closing his eyes. "It's over." Malong gritted his teeth in frustration, whispering, "Liu Yuan, my stupid little brother." Suddenly, the swordsman gasped, "Wait, your brother has a transformation ability." Just then, Liu Yuan became a wolf, sprinting with the girl on his back. Staring at the screen, Malong was speechless. "My brother has a transformation skill." Back on the shore, Liu Yuan landed safely with the girl cracking the ground beneath them. Lulu blushed, thinking to herself in awe, A real superhero. Liu Yuan then struck a cheesy bodybuilder pose, grinning. Try not to fall for me. Call me a legend. Then he charges back toward the roaring mutant beast. A real man handles his own monsters. Meanwhile, on a nearby mountain peak, Yang Shi, hovering on his board, looks down at Fatty on the ground and says, "Good thing I showed up. You were about to become a tragic headline." Yang Shi then glances at the beach, his mask now off, and says, "Next." He mutters sharp stone spikes floating all around him. Let's see how my adopted son is doing. Liu Yuan taunts the Longma beast mid-chase. Careful, don't want to stab in the back. As if on cue, it kicks its hind legs at him. He expertly snags one of its legs. His eyes flash as he grins. Haha, I was waiting for that. Now watch this. Liu Yuan grips its leg, slamming it into the sea, then swings it round and round. And for the finale, he launches the Longma like a hammer, sending it screaming into the distant sea with a splash. Flush with success, he thinks to himself smugly. Finally, I'm not just some guy who panics and runs from a mutant beast anymore. I don't need saving. Liu Yuan pumps his fists and shouts, "Woohoo! I'll definitely surpass my big brother and dad and become an S-rank hero," watching from the mountaintop. Yang Xi muses. My adopted son really is showing me something new. A little later, Lulu's friends rush over. One asks with concern, "Lulu, are you okay?" I was so worried, while another friend asks, "Lulu, where's Fatty?" She answers proudly, "The mutant beast knocked Fatty into the sea while he was protecting me." Her two friends pale and shout in alarm. "What?" Lulu points to the sea. "But that hero over there said he'd help save Fatty." Meanwhile, Liu Yuan stands on the water, totally confused. Wait a minute. What's going on? Suddenly a whirlpool forms and Liu Yuan curses. "Ah, damn it, I'm stuck." Just then, the Longma beast charges. It rears up with a mighty roar and impales Liu Yuan's back with its horn. He screams as the Longma flings him away. He crashes down right beside two guys watching the fight, causing a huge explosion. Seeing this, a news chopper flies in closer as Liu Yuan struggles to sit up. The newscaster exclaims in shock. Young Master Lu's back is badly injured. With that powerful kick he took earlier, he's now at a huge disadvantage. Elsewhere at Malong's house, he straps on a power pack and heads out. The wandering swordsman watches him leave, asking, "Are you going now? I'm worried. I'm leaving the company to you." With a tense look, Malong rockets into the sky. Back at the beach, Liu Yuan glares ahead, muttering, "Damn it! That really hurts." Suddenly, the Longma beast charges, its eyes glowing green. He thinks in shock, "It's coming again." Liu Yuan spreads his arms, bracing for the watery vortex rushing toward him. From the helicopter, the newscaster shouts, "This is bad. The mutant beast is unleashing its full power." Screaming, Liu Yuan gets sucked into the vortex. He thinks, "I can't breathe. I'm definitely getting ripped in half this time." But then he spots a figure on a distant peak. Who's that? Struggling for his life inside the whirlwind, he shouts, "Adoptive father." Barely getting the words out, "Save me." Floating helplessly, Liu Yuan cries out again, "Adoptive father, save me." Below, the anxious crowd murmurs, "Hey, Liu." He got pulled in. He's not going to die, is he? Terrified, Lulu squeezes her eyes shut, praying, "Hero, please be okay." Suddenly, Yang Shi streaks past, leaving them all completely stunned. The hero is here to save the day. Someone recognizes him, shouting, "It's the Great Rooster." The news chopper spots him too, and the reporter exclaims, "Oh my gosh, it's the mysterious Rooster Man from TV. He's appeared again." Meanwhile, Yang Shi eyes Liu Yuan in the vortex. "You did me a favor by revealing your ability." He calmly raises his hand. A jade green spell forms as he thinks, "Now. Let's see if the organization behind that blue pill makes a move. I'm actually looking forward to it." Suddenly, a bent iron bar beside a bystander starts to vibrate, startling the man. Yang Shi lifts his hand, controlling several sharp iron rods. The Longma beast notices and looks on confused. He scoffs. "You pathetic little beast, ridiculous." Then Yang Shi sends the iron rods flying down. Instantly, 3 rods pierce the Longma beast, making it cry out in agony. At that exact moment, the vortex around Liu Yuan simply vanishes. Seeing this, the stunned newscaster shouts, "Unbelievable. The mysterious Rooster Man took out the mutant beast in a single move." He then swoops in on his board to catch the falling Liu Yuan, who turns human again. Yang Shi lands on the water next to the beast's corpse. "This is what you get for doing evil. Now hand over the ability bead." He activates his ability plunder skill, and the Longma's bead flies right out. A system notification pops up. Ability plundered. High-tier wave rider. Description: allows movement on water and enables water attacks. Evaluation: pretty useful for washing things. Very convenient. He then looks at the unconscious Liu Yuan and says, "Since you helped me draw out the attention of the Blue Pill organization, I'll let you take the credit for this one, my adopted son." A while later, Lulu watches Yangshi fly away, completely confused. She then sees that Liu Yuan and Fatty are on the ground, their injuries already treated. She thinks in surprise, their wounds were bandaged so quickly. That's great. Their lives probably aren't in danger now. Suddenly, Liu Yuan bolts upright, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts like heck. Where am I?" Lulu hugs him tightly and says, "Oh, this is great. You and Fatty are both safe and sound," she sobs. Hearing this, Liu Yuan blushes and grins, replying, "Well, if you insist on hugging me, I guess I'm okay." "Whoa, beautiful, don't squeeze so tight, you're pressing on my wound." At the same time, the nosy crowd gathered around them curiously. "Liu Yuan, why are you so different? Didn't everyone online call you a useless rich kid?" He gave a smug thumbs up to himself. Heh, totally just for show. "I, Liu Yuan, am destined to be a true hero, a protector of mankind." He glanced where his savior flew off, thinking, "Thank you for everything, my hero. In the future, I swear I'll find a way to repay you." Suddenly a voice piped up. "That's right! Dax, the real powerhouse. He took out the monster and then bounced." Before he could finish, a hand landed on his shoulder. He scowled. "Yeah, what do you want?" Meanwhile, hearing his friend yelp, Liu Yuan spun around, worriedly reaching out. The man's face was grim. "Liu Yuan, you've violated the superhuman code. Please come with me to the Hero Association." A nervous crowd started to gather nearby. "Who is that guy? Did you see the Hero Association logo on his uniform?" As Bang Jikan faced off with Liu Yuan, the crowd began to whisper. "He's with the Hero Association. They're always sticking their noses in everything. But you gotta admit, they're thorough. That's Bangi Kuhan. He twists the rules to do dirty work." Liu Yuan protested. "I was just trying to save everyone." But the man simply scowled and held up a hand. "Your reasons don't matter. You are not allowed to use your powers in public. It is illegal. Now you're coming with me." Suddenly a new voice cut him off, making him jump. "The Kun Financial Group will handle this. I'd like to see who has the nerve to take my little brother away." Everyone looked up at the man in the purple suit floating midair, buzzing with excitement. "It's Malong, the A-rank hero Malong." Spotting his older brother, Liu Yuan started sweating. "Bro, what are you doing here?" Malong, looking both mad and relieved, commented, "Looks like that werewolf's healing factor is no joke. Your wounds have already closed up, Liu Yuan. Try not to be so reckless next time." At that, Liu Yuan just pouted and looked away. Yeah, I get it. You're such a nag." As for Bang Jikan Han, he turned to leave in a huff, not without a parting threat. "I expect your company will have a good explanation for the Hero Association. Otherwise, this won't be over so easily." Meanwhile, Malong watched his little brother sulk, hands on his hips, and wondered, Liu Yuan never had powers before. How did he suddenly awaken as a superhuman? Time passed. One sunny morning light streamed into Yangshi's apartment. He sat lost in thought, a towel around his waist, another one drying his hair. Then Yangshi pulled out a power orb and muttered to himself, "A water element power. I'm collecting a few elemental types now." He recalled his skills, Raging Fire, Plasma Metal Manipulation, and Title Master, then started to calculate. If I could gather all the elemental powers and combine them, that would be seriously interesting. He leaned back on the couch, analyzing the situation. Phew, only after using them do I get how strong these abilities really are. Maybe I should search for a healing type ability next. It might come in handy, but where would I find info on a superhuman healer? He stared up at the ceiling, hatching a plan. For now, my best bet is to secretly possess Sour and Spicy Superman to gather some intel. With his plan ready, Yangze closed his eyes, activating his puppet control skill. Meanwhile, on a quiet tree-lined street elsewhere, Sour and Spicy Superman strolled along, hands in his pockets, humming a tune. All at once, his body seized up and he cried out as his head jerked back. A moment later, Yangshi saw through his eyes. He raised a hand, remarking, "The limbs are responsive. The grip feels light." The puppet possession was a complete success. He then waved a hand toward a nearby railing. "Activate metal control." But he frowned, realizing something. "Looks like the power orbs stayed with my real body. They didn't transfer with my spirit." Just then, he heard an argument nearby. "Senior, I'm not going with you. If you try anything, don't blame me for what's next." Sour and Spicy Superman listened in. Intrigued, he hid behind a large tree. Peeking out, he saw a green-haired man gripping a crying girl's wrist, threatening her with a smirk. "What happens next? Don't get me wrong. Now you're an intern at our Divine Dragon Hero Financial Group. You follow the company rules." The scoundrel then smirked, looking her over. "Tell me what girl here doesn't use her body and looks to get ahead. You either serve me or the boss. He's an A-rank hero and leads the Shando organization." While he spoke, he lifted her skirt, continuing to harass her. "He has a healing ability, you know. He can help you stretch your muscles a bit." Hearing that Sour and Spicy Superman thought with a jolt, "A healing ability? Looks like the heavens are on my side." Just then the man ripped the girl's shirt. Terrified, she squeezed her eyes shut and screamed out, "I don't want to go away." Then out of nowhere, the green-haired man went flying. Yelling in pain, the girl collapsed to the ground, stunned and utterly confused. The green-haired man crashed right into a nearby bush. He popped his head from the bush and roared, "Who the heck was that? Who kicked me?" Nearby, sour and spicy Superman stood fists clenched and radiating a heroic aura. He declared, "I am the embodiment of justice sent from above to punish you." The green-haired man pointed and yelled, "Sour and spicy Superman, who do you think you are? This is none of your business," helping the girl to her feet. Sour and spicy. Superman said, "If your sister or daughter had to follow these so-called rules, how would you feel?" The green-haired man flashed a smug, womanizing grin and sneered back, "She's been a nobody intern at this company for ages. Don't mind her struggling now. Deep down, she's been desperate for a chance like this." Hearing this, the girl with tears in her eyes turned and shot back, "You're lying." "I never," sour and spicy Superman spoke up. "You need to think carefully. Once a deal like this begins, there's no turning back. What about your dream of becoming a hero? Is this what you wanted?" His words made her lift her head with fresh determination. "I understand now. Thank you for saving me, sour and spicy Superman. You're a good person." The green-haired man watched them, scowling with displeasure. She then turned to the man, sneered, and said, "You disgusting creep," which made him snap. "You witch," he snarled. Then the girl walked off, leaving the two men to face each other. Green hair glared at the spicy hero, thinking, so he needs that spicy powder to transform. It only lasts for 15 minutes, and right now, where's he going to get any? He clenched his fist, taunting, "You hick, you just cost me my prize." "Got any idea what happens to meddlers?" Unfazed, the spicy hero crossed his arms. "And what's that?" Suddenly, green hair charged, sneering, "They get beaten to a pulp." Calmly, the spicy hero popped a pill with a grin. "Oh," he then yelled, "Spicy powder transform." The man stared in disbelief. What instantly a punch landed in his gut, making him turn pale. The blow sent him flying into the trees by the road. But then the spicy hero paused, looking confused. From the bushes, the man taunted, "I forgot you could pull a transformation out of nowhere. But I know you've only got 15 minutes. When time's up, I'll beat you senseless." The hero just wondered, 15 minutes. Meanwhile, back at home, Yangshi was thinking, "The power orbs can't transfer with my spirit. But they do enhance my spiritual power, which is linked to this body. After getting so many orbs, my spiritual power is insanely strong. An ability's duration is controlled by spiritual power. That's why the original only lasted for 15 minutes. Feeling the body radiate yellow energy, Yangshi calculated. The original user had no fine control, he'd just burn all his power. But I can control the output using just seconds of energy at a time. Recalling his attack on green hair, he analyzed, at this rate, I can more than double the duration. Then the spicy hero stared ahead with a menacing grin and chuckled. He used a radar-like skill to pinpoint the man's location. The spicy hero then leaped up, shouting, "I hate cowards who hide," dragged from the bushes by his collar. The man asked in shock, "How'd you find me? Are you really just B rank?" Hearing this, the spicy hero coolly bluffed, "You might not know this, but I've been hiding my true strength." At this, Greenhair's face went pale, and he began to beg, "Okay, I lose. Let me go, and my company will compensate you." Lifting him up by the collar, the hero said, "You say that as if you won't come back for me later." Then he added with a grin, "But you did just remind me of something." His words made the man break into a cold sweat. "Wait, what are you doing?" "And he's grabbing his own butt. Don't tell me he's into that kind of thing." The spicy hero scratches his chin and lets out an excited chuckle. The punk, lifted by his collar, turns pale. Bro, no boss. Hold on, let's just talk about this, please." Now in control, Yang Hai gets a brilliant, mischievous idea. He knew the perfect way to school this punk and ensure he'd never bother spicy Superman again. He quickly grabs the punk's leg, pulling him into the nearby bushes. With a playful whisper, he says, "Come on in, sweetie." Soon after, the sounds of a desperate struggle filled the air. "No, not my clothes. Please, great hero, have mercy on me." A short time later, spicy Superman strolled along, cackling at his phone. Heh. With these, this creep won't go near the female students or me ever again. The phone showed a photo of the Mohawk punk completely bare, blushing and crying while striking a hilarious marching on pose. Then he quickly added a note. "New photos are non-deletable to stop the jungle vigilante from acting up." He chuckled to himself, satisfied with the warning. "That ought to do it. Okay, I got what I wanted. Time to check out of this body." Spicy Superman's eyes then shut as Yang Hai initiated the command puppet control. Release. His eyes snapped open in total confusion. What just happened? He glanced around, bewildered. "I'm still in the garden. Did I doze off for a second?" Then he saw the new note on his phone and frowned deeply. New photos are non-deletable to stop the jungle vigilante from acting up. He muttered, "What kind of photos is it talking about?" At that moment, his face went beet red, followed by a piercing, horrified scream. "What in the world is this?" Some time passes. Inside the Deer Horn City Hero Association, 3 men were gathered. 2 were seated, while 1 stood silent at a desk. This was the branch president. Wee, who clasped his hands, staring forward with intensity. The armored war hero was also lost in thought, while Vice President Wang Han was unreadable. Finally, President Wee broke the heavy silence. "The defense plan for the first quarter will need your complete cooperation. This is a critical mission. We cannot afford any carelessness." Wang Han then added, "Through this very plan, we'll prove to the public we're leading the charge against the beast world." Hearing this, the other 2 heroes lit up with passion. "Of course, for humanity's sake, we will give the association our full support." Exactly. When it comes to fighting beasts, we heroes never back down. But Wee simply raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, the true goal here is for each group to send 1 A-rank hero to manage beast remains and help control the 0-point zone. In truth, he was focused on another angle. The risks were high, but he knew by branding themselves as pioneers. They were all positioned to make an absolute fortune. Plus, we knew the real hook wasn't just money. It was a certain piece of intel. Rumors said the beast world held items that could upgrade a person's special abilities. That was the secret bait that had these major heroes hooked. Even the hero behind him looked tempted, which told Wee his plan was a definite go. For anyone with powers, raw strength is all that matters, and elite users are the backbone of any group. Meanwhile, Piercing Brave was lost in thought, dreaming of those sweet upgrade items. Heh heh. Back at Yang Hai's place, a voice announced, "Clone activate. He put his hands on his hips, eyeing his perfect double. "So that's how it works. Looking at myself is still pretty strange, with the metal control orb in one hand and plasma in the other." He thought, how do I give these powers to it? Yang Hai pictured the abilities as blocks, then began calculating. "First, I'll downgrade metal control. Plasma needs a B rank ability to hit A rank." He brought his palms together, conjuring a turquoise aura. At the same time, a system window popped up. B rank ability. Name Shadow Squad, Power Shadow Clone. Number of clones 3. In battle, you can swap places with your clones. Clones can wield weapons to attack. Evaluation. Just 1 short of a basketball team. Yang Hai then fired both ability orbs into his double. He raised a hand to the clone and declared, "The main body is proud and overbearing, so you will be cold and ruthless." Then he used a skill, Change Clothes. Instantly, the clone wore a white mask with a blue design on its left eye. Yang Hai gave it a sharp, commanding look. "You will handle the mission to take the Saint's leader's ability, Saint Bisha." A plane landed in Area 2 of Xiao City, and Yang Hai walked through the airport's arrival gate. Afterwards, he rolled his suitcase down the street, taking in the sights. "Wow, I didn't realize it would be this hot," he thought. Suddenly, a taxi screeched to a halt before him. The blonde driver leaned out, shouting, "Hey, you from Area 1, need a ride?" Soon the car was flying down the road. Inside, Yang Hai got a text from Liu Yuan. "Dad, I emailed the files on the Saints organization member you wanted me to look into. Wishing you success on your mission." The driver eyed him in the rearview mirror and said, "The biggest business here in Shazu City is gambling. I'd suggest big casinos like Samba or Alabaz. They make sure you and your winnings get home safe." He then turned his head completely around to add, "Since you're so young and good-looking, kid, let me tell you about another great spot." Hearing this, Yang Hai asked, "And where's that?" The driver held up a photo of a woman in a bikini, replying, "Dreams of Paris. The ladies there are super friendly, and the prices are pretty reasonable." Hearing this, Yang Hai thought with a frown, "Even this business is thriving. This city really is a mess." Pulling up to a large yellow building, the driver announced, "Here we are, handsome, the Zeiting Hotel," and then named the price. "That'll be 500 W currency," which immediately made Yang Hai suspicious. He glanced at the meter, thinking, "That's 5 times the actual fare." Yang Hai then gave the driver a cold stare and asked, "You sure about that fare?" The man just smirked. "I'm positive. The rest is my finder's fee. First time in Area 2. Think of this as your welcome lesson, pal." Then the driver pulled a gun, his friendly tone gone. "A few hundred yellen or your life. Not a tough choice, is it?" Seeing this, Yang Hai just smiled calmly. "You're right, no hesitation. But I'm the one teaching today." Then he activated his puppet control skill. A moment later, the taxi driver was dutifully carrying the luggage for Yang Hai at the hotel check-in. The receptionist smiled. "Sir, here's your room card. Just call the front desk if you need us." Taking the card, he replied, "Thank you." All while the driver stood motionless behind him with a blank stare. As they left, the 2 receptionists began to gossip. "Can you believe that guy got one of those rough local drivers to act as his bellhop? He's amazing. The redhead sighed, reapplying her lipstick. Totally. I wonder if he'd like to get dinner with me. Her colleague next to her just broke out in a nervous sweat. Later, inside the elevator, Yang Hai faced the driver. I have some things to do. You can leave after putting the luggage inside my room. And remember, be a bit more polite to visitors from Area 1. To that, the driver replied, As you command, master. The elevator chimed opening on the 37th floor. Yang Hai checked a photo on his phone, then stepped into the hallway. It was intel on a Saint organization member, a C-rank ability user. The masked wrestler located in room 441 on the 37th floor of this very hotel. Yang Hai then activated his disguise skill, taking on the form of Saint Bisha. He approached the door and slipped underneath like a liquid shadow. Once inside, he reverted to his true form. From the living room, he heard noises in the bedroom. Heh, get over here. The masked wrestler, shirtless and wearing just a towel, was reaching for a girl in a pink bikini on his bed. Come on, my little snack. Let me give you a big hug. Suddenly, her eyes shot past him, her jaw dropping. Then she let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! She saw black tentacles surging forward from behind the wrestler. The wrestler whipped his head around, horrified to see the sharp tendrils lunging for him. Who's there? Meanwhile, Yang Hai was calmly controlling the assault. Seeing this, he grabbed the girl to use as a human shield, yelling, You useless thing, block it for me. But the tentacles simply wrapped around both girls, hoisting them into the air. They screamed in absolute terror. Ugh, that total jerk. Then their eyes rolled back as they both passed out cold. The masked wrestler simply raised his fists, flexing dramatically and sneering. I don't care who you are. Giving me a chance to absorb this scary power seals your doom. Death is your only way out. He then leaped forward, swinging his fist at Yang Hai and shouting, Now you die! But the masked wrestler's fist passed right through an afterimage. Duan Hai had already backed away, dodging the attack. This made the man suspicious, a shadow manipulation ability. Is that how you got in? Duan Hai stands by the door, two shadow tentacles behind him, each one holding down a girl on the floor. He stares ahead, thinking this cold-hearted act is surprisingly tough. But when it comes to playing a role, he's a true professional. Meanwhile, his opponent furrows his brow, knowing that without the power from these two women, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. How ruthless. All of a sudden, the black tentacles lashed out, aiming for the masked man. He ducked and they slammed right into the bed behind him. The masked man gritted his teeth and demanded, Who are you? Don't you know we're the Saints' Order? Watch yourself, or I'll have my superiors in the organization skin you alive. Hearing this, Duan Hai just gave him a blank, silent stare. At that moment, the masked man leaped forward, swinging his fist and yelling, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? Dang it. But Duan Hai didn't move. Just watched the fist fly toward his face. Seeing this, the masked man got excited, thinking, He's not even dodging. This time I'll finally land a hit. His fist went right through Duan Hai's head. He gasped in shock. What? The head then turned to shadow, gripping the man's arm as he cried out. He gritted his teeth, trying to pull his arm free, but it was useless. Suddenly, seeing Duan Hai's hand raised, he pleaded in terror, Don't kill me. If you do, the high priest will never forgive you, he cried, sweating bullets. As Duan Hai lowered his mask, the man stammered, So, I'm begging you. Please spare me. Duan Hai just looked down and scoffed. Amateur. He placed a hand on the man's head, making him yelp in pain. A golden light then erupted from his hand as the system announced, Ability extraction complete. A golden orb of power floated up from the masked man's face. The system displayed C-rank ability, Terrifying Mask, absorbs fear to enhance strength. Duration of the power boost is 30 minutes. Evaluation, best utilized in a cheesy horror movie. Seeing this, the man fell to his knees, wailing, What did you do to me? My ability, give it back. The high priest will not forgive you. But Duan Hai calmly replied, Then let's meet this high priest, and got while activating puppet control. He raised his hand toward the masked man again, using the puppet control skill. Duan Hai found himself in a space full of glowing screens. He saw a man on the floor impaled by iron bars close to death. The memory showed he had just survived a chaotic battle of abilities. Am I gonna die? Then someone approached him and said, I can bring you back from the dead, but you must swear eternal loyalty to the Saints' Order. Hearing this, he immediately replied, I swear. A shimmering spiritual aura begins to rise from the masked wrestler's body. He sits up abruptly, his face a picture of complete disbelief. My wounds are gone. Did I actually come back to life? The wrestler immediately kneels before the white-robed figure, exclaiming, I swear my eternal loyalty to the Saints' Order and to you, my glorious high priest. Yet he's just a puppet now standing dazed by the door under Dong Hai's control. Sometime later, under a clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds, we find ourselves at a port. The wrestler heads for some containers. He scans the area and spots a red one marked FF4936/1. Inside the wrestler's mind, Dong Hai thinks, so that's the red container from his memories. A memory surfaces of a meeting in a luxurious hall. Bloodthirsty Rose is seated saying, rumor is an investor called Sword of Sealing, found where you hide the goods. The wrestler kneels before her, reporting that she's just a minor issue. My lady Bloodthirsty Rose, give the word and I'll go take care of her immediately. But a stern-looking man, the deep-sea admiral, questions, take care of her. She's an A-rank hero. Do you really think you can handle her alone? Nearby, the great earth mage, an old man in a round hat, strokes his beard, saying, so what if she's A-rank? We are the mighty Saints Order. Should we really fear some A-rank hero? Beside him, a blonde high priest in a fur hat scoffs, what an ignorant investor. Go capture her and bring her here. Let's show her what an A-rank maiden is made of. Instantly, Bloodthirsty Rose, the deep-sea admiral, and the great earth mage stand shouting, as you command, Lord High Priest. Hearing this, the wrestler behind the admiral bows his head and says, then this humble servant will take his leave. But the admiral turns, saying, masked wrestler come here, which confuses him. The wrestler bows deeply and asks, Lord Deep-Sea Admiral, what are your orders? He explains, a shipment from Area Number 1 just arrived at the port. It's in that red container. Smoking a cigar, the frowning admiral continues, tomorrow you'll go in my place and check on it. If you hear anything about Sword of Sealing, report back to me at once. He then puts a hand on the wrestler's shoulder, adding, oh, right. It's normal for shipments to have some losses. You can handle that as you see fit. Don't waste the chance I'm giving you. Terrified, the wrestler replies, yes, sir. And that's where the wrestler's memory fades to white. Back in the present, Dong Hai stands before the container, hands on his hips, speculating, I wonder if Nu Ai Trang will succeed. And what exactly are these goods? He places his hand on the lock, thinking, a fingerprint lock. Piece of cake. A system window confirms Dong Hai is using the phase shift skill. And just like that, the wrestler walks inside, finding a staircase leading down. As he descends, he notes, so the container is just a front. The real goods are all underground. The foul stench of blood hangs heavy in the air. Reaching the bottom step, he surveys the vast basement, spotting a lone figure at a table. That must be the guard, he thinks. The guard's head whips around, then he leaps to his feet with a sharp military salute. Lord Mask. Seeing this, the masked man replies, has anything unusual happened today? The guard reports crisply, yes, sir. You might not know, but a big shipment is due. These little brats haven't been quiet for a moment. This makes the masked man wonder, little brats, could it be? He then gives an order. Take me in for a look, and trails the guard. They soon enter a corridor lined with prison cells. The masked man looks around with intrigue. The guard suddenly snaps at a child. Stop crying, you're disturbing Lord Mask. Do you want a whipping? In the cell, a green-haired boy glares back in silent defiance. The masked man's brow furrows in displeasure, and he curses internally. Despicable Saints Order, hiding people in a place like this. As he ventures deeper, he begins his analysis. It seems they're children captured from other regions. They are all so young. The oldest looks no more than 15 or 16. He then recalls the deep-sea admiral patting his shoulder, giving him a quiet reminder. In that moment, Dong Hai's spirit inside him roars with fury. These people have no regard for human life. I will make every single one of them pay the price. From a nearby cell, a fierce curse rings out. I'll kill you, you son of a... A blonde guard stands holding a whip, his other hand on his bleeding ear, glaring at a prisoner who is tied up, his head hanging low. The guard bellows in a rage. How dare you bite me? He raises the whip high and screams, let's see if I don't whip you to death. But a calm voice from behind him says simply, stop. He then asks the guard, is this the one who caused the trouble? The guard complains, yes, Lord Mask. This punk ambushed me and bit my ear. Suddenly, the prisoner lifts his head, his bright, determined eyes locking onto the newcomer. Seeing this, the masked man looks down, thinking to himself, not a bad look in his eyes. He asks, what was the reason the blonde guard becomes flustered? Just then, a voice explains from nearby, what else could it be? He clearly had ill intentions. The newcomer. Dressed in green is Mantis, twin rings of the Saints Order, and he continues. He was trying to get his hands on this kid's younger sister. Those words hit like a thunderbolt. The masked wrestler is shocked. What? Only now does he see a little girl in a pink dress huddled in the corner. Then Mantis Twin Rings adds with a smirk, too bad he failed. The poor girl was already scared, out of her wits. Hearing this, the masked wrestler's eyes darken with fury as he thinks, these absolute beasts? The man beside him asks, my friend, aren't you on leave? What brings you here? And those two girls I set you up with? Not bad, huh? The masked man gives him a look and replies, your recommendations are of course excellent. But today, I came on behalf of Lord Deep Sea Admiral to inspect the condition of the goods. Pointing at the tied-up boy, he commanded, cut him down. As long as he's in one piece, he's worth a nice price. Hearing that, the mantis-looking guy pinched the boy's cheek and asked, we're keeping him alive. No way. An Area 1 troublemaker will sell for a lot. The boy yelled back, I'm going to get all of you. The masked man behind him watched calmly. Keep it up, and your wish might just come true. Suddenly, the mantis guy turned his head with a suspicious look. Hey, you can understand him. At once, the masked man's expression changed. Magic sparked in his hand as he teased. Not only do I understand, I'm here to grant his wish. After all, I can't let this whole trip be for nothing, right? In that same moment, his hand shot right through the mantis guy's stomach. The man's face went blank with confusion, having no idea what just happened. He stammered out, why? The masked man stood before him like a judge and answered, let's just say we're from the same neighborhood. Those words left the mantis guy completely shocked. You're not one of the masks. But before he could finish, his head was sent flying. Seeing this, the two guards behind him asked nervously, what's the deal, Lord Mask? Then dark tentacles sprouted from his back as he growled, it's checkout time for all of you. At that sight, the blonde-haired man leaped forward to attack, yelling, you've got to be kidding! But it was useless. The tentacles quickly wrapped around him, making him grunt in pain. Ugh! Then the tentacles crackled with electricity and zapped him. In a flash, the blonde man was totally fried, letting out one last scream. Watching from the side, the other guard was sweating bullets, his jaw on the floor. He tried to make a run for it, but the tentacles were already on his tail. With another crackle of lightning, he let out a yelp as a red puddle formed on the floor. The system announced, ability plunder successful. Seeing all this, the tied-up boy looked up, totally speechless. He stared at the masked man's back as 3 shiny ability orbs appeared. The boy finally asked, my name is Yayan. Who are you? The still-bound Yayan looked at him and repeated, who are you? He turned to the boy and replied, the one who came to save you. Yayan coughed a bit and then said, but I thought I saw you being mean to the other kids here. Power gathered in the man's hand as he said calmly, you'll understand everything soon. With a simple wave, the chains holding the boy shattered into pieces. He added, Yayan, wait here for me for just a few minutes. I have to handle the people waiting outside. Looking a little dazed, Yayan walked over to a small girl. He hugged her while she cried, her small back covered with bruises. The masked man thought to himself, Fei. Just then, shouts echoed from outside. Get him quick, he yelled back. Time to go, you pests. And with that, massive tentacle shot from his back again. The henchmen screamed in terror. One was knocked aside by a tentacle. Another was sent flying. The sounds of panic continued to fill the air. The masked man stood in the quiet aftermath, clenching his fists. A calm voice spoke from behind him. Pretty impressive. The speaker was a red-haired man, the hero known as Radio. The first villain taunted, hey, you troublemaker. Let's get him together, see how he runs. A wicked grin was the reply. All right, agreed the spear wielder. He gripped his fiery spear. You go first. The music villain's eyes narrowed as he commanded sound. He lifted a music disc high into the air and yelled, go. All the children nearby grabbed their heads, screaming in agony. The sound waves pierced their minds, attacking their very thoughts. Even the masked wrestler had to bend over and cover his ears. He thought, so his music stimulates everyone's pain receptors. My mental fortitude can handle it, but the kids won't last much longer. I have to end this fast. Guess I'll have to fake it a little. He then threw his hands down, acting overwhelmed and letting out a pained shout. The music villain gloated, what a weakling. See, no one can stand against my music. He flew up, throwing the music disc at the wrestler and shouting, time to die! But the disc passed straight through his body, leaving him untouched. The music villain gasped, what? Just then, the masked hero appeared behind him with a swift kick. The sudden attack left the villain no time to even react. His back took the full impact, folding like a shrimp cracker with a cry of pain. Coughing up blood, he screamed, save me! The spear wielder launched his spear at the wrestler, shouting, try this on for size. The flaming spear rocketed forward with blinding speed. Instantly, it pierced straight through his body, making him stagger. He was silent, the spear still lodged firmly in his chest. But instead of falling, he brought a heavy fist down on the music villain. The spear wielder screamed in shock, you killed him, are you betraying us? He leaned over, coughed a little, and simply asked, why? Then he lifted his head, his eyes blazing with fury, and roared out his answer. For these kids, and for justice, of course, the spear wielder reacted like it was a joke. He laughed out loud, saying, justice from you fighting Mask. Haven't you done your own share of evil? Even if you win, you aren't getting out of here. Let me give you a heads up. Lord Deep Sea Military Soul is already coming. He turned his head, his eyes crackling with energy. And he smiled. Coming here so fast just to die. In that case, I'll help him out. The two of them faced off in the dark, damp cellar. The spear wielder gritted his teeth, his face slick with nervous sweat. The spear hole in the masked wrestler's body began to close, vanishing completely. The spear wielder hurled all his remaining spears at him, screaming in a panic. You monster, you absolute lunatic, just die, just die. He blocked the fiery assault with his arms, and cuts of all sizes appeared instantly. With a shout, he spread his hands and all the attacks shot back at the spear wielder. The spears ran him through, and he let out one last long scream of pain. The masked hero kneeled, breathing hard, and admitted, "Okay, that really stung." A young boy by the cage bars looked on. "Big brother, you're bleeding." He smiled back warmly. "To protect everyone, a little wound like this is nothing." The iron cage swung open and the kids scrambled out. The masked man called out, "All right, everyone, let's go, single file, no pushing now." With a serious face, Yefan carried the little girl out. The hero turned, calling his name Yifan. The boy looked up, his expression pained. This feeling of being powerless. "I never want to feel this way again. I want to be strong like you. Will you teach me?" The hero looked down at him and replied, "Fine, but in return you must be completely loyal to me." "Can you do that?" Yifan gritted his teeth. "I can. I'll be your most loyal follower." A system window appeared, puppet control. He casually put his hands on his hips, offering a golden orb to the boy. "Then I'll grant your wish." Yifan stared at the glowing item. He gasped in shock. "Master, it was the twin-ringed mantis's ability." "That's right," he said. "An ability orb. It turns your forearms into the mantis's blades. Use it to protect yourself for now." The boy accepted with a bright smile. "Thank you, Master." Yifan quickly put the little girl on his back and departed. The hero watched him leave, then turned back to the bodies on the ground. "Next, I should probably clean this mess up." He raised his hand, a brilliant light glowing from his palm. The system displayed the word plunder. Dark yellow smoke then streamed from the fallen henchman. From the body of the radio music hero, a bright blue stream of smoke rose, forming orbs in his hand. He looked them over and licked his lips with a grin. "You know, last time, it took so much effort to get 2 ability orbs from the puppet master and wind-riding mantis. And now I've got a whole collection in just a few minutes. Humans dropped some pretty great loot, too." He then pulled out a green orb. "First, let's get Shadow Dodge up to a rank." Power began to flow into the Shadow Dodge orb as his expression turned serious. This should be a much more stable upgrade with light consecration. A system window appeared. Ability Shadow Dodge, rank A, description creates 5 shadow clones. In combat, you can swap places with your clones and form shadow weapons. A short while later, he stepped outside only to have a sharp dagger pressed against his neck. Brunch shouted, "Who are you? Where are you taking these kids? Speak." He calmly glanced over. "And who might you be?" She just scowled. The nearby children saw her and began to cheer. "Wow, it's Sister Brunch." A child ran over and said, "Sister Brunch, he's the one who saved us." The other children quickly began to chime in their agreement. "Yeah, this big brother was hurt saving us, so please don't misunderstand." Brunch cleared her throat awkwardly a few times, blushing as she turned away. "Oh, really? Well, this is awkward." He just smiled back. "It's all right, you must be the rank 3 hero, Brunch, right? The Sword of Sealing." "That's me," she confirmed. "I tracked the traffickers here, but I see you beat me to it and already rescued them from this terrible place." Brunch walked to a child, gently touching their face. "I'm so sorry I was late." The kids suddenly started to tremble, staring down at the ground. He turned back to them. "What's going on?" The children were snatched into the air by large, thorny vines. They screamed, "Mr. Miss, please save us." With a thunderclap, sharp, thorny vines erupted, surrounding them. The kids, tangled in the vines, wailed loudly, "Help, help us, Mommy." The World Guardian cried, "Master," but the masked wrestler stopped her. "Just wait. I'll be the one to save them." He and Diet Fam stood before the enemy group. Behind them sat a figure in white perched atop a giant flower. Bloodthirsty Rose sneered, "Save them? Heh, how amusing. Do you actually see yourself as some kind of hero?" The Deep Sea Spirit General frowned. The Earth Mage also observed him in total silence. The priest on the flower cast a spell commanding Bloodthirsty Rose, the Deep Sea Spirit General, and the Earth Mage. "Show these insects the true terror of the city's disciples. Ability Mana Recovery." A stream of power flowed from his staff into Bloodthirsty Rose, making her gasp. Immediately, Bloodthirsty Rose stood tall and announced, "Using a large-scale skill is draining. But thanks to the mana boost from our Lord Priest, all of my power has been completely restored." The priest touched his chin. "The Sword of Sealing. That is an artifact of the city's disciples, not for the likes of you. Surrender, and I may let you live," he added. "As for you traitors, you can all stay here forever." The masked wrestler frowned, thinking, we'll see who's staying here for good. Brunch raised her sword high, her mind racing. 3 B rank users, I could manage that. But with that priest of light, a rank 3 support user helping them, this is going to be tough. She looked at him and yelled, Hero Association reinforcements are coming. If you keep resisting, you're finished. Release the hostages and surrender. The priest just snorted coldly, giving her a sharp glare. The trio, the Deep Sea Spirit General and the Earth Mage, all charged forward shouting, let's finish this quickly. Get her before the Hero Association arrives. Brunch held her sword ready and roared, Sealing power release. Her blade instantly ignited with a brilliant crimson flame. The masked wrestler gasped. To unleash such an incredible power. She's definitely earned her title as an A-rank hero. Brunch yelled, soaring upward with her sword. The Earth Mage held his staff and chanted, Earth Wall. A massive wall of rock shot up to block her path. She swung her sword and with one clean slash, shattered the wall to pieces. She flew at the Deep Sea Spirit General, raising her sword and shouting, Seal! He quickly summoned his own power, chanting, Raging Torrent. Waves of water formed around him, controlled like giant waterspouts. Brunch brought her sword down, yelling, Sword slash! But she suddenly stopped, her eyes widening in pure shock at the scene ahead. Below, Bloodthirsty Rose held a child up as a human shield. She laughed, Go on, die for me. The villain's final strike landed and the boy cried out in pain. Brant yelled enraged, Using a kid as a shield, that's just low. But the villainess only smirked. Your kindness is your biggest flaw. With hostages around, how exactly do you plan on fighting back? From the water, the Deep Sea Spirit General let out a wicked laugh. While she was focused on the child, he appeared right behind her blade raised for the final strike. The blade came crashing down with Brant totally oblivious. Then in the darkness, a loud cracking sound echoed out. He gasped in total shock. What the? A young man had appeared, completely shielding Brant from the attack. His masked wrestler disguise lay on the ground, broken in two. Yangshi touched the new snake mask on his face, remarking, Hey, that almost broke my second mask. Gripping his dagger, Yangshi launched a casual counterattack. The general suddenly found Yangshi's dagger in his neck, crying out in pain. He immediately pulled the dagger free. Blood dripped from the weapon as he clutched his throat, making a pained sound. Brant moved to help, but he held up a hand, stopping her. Just wait. The priest raised his scepter high, unleashing a brilliant, blinding light. He simply chanted, Holy Light, heal. In an instant, the general's neck wound vanished completely like it was never there. He crossed his arms, laughing at Yangshi. With the Lord Priest here, we're basically immortal. Then the priest tapped the air with his scepter and announced, Buff. A surge of power immediately flowed into the 3 villains' bodies. Yangshi murmured, They're stronger. The priest just amplified his buff. Their skills are temporarily boosted up a whole rank. The Earth Mage knelt down, beginning a chant over his staff. Brant saw this and panicked, shouting, Oh no, he's gathering energy. If he pulls that spell off while buffed, it'll be stronger than an A-rank ability swipe. Yangshi thought an area attack that big will definitely hit the children. I've got to stop him before he can finish casting that spell. He turned to Brant saying, I need a favor, just keep the other 2 busy for a moment. Leave the rest to me. Doubtfully, she asked, Can you really stop the Earth Mage? What about the kids? He raised a hand, a purple ring forming around it. Just trust me, he said. Brant wondered, he's so mysterious, but why do I feel like I can really trust him? With that thought, she steeled her resolve. Pouring energy into her blade, she declared, All right then, I'll make an opening for you. She charged right at the general, shouting, Seal of Agility, release. He parried with his blade, but was still sent flying back from the force. Covered in sweat, he gritted his teeth and let out a curse. Dang it, you crazy woman, don't just stand there, give me a hand. Bloodthirsty Rose spread her arms wide, retorting angrily. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that? She yelled. A shower of red hearts and sharp thorns, the city of roses began to rain down. Brant froze in shock. What is this? My power is being suppressed, the villainess explained smugly. My burning desire ability can spark the deepest secrets in your heart. Feeling a little warm, are we? That heat is spreading, isn't it? And just like that, the Deep Sea General split into multiple clones. He crept closer, a grin on his face as he grabbed her. All right, little one, how about some special attention from me? Blanche leaned forward and shouted, Seal of Spirit, release. A huge pillar of light erupted, pushing him away. Bloodthirsty Rose cried out in shock. What? I've never heard of a swordsman having a mental type ability. Rose and the general watched in shock as she vanished into the light. A moment later, she reappeared instantly, slicing the villainess in 2 before stopping coolly behind her. This is a brand new power I just awakened. It's a skill I unlocked when I almost died. And it works pretty well. So thanks for giving me a chance to test it out. Blood poured from the wound as she gasped. How could you? Meanwhile, the Earth Mage was focusing all his power. Sweat dripped down his face as he yelled, "Come forth!" A massive fanged beast emerged from the smoke with a terrifying roar. The kids trapped in vines screamed in terror, "Save us!" The beast charged right at Blanche. All she could do was stare in shock. But right then he suddenly appeared to shield her. He blasted lightning from his hand straight into its mouth. The dragon recoiled, electricity crackling wildly in its jaws. He pulled his hand back, staring hard at the monster. Suddenly the entire area exploded, sending smoke and debris flying everywhere. A helicopter landed right beside the billowing smoke. The Earth Mage coughed and said, "Thank you, Lord Priest. For using your shield ability to save me. I would have been caught in that blast." The priest just frowned at the man. "You are completely useless. You should have been able to handle that swordswoman easily, but you got crushed by some mystery person, and we even lost 2 CB members." The Earth Mage bowed his head, saying, "My lord, the saints have lost our base. Although our foundation is shaken, the organization can handle it." The priest replied softly, "Indeed, as long as I'm alive, the saints are secure in Zasha." From the smoke, Yangshi had already carried Blanche to safety. He thought to himself, that guy's one attack shattered a level 3 enhanced ability. He's terrifyingly strong, maybe stronger than me. We need to get out of here. By the time the priest arrived, he only saw the two vanish in a flash. He whispered, "They ran. I'll let you live just a little longer." He then turned to the corpse of the deep sea general and said, "Your ability is mine now." He raised a hand ready to absorb the power. A system notification popped up. Ability Plunder, CB rank. Ability name Deep, Sea Soul. Description enhances the user's internal water power. Increases speed. With even a little bit of water, it can create ocean waves and water clones. Evaluating the water and energy, he looked ahead saying, "Next up, the bloodthirsty rose." As he drew the ability from her body, he mused, "That seal sword is seriously intense." The system chimed Ability Plunder complete. He grasped the orb, absorbing the new power, and the system displayed the details. CB rank ability, named Bloodthirsty Rose. Description: uses the caster's own blood to summon G Leo roses. These roses release a knockout scent and can also be detonated. Evaluation: every rose sure has its thorns. You can upgrade this to a CA rank ability. Without a moment's hesitation, Yangshi fused the two ability orbs together. A much stronger ability orb materialized in his hand. The system showed CA rank ability, Hypersenses. Description enhances sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and even the sixth sense. Harmonization enhanced. Now emits mental shockwaves to attack. Evaluation: mystical. He absorbed the new skill, mumbling to himself. Sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. Wow, everything is so clear now. Just then, Blanche's eyes fluttered open. He turned to her and asked, "You're awake?" She surveyed the wrecked landscape and immediately shot up. Then she asked loudly, "Just what rank is your ability to cause a blast that big? And what's your name?" He looked away, touching his mask. "The Adjudicators Organization, codename Pi." She looked totally puzzled. "The Adjudicators? I've never heard of that group in the Hero Association." Then she noticed the thorny vines. The children were gone. She cried out in a panic. "Wait, where are the kids?" he said softly. "They're right behind you." The children rushed to her side, crying out, "Sister Blanche, we were so scared. She hugged them close, saying, "Oh, thank goodness. Are you all okay? How'd you escape?" A little boy quickly explained. "The Master's shadow saved us." "There were so many of them," she asked, still confused. "The Master's shadow." The child explained, using his hands to show her. "First he hid the shadow, then it cut all the vines and lowered us down." A dark circle had appeared around the children. The boy continued, "Right before the explosion. He used the shadow to make a protective bubble around us." It clicked for her. "So the Master is..." She spun around with a bright smile. "Pi, you're so considerate. Thank you." But when she looked, he had already vanished. She blinked. "Huh, where did he go?" A voice boomed from a helicopter above. "This is the Hero Association. You have entered a restricted area. All unauthorized actions are prohibited." A helicopter landed right in the center of the clearing. A group of people started walking towards them. Lin Na walked ahead with a microphone, followed by an old man. She then turned around, a cheeky grin on her face, and asked, "This is my very first live scene as an intern reporter. What do I do now?" The old man sighed. "Go interview the seal sword for a bit." Lin Na followed his gaze. She skipped cheerfully toward the two to begin the conversation. "Hi, I'm Lin Nishui, an intern reporter for the Hero Association. May I get an interview?" "Of course," the woman replied. "I'm Blanche the Seal Sword, an A-rank hero." The chat comments flew. "It's Blanche the A-rank hero. The live stream has started. She's honestly my favorite hero. Looks like she's hurt. Is she okay?" Lin Nishui offered a quick intro, then got straight to it. The port is in complete chaos right now. Could you tell us what happened? Blanche calmly responded, "My apologies for making everyone worry. I was here rescuing children who were being trafficked by the Saints organization." The viewers heard this, and the chat exploded. What happened? What about the kids? Are they safe? Oh my gosh, my brother is missing. Lin Na continued, "I've heard a little bit about this criminal group. They're known for operating outside the law with no fear of being caught. I truly hope the government investigates this case to the fullest." Hearing this, Blanche shook her head sadly. "I don't know how long these activities have been going on. Getting inside information wasn't easy, but I was finally able to save these children." A massive screen on a nearby building broadcasted her image live, and the crowd below erupted in cheers. How awful. It's good they were saved. The association must punish the Saints severely, but Blanche was quick to add another detail. However, if I had faced the Saints leader alone, I couldn't have saved the kids. Thankfully, a mysterious person came to help me. The reporter's jaw dropped in surprise. A mysterious person. Blanche seemed to be recalling the event, her eyes sparkling as she said, "His power is far greater than mine. He destroyed an enhanced A-rank ability in a single strike." Hearing this, the viewers' comments flooded the screen again. Wait, what? Stronger than an A-rank hero. Could it be that super boss from before? Who is this guy? You have to tell us now. Blanche pointed to a spot where smoke was still rising. Do you see that smoldering crater over there? He wore a mask with a strange snake pattern and said he was Pi from the Adjudicators. The camera focused on the smoke as someone noticed, wait just a minute. Isn't Pi's main ability metal manipulation? This is clearly some kind of electrical power. Whoa, what is this? Those other guys never stood a chance. His power level must be at least S rank. Lin Na glanced around and said, but it looks like he's already gone. Blanche pointed towards some vehicles in the distance. The priest has fled. He went in that direction to chase him. A little while later, in a parking garage, two figures were walking. The priest, sweating nervously, looked around. I've used my remaining power on you. Can your earth magic even handle that guy? At this, the old man started to sweat too. A nasty look flashed in his eyes. It should be fine. I've already set up my ability all over this place. If he tries to use an earth attack, it will be completely useless, the priest muttered. Find a car. We'll find another place to hide out for a while. The two walked on, not realizing that Yangshi was hiding right behind a wall watching them. He had heard their entire plan and thought coldly, still think you can get away. This will be where you die. Suddenly his pocket started buzzing loudly. Beep, beep, beep. A cold sweat ran down Yangshi's back. The noise made the duo turn their eyes tired. The priest asked coldly, who's there? Under his mask, Yangshi was sweating bullets. He cursed to himself. Who on earth is calling me now? The phone just kept on ringing. Beep, beep, beep. The two men followed the sound getting closer. He pulled out his phone to check the ID, totally bewildered. Why is it Xiao of all the times to call, and the ringing wouldn't stop? Beep, beep. Yangshi flattened himself against the wall, afraid to even breathe. The old man's eyes narrowed. Who is it? Then the system window popped up. Change clothes. Glowing cubes enveloped him, starting the transformation. And just like that, he looked like a regular guy. Disguised, he walked out on the phone, saying calmly, Hey Xiao, what's up? The man watched him for a second, figuring he was just some normal dude. But a soft voice warned not to be careless. Let's watch a bit longer. Her voice came through the phone. Babe, guess where I am? Yangshi asked back. Where aren't you supposed to be at home? A helicopter seemed to be taking off, she said sweetly. I'm in Sasha, baby, followed by a cheerful laugh. Haha, Yangshi wondered. Sasha, what is she doing in Sacha? He strolled along and replied, Sasha's a mess. What are you doing there? Sigh, it's not a big deal. I just had to tell you something. A little while ago, I landed a really awesome job. The two were still tailing him. Hearing that, he exclaimed, What kind of job? Xiao cheerfully bragged, I'm an intern reporter for the Hero Association. I just finished interviewing the Sealed Sword Guild, and now I'm off to see the mysterious Sister Zaha. But those words hit Yangshi like a truck. He choked out, What? His expression darkened as a thought hit him. The Hero Association is here. Xiao will find me soon. Gotta wrap this up fast. Yangshi picked up his pace and said, That's amazing. To celebrate your new job, I need to go get you a big gift. Talk to you later. Okay. Her voice replied, Yangshi, you always know just what to say. I'll be waiting for you. Watching him walk away, the old man clicked his tongue. Just a couple on the phone. How sickeningly sweet. The status window reappeared, changing clothes. Suddenly, like a light bulb went off. The priest yelled, Something's wrong, we've been tricked. He's already here. Just then, Yangshi exploded with energy, charging the stunned men. The old man summoned two vicious wolves that lunged forward at his command. Get him, he's right there. The savage beast tore through the energy to strike at him. The priest said smugly, "Let these nimble earth elementals deal with him. He's finished." The old man added with a smirk, "Every single creature here can take on an A-rank ability user. They won't even give him a chance to react." 2 energy streams shot past his head, but Yangshi seemed to have a plan of his own. The 2 wolves fought the green energy, their eyes locked fiercely onto him. Yangshi's hand moved like a bolt of lightning. He appeared behind the 2, and an energy stream impaled them before they could react. The blast hit his chest. The stunned priest cried, "How is this possible? Aren't you an electric type?" Duonghai, with his hand still out, coolly answered, "Whoever told you I only have one, you idiot?" Blood dripped from the old man's lips. He gasped in shock. "A rare duel system user. I can't believe this." The priest was drenched in sweat, blood trickling from his mouth. Knowing he was outmatched, he begged, "Spare me, and I will repay you with all I have." Duonghai made a slicing gesture with his hand. Swoosh. "This world isn't just about profit. Sometimes it's about justice." The 2 energy streams tightened again, closing around their necks, choking them into muffled screams. Suddenly, the priest swallowed some green pills. Seeing the priest break free, Duonghai lunged, thinking he ate the green pill too. The priest leaped away, his body now glowing with a golden aura. Veins bulged on his face as he let out a sinister laugh. "You pushed me to this? This old man isn't some pushover. I have one last trick left up my sleeve." As he spoke, he pulled a long staff from his mouth. Duonghai recognized it. This energy, it's like the sword in Branch's hand. A sharp spear tip appeared. Behind him, the priest's spear was wrapped in a brilliant golden light. He laughed. "Ha ha, you didn't expect this, did you? This old man also has the Spear of Judgment." An energy wave erupted as he yelled, "Divine Strike." The priest raised his spear and a stream of orange energy shot up. That energy formed spinning rings with an immense pressure. The priest commanded, "Gather Infinite Strike." On cue, spear tips pierced the circle's centers. The priest roared, "Judge the sinners!" Then the beam of light shot after him. Duonghai deftly dodged every assault, watching the light ring still chasing him as he thought. "This light ring is locked onto me." In a flash, a beam cut his thigh. He cried out. The priest laughed wildly. "Ha ha! Keep on dancing, you little pest. I'll pierce right through your skull." Duonghai knelt, looking at his bleeding thigh, and thought, "This is getting tricky. Even a small cut lets its destructive power flow through my body." He looked up at the ring of light, constantly searching for him, and a new worry arose. The lights on the ceiling can pinpoint my exact location. Then all the beams shot straight for him. Duonghai leaped up, taunting, "So you want to compete in speed, huh?" The priest just laughed smugly and mocked him. "Ha ha, speed! What could possibly be faster than my light speed?" The priest cackled. The system screen showed his status. Hyperbrain. A strong aura flared from Duonghai's eyes. He muttered, "The speed of light, you say?" The spears all flew toward him. The priest was still laughing, not noticing the blur that passed him. Duonghai had teleported, his form blurring high above as he gazed down at his target below. As light streaks flashed before him, the priest coldly yelled, "Mind Shield Shadow Annihilation." With that handle, Duonghai lunged forward, sword at the ready. His glare sharpened as he roared again. The priest's smile froze, replaced by a terrible scream. "Ah!" Beams of light suddenly erupted from behind the priest, the spears piercing his body, leaving a spreading crimson stain. With the staff still inside him, the priest gasped in disbelief. "A mental power. You're a triple system ability user." Coughing, the priest desperately raised a hand, trying to cast heal. Duonghai appeared behind him, his voice like ice. "Don't bother healing. You'll only have to die again." By then, tears of pure pain streamed down the priest's face. Duonghai aimed a green ore at him and activated Ability Plunder. The priest's eyes went wide with shock. The system panel appeared. Rank A, Ability Heart of Light. Description: restores mana and stamina for users below B rank. Growth Amplification boosts the powers of users below B rank. Concealment hides the presence of users below A rank. Holy Light heal men's wounds for any target below A rank. Spear of Judgment summons a great holy spear to purify enemies. Evaluation: a rare legacy type ability, useful for both offense and defense. A green orb glowing with blue light formed in Duonghai's hand. He pressed it to his chest as the screen showed healing complete. Duonghai noted to himself, "I can't believe he had a green pill too." That was a close call. A moment later, he stood over the old man's motionless body. The system prompted Plunder ability. Duonghai reached out, absorbing the power. An Earth-type ability. How can I even use this? The screen displayed, "Name Great Earth Mage." Description: manipulates terrain using the Earth element. Summons Earth elementals to attack. Evaluation: could probably open a zoo. Duonghai looked up and made a guess. This must be Hero Association territory. A helicopter buzzed overhead. An announcement echoed from inside. We have entered the controlled zone. He reverted to his normal look and vanished from the scene, leaving the aftermath for them. Soon after the helicopter touched down, a horrified Lin Na held her microphone beginning her news report. The entire scene is devastated, confirming the sounds of intense fighting we heard. Over here, a body has been propped up, pierced straight through the torso. It's covered in blood. She looked stunned and then exclaimed, She knew who he was. That is the bright priest leader of the Apostles of Zakchow. Murmurs immediately spread through the onlookers. Why is there a huge hole in his chest? Good. That guy was pure evil. Weren't you just here for an interview? Who could have possibly killed him? A crew member's voice called out, Look, there's another one over here. That person walked towards the old man's corpse, which also had a large hole in its chest. This must be the priest's subordinate. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Na's skin. Fighting the urge to vomit, she covered her mouth. I'm sorry. Her colleague noticed she was unwell. Shaolin, you should go rest. She quickly ran off. Okay. Lin Na rushed to a corner, leaning on the wall as she retched repeatedly. She let out a weak cough. A water bottle appeared with a worried voice. Shatu, are you okay? Oh, it's you, she said, surprised to see a familiar face. Duan Hai, what are you doing here? He explained, I was nearby when you called. When I saw the Hero Association causing such a stir, I figured you had to be here. Her cheeks went red as she remembered the earlier scene. You jerk, you missed my confident interview performance, but you catch me looking like a total mess. She whined, This is so humiliating. My very first interview turned out like this. He tried to comfort her. Hey, it's okay. You look beautiful no matter what. But inside his head, he panicked. I'm so dead. I really should have cleaned up this side of the battlefield first. The other guy asked, Shatu, are you feeling any better? Seeing the two so close, the guy looked down at himself, suddenly speechless. His face turned a bit pink as he mumbled, The rescue team has saved the girls kidnapped by the apostles. Do you want to interview them? Hearing that, her eyes lit up as she saw a man lifting kids from a pit. Shatu hurried right over. Turning to say, I'll be right there. Duan Hai, wait for me a sec. The other guy, holding his bag, watched them with tears in his eyes, thinking bitterly. Darn it, so I never even had a chance. Duan Hai, meanwhile, watched with pride. That's my girl. Elsewhere, Jiatu was smiling and cooing at a baby. Duan Hai stood in a corner, with his arms crossed. A joyful grin he just couldn't hide. He looked at the precious bead in his hand, vowing, I'll be back to save you very soon. He thought to himself, I've gathered almost all the elemental abilities. Earth, fire, and water, plus light, dark, wood, lightning, and metal. In that case, it's time for the organization's third mysterious member to appear. Duan Hai imagined his grand entrance. A red mask with horns and sharp teeth. Call him Godlong B, early morning at Sasha Central Hospital. An ambulance was parked right at the entrance. A doctor was guiding a group of people toward the examination room. Everyone please step out, form a line, and follow me for a checkup. Inside a hospital room, two people sat huddled together. Duong Pham held his sister's hand, his face full of worry. He let out a sigh. I've searched so long and still haven't found Master. A sound then drew his attention. He grunted, turning toward the noise. The person who arrived was Duan Hai in disguise, approaching Duong Pham. When the boy cried out, Master! He quickly raised a hand to quiet him. Shh! Duan Hai used his puppet control on the nearby staff and patients. He sat beside Duong Pham, glanced at the child next to him, and began, Your sister. Duong Pham interrupted before he could even finish. I know. She's already gone. I just want to take her home. I don't want to leave her in a place like this. But Duan Hai's reason for being there wasn't simple curiosity. He raised his hand, a white pearl glowing in his palm, and said, No. You should feel lucky you never gave up on her. I can sense she's alive, just very weak. Duong Pham was floored. He stammered in a panic. Is that really true? Duong Hai then cast Holy Light Heal on Duong Pham's sister. A moment later, the little girl's eyes fluttered open as she called out, Brother! Seeing his sister healthy and calling his name, Duong Pham's eyes lit up. He joyfully called out to her. Duong He casually guided the white pearl over to Duong Pham and said, Duong Pham, you need to recover a bit yourself. Soon, you two will be leaving this place. Make sure no one finds out she recovered so quickly. Duong Pham wiped away tears of joy, looking gratefully at Duong He. Yes, master. Before him was a crystal case filled with cash. Duong He said, Just call me leader. This money is from the organization for you two. Your sister is young. Let her get back to a normal life. And I only have one request for you. Get into the hero department of Yanjing University. Staring at the money and hearing Duong He's words, Duong Pham looked at him with concern. But you need a powerful ability to get in. Oh, he said, cutting the boy off before he could finish. You don't need to worry about that. I'll give you a training type ability. With that, and your mantis blades getting into Yanjing University should be easy. A golden pearl glowing brightly floated right in front of Duong Pham. This was a D-rank training type ability bead. It boosts the 5 senses' strength and speed and can be enhanced through training. The upper limit is 10 times the user's innate insectoid race talent. Just training it to 3 times the base level is considered outstanding. Realizing its power, Duong Pham clasped it in his hand. His face filled with new confidence as he told Duong He, "Rest assured, leader, I will absolutely not disappoint you." Duong Hai turned and before he left instructed the boy, "Live well, don't try to find me. I will contact you later." Time passed and the morning sun shone down through the green leaves. Duong Hai had changed his clothes and was now at the hospital entrance by an ambulance. Lamni Tuyet, hands on her hips and with a serious face, called out his name, Duong He. He was surprised to see her there. "Xiao Tuyet." Lamni Tuyet marched closer, her tone sharp as she peppered him with questions. "Where did you run off to? I looked for you all day." Duong He avoided her eyes and quickly made an excuse. I was just helping the doctor with the kids." "What's up?" Hearing this, Lamni Tuyet breathed a sigh of relief, her expression softening from its earlier annoyance. She replied, "It's nothing really. The children are safe now. The association is handling contacting their families." They stood at the hospital entrance chatting as people went inside for checkups. Duong He asked, "What about the ones with nowhere to go?" Lamni Tuyet replied, "They'll be taken in by the orphanage." Duong Hai was relieved to hear that. An orphanage is a big family too. I hope they grow up healthy. But while he was distracted, seizing the moment, Lamni Tuya gave him a quick kiss. Both of their faces turned beet red. Duong Hai froze completely stunned. His eyes went wide behind his glasses. Blushing, Lamni Tuya looked at him shyly and spoke. "You've been working so hard lately, Duong He." In the distance, a team prepped a helicopter. Someone called out her name, "Lamni Tuya, hurry up, we're ready to leave." She dashed off, waving back at Duong He. With a quick wink, she added, "I've still got a ton of work to do. See you in a few days, my dear boyfriend." Duong Hai was left standing there, his face burning from her surprise kiss. He grumbled to himself, "Darn it, she got me again." Later at the Sachao airport, a plane soared into the afternoon sky. That night, in a quiet hospital room, Duong Hai watched the figure on the bed, hooked up to a ventilator. He whispered to her, "Fifi, I'm praying Holy Light Heal works." Then Duong He reached his hand toward the bed and cast the spell. A brilliant white light instantly flared up, filling the dark room. But Duong Fifi didn't stir, showing no reaction at all. Duong He's heart sank. The holy light had absolutely no effect. "What?" He dropped his hand, staring at her motionless form. He'd never seen anything like this before. Leaning on the bed, he muttered anxiously, "She isn't waking up. Did it fail? How is this possible?" Then something caught his eye. Tiny blue particles were drifting from Fifi's forehead, as if leaking out. Duong Hai watched them, completely baffled. "What is this?" He reached for the blue light, then paused as he realized something. "Wait, this light is about to break off. It's suppressing her spiritual power." After a moment, Duong He began to understand the situation. He assessed the problem with a clear head. It seems the Heart of Light ability alone can't handle this blue energy. If this continues, Fifi might never wake up. He thought of the mysterious man. To save Fifi, I can't waste any more time. I have to find that man in the hat, the one giving out those blue pills. He summoned 3 pearls, red, blue, and green. Disguise, clone, and metal control. They floated right before him. Duong Hai considered his options. First, I need to get stronger. I'll upgrade these 3 skills. Golden light gathered at his chest. The light flowed into the 3 pearls, creating small golden orbs that hovered over his hand. The disguise and clone abilities were both C rank. The disguise pearl could alter his appearance in 0.1 seconds. It even provided some acting assistance. The clone pearl created a copy with 1/8 his power that lasted 30 minutes. As for the green metal control pearl, he was still upgrading it. His determined eyes were fixed on the pearl. He gritted his teeth, thinking, up until now, all I've done is collect skills. All right, time to push for S rank and see what happens. A moment later, Duong He is on his knees, completely drained. Heh. He looks up at the pearl, now glowing a brilliant silver blue. It has finally reached S rank. It can control metal in a 1-meter radius up to 10 tons. Yangshi smirks at the silver orb. So this is what S rank feels like. Now I'm really looking forward to meeting that fedora guy. Later that night, Yangshi takes control of his puppet, Hot and Sour Powder Superman. A black rift opens in midair, pulsing with a mystical purple light. A single shoe-clad foot steps out from the portal. The mysterious man stands on the ledge, hands in his pockets. Long time no see, Hot and Sour Powder Superman. Got any new intel for me? Controlling the puppet, Yangshi replies, of course I do. You were looking for info on Du last time, right? Well, I found some. I just hope you brought enough cash to afford it. The man adjusts his hat, clearly intrigued. If your intel is solid, it's worth at least 2 units. Hearing this, Yang Shi begins his pitch. A few days ago, you heard about the apostle taken down in Sacho, right? The man looks down from his perch and says, "Of course. It was Branch the Sword of Sealing from the Hero Association." Yang Shi continues. In that report, Branch let a crucial piece of information slip. Someone else was with her during that fight, a person named Ta. The man doesn't seem surprised. I'm well aware of that. Ta and Do are both from the Adjudicator organization. Isn't that public knowledge? But Yang Shi just stares at him intently. But did you know that Do and Ta are dual ability users? The man repeats dual abilities. Perhaps that's the requirement to join their organization. Hearing this, Yang Shi just smirks and retorts, "No way. People with 2 abilities are super rare. You really think that's possible?" The man, not getting the point, asks, "What are you getting at?" Yang Shi then reveals a small corked vial. Ever seen this before? It's an ability potion. The man's eyes widen as he reaches for it, muttering, "An ability potion?" Yang Shi quickly pulls it back. That's right, the potion that can grant abilities. Drink this, and even a normal person can gain a power. But if you already have one, you can get a second. Nonsense, the man shouts in disbelief. How can you prove it's real? Without a word. Yang Shi uncorks the vial. You know my only power is physical enhancement. So let me give you a little demonstration. Yang Shi downs the potion, smashing the empty vial on the ground. Instantly, flames erupt from his left hand. The man exclaims, "A fire-type ability." Yang Shi throws a punch toward the sky, sending a fist of fire soaring into the air as undeniable proof. He then explains, "I've dealt with DK before. That's how I know all this. It was their blue pills that made me a believer in this stuff." The mysterious man, completely blown away by the potion, he gasped, "This is insane. Do you have any idea what's in this ability potion?" Yang Shi replied, "Sorry, that's all I've got. My intel stops there. Now how about my payment?" The man produced a vial of blue pills, saying, "The info was decent. Here are 15 pills. Yang Shi reached for it, then paused. "Wait a second. I've got a question for you." The man shrugged. "Go ahead." With a serious look, Yang Shi asked what was really bothering him. "Lately, I've been noticing these blue glowing spots on my body. Is it from these blue pills? What's going on with me?" The man was already turning to leave. He just waved a hand dismissively as he replied, "It's just a small side effect. Nothing you need to worry about." Standing by the portal, he glanced back with a smirk. "Catch you later. Hot and sour powder, Superman." The portal snapped shut, leaving Yang Shi all alone on the breezy rooftop. He let his disguise fall. Changing back to his usual self, clutching the 15 pills, he stared at where the man vanished and mumbled, "This stuff clearly drains your mental energy." He scoffed, "And he just calls that a side effect." "What kind of shady business are you guys running?" Yang Shi pocketed the pills and walked over to the real hero. Just then, a little voice called out, "Daddy, Daddy!" He tossed the bottle of 15 pills to the guy slumped against the wall, who seemed to be out cold. He advised, "You should stop taking these pills even if it's for your daughter. You really need to get it together." A little girl peeked over the edge. Seeing her dad, she cried, "Daddy, why are you taking a nap on the roof?" The girl ran to him just as the man started to wake up. He mumbled, "Sorry, Dandian. Daddy must have dozed off by accident." Dandian wasn't buying it. "You're lying. You promised you'd celebrate my birthday." Then she spotted the vial on the ground. "What's this?" He quickly snatched up the bottle, holding it up high. "Dandian, give that to Daddy. It's not a toy." He watched his daughter, worried she might want them, while thinking to himself, "I know I came to the roof to meet that guy and get these blue pills. But when did that even happen? I can't recall a thing. So weird." The bright moon shone down on the quiet night. On the roof, the two got ready to go. "Come on, Dandian. Let's get home for your birthday cake." The little girl cheered, "Yay!" Meanwhile, over at Liu Yuan's place that night, he gave a huge yawn, stretching as he wandered the house, muttering aloud, "I am so over these boring recovery days. I can't do this, can't do that. When can I finally go outside again?" A light from the study caught his eye. It's pretty late. What's Dad still doing in there?" He walked to the door, concerned. "Dad, you should get some sleep." But the room was totally empty. He stepped inside and glanced around. "He's not here." Then a paper on the desk grabbed his attention. He picked it up, feeling curious. What's this stuff he's been researching day and night? He read the title on the page. "Deployment request for the White Sun Planet, Lukeport." Liu Yuan's eyes went wide. Lukeport wore a thrilled, smug grin, muttering to himself, "Whoa, seriously, I can't believe this is actually happening. Isn't this the perfect chance for me to become a world-saving hero?" Early that morning, Yang Shi was at the office copier, printing something out. A teasing voice chimed in from behind. Well, Yangi, look at you working hard. What are you up to?" He recalled Liu Yuan slinging an arm over his shoulder, acting overly friendly like they were old pals just to ask for a favor. He'd said, "Hey, little bro." You're friends with Fan Pang, right? I'm tight with him too, so help a brother out. Shaking off the memory, Yang Shi replied, some weirdo came in wanting to post a missing person notice. The piece of paper had just a few words on it. Missing person notice. Looking for my cousin Li Qi. Fan Pang took the paper, reading it with a confused look. Cousin Li Qi, never heard of him. Yang Shi waved a hand. It's obviously a code. Now, Shu, you're blocking the copier. Fan Pang pouted. Suddenly an alarm blared over the building's intercom. Aberrant beast intrusion detected. This is a Class A disaster. All citizens, please evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately. All Class B heroes and above report to Manhwa Road for support. Hearing the alarm, the whole office erupted into a panic. Fan Pang dropped to his knees, yelling, oh man, what is going on? Yang Shi looked calm, but his mind was racing. Manhwa Road. Isn't that near the apartment where Xiaosu and I lived? He quickly dialed her number. Hello, Xiaosu. Where are you? On the other end, she replied, my apartment, the aberrant beast. Her words were cut off by a loud crash and then static, and then the line went dead. Only a dial tone remained. Seeing Yangi's horrified look, Fan Pang asked, your sister? Did something happen to her? Yang Shi didn't answer, instead turning and bolting out the door. Fan Pang yelled after him, where are you going? You're not a hero. What are you going to do there? From the company roof, a figure leaped into the sky. It was Yang Shi, his thoughts only on Xiaosu. Already transformed into date, he thought, I cannot lose you again. Yang Shi flew towards the Class A aberrant beast, the soul-devouring spider. It attacks its foes with a piercing shriek. Its entire body is covered in razor-sharp armor, and it has a taste for human flesh, a truly terrifying creature. Yang Shi spotted the soul-devouring spider and began analyzing it. A Class A beast requires at least 3 squads of A-class heroes to take down, but at the moment, only the Class B hero Qinglan and the Class C hero Yandai were there. The spider noticed his arrival, its eyes glowing as it fixed its gaze on him. It let out a shriek, launching a sonic blast right at Yandai. Qinglan quickly pulled her aside to dodge, shouting, Yandai! Get back! A massive hole was torn through the building right behind them. If she hadn't dodged, next year would have been her memorial service. Qinglan scolded her, Yandai, what are you doing here? AC rank is just a meat shield to that thing. Yandai could only stammer in response. I saw Senior Than Lam was by himself, so I thought I'd come help. Hearing that Than Lam was completely speechless. Just then, a desperate scream for help echoed in the distance. Someone was trapped inside the hole the monster had created. 2 girls were stuck up there. It was Lin Na and her friend, who was slipping from her grasp. She desperately held on while her friend could only scream for her life. Lin Nation cried out, Yuan Yuan, hold on tight to my hand. Yuan Yuan was sobbing, save me, sister, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Lin Na was worried sick. Yuan Yuan just tried to calm down. I'm pulling you up right now. But Yuan Yuan just wailed, please hurry up. I don't want to die. At that moment, a sharp rock above them broke loose, hurtling downward. In a cruel twist of fate, it fell and pierced right through the arm Lin Na was using to grip the railing. The sudden pain made her let go, and both girls started to free-fall through the air. As Yuan Yuan tumbled through the sky, she let out a terrified scream. Then suddenly her body was caught by Yuendi. With tears in her eyes, Yuan Yuan looked at her rescuer in disbelief. I'm not dead. Yuendi gave her a reassuring wink and said, hey, any civilian caught in a fight would be scared. Don't worry. Class C hero Yuendi from the Cherry Company is here to help. The reporter on site saw the rescue. He quickly asked, wait a minute, where's the other girl? Someone immediately pointed, over there, that's Lin Na. She was still falling silently as if she had already passed out. A black shadow zipped across the camera feed, leaving the live audience completely baffled. Even the announcer couldn't see what it was. Folks, something just flew past at high speed. I couldn't get a clear look, but it seems the young lady has been rescued. Elsewhere, Qinglan suddenly shouted, everyone get back! The beast launched a sonic wave directly at the news helicopter, the one carrying the reporters filming the entire incident live. She immediately activated her raging wind technique, firing a blade of wind to intercept the monster's devastating attack. The 2 forces clashed, creating a massive explosion that sent the helicopter spiraling. Down below, Yuandai shielded Yuan Yuan with her own body bracing against the immense pressure of the blast. Meanwhile, Yang Shi had already caught Lin Niqian, landing her safely on the ground. It looked like she'd really fainted. He gently set her on a park bench, whispering, I'm sorry, Ju. He softly touched her chin with a tender look, saying, I was too late. He then used his powers to heal the arm that had been pierced by the rock. After the healing, Lin Na's entire body was clean again. No longer looking messy, Yang Shi put a jacket over her shoulders. The wound is healed. It won't hurt you anymore. Just then, she started to wake up. She gazed at the man before her and asked innocently, Am I still alive? Yangshi quickly stood up, creating some space between them. Lin Na grabbed his hand. Wait, aren't you that chicken guy from the internet? Did you save me? Yangshi gently pulled his hand free and said politely, I was just passing through. But in his heart, he was silently apologizing. I am so sorry, Jew. Knowing who I am would only put you in danger. Slash. He stepped onto his flight platform, turning to leave. He offered one last piece of advice. Slash. You need to rest for a bit. Then find a shelter. Slash. Before she could reply, he had already vanished into the sky. Lin Na yelled out after his disappearing form. Slash. Hey, wait up! But he was long gone. She gazed at the sky, her heart filled with questions. How strange. We've never met, so why does he seem so familiar? Meanwhile, aboard Yangshi's triangular flight board, he activated a cloning technique, making an exact copy of himself. Yangshi produced 2 blue ability orbs, pressing them directly into the clone. He explained, The Heart of Light and Snow Maiden abilities will now be your powers. He observed as the clone slowly began to integrate both of the new powers. Your specialty will be healing and support, with an ice-type ability, so let's change your form to female. Using a transformation skill, the clone became a woman, with long blue hair and a rabbit ear headband. Yangshi noted coldly. And with that, the third adjudicator is born. Your name is Mao. He then issued his first command. Go. Save everyone in danger. Prevent any more casualties. Her response was a single concise word. Understood. With that handled, he returned to the soul-devouring rat, his eyes fixed on it. Time to deal with this stinky rodent. But then another person caught his eye. Hang on, who is that? On the edge of a rooftop, a figure stood tall and utterly fearless, a woman with long black hair, known famously as the Tyrant Fist Maiden. She sported a fiery red outfit, her body wrapped in white bandages like a fighter, and she cracked her knuckles. Her eyes blazed with a fierce fighting spirit. I barely get back from my vacation, and I run right into this. You really have to wonder about the security in Green Harbor City. Meanwhile, under the bright morning sun, a blonde reporter with a microphone suddenly let out a gasp of surprise. Wait, what's that over there? Is that Green Harbor City's top A-rank hero from the last 15 years? All eyes were glued to the jumbo screen as the camera zoomed in on the hero. On the screen was a woman in a sleek red outfit, her hair in a high bun. Her sharp eyes were filled with confidence and pride. She turned to the camera with a dazzling smile, waving to the crowd as she said, Hello! I hope everyone still remembers the Tyrant Fist Maiden. The crowd began to murmur, as people everywhere couldn't help but marvel at her unique style, both powerful and captivating. On a high platform nearby, another hero, the great Chicken Lord, stood watching, imposingly. He was dressed in a black cloak, his face hidden by a plague doctor mask. He gave a small wave and let out a chuckle. Oh, it seems another hero is here to handle things. I'll hang back and enjoy the show before I decide to step in. Down below, the Tyrant Fist Maiden confronted the giant beast. The creature roared fiercely, but her expression showed not a single trace of fear. She rested a hand on her chin, coolly sizing up her massive opponent. A small smirk appeared on her face. A rat this big must really enjoy getting hit. In that case, I'll be happy to beat it to my heart's content. The giant golden-furred beast tilted its head back, letting out 3 furious roars. It then fired a blinding golden energy beam from its mouth, blasting straight forward. Seeing this from a distance, Qinglan frantically shouted a desperate warning to her. Senior, you gotta move. That sonic blast is seriously powerful. But she just grinned, completely unfazed. Her voice was a pure challenge. How will I know if I can take it if I don't try? The second, she finished her sentence, an earth-shattering blast ripped through the air. The rat fired right at her. But she had vanished. The massive attack slammed right into the skyscraper behind her, blowing a huge hole as dust and smoke filled the sky. The main character stared, a mix of total panic and awe on his face. Oh my gosh. The Tyrant Fist. Maiden could have dodged that attack easily, but she chose to meet it head-on. Yeah, that's just her style. The building now had a gaping hole blown through several floors. Debris rained down through the dust as the giant soul-eating rat paced back and forth, its vicious eyes glowing brightly. It let out a few annoying squeaks you just wanted to punch. Meanwhile, the Tyrant Fist Maiden hovered in the air. But the rat still looked totally clueless, like a complete fool. Then suddenly her eyes widened as she locked right onto it. She clenched her fists, her anger flaring up. Bam! A lightning-fast punch shot out, slamming right into the rat's face. It went flying into a cloud of smoke before it could even react. After that nasty hit, the giant rat cautiously backed off, clearly on the defensive. Its eyes were full of fatigue. Seeing this, she smirked and started taunting it. Keep it up, big guy. Why aren't you making noise anymore? The rat looked like its pride had been seriously wounded. its eyes filled with rage, its face twisted with annoyance. Meanwhile, the tyrant fist maiden, with all the incredible power of a 17-year-old, charged forward like a tornado. She grabbed its long, thick tail and smashed it hard into the ground. The rat jumped high into the air, letting out a pained squeal. But she wasn't finished yet. She kept spinning the poor creature around and around like a toy, laughing cheerfully the whole time. "This is hilarious, so much fun, hey hey." When she'd had enough fun, she tossed the massive beast into a corner. The throw was so powerful it crashed straight into a building, causing total chaos as dust once again billowed up, covering the entire street. Watching the whole ridiculous scene from afar, Qinglan could only stare in total astonishment, sighing in awe. She's an absolute maniac. She's causing as much damage as the monster. In another area, Mao was observing the chaos from above. Her eyes suddenly shot wide open as a man appeared below, about to be crushed by a giant boulder that would kill him instantly. Without a thought, she yelled, "Look out! Whoa!" Then she zipped forward, grabbing him and flying them both far away. The man she saved was blushing, obviously embarrassed, and he stammered out, "Thank you." After calming down, he looked up and asked, "Which hero agency are you with? Why have I never seen you around before?" Rabbit Mask gave no reply. She coldly dropped him, turned, and walked away, leaving him with just a few short words. "Judgments. The name's Rabbit Mask." She vanished from sight, leaving the guys to wonder. One asked, "Hey, who was that?" "A total knockout," said another. A goofy-looking guy just gasped, "It's like a goddess showed up. This whole organization is just packed with heavy hitters." Rabbit Mask walked on, spotting a group of girls up ahead. She glanced over, then recognized VMD and her friend Hostess. Seeing Rabbit Mask, the girl lit up, knowing her hero was here. Covered in sweat, she immediately begged for her help. "They fell from the sky and are badly hurt. Can you please save them?" Without a second thought, Rabbit Mask used her healing skill, quickly mending the two girls. Just seconds later, the girls were so perfectly healed that the crowd stared in disbelief. A guy nearby just yelled, "Wow, their injuries are completely gone." What kind of power is that? She's pretty kind and has an incredible healing power. But Rabbit Mask stayed cool, simply reminding them, "Everyone evacuate the shelter now before you get hurt again." Just then, a massive shadow loomed up behind the building. Its roar echoed, making a couple of guys scream in fear. Thon Lum covered her ears, frowning. "This roar is different. It feels like my eardrums are going to pop." Brute Force Fist was also hit by the sound, yelling out in anger. "Darn it, that monster's about to blow," Rooster Overlord realized. He cried out, "We're finished!" Watching the rat get up, worried. "It's absorbing the souls of all the dead." Brute Force Fist watched the giant gray rat before her. It started absorbing green energy streams of power, healing its large body. It lifted its enormous body up, every slow move full of menacing power. Its face twisted and changed, its eyes glowing a demonic red. Its jaws opened wide, showing off sharp fangs and a clear threat. Van Loom stood nearby, unable to hide her total shock. Her eyes were fixed on the weird scene. "Senior, what is that?" Brute Force Fist answered coldly. "This disgusting rat is eating the spiritual energy of the dead." The rat, looking huge with its fierce eyes, charged forward like a bull, shaking the ground with each step. The people in the helicopter watching from afar were terrified. Someone yelled, "Its wounds are healed. Can Senior Brute Force Fist even win? Where are the hero reinforcements?" Brute Force Fist ignored all the noise. She turned to Than Lam, looking serious. "Little sister, you need to get back. I think this soul-eating rat is about to go critical." Than Lam hesitated. She started to argue, but before she could finish, the giant rat stood up and shot a blinding yellow beam from its mouth. Seeing this, Brute Force Fist's eyes flashed with pure rage. She soared up, yelling, "Quiet, you filthy rat." And with those words, she dove, landing a massive thunderclap punch on its huge frame. A huge blast sent dust and smoke billowing, hiding the entire sky. Brute Force Fist landed bent over and completely exhausted. Walking away, she mumbled, "That must have done it this time." But just as she started to relax, a massive tail whipped at her. She reacted too late, taking a hard hit to her back. A trickle of fresh blood ran from her mouth down her chin. She clenched her jaw in pain, her eyes burning with rage. She snarled through her teeth, "Another cheap shot, you garbage." The tail swung again, sending her flying. Her body slammed hard into the ground. A pained cry escaped from her. With the upper hand, the giant rat grew cocky and let out a few mocking squeaks. Despite the pain, she tried to stand, her eyes full of resolve. "I can't fall. I have to beat this thing now." But her body was limp like a worn-out rag doll. Then Lam rushed to her side, her voice full of worry. Brute Force Fist was shocked to see Than Lam suddenly appear. She gave her a disapproving look. "Why are you still here? Aren't you afraid to die?" Then Lam answered firmly, "I'm a pro hero too. There are people behind me that I have to protect. How can I run away from a monster?" Those firm words warmed her heart despite the pain. She struggled up. The blonde main character was watching excitedly, speaking into her mic. Everyone look quick. These are the famous pro-heroes of Lutkang City. The rat gave them no time to rest attacking again. Brute Force Fist rushed forward, protecting Than Lam. She muttered, her eyes cold as ice. A VZ support elixir. Then a white staff appeared, in her hand glowing so brightly it lit up the sky. The staff held so much power it was practically a bomb. The wounded rat jumped up, screeching Chi-Chi in pain. Its desperate cries echoed everywhere. Just when things got super tense, another person appeared in the sky. The masked man was the Rooster Overlord himself, standing on a hoverboard. Next to him was a pretty girl with a cold look named Rabbit Mask. The main character on the chopper saw this and got even more excited, screaming, "Ah!" into her mic a few times. Then her voice full of excitement, she announced to everyone. And just in time, the super A-rank hero Rue has appeared. Plus, he brought a beautiful lady with him. The pro organization's cameras quickly focused on their location. Every detail was zoomed in with a long and excited intro. Brute Force Fist found their sudden appearance odd, her eyes full of suspicion. She had to ask, what are they trying to do? Then Lam, who was right there, didn't know anything more and just replied without a clue. I'm not sure either, Tannel said, offering her guess. But maybe they're here to help us. Rooster Overlord appeared, his powerful presence instantly stealing the show. He calmly lifted his hand and unleashed a volley of sharp weapons that shot out like a flock of woodpeckers. Their tips glinted like lightning, each leaving a trail of burning fire, making for a truly spectacular scene. His calm voice gave a single command, go. And right after, the daggers flew towards the giant rat with incredible, terrifying speed. Witnessing this, the furry beast raised its head arrogantly, spreading its arms wide in a clear challenge to them all. It let out a few mocking Chi-Chi sounds, taunting its opponents. Violent Fist Maiden watched from a distance. Her eyes suddenly lit up with understanding. She exclaimed, I get it. The beast has a self-healing skill that uses devouring energy. That makes it incredibly difficult to defeat. So our main goal is to break its healing ability. Hearing this, a doubtful Tannel frowned beside her and asked, so how do we stop it? Shove something in its mouth. That question earned her a solid bonk on the head from Violent Fist Maiden, who growled, shove something in its mouth. Just then, the silent masked man raised 2 fingers. A massive explosion suddenly went off, and the fat rat was blasted into the sky. Violent Fist Maiden looked up, a new idea striking her as she yelled, it's the distance, helpless in midair. Sharp objects pierced right through the giant rat's body. Its pained, helpless squeals echoed as daggers pierced its mouth. Sharp spikes skewered its limbs, turning it into a giant roasted rat kebab. The masked man kept control of the large flying disc, powerfully tossing the rat onto a sharp point in its center. He then turned to Blood Rabbit, his voice cold. Blood Rabbit, keep its mouth shut. Instantly, Blood Rabbit gave a gentle nod. She began to move forward. Her movements slow and graceful, each step as light as if walking on water. Raising her hands, she began to use the Snowflower Dragon Fist technique. In that moment, a cyan energy stream from Blood Rabbit filled the sky, creating a stunning, shimmering sight. The streams of power circled around, slowly enveloping the giant rat. The energy took hold, causing its movements to gradually slow down. The young men watching from afar could only stare in amazement. Their eyes were glued to the incredible scene, mouths hanging wide open. They shouted, look, they froze that huge mutant beast! What kind of power level is that? The miserable giant rat was now trapped and immobilized inside Blood Rabbit's thick layer of ice. Its body was compressed, looking completely pathetic, with sharp spikes still piercing its limbs. But then something strange happened. A moment later, the green stream of energy that had first surrounded it appeared once more. A black-gloved hand was raised, and Rooster Overlord's sharp voice warned, don't even think of absorbing more energy. The masked man taunted the huge, proud mole in this extreme heat. You can't touch the bodies, and naturally, you can't take their crystal energy either. Once he finished, Rooster Overlord clenched his fist. This ends now. Then he unleashed his Blade Storm skill. The mole was now in a pitiful state. Pinned down by him with no way to resist, forced to endure his storm of attacks. It let out faint squeaks as the skill repeatedly hit it. It was a sorry sight, a mole full of despair and helplessness. A blue-haired man nearby was watching the flying orbs with great interest. He couldn't help saying, he's dicing it into snowflakes. Rooster Overlord coolly twirled the green orb in his palm, activating his ability plunder skill. An info panel appeared before him, just like always. This panel showed info on the Soul Guard skill he just collected from the giant mole. Rooster Overlord studied the notification panel intently. Done reading, he murmured to himself. Unlike Spirit Link, Heart Soul Guard heals by using others' mental power. but it still counted as a healing skill. The organization's chopper swooped in for a closer look. A blonde reporter's excited voice rang out, "Dear viewers, stay right there. I'm immediately flying up to the clouds to show you all the situation live." Just then, she looked up and her gaze met the masked man standing on a platform near the clouds. She gasped, then quickly turned to get his attention. "Rooster Overlord, can we interview you for a moment?" Hearing this, Rooster Overlord turned slowly. The camera captured the powerful image of his back, and the live chat immediately blew up with amazing comments about him. Tyrannical Fist was also impressed, watching him with admiration, but she couldn't hide her unease. She thought to herself, the powerful aura he gives off is on another level. He must be an S-Class Awakener. As she was thinking, something unexpected occurred. Blood Rabbit materialized out of nowhere, appearing behind Tyrannical Fist and Than Lam. Sensing the presence, Tyrannical Fist spun around, her sharp gaze locking onto Blood Rabbit. Her voice was suspicious. "What do you want?" But Blood Rabbit just gave them a cold, silent stare. Then she suddenly unleashed a light blue power, and the stream shot right at Tyrannical Fist. Seeing this, a startled Than Lam yelled, "Senior, look out!" She then desperately dashed over and quickly shoved Tyrannical Fist out of the way of the powerful attack. Then Lam watched the beam of energy rush toward her, her body completely tense. But when the energy stream got extremely close and caused no damage, she was completely unharmed. She finally found the nerve to slowly look up. Than Lam's eyes lit up full of surprise. Her expression was one of amazement while her mind was full of questions. "Senior, my wounds, they are all healed." Just then, Tyrannical Fist felt the same power course through her. Her injuries vanished in an instant, color returned to her face, and her very presence felt stronger. Completely bewildered, Tyrannical Fist turned to the rare healing-type user, Blood Rabbit. "Who are you?" In response, Blood Rabbit uttered just 4 simple words. "Judgment Organization, Blood Rabbit." As Blood Rabbit finished speaking, the reporter on the chopper chimed in. "That's right, the person with Rooster Overlord is from the Judgment Organization, a powerful healer, and she's mending the wounds of our brave heroes." The camera zoomed in on Blood Rabbit standing beside the Rooster Overlord. Tyrannical Fist awkwardly scratched her head. "Is Judgment some new hero agency?" She confessed, "I've never heard of you guys before, but thanks a ton for helping clean up." Blood Rabbit simply replied, "Think nothing of it. You're a respectable hero." Meanwhile, the blonde reporter on the chopper continued her broadcast. "My dear viewers, our heroes have saved Green Harbor City from the mutant beast threat once more, and a huge thanks goes to the Judgment Organization. Let's fill the chat with praise." The moment she said that, the screen instantly flooded with a wave of thank you messages from viewers. Don Lam gazed at Blood Rabbit, sighing, "Wow, she's so beautiful." Meanwhile, Tyrannical Fist puffed her cheeks, grumbling, "Darn it, they stole all my thunder." Elsewhere, Rooster Overlord stood with his back to the scene. He told the clone his adopted son called for a meeting. A worried thought crossed his mind. What kind of info did that kid dig up this time? While lost in thought, his own clone Blood Rabbit suddenly called out, startling him. Blood Rabbit announced that time was up, making the Overlord ask back, "The clone's time is up already." He placed a hand on his chest, feeling the power. The Overlord mused, "The clone's ability orb returns right to my body. How convenient. I can just send the clone out on missions for me." However, he made a mental note, never make a female clone again. It just gets hit on way too much. How embarrassing. Just then, a young man named Liu Yuan appeared. He had long curly hair tied back in a ponytail. Leaning on a red supercar, he was picking his nose and spouting cheesy lines. "Hey babe, not even a pop star's smile is as sweet as yours." Rooster Overlord facepalmed. His son had zero concept of keeping up appearances. He scanned the area around his son and grumbled, "That kid Liu Yuan is being tailed and has no clue." Seeing his son rush over with a piece of paper, he asked, "New intel already?" The young Liu Yuan grinned like a kid and happily chirped back, "Foster father, have you forgotten whose son I am?" But then a sudden click from behind stopped Liu Yuan's cheerful reply, "Cold dot model." He asked his foster father, "What was that noise? Is someone there?" Rooster Overlord coughed lightly, urging, "The document, please. Let's see that intel." Taking the paper, Rooster Overlord scanned it briefly before saying, "Well, well. The Hero Association is opening the Green Harbor City void space soon. I expected that to be much later." At this news, Liu Yuan's eyes lit up. "Foster father, I heard the mutant beast world has special grade items. We have to get there first and snag all the good stuff for ourselves." Hearing his adopted son's plan, Rooster Overlord smiled. "This piece of intel is excellent. The merit points should be enough for a rank-up potion from the organization." Liu Yuan downed the blue potion in a single gulp, laughing heartily. "Haha, thank you for everything, foster father." But after drinking it, Liu Yuan suddenly doubled over, feeling sick. Foster father, this tastes like wasabi mixed with dark chocolate. Rooster Overlord patted his back to help soothe him and advised his son, who was grimacing in pain. You know what they say, bitter medicine works best. Suddenly, Liu Yuan screamed. In seconds, he transformed into a massive werewolf. Looking completely wild, he excitedly tilted his head back, let out a fierce howl, and then declared, Bonho, I can feel my strength and senses getting way stronger. Master Rooster watched with a satisfied look. If you continue at this rate, hitting S rank is just a matter of time. That's every Esper's ultimate dream, right? Before Liu Wen could even reply, Master Rooster added, the armored war hero. The sudden name drop left Liu Yuan totally confused. He then asked Master Rooster, Foster father, what are you talking about? My old man is probably off drinking with some pretty ladies right now. He's got no time to worry about me. The moment he said that, an old man appeared out of nowhere. It was the very man Liu Yuan was just insulting, and he was furious. His eyes blazed with a murderous aura as he continued to speak. But before we get to that, first I'm going to skin this rebellious brat alive. Pathetic whimpers then filled the room. Even in his powerful wolf form, Liu Yuan's face showed his terrified soul. He cried, begging his father for mercy. I didn't mean it. Please have mercy. You're going to kill me, Dad. The armored war hero was so furious his blood was boiling, and he just couldn't hold back. He shot out a kick while cursing his son Liu Yuan. You little brat, who are you calling foster father? You sold off our family intel. I ought to just kick you into next week. Just then, Master Rooster scratched his head and stepped in for Liu Yuan. I honestly didn't expect you to show up in person. Our deal was just so he could get an ability. No need to kill him over it. Liu Yuan struggled up, looked at his dad and whined, You already hit me. Worst case, I just won't steal the family's intel anymore, okay? Just stay out of things with my adoptive father. The war hero was already furious with his defiant son. He roared at the mumbling, Quiet down and get over here now. Then he turned to question Master Rooster, who was standing right there. This defiant son of mine was born without a single ability. Can you really just give him one so easily? Hearing this, Master Rooster thought otherwise. No abilities. It seems you don't know your son at all. I've kept his A-rank rebirth orb hidden this entire time. After a moment, he simply replied, A simple matter. Granting one ability or even 3 is as easy as flipping my hand. Hearing this, Liu Yuan jumped up, his eyes wide with excitement. Wait, you mean I can get even more abilities? The war hero's curiosity was piqued. Can anyone get one, even an A-rank hero like me? Hearing this, Master Rooster smirked to himself. The old tiger couldn't resist. That's to be expected. Anyone hungry for power wants to grow stronger. He then spread his hands and warned them. Of course, but obtaining an A-rank ability comes at a very steep price. The father sternly demanded more details about getting an A-rank ability. Master Rooster tossed out a green orb, asking if he knew what it was. The father held the orb and admitted, I've never seen anything like this. Hearing this, Master Rooster seemed confused. Huh, he replied. A subordinate of yours has used this pill, yet you know nothing about it. When an Esper uses it, their power can triple instantly. The father asked suspiciously, Is this also from your organization? Master Rooster waved his hand. No, this belongs to someone else. I approached Liu Yuan specifically to get information on them. With that, he turned and told Liu Wen to explain everything he knew. After getting the order, Liu Yuan stepped up and began. Lai Shangyang is from the Piercing Brave Guild. He used some kind of drug to kill a lot of people. I saw it myself. His father could hardly believe what he was hearing. He examined the pill and wondered, how can one small pill have such a huge side effect? Master Rooster analyzed the situation. I knew it. So that's how the Piercing Brave Guild did it. We finally have our reason. The father with a grim face questioned him. So after all of this, you want my help investigating the group behind this pill? Master Rooster replied, more than that. You must also join the Bashang clan. As payment, you'll get an A-rank ability potion. It'll make you a dual system A-rank Esper. Hearing this, the father gave him a warning. You want to join the Baishang clan. Don't say I didn't warn you. Baishang is a place you enter but never leave. At this, Master Rooster confidently showed the father the ring on his finger. You don't need to worry about me. I plan to use this ring to get ability factors. The father repeated, ability factors. Master Rooster explained, ability factors are the key ingredient for making ability potions. The source can be criminal espers or materials from mutated beasts. And the mutant beasts in Bong are an endless supply no matter how many you hunt. The father then asked, how do you guarantee this ability potion of yours will even work? Master Rooster replied, my own existence is all the proof you need. If you don't trust my methods, we can simply call off this partnership. Hearing that, Liu Yuan panicked. Fine, if you're not doing it, then don't. I was worried you'd just get in the way of my leveling up anyway. Hearing his useless son's nonsense, the armored hero knocked some sense into him. You ungrateful little brat. I do all the work, and you just reap the benefits. After telling him off, he faced Master Rooster. All right, I agree, and I'll handle the Piercing Brave Guild. Satisfied with the answer, he turned to leave with a few final words. You've made a wise decision. Here's to a fruitful partnership. I'll be looking forward to our next meeting. The scene changes to a bright hospital room with a red cross. A girl with brown hair named Xiao walks out, rubbing her eyes. Ugh, the entire apartment building collapsed yesterday. I can't believe I had to spend the night in the hospital. Then she jumped, spotting a familiar figure in the hallway. It was Master Rooster, but in his normal human form as Yang Shi. A surprised Xiao asked, Yang Shi, what are you doing here? Happy. She was awake. He rushed over, placing his hands on her shoulders and asking with concern, I've been looking for you all day. They said the injured were brought here. So I came right away. I'm so relieved that you're okay. Xiao was so touched by his concern that her face flushed bright red. She answered shyly, it's just a couple of minor scratches, but the apartment building's gone. I don't have anywhere to live now. Hearing this, Yang Shi's eyes lit up. That's no problem. You can move in with me. Xiao blushed furiously. What, live together? Isn't that a little too fast? Yang Shi froze, realizing how that sounded. Wait, that's not what I meant. Hearing that, Xiao's blush instantly turned into a pout. Not what you meant? Then just forget it. It's not like I wanted to live with you or anything. With that, she turned and stormed away. Her words left Yang Shi completely bewildered. Wait, Xiao, all I meant was... Just then, Xiao paused, sighed, and gazed out the window. I should just think about Master Rooster instead. At the mention of his own alias, a bead of cold sweat ran down Yang Shi's face. What was that about? Rooster? Speaking of Master Rooster, Xiao's face lit up as if flowers were blooming around her. You won't believe it. I was in serious danger, but the mysterious Master Rooster appeared and saved me. He's so amazing. After she said that, she got lost in a daydream, thinking about how she had to find a way to interview him. It would be a huge scoop for the news. She was so caught up in her fantasy, she didn't notice Yang Shi behind her, his expression sinking as he heard her praise his alter ego. But that feeling of helplessness quickly turned into a spark of determination. Duanhai strode over, sweeping Tutue off her feet. She gasped in surprise. Hey, Duanhai, what are you doing? Thump. He gently dropped her right onto the hospital bed. She bounced on the clean white sheets, yelping, Ah, ouch! Tutue then clumsily scrambled up, questioning him. Hold on, what is your plan? There on that hospital bed. Amidst the stark white sheets, Tutue was in an awkward pose, trying to face him. Her cheeks flushed a deep red. She softly called his name Duanhai. Hearing his crush say his name so gently, Duanhai felt Cupid's arrow strike his heart. He softly replied with her name, Tutue. Duanhai leaned in closer. I just wanted a better look. But as he moved, Tutue got flustered and shyly backed away. She quickly sat up and warned him loudly. We can't do this in a hospital kaitsu-crash. Their new pose with legs tangled was quite compromising. Oh, my Duanhai and Tutue were so close. They were on the bed legs, completely tangled, facing each other with burning red cheeks. As a girl, Tutue was shy, but her senses were starting to blur. She kept softly calling his name, Duanhai, lying there face to face, their shimmering eyes locked in a tender gaze. But a true gentleman like Duanhai would never take advantage of a moment like this. He acted like a perfect gentleman. He simply opened his arms, hugging Tutue tightly, whispering to her, Get some sleep, I'll help you move tomorrow. From now on, you're living with me. On the outside, Tutue happily said, Okay, but inside she was a little frustrated. She couldn't help thinking, in a moment like this, is this really all but... The scene shifts. It's the next morning on a Staliax Airlines flight. Duanhai, fully awake, listened carefully to his phone. After a moment, he awkwardly replied to the caller, What? A flat-bottomed pot, check the kitchen cabinet. On the other end, Tutue grumbled at his cluelessness about housework. I've checked everywhere. There isn't even one grain of rice here. Oh my gosh, Duanhai, how could you be so thoughtless? Hearing her complaints, Duanhai stayed calm, putting his bag in the overhead bin. He replied gently to her, fussing. Okay, my mistake. Just use the card I gave you last night for whatever you need. Tutue agreed. All right, when you're back from your trip, I'll have a meow surprise for you. Hearing her cute joke, Duanhai couldn't help but smile, repeating meow. He got so flustered he even coughed. Then he started saying goodbye to Tutue. I'll text you when I land. Bye-bye. The man in a white turban next to him watched the whole thing. Seeing him say meow so cutely, he decided to tease. Hey, young man, meow. Duanhai just couldn't hold it in and laughed. Meow. Their flight soared through the clear blue sky, cruising ever onward. Suddenly, Duanhai's eyes narrowed. An orange-haired girl across the aisle had just caught his eye. Wait, he knew her. That was Tianda, he thought to himself. I'm off to Exak Xiao for a meeting with the Fanhe Trade Guild. Never thought I'd see Tian Da on this flight, but in these plain clothes. She definitely won't recognize me. Meanwhile, Tian Da wasn't having a great time. Annoyance was written all over her face, and it was all because of a few guys across the way who kept staring her down. Their eyes were practically eating her up. One of them mused, "Wow, two beauties on the same flight today." Her pink-haired friend, Hai Dong, timidly asked the attendant, "Excuse me, may I have a blanket?" The flight attendant smiled warmly. "Of course, no problem. Please wait just a moment." But as the attendant returned with the blanket saying, "Here you are, ma'am," Tian Da, already on edge and bothered by Duan Hai's gaze, finally snapped. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a pretty girl before you creep?" Duan Hai, who was just minding his own business, was totally blindsided. He fumed silently, his cheeks puffed out as he thought, if she only knew I was that god-tier player she admires, she'd never be this bold. And then, thud. Something brown landed right on the flight attendant's red shoe. A moment later, a gun barrel pressed right into the attendant's back, making her freeze in terror, hands flying up. "Please spare me." Duan Hai glanced up, taking in the scene. A hijacking, huh? The culprit was a guy with a wild, rebellious hairstyle. He snarled at the flight attendant, "Don't you move. Hands on your head, now." Then his crew appeared, yelling for everyone to put their hands on their heads. Terrified passengers begged for their lives. With a gun on his own shoulder, Duan Hai wondered, "Are those mutant beast weapons?" Lost in thought, he hadn't raised his hands, which angered a hot-headed bald goon. The man started yelling at him. "Hey you, what the hell do you think you're looking at? Get your hands on your head." Duan Hai calmly assessed the group. Every gunman here is at least a B-rank ability user. What kind of group pulls a hijacking in broad daylight? Oh well, he couldn't just reveal his god-tier identity in public. He needed a plan, but first hands up so they'd leave him alone. The wild-haired hijacker pointed his gun at the attendant, ordering her to open the cockpit. She stammered, "Right away, just please don't shoot." Seeing this, Duan Hai's expression turned unexpectedly serious. The leader then turned to his blue-haired partner. "You know what to do. Stick to the plan." His blue-haired partner complied, "Yes, boss." The flight attendant could only watch, trembling in fear. Terrified, she managed to ask, "The manual controls, where are you trying to fly this plane?" The wild-haired man simply aimed his gun at her. "Isn't it obvious? We're flying to the tallest tower to take out the council from Sector 2. His expression was as twisted as his motives. His eyes were hollow yet burning with rage. Two of the hijackers stood out, one with a crew cut, the other with purple hair. But for some reason, both of them suddenly looked like they were in terrible pain. Their eyes widened in agony and sheer horror. Meanwhile, the old man in a turban next to Duan Hai was giggling to himself like a kid with their first crush. He was even blushing, enjoying his final moments. He then turned to Tian Da, sharing his thoughts with me. He sighed. "To see such a beauty on my last day, what a great way to go." Duan Hai was in the middle of a crisis, and this old guy's carefree attitude left me absolutely speechless. We're all about to die, and he's still thinking about pretty girls. I decided to just ignore the old man. I thought for a second, then wondered aloud, where are these guys from? Tian Da, who was sitting across from me, heard me. Her eyes lit up, and she eagerly jumped in to answer. He mentioned flying the plane into the White Tower. They must hate Sector 2, so they're from Sector 35. I listened carefully to her line of reasoning, but I was still confused and needed a bit more. Sector 35. Why them? She seemed surprised by my question. You seriously don't know that piece of history? With that, she eagerly launched into a quick history lesson. Before Blue Star created the 50 peace zones, Sector 35 was invaded by the people of Sector 2. After the peace zones were made, they demanded an apology and reparations, but Sector 2 just arrogantly denied everything. After hearing the story, the whole situation finally made sense. No wonder they're resorting to such extremes. But that was all in the past. Terrorism won't fix anything. Tian Da nodded, exactly. This will only end up hurting innocent people. As we were talking, the bald hijacker appeared, looking annoyed. What are you two whispering about over there? But Tianda was sharp. She knew just how to handle people. She tried to calm the situation quietly, trying to ease the bald man's suspicions. We weren't saying a thing. My apologies, sir. I wouldn't dream of it. But this brute clearly had no respect for women. He snatched her hand, forcefully snarling, "Wouldn't dare you say—" "Looks to me like you've got a whole lot of nerve." In one swift, brutal motion, he tossed her right over his shoulder. He marched toward the airplane door, growling a furious threat at her. "You want to die, I'll just toss you right out." Tianda Dada started to panic, begging, No, don't throw me out. Please, somebody help me." Duan Hai had seen enough of this guy's disgusting behavior. He finally stood up, unable to watch any longer. He glanced down at the unfolding chaos, his hand tightening into a fist, ready to deliver one devastating punch. Suddenly, a solid punch landed, sending the bald guy's dentures flying through the air. Turns out someone else beat Duanhai to it. The newcomer caught Tiandada offering a comforting word. "Don't you worry, miss, I've got you." A blonde-haired young man appeared, the A-rank hero Tindion. He radiated a heroic aura, instantly stealing the entire show. Tindion waved like a pageant winner announcing, "Hello everyone, sorry for the late arrival." And the man who threw the first punch looked pretty awesome himself. He was clearly satisfied with his power. Turns out this was another A-rank hero, Tu Jiangui. Seeing their two saviors, the rest of the passengers erupted in cheerful applause. It's the A-rank heroes Tu Jiangui and Tindion. We're saved. Duanhai could finally relax and let out a sigh of relief. Looks like things will be okay now. But the purple and orange-haired guys glared at Tindion. "You're just so irritating," they grumbled. With that, they both charged forward, but a flash of red put them on the defensive, a cloak zipping past them at lightning speed. Duanhai quickly sized up the situation. That cloak was the strongest soul weapon he'd ever seen. The hero's power was not to be taken lightly. The orange-haired guy, seething like a wild animal, spat angrily. Well, Tindion." Tindion was completely unimpressed by these nobodies. He looked down at them and said coolly, "It's just the two of you left. Surrender your weapons." But Duanhai's eyes widened as he saw what they did next. He gasped. "Those guys from District 2 really are ruthless and sneaky. But did you really think this was over?" The two skinny villains suddenly transformed into hulking six-packed muscleheads. They had just activated their human bullet ability. Tindion and Tu Jiangui's faces paled as they yelled, "This is not good." And just a second later, a massive explosion rocked the plane. It lurched out of control, careening wildly through the sky. Passengers clung desperately to their seats, crying out weakly, "Help us!" Amidst the screams, he urged everyone to quickly put on their antitoxin masks. Then he turned to his A-rank partner, asking, "Tindion, do you have a plan to fix this? For instance, could you fly with your cloak?" Tindion replied with a scowl, "What do I look like to you, an S-rank hero? This plane is full of normal people. My cloak can only hold a few people tops. Any more is impossible." Once the words were out, the plane's passengers instantly panicked, pleading, "Please take me with you." A young man with purple hair begged through his tears, "Take me along too. I'll pay you anything. Just name a price. I'm begging you, please." Another person with shrimp-paste hair chimed in, "Me too." Duanhai watched them helpless. He thought to himself, "Are they about to swarm him like a beehive?" Dada pleaded earnestly with the person right in front of her. "Please, I'm begging you." Before getting an answer, a loud voice shouted from behind, "Move it." "You should take me first," the older man beside her took a drag from his cigarette, glanced over, and said gently to Dada, "Young lady, you should head back to your seat. Don't forget your seatbelt." Seeing his kindness, Dada smiled faintly and replied while walking, "You're a very nice man." Just then, a little girl came over, her bright eyes full of fear. She told Dada, "Dada, I'm afraid." Dada knelt down, gently offering a warm smile. "Don't worry, I'm back now, aren't I?" The young man below was brainstorming when his eyes suddenly lit up. He had an idea. With a little smirk, he turned to Thuwai beside him and said with confidence, "Thuwai, I've figured something out. Come on outside with me." Thuwai eyed him suspiciously. "What's the plan? We can't just abandon these people." He could see the doubt in Thuwai's eyes. But he didn't falter, saying calmly, "All you need to do is trust me. Let's move before we run out of time." The two of them jumped onto the flying carpet. In a heartbeat, it shot up into the sky. Duanhai's expression turned serious, his gaze distant as he focused on a plan. Then a brilliant idea hit him. "That's it. I can make a shadow clone inside the plane's cabin. It only has 1/10 of my power, but it should be enough." The second he had that thought, the system announced, "Shadow clone has been activated." His face was serious without a trace of a smile. His gaze was deep, lost in concentration. He became Duanhai, then checked his reflection, as if feeling a new power surging up within him. The plane was plummeting, hurtling through the air like a sharp, cold arrow. The young man from earlier quickly shouted to Thuwai, his tone urgent, "Thuwai, use your power. Make a huge parachute to slow the plane." Thuwai paused for a second, then it hit him. "You're right. Why didn't I think of that?" "You're always the smart one." With that, Thuwai instantly used his ability. Long snowy mist. A thick plume of smoke burst from his mouth, filling the area. Then the thick clouds of smoke started to take on a new form. They were no longer just formless clouds, but giant parachutes easing the plane's descent. Sweat beaded on his face, a drop trickling down his cheek. He finally relaxed, sighing, "Oh man, that was completely draining. I don't have a single drop of energy left in me." Just then, a clever smirk appeared on the young man's face. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he moved behind Thu, activating his power as he began to speak. "You worked hard Thursday. Being a good guy is tough, isn't it?" Thu turned confused by his words and asked, As a hero, it's just my duty. Just then, Duong Hai arrived on scene. Watching from above, he thought, looks like the plane got hit by something. Those are the two A-rank heroes on the rescue mission. But the man attacked from behind his voice, full of hate. It's your do-gooder act that I find so disgusting. Thu cried out in pain from the surprise attack. You were... The sudden betrayal shocked Duong Hai, who could only blurt out, what in the world is going on? He snarled at Thu, full of resentment. I'm just as capable as you are. But you always step in front and steal my spotlight on every mission. It kills my fame. I can't even get any sponsorships. Thu collapsed, gasping in pain as he struggled to speak. Why are you doing this? But the man coldly turned away and replied, if you love being a hero so much, then go die for these peasants. I'll just tell the media you died bravely saving this plane. And with that, he flew off, leaving the injured Thu behind. The moment he left, Duong Hai rushed over offering support. Hey, hold on, I can use my healing ability to save you. Duong Hai quickly used his holy light skill to heal Thu. Covered in sweat, Thu struggled to tell Duong Hai, it's no use. This wound is from his soul weapon. It's unhealable. Duong Hai could only ask in shock, what? Thu, using his final bit of strength, continued talking to Duong Hai. This was my own carelessness. I never imagined he hated me this much. My son is still waiting for me to come home. Hearing this, Duong Hai was helpless, saying in despair, this can't be happening. The plane had finally stabilized and was now slowly descending. It was no longer in immediate danger. After his vicious attack, the man flew to the plane's cabin, and when the passengers saw him, they sighed in relief, exclaiming, it's Starling Jacket. We're saved. Another hero is here. With a fake sad expression, he told the passengers mournfully. They used all his power to slow the plane's fall, but he couldn't stop it. I'm sorry. I can only take a few of you with me for now. As he finished, his cloak stretched out, wrapping up the girls and carrying them off. A girl was swept away by the fabric. She reached for her dad, screaming, no, I want to go with Dada. He tried to grab her, shouting, hi, Dong. The plane continued its slow, steady descent. The passengers inside were frantic, their faces pale with panic, and their voices full of despair. Terrified, they asked, he just left us like that. Are we just bait now? We're so screwed. We're definitely dead. Meanwhile, Yang Shi was using his ability plundering skill. He made a vow to Shang Yi, I swear I will avenge you. Shang Yi possessed an A-rank ability known as Shuja Mist. This power lets him materialize an absorbable mist. As long as there's air, it can form anywhere. System evaluation. Smoking is bad for you. You should probably cut back. Yang Shi's arrival immediately caught the eye of every passenger. Someone shouted in disbelief, hey, look, someone's out there. Could it be Master Doge? Is he really here to save us? Flying beside the plane, Yang Shi used his metal control and yelled, I said stop. The plane, already low, descended slowly. It crashed into the desert, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Amazingly, the landing was gentle and no one was hurt. The passengers erupted in cheers. I'm alive! Not the desert again, someone groaned. Hey, where's that A-rank hero, Shang Yi Jia? And what about Master Doge? I swear I just saw him. Dada sighed, completely relieved. That was terrifying. I honestly thought we were goners. Wow, cheating death feels pretty incredible, doesn't it? But overhearing the other passengers, Dada felt puzzled. They're all talking about Master Doge, but where is he? Just then, 4 ambulances sped towards them. A young man flying at the front put on a show of urgency, shouting, come on, hurry! The hijacked plane crashed just ahead. People are hurt and waiting for our help. Meanwhile, a news helicopter circled the scene. A reporter's voice came from inside. We're now reporting live from the crash site. But strangely, there didn't appear to be any injured people. Hearing the reporter's update, the young man sounded baffled. How can no one be hurt? I saw the plane go down myself. Why is everyone perfectly fine? Annoyed by his tone, Dada finally snapped, hey, Blondie, what's with the bad attitude? And where did you take Hodong and the others? Nearby, a passenger was being interviewed. Honestly, we're not sure what happened. All we know is the plane landed safely. Someone spotted Doge right before the crash. He's that hero who controls metal. He must be the one who saved us. As they spoke to the press, they mentioned Shang Yi Jia as well. We just can't find either of them now. The moment Shang Yi Jia's name was mentioned, the young man's expression soured. He quickly jumped in to answer. Shang Yi Jia, he was on the rescue mission with me. A reporter pushed a mic forward. Xing Diao Feong, sir. Can you tell us what really happened? The young man began his dramatic tale for the reporters. As the plane was plummeting, Shang Yi gave everything he had to slow it down. In the end, he collapsed from exhaustion. I was only able to save some of the passengers. Given the situation, I thought the plane was a lost cause. That's why I called for ambulances immediately. I never expected a miracle would happen and that everyone would be perfectly safe. But a voice echoed from above. Enough with the crocodile tears. You know exactly whether heaven was kind or not. Yang Shi descended carrying Shang Yi's body. Come take a look at your good comrade, Xing Daofeong." Everyone stared completely stunned at where Yang Shi had suddenly appeared. Dada cried out in surprise, "Master Doge, it's really you. Everyone's saying you saved the plane. Is that true?" Yang Shi turned to answer her. Model. Dada, I just helped a bit. The real hero who saved everyone was Shangyi Shuhia. Dada looked stunned, asking, "Shangyi Shuhia? Did he die from power exhaustion? Then what's this massive bloody hole in his chest?" A chill went through the crowd as they eyed Shangyi's body and began to whisper. "He's right. It looks like he has a hole clean through his body. That's not exhaustion. It looks a lot more like he was murdered. What in the world happened? Just thinking of it is terrifying." Yang Shi pointed at the young man. "So, tell us the truth." Xing Daofeong's face was pure panic. "Don't ask me," he yelled. "How would I know anything?" But Yang Shi sternly laid out the crime. "I'll tell you because I saw it all. Xing Daofeong took Shangyi Jia from the plane. He faked saving the plane just to drain his energy. And then once he was at his absolute weakest, he killed him with a single strike from behind." Yang Shi pointed out the clear evidence. "The proof is right here. The blood on Xing Daofeong's body is Shangyi's. We just need a doctor to run a quick test to confirm it." He could only stare dumbfounded at his own sleeve, never expecting the proof to be so obvious on his own body. Everyone stared at the stain in shock. "It's true there's blood. Could he have really killed his own teammate? How could anyone be like that?" If it's not exactly what Master Doge said, there's no other way to explain the wound on Shangyi's body. The reporters swarmed Xing Daofeong. "Answer, Master Doge, is it true? Will you give your coat to a doctor for testing?" Xing Daofeong spat right on the ground. He frowned, snarling, "It was my mistake. I never thought my flawless plan would be ruined by this piece of trash." He remembered everyone cheering for Shangyi, while he just stood behind them, continuing bitterly. "I really just don't get it. My looks, my body, my wealth. How am I any worse than him? On what grounds is he more popular with people than I am?" Yang Shi simply responded, "The plane hijackers from Area 35. The first time they saw you, they looked completely betrayed. I'm guessing you secretly worked with them to hijack the plane, right?" He flew up laughing sinisterly. "You figured that out too." "Ha, you guessed right. I'm also a refugee from Area 35. Xing Daofeong threw off his cloak. His body hovered in the air as he said, "I sacrificed so many of my brothers and still failed." The huge tornado he made was powerful. He spoke with a smug and menacing tone. "You people from Area 2 are hypocritical scum. All of you just die." The tornado tried sucking everyone below into its vortex as terrified screams erupted. Xing Daofeong began telling his story. "When I was a child, I really liked a coat. It was the last gift my mother gave me before she died," he said. "All the superpowered heroes who saved the world have a coat like this. It was the final present my mother gave me before she passed away." She said, "All the true heroes that protect the world have a coat just like this one. This was the last gift my mother gave me before she passed. She told me, every hero who protects the world has a coat like this." Her words were, "All the heroes who guard our world own a coat just like this one." She told me, "Every superpowered hero defending the world has this kind of coat. It was my mother's final gift to me before she died." She said, "The world's protectors, the superpowered heroes, all wear these coats. It was a final present from my mother before she passed on." She said, "All the superpowered heroes who saved the world wear a coat like this. This was the very last thing my mother gave me." Her words were, "Every hero who defends the world wears a coat like this. It was my mother's last gift before she died." She told me, "All the superpowered heroes protecting the world have a coat like this one." Her words echoed, "Every single hero who protects the world has a coat like this." She explained, "All the superpowered heroes who guard the world have a coat like this. It was the last thing my mother ever gave me." She said, "The world's protectors, the superpowered heroes, wear coats like this." She slaughtered indiscriminately while he desperately tried to save people. Returning to the grim present, his voice roared, "How pathetic." He stood in the tornado's eye and screamed, "Curse you, Area 2. Curse you, pigs. Curse you, Shangyi Shua, and curse the user law. All of you just die." Dada worried he would snap and do something irreversible. She yelled frantically at him, "You're insane. You're a monster. Look at yourself. How are you any different from the invaders you hate?" Dada's face was filled with fear. She looked toward Duong Hai and cried out, Master Zuji, he's completely lost it. He's going to kill everyone here." A horrifying black hole materialized in the air above him. Duong Hai stared at the vortex, thinking to himself, "That soul weapon, it's been tainted by its owner, killed so many, and leveled up. It's an S-rank soul weapon now." Dada looked shocked at Duong Hai's words. She then asked in disbelief, "An S-rank? I want to claim it, but I have nothing that can counter an S-rank weapon. What do we do?" She asked Duong Hai hesitantly, "Master Suji, are you confident you can defeat him?" Dada suddenly noticed Duong Hai's hands. "Master, your hands are shaking. If even you're scared, then what chance do I have? Seeing her doubt, Duong Hai asked, Dada, do you really think I'm a coward? I'm not scared, I'm excited. Dada could only stare in bewilderment. Master Zuji Duong Hai called down to him, Starling Wind, you've said enough. You've killed plenty of innocent people from Area 2 just to vent, haven't you? With a vile expression, he smirked. That's right, a whole lot of them. Let me see. There were some adoring fans, he said suddenly, lunging forward. A bystander I saved and some from my college. I saved them so their lives were mine to take. Duong Hai responded grimly. An A-rank hero to millions, but really a psychopath in his own twisted movie of destruction. Duangi's face turned to steel, his voice ringing with pure resolve. When a victim becomes the villain, their excuses don't matter. They earn no sympathy. Starling Wind, however, was completely unfazed. He roared with laughter. Ha ha, you sound just like him. How wonderful. As a reward, you get 100 seconds to run. He then tilted his head back, shouting with arrogance, That's when you die. Yet Duong Hai didn't move. He silently activated his metal control, forming a single iron dart. Suddenly, countless darts appeared around Duong Hai's body. He flexed his power, ignoring the countdown. 67. Seeing this defiant act, Starling Wind scowled angrily. My patience is wearing thin. Let's see how far you can run. And just like that, the man before him vanished. Duong Hai was gone without a trace. Starling Wind frantically searched, yelling, Where are you? Where did you run? Then a voice echoed from above, with a loud, taunting laugh. Ha ha! You absolute coward! Something shot directly into the dark void that Starling Wind had made. In an instant, the black hole shattered, and everyone it had swallowed began to fall. They plummeted at horrifying speed, screaming with their eyes shut tight in absolute terror. Starling Wind was completely stunned by the sight, his mouth hanging open. What happened? Why did it stop? What did you do to my cloak? Starling Wind's cloak was now just hovering in midair. Right beside it stood Duong Hai, controlling it. He thought to himself, my first time using an S-rank ability against an S-rank soul weapon. I didn't expect this weapon's power to be so tough to handle. Duong Hai yelled down below. Dada, Dada, quickly find a way to save the people who are falling. Dada, grabbing her tools with a flourish, replied, Don't you worry, Master Zuji. Leave this to me. Dada then launched dozens of eggs from her bag. She watched them fall with tears in her eyes, wailing, Hoo-hoo, my exotic beast eggs, 30,000 yilum apiece. This is a devastating blow to my personal assets. Those eggs suddenly shattered, pouring out a thick, slimy substance. The streams of goo pooled on the ground, and everyone who fell landed safely on it. Starling Wind, still in shock, stared at the scene. No, they can't possibly live. They have to die. Give me back my cloak. He whipped out a gun, firing hundreds of bullets right at Duong Hai. The shots flew wild. Duong Hai, busy dodging the storm of projectiles, sighed. So relentless. But the bullets continued to chase after him. He paused to watch their movement and noted, of course they're tracking bullets. Realizing he couldn't escape them, Duong Hai stopped and faced the volley head-on. Starling Wind reached out to grab his cloak and declared, I only let my guard down for a second, and that's how you restrained me. The cloak flew back and settled right onto Starling Wind's shoulders. With his cloak back, Starling Wind's power seemed to surge. He charged forward, screaming, Zuji! Duong Hai turned around in surprise with a grunt. He tried using his Holy Light healing ability on his hand, but the wound simply wouldn't heal. He thought back. Right just as he said, wounds from this guy's soul weapon can't be healed by abilities. As Zuji struggled with the wound, Starling Wind let out a smug laugh, wondering why that won't heal. My soul weapon has a soul-type ability. It strikes spiritual power directly, so you can't fix it. Zuji just scoffed. Not a bad soul weapon, then. It'd be a waste if I didn't make it mine. At that, Starling Wind completely froze. He looked down in a panic, seeing 4 blue pills appear on his cloak. Zuji put it together. So the corrupted hero is linked to those blue pills. An S-rank soul weapon plus those pills. That combo's too strong. I can't win this. Just then, the cloak forced the pills right down Starling Wind's throat. He clawed at his neck, screaming, I won't eat them, gulp. Gulp. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, Zuji kept analyzing the situation. Looks like when the weapon evolves, the owner loses control. It's moving on its own. After swallowing the pills, Starling Wind started to go wild. He roared, This is all your fault. Now I have to eat those cursed things again. Curse you. His cloak then expanded to a colossal size, swallowing everything nearby. Seeing how bad things looked, Zuji muttered, Oh, crap. This thing is huge. There's no way I can fly out of here. The cloak then sealed into a sphere. Zuji realized, I'm trapped. Starling Wind's voice echoed, Tough luck for you. I can't control my soul weapon anymore. A storm of light beams then rained down, startling Zuji. The voice continued to echo around him. Just let it finish. You die in despair. The tips of the beams were shaped like stars. Zuji was stunned by the bizarre attack. He wondered aloud, what in the world are these? Why are they sticking to me? He plucked one of the stars off, and it suddenly started to beep. Thousands of stars now covered his entire body. He felt them heating up. They're getting hotter. Don't tell me these are all bombs. The stars clustered so thick that Zuji was completely hidden from view. All that could be heard was his cry, "Ah!" Dada saw he was in danger and screamed out worriedly, "Master Zuji!" Starling Wind just smirked. "Save your breath. He's nothing but dust now." After the massive blast, thick smoke filled the air. Dada, with tears in her eyes, couldn't believe it. She whispered in a daze, "No way, Master Zuji." Then she froze. In front of her was a human-shaped rock. The rock began to crack. Starling Wind sensed something was wrong and yelled, "Impossible!" He's still alive after that. From inside Zuji's side, that was way too close. The crowd went wild when Zuji appeared shouting, "That's awesome! Great God Daoko is alive. He's incredible. Daoko is the best." Dada also cried out with joy, "Great Daoko, I knew you wouldn't go down that easily." Seeing her so fired up, Zuji sighed. This kid sure knows how to lay it on thick. Zuji then got right back to the main point, saying, "This is the Snowfang I got from the Snowfang creature's body." He held up the item for everyone to see. Thuangwi's image appeared, and Tindufyeong gasped, "Thuangwi!" He then shot forward at lightning speed, screaming, "Thuangwi!" Donghai raised a hand, thinking, "This is for you, Thuangwi to Yet Ra." He unleashed his soul absorption skill to finish him. Tindufyeong choked in shock as blood sprayed from his neck. His body crumbled to dust. Donghai thought, "Turn to dust. I've taken every trace element from your body." As the final shred of his clothing vanished, his last words echoed, "I want to go home." Donghai acquired the Mastery Cloak. Description: a sentient item that possesses its own consciousness. This soul-type weapon directly attacks a target's mind or spirit. It has a rank A immunity ability and can extend buffs. Skill Star Inquiry. After storing energy, it summons an external star to self-destruct on enemies. Donghai eyed the new cloak he wore. "You certainly are an opportunist. Your old master dies and you immediately find a new one. You even changed your look to match my style." Donghai continued, "To control a soul weapon like this, I have to stay stronger than it. Otherwise, it will eventually devour me." Outside, someone called, Great God Daok, could you give us a hand?" "We're completely stuck and can't get out," Dada said sheepishly. "Well," Donghai replied bluntly, "I made this sticky stuff, but I can't undo it." "Oh," he then flew off, his voice trailing, "just wait there. A rescue team will be here soon. I'm heading out." Dada cried, "Wait, great God, don't go." Meanwhile, in the backyard of Thuangwi Tora's home, his son was kicking a soccer ball around, waiting for his dad to return. Donghai appeared in front of the boy, blocking the ball. The boy ran over, grinning. "Hey, you want to play soccer with me?" "I won't," Donghai said, "but look, he wants to play with you." The little boy turned around, his face lighting up. "Wow, he looks exactly like my dad. I'll go play with him." As the boy ran off, Donghai placed the Yenvu to Yet Ra on his back, whispering, "Go on. He will be with you always." The child happily played with the shadow Donghai made. Hudong's voice rang out, "Oh my gosh, Dada! I can't believe Tindufyeong actually killed Thuangwi Tora." In the end, Daok saved them all. Tianda, who was with Hudong, chimed in, "It's a shame you missed it. The battle between Great God Daok and Tindufyeong was incredible." She animatedly waved her arms, retelling the story. Great God Daok dodged all of Tindufyeong's tracking bullets, and then just blew him away with ease. Huang's voice was full of regret. Such a pity. He dumped all the people he captured in the desert. Huang remembered the helicopter leaving them. "We were lucky they found us later. If we hadn't perished on the plane, we definitely would have died in that desert." Tianda put a hand on her shoulder. "Sister Hudong, just being alive is the biggest blessing. We really should cherish every moment." Huang replied, "You are right. Today, we're representing the Fanhe Merchant Guild to trade with the Thai organization. Time to get excited," Tianda announced, presenting the invitation. Headquarters sent this over a few days ago. "It's from the Taikwate organization, the Great God Daok's group. I can't believe the guild chose me for this. The heavens must be on my side." Huang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Does this mean I'll finally meet the handsome mighty god Daoke you're always gushing about?" Suddenly Tianda pointed. "Sister Huang, behind you." Duangwi had appeared out of nowhere. Huang jumped, startled. "Who are you?" she yelled. Tianda studied Duangwi. "Wait, your outfit and gear look really familiar." "Are you from Taikwate?" Hudong whispered to her. "Dada, I heard a rumor from the hero rank branch. They said a Taikwate member named Thais wears a signature snake-patterned mask." Tianda approached him. "You must be Thais, right? I'm practically best friends with the great god Daok." Duangwi simply hummed in response. Faced with his cold attitude, Tianda wondered, "He's from Taikwate, so why the frosty reception? Guess I should dial it back a little," she thought. She turned, saying, We got an invitation from your group to help process some spoils of war. So where is this treasure? Just then, Duanghui grabbed Huang's wrist. Huang yelped in surprise. Lord Tice, what are you doing? Tianda watched, confused. Why are you pulling out a chain? Holding the chain, Duanghui replied, You asked where the treasure was, didn't you? The moment he spoke, he pulled the chain and a trapdoor opened right under Tianda's feet. She screamed as she fell. No, Duanghui just chuckled. Huh, just a little prank for the money grubber. Huang rushed to the edge of the pit, calling out frantically. Dada, are you okay? Where are you? Only silence answered. Duanghui began to count. 3, 2, 1. Then Tianda's scream echoed. Ah, I'm rich! Huang stumbled back in shock. Sister Huang, Tianda yelled. Get down here and see this. Below Tianda was surrounded by massive piles of gold. She was breathless. Oh my gosh, I've never seen so much gold and jewels in my life. Tianda dove into a pile of coins, laughing excitedly. I want to live here forever. Duanghui explained, These are all spoils of war from Taekwait. For specific reasons, we're handing all of it over to your Funhai Merchant Guild. Just then, the bag Tianda was carrying began to suck up all the gold. She winked. All right, we'll absolutely help your organization manage these assets properly. You can count on us. Later, Tianda asked Hudong a question. Sister Hudong, why would the Taekwait organization trust our guild with this huge fortune, Kieruwas? Mordai Niram, Hudong replied. Well, our Fanhai Merchant Guild is the #1 guild after all. After a deal this big, we'll build a foundation of trust. That will make future partnerships much smoother. Tianda looked confused. Partnerships. Hudong explained. In the future, ability users will need more than just their own power to get stronger. They're going to need powerful weapons to back them up. Tianda glanced at the crystal in her hand. You mean, our guild's master equipment crafter can forge beast weapons, Huang then added later on. When he needs gear and weapons, our merchant guild will make its move. Elsewhere, a young man lies in a hospital bed, breathing through an oxygen mask. His hands desperately grip the bed's rails. Pain twists his face as he whispers, It hurts so much, big brother. At Lang City Airport, a familiar voice calls out, Duanghai. Lamni Tuyet rushes over, crying out, Duanghai, I saw the news, the crash. I thought I'd lost you forever. 2 guys nearby gawk as the beautiful Lamni Tuyet runs past. Whoa! She's hugging Duanghai. He comforts her. Tuyet, it wasn't that bad. But Lamni Tuyet just wails, Boo-hoo, you scared me half to death. Duanghai notices the jealous glares from everyone around them. He pats her head. It's okay, Tuyet. See, I'm fine. But she just scolds him. If something like this ever happens again, you better tell me you're safe first. He puts an arm around her and they walk. All right, I'll take you home. I have to meet my godson later. She asks, puzzled, your godson? Duanghai just laughs. Haha, it's just a friendly nickname. Hearing that, she replies, okay, just hurry back. Meanwhile, Luong Nguyen, with a girl on each arm, grumbles sourly, that damn old man. Ever since meeting my godfather, he's been so secretive and just vanishes. I have no idea what he's up to. Luong Nguyen sighs, taking a sad drink. Looks like I was just a stepping stone for him to get close to that geezer. Now that they're tight, he's tossed me aside. A system window pops up. Mental wave. The girls suddenly get dizzy, then collapse on the spot. Luong Nguyen leaps up alarmed. Hey, what's wrong? Hey, what's happening to you two? Suddenly water douses him from above. He erupts in fury. Ah, who the hell dares drench me? I'll kill you, a challenging voice replies. You want to go. Seeing Duanghai Luong Nguyen freezes, stammering, godfather. No, I wouldn't dare. If anyone's fighting, it'd be you hitting me. Duanghai pats his head. Luong Nguyen, you were saying I used you. Luong Nguyen sulks. Well, isn't it true? Duanghai replies, you sell yourself short. To me, you have the most potential. You're my most trusted friend. Luong Nguyen is completely moved with tears streaming down his face. He cries out, really, godfather. No one's ever believed in me like that. His eyes snap open. He's standing on a sea of clouds. He asks, where am I? It feels like I've traveled so far. Duanghai's voice rings out. Luong Nguyen, you've formed a spiritual contract with me. You've gone beyond the physical realm. Luong Nguyen is so shocked he can barely speak. Godfather! Wait, where are our legs? Duanghai explains. Don't be surprised. This is the soul space where spiritual power... I can now bring thoughts from my mind into reality. Recently, I've gotten many soul system skills and artifacts, so I used this chance to discover the existence of a soul space. It's like making a spiritual contract. Then you can share that soul space. A gem appeared on Luong Nguyen's forehead. In disbelief, he asked, is this the spiritual contract? Duanghai confirmed. Yes, now try to sense what's in the gemstone. Luong Nguyen closed his eyes to focus, saying, all right, I'll concentrate my attention. The gem on Luong Nguyen's forehead started to glow. A massive castle materialized behind him with Duong Hai on one of 12 thrones. Luong Nuen's jaw hit the floor. Sitting on his throne, Duong Hai said, "Silly boy, what are you just standing there for?" "Come on over," Luong Nuen exclaimed in total shock. "Whoa, the Judgment Organization is seriously next level. This place is way more impressive than my family's company. So cool." Duong Hai then explained, "Didn't I promise you the privileges of an official member? This is the Cloud Top Palace, where our organization transmits intelligence. From this point on, the two of us can share information here." Luong Nuen's face lit up with determination. "So, adoptive father, what should I do now? What kind of position do I get?" Duong Hai hummed, then pointed toward a throne in the distance. "I mentioned the privileges of a member. The tutu position is currently open." "You should," Luong Nuen said excitedly. "Yes, yes, yes!" "So, from now on, this young master is the tutu." Duong Hai flicked Luong Nuen's forehead. He cried out, "Ouch!" Luong Nuen rubbed his forehead and looked at Duong Hai. "Adoptive father, Duong Hai cut him off. "What's your hurry?" "I don't have the authority to just make you the tutu," he said. "My position and the tutus are the same rank in this organization." "Are you trying to be on the same level as me?" Hearing that, Luong Nuen quickly said, "No, not at all. I thought you said I was an official member." Duong Hai coughed a couple of times. Let me finish. "I said the tutu's position is vacant and you can be one of the candidates." Luong Nuen said in surprise, "One of the candidates, but everyone knows about my father." Duong Hai replied, "That's right. The heroic combat machine is also a candidate. The final result of the election will be decided by the leader of judgment." Luong Nuen finally understood and said, "Adoptive father, that's so mean. You're pitting me against my own dad on the same stage." Duong Hai thought to himself, "This kid is pretty quick to catch on." He replied to Luong Nuen, "I don't have a choice. Judgment is an organization where strength matters most. A high position requires matching power and contributions." Luong Nuen whined, "I understand, adoptive father. I won't give up on this great opportunity. Please assign me a new mission right away." Duong Hai assigned the mission. "Your father refuses to give me the ice-piercing brave. I need you to figure out how to lure him to an ambush point, and I'll personally take care of it." Luong Nuen replied, "No problem at all. I guarantee the mission will be a success. But, adoptive father, I still need to ask." Duong Hai sighed, "If you've got something to say, just spit it out." "So," Luong Nuen asked eagerly, "if I become your disciple, will you introduce me to Sister Rabbit?" Duong Hai just blinked. Luong Nuen looked like he'd been struck by lightning. It was clearly love at first sight. Ever since I saw her silhouette, she's been engraved on my heart. If I could marry her, my life would be complete, no regrets. Duong Hai laughed nervously, breaking into a cold sweat. "This kid is delusional," he thought. "He's actually trying to hit on my clone." With a swift kick, Duong Hai sent him flying. "In your dreams. Now get back to the front lines." Luong Nuen's screams faded away. Later that evening, night had completely fallen. Lights blazed from Duong Hai's villa. Inside, Duong Hai watched the news while waiting for dinner when a report began. "The Round Corporation of Area 2 has issued a bounty for the A-rank hero Brunch, the Sword Seal. Anyone with a solid clue can receive 500,000 Yalam currency, and the reward for her capture is 5 million Yalam." "What?" Duong Hai gasped in surprise. "Brunch." Just then, Lamney's voice called out, "The roasted chicken is ready." He turned to see her carrying out a plate of roasted chicken, wearing nothing but a revealing apron. His face flushed red as he stammered, "Lamney." Lamney set the chicken down on the table. "What's the matter? Am I pretty?" He immediately stuttered, "No, I mean, why are you dressed like that?" Lamney sat down, smiling. "I told you I had a surprise for you." "It's not just the dinner," she began before getting too shy to finish. Instead, she shoved a chicken leg in his mouth, changing the subject. Anyway, it's nothing. Just eat." Then she asked, "Were you watching the news about Brunch?" Duong Hai choked on his food. "Cough, cough," he sputtered. "Yes, her," Lamney continued. "What about her?" "I heard from other reporters that the A-rank hero Brunch supposedly colluded with a mysterious organization, injured many heroes in Area 2, and then vanished." Duong Hai asked, looking puzzled. "But why wasn't she a righteous hero? She's beautiful and an A-rank too." Lamney replied, "I don't know. You seem pretty interested in her." He thought to himself, "That's because I've actually met her before. I saw how she risked her own life to save people. She doesn't seem like a bad person." He then said to Lamney, "A hero with her skills? There might be more to this story. I'll investigate the news about her tomorrow." Lamney raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, Duong Hai quickly changed the subject. "Xiaoshuer, your cooking is amazing. Every dish is absolutely delicious." Lamney put her chopsticks down. She stood up angrily. "You're right. I guess I'm not as good as her. If I had a special ability and could help people like she does, you would care more about me, right?" Duong Hai quickly grabbed her shoulders. "Lamney," he kissed her gently, I'm investigating, but it's not what you think." The two parted. Lamney blushed, whispering, "Duong Hai." Duong Hai then pulled her into a hug, speaking in a soothing voice. "She can't even compare to you. In my eyes, you're absolutely perfect." Yet leaned against Duan Hai. "So it wasn't what I was thinking?" she asked softly. Duan Hai explained, "It was just my reporter instincts kicking in. I just wanted to uncover the truth, that's all." Yet nodded. "A reporter's got to report, right? I'm not interested in her at all. You're the only one for me." Yet hugged Duan Hai tightly and laughed. "Heh, you're always so good to me." But inside, Duan Hai thought, "I'm sorry, Tutu. This power I'm using isn't actually mine. One day, I'll return your ability and apologize the right way." Back in his office, Duan Hai stared at his computer and said, "Whoa, that was quick." A new message notification had just appeared on screen. It was from Tiandada. The message said, "Great God Daji, I never expected you to message me first. You were looking for that dark web intel from the Fanheim Merchant Guild, right? I'm sending it over to you right now." Duan Hai clicked the link and a dark web page filled with red code loaded. "Just as I thought," Duan Hai noted. "The dark web is seriously fast and efficient, unlike some YouTubers. Okay, let's check the intel on the noodle guy first." He clicked on the link. An image of a QR code appeared with a message. "Pay 100,000 Yilum currency to view intel." He let out a sigh. 100,000 Yilum just to take a look, huh? The information appeared. Event killed the one-eyed beast that attacked Liu Kang City. Media appearance hero run. Rumor has it he also has plans to appear in a movie. According to reliable sources, the show Hero Dad, Where Are We Going? Has invited him and his daughter as guest stars. Strength analysis, A rank reserve. During his fight with the ranger in the research forest area, he awakened a new ability power over his own size and transformation. The ability's name and full power are currently unknown. There's a high chance he achieved a breakthrough or will be promoted during the New Year's hero selection. After reading through all the information, Duan Hai said thoughtfully, "This dark web is incredibly reliable. It even recorded the time I possessed the noodle guide to teach that ranger a lesson. It's also spot on about him researching a new ability. Who in the world investigated this?" he wondered. Now what about the ice piercer? The dark web displayed no intel available at this time. Duan Hai figured he must be hiding his tracks. Fine, what about Branch? He read the new information displayed on his computer. Intel was available for her. The price 700,000 Yilum currency. Payment successful. Then the intel he needed appeared. Alias Sword of the Ceiling. Subject: the full story of her betrayal of the Round Table Knights Hero Company, following a series of in-depth investigations. The Round Table Knights Company confirmed that Branch colluded with the Adjudicator organization to launch an assassination attempt on the masked wrestler to force a surrender. The Round Table Knights Company then joined forces with agents from the Hero Association to capture her, but she managed to escape. Locations where Branch was last seen include Liu Kang City. Model. Plus, rumors are flying around Zakshao that Branch and Serpent are an item. After reading the post, Duan Hai paused. The masked wrestler, he's a hero for the Knights of the Round Table. That seems suspicious. Does his company not realize he's loyal to the Saint? Or is the whole company just shady? Duan Hai mumbled. And what's this about them being a couple? If Chu Tuyet sees this, she is totally going to flip. He kept surfing the dark web. Let's see what else is on here. A new listing popped up. Members of the Adjudicator organization. Duck Serpent and Mao. For just 30 million, learn all their secrets. Duan Hai's jaw dropped as he sputtered, "You've got to be kidding me. My intel is only worth 30 million. He adjusted his glasses. So Branch is being hunted. And I'm probably the reason why aren't I elsewhere? An enraged Malong slammed the table and roared, "Why? I'm your son. Why give the Bakwang spot to the ice-piercing brave?" The armored war hero's voice was low. "Are you questioning me?" Frustrated, Malong launched into a tirade. "You promised that spot was mine. Both Violent Fist Maiden and I made it to the Hero Association. Going to Bakwang is a priceless training opportunity." The armored war hero cut him off. "I did say that, but I changed my mind." "You aren't the most suitable choice," Malong shouted back bitterly. "Why is this because I lost to Duke last time?" His father slammed the table. "Do not bring up Dookie's name again. This has nothing to do with Honshu." Malong looked taken aback. The hero placed a hand on Malong's shoulder. "Son, I have my reasons. You have no idea how dangerous Bakwang is. This is for your own good." Malong angrily shook his hand away. He scoffed, "Humph, you always have an excuse. You just look down on your own son." Later, Malong went to vent to his annoying little brother. Malong complained, still fuming, "You won't believe this, I'm so ticked off. Father is sending the ice-piercing brave to the Bakwang recruitment." Lu Win gasped. What doesn't he know going to Bakwang is like hitting the jackpot? You can score tons of valuable materials from the beasts there. Malong stormed off, yelling back, "Exactly. Anyone would think Lu Sang-duong is his real son, not me. In the men's restroom, Lu Win thought to himself, father is sending Lu Sang-duong to the recruitment plan. What on earth is he thinking? Lu Win touched the gem on his forehead, his mind racing. I need to get to the Cloud Summit Palace. I have to report this to my adoptive father. Lu Win rushed into the Cloud Summit Palace. But in his haste, he tripped and fell flat on his face with a yelp. Duong Hai, who had been waiting there, just smirked. How pathetic. Lu Win scrambled to his feet. Adoptive father, listen. My father is sending the ice-piercing brave to the Bakwang plan. Duong Hai asked, oh, and what is his plan? Lu Win replied, I don't know. My brother even fought him over it. He really doesn't want to give you ice-piercing brave. Hearing this, Duong Hai replied, if we make a move on ice-piercing brave now, we'll just be kicking the hornet's nest. He and the man in the felt hat are extremely close after all. He continued, it's fine. Once they're both in Bakwang, anything that happens will seem perfectly normal. Lu Win then asked, if that's true, adoptive father, does my dad really have a good reason for doing this? Duong Hai then laid out the mission for Lu Win. Your next job is to make sure your father's plan goes off without a hitch. As long as he and Ice-Piercing Brave enter Bakwang together, the rest will be simple. Lu Win raised his hand. Understood, adoptive father. Duong Hai returned home, sitting on his bed in contemplation. While Tu Tiet is busy, I might as well upgrade some of my skills. To get ready for Bakwang, I'll start by getting my disguise and clone skills to B rank. Duong Hai held out a hand, forming small cubes and upgrading both abilities at once. The system showed B rank disguise. 0.01 second outfit changes. Swap your look anytime, anywhere. You can preset 3 of 9 outfits and even alter your body face and voice slightly. It can also set a personality, providing some acting support. Evaluation. Are you sure you don't want to be a movie star B-rank clone? Create 1 clone with the main body's full strength lasting for 6 hours. Evaluation. Your ability to escape has leveled up significantly. Duong Hai continued issuing another upgrade command. Upgrade the Divine Dragon ability to A rank using Deep Sea Ghost and Raging Fire. The system pinged again. A rank ability Watermaster. Includes the following skills. Slaughtering Rain, River, God's Protection. Water, Iron Spear. Evaluation. God said, let there be rain, and so it was. A rank ability Flame Lord. Includes the following skills. Summon Phoenix and Domain Control. Evaluation. You are like a flame blazing red. Burning me up, Duong Hai wondered. Divine Dragon. That name is just too cool. Maybe I'll give it a cool Dragon Lord personality. The scene then shifts to a seaport. We hear Branch's voice. Here you are, thanks for the help. The man took the money. All right, thank you, miss, but I'm just a little curious. Why would a wealthy lady like you need to cross the border illegally? Branch frowned. Curiosity killed the cat. The less you know, the better. If anyone asks about me, just say you don't know anything. The man replied nervously, Right, I won't ask. As night fell, Branch walked the streets alone. I can't stay in Zhaozhou any longer. It's only been a few days, and I've gone from a star hero to a wanted fugitive. Rank heroes are hunting me. I just have to keep running again and again. Under her cloak, Branch thought about the masked demon. He may have been a powered hero in name, but he was secretly loyal to the saint. His death is nothing to mourn. She stood before a villa fuming. Why is the company hunting me without even checking the facts? Branch sat on a bench to rest her thoughts drifting to Duong Hai. Back then, Serpent disguised himself as a clone of the masked Taken. I found no trace of him in Zakchao. So I guess my search will continue in Luke Kang. A chilling laugh then echoed from behind Branch. Heh, Branch, did you really think you could escape my grasp? Branch instantly leaped back. The assassin then tossed Bonnie's body right in front of her. She cried out, What, he's dead? Branch's voice was filled with fury. Just come after me. Why did you kill an innocent person? The assassin slowly circled her. Of course I'm targeting you. Anyone who helps you must die. I remember you were quite capable at first. Look how far you've fallen now. Branch raised her sword, declaring, If you want to fight, then let's fight. Take it outside. Her blade nearly grazed the assassin. He only laughed. Haha, still full of fire. This little needle should be enough to take you down. The moment he finished, the assassin flung a poison needle straight at Branch. The needle hit its mark. Branch grimaced, crying out, Ah, I'm hit. The assassin stalked closer and said, Branch, today is the day you die. Branch clutched her chest in agony when Lam Nu Yet appeared, asking, Miss, are you all right? Lam Nu Yet saw the wound. What happened to your chest? Branch struggled to say, Hurry, get away from here. The assassin suddenly hurled a poison needle toward Lam Nu Yet. Lam Nu Yet squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. Then a wave of power erupted from nowhere. The poison needle shattered into dust. Duong Hai stood protectively before the two. It's Tixa, he said in a serious voice. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you now. Hearing this, the assassin asked, Tixa from the adjudicator organization that destroyed Saint. Duong Hai replied, if you know who I am, then you should get lost. The assassin just roared with laughter. What big talk? I really didn't expect you here. In that case, let me test your skills. He then launched an attack at Duong Hai. Sunflower True Chai. Duong Hai quickly countered, but his technique was completely overwhelmed. His eyes widened in shock. Duong Hai used his own body to block the attack. However, the two behind him were still hit by the blast. They screamed out in pain. Tixa recognized the move. Sunflower True Chi, you must be Vuong Tuktian. Vuong Tuktian stepped out. Yo, so you do remember me, Tixa? Tixa asked, confused. 2 years ago, I arrested you myself. You received a life sentence. How did you manage to get out? Vuong Tuktian just laughed. A benefactor helped me out. I'm no longer that weakling you remember. I am now an S-class ability user. Tixa, sweating, gripped his sword tighter. An S-class criminal, then I'll risk everything to put you back there. Duong Hai sized him up. His power is definitely above A-class. If we go all out, Lam Nyu Yet will surely be in danger. I can't start a battle now. I have to make him retreat. Duong Hai then threatened, you are very strong, but there are 2 of us here. Besides, the top S-class user from the adjudicators is already on his way. How confident are you of winning now? Vuong Tuktian only sneered. What if I take you all out before he arrives? Duong Hai formed an energy orb and challenged him. Then you are welcome to try. But Branch interrupted. Don't you two need to run? I'll keep him busy. Lam Ni Tuyet declared, phone in hand. We're not just going to abandon you. Just hang on a little longer. I'm calling the Hero Association right now. Seeing this, Vuong Thuktian backed off, leaping onto a lamppost. He scoffed, I'll let you off today since you got back up, but I'll be back for you later. And with that, he vanished into the night. Lam Ni Tuyet sighed in relief. Phew, did that actually scare him away? Duan Hai asked, you weren't really calling them, were you? She grinned, of course not. It was just a bluff to scare him like you would. Branch's situation is complicated. Calling the association would make things worse. Branch finally spoke up. Duan Hai, I need to ask you about the adjudicator organization. But Duan Hai gently raised a hand to stop her. You should get that wound treated first. We can talk after you've recovered. Then he also disappeared, leaving the 2 women alone. Lam Ni Tuyet asked in amazement, do all you powerful ability users just vanish into thin air like that? It's a show-off move, Branch replied. Normal people don't do that. Lam Ni Tuyet noticed her wound. Oh no, you've been poisoned. Let's get you to a hospital. But Branch shook her head. No, a crowded hospital's too risky. I need a quiet place to slowly purify the poison with my ability. Lam Ni Tuyet suggested, then come stay at my place. Branch looked up, surprised. Huh. Just then, Duan Hai returned back in his normal clothes. He ran over asking, hey, what took you so long in the restroom? He feigned shock. Whoa, isn't that the infamous Branch? What's she doing here? Branch looked confused. He is... Lam Ni Tuyet sighed. My boyfriend. We were just out for a run when I had to make a quick pit stop. She explained to Duan Hai how she was attacked on her way back, adding that Branch was injured with a special identity. Can she please rest at our place? Without hesitation, Duan Hai agreed. Of course. Here, I'll carry her. As Duan Hai carried Branch home with Lam Ni Tuyet beside them, he asked Branch, you just got to Lock City and someone's already trying to hunt you down. Seems that way, Branch replied. So what were you 2 doing at the port? Lam Ni Tuyet pointed at Duan Hai with a smile. You are not going to believe this. We were on our nightly jog and just happened to see you were in trouble. At this, Branch paused. Thank you, both of you. But everyone thinks I'm a wanted criminal now. Why did you save me? Lam Ni Tuyet answered, the Branch I know always risks her life to save people. Back in Zhaozhou, you led the charge to save those kids. Duan Hai and I both know you're a good person. Branch sounded helpless. I didn't kill the masked boxer, and I'm not working with that mysterious adjudicator organization. Duan Hai added, I heard the masked boxer was a grunt for the Saint organization anyway. So even if you did kill him, he probably deserved it. Branch frowned. How he died isn't the point. What matters is someone is using his death to frame me, and maybe... Duan Hai finished. They want to make the adjudicator organization into public enemy number 1. Branch looked at him surprised. You think so too? Absolutely, Duan Hai explained. These rumors aren't just targeting you. They're also saying you're working with the adjudicator organization. But the adjudicators have a great reputation, Lam Ni Tuyet added. That top-tier Master Rooster saved Lokong City plenty of times, and Tixa just rescued us. Branch said, it seems you 2 don't know. But lately, ability users from all over are scared of the adjudicator organization. There are even rumors they plan to conquer Area 53 and rule Blue Star. Duan Hai's jaw dropped as he thought, wait, what? Branch just continued. That's how I realized the people hunting me down were users from different regions. To be honest, that small bounty isn't enough to cause all this trouble. So they must have come because of the rumor that I'm with the adjudicators. Branch laid it all out. In Area 53 of Blue Star, the power levels in each region have to be balanced. It's the only way to avoid problems caused by one region getting too strong. This is a major rule in the peace treaty. Is that right? Lamnitu exclaimed as Branch added, this is also why the Hero Association often sends users to other regions for long-term missions. They call it going on leave. Elnituyet said amazed, so that's how it all works. Regular folks like us would never know about these internal things. Duanhai started connecting the dots, thinking to himself, so the Violent Fist Maiden wasn't really in Lukong City much before either. When the mutant beasts invaded, she mentioned she just got back from leave. Turns out she'd been stationed somewhere else. Branch went on. The adjudicators have too many powerful experts, including the S-class user Rooster. Suddenly, a group this uncontrollably powerful puts a kind of invisible pressure on every other region. And someone is using that chance to gather users for a crusade against them. Duanghai wondered who. Who could start such a huge movement based only on rumors? Is he trying to build an army using the adjudicators as an excuse? Lam Nu gasped, oh my gosh, this is a huge deal for planetary peace. Duanghai's mind was racing. That Crimson Jade Ring group is also really good at manipulating people. Could they have nothing to do with all this? He thought, abilities have only been around for 100 years on Blue Star. Now we have mutant beasts attacking from outside, and conspiracies brewing inside while I still can't figure out this blue spot on me. This is seriously frustrating. Duanghai asked Branch, so did you come to Elkong to fight the adjudicators too? Branch replied, just the opposite. I'm here to find the truth and help them. Duanghai exclaimed in surprise. Help them, Branch said a little shyly. I know Tixa from the adjudicator organization. We've been through life and death situations together, always fighting side by side. Just now he appeared out of nowhere to save me. I trust him. So I have to find out what the adjudicator organization is truly planning. Duanghai paused, thinking, wait a second, something's weird. I heard fighting, so I changed clothes to follow Little Tuet. Lin Luyet asked, Hero Branch, you seem to like him. But Branch quickly denied it. Oh, not at all. The scene cuts to the Anti-Sea Commerce Guild camp, surrounded by rare weapons. Chinbahui sat in a chair as Chianda massaged his shoulders. He spoke. I never thought that beyond the four great seas, another group as powerful as the Judgment Organization could exist. Dada joining them would boost our family's status in the Commerce Guild. Chiandada replied, I want to, of course, but even though I'm friendly with the Great Rooster, he's never offered me a spot. How about we give him some fine treasures as a hint? Excellent idea, Dada. You're so smart. Chinbahui laughed heartily. Haha, perfect. Then let's set up a weapon exhibition and invite him. We'll gift him an S-rank weapon to show Judgment our family's power and sincerity. A thrilled Chiandada hugged him. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. I knew you were the best to me. Behind them, Yurang silently clenched her fists. Judgment. As Lin Luyet set the table for breakfast, Donghai hugged her from behind. My unit just called me in early, Lin Luyet said, so I can't eat with you. Donghai kissed her cheek and said, I'll take you. No need, Lin Luyet replied. Now hurry and get ready or all my morning cooking will go to waste. Branch got an eyeful of their morning affection. Lin Luyet set down her apron. I'm heading out first, she said as she left. Take care, Branch called out. Donghai and Branch then sat at the table. Branch spoke up. Thank you for your help last night, but I need to leave. Donghai was surprised. Why, there are people everywhere trying to hunt you, Branch replied, but I have a mission to complete. No matter how dangerous it gets, I must see it through. Don't worry, my injuries are much better. We'll meet again if fate allows. As Donghai ate, a thought crossed his mind. I didn't secretly heal her just so she could go get herself eliminated. He was shocked to see she had already vanished. Where did she go? The scene changes to the vast open ocean. Donghai stood on a cliff, looking out. Let's test the divine dragon skill here. The waves surged. In his dragon form, Donghai rode a wave and noticed something. Hey, those two figures, they look a bit familiar. In the distance, a luxury yacht bobbed on the water. On board the yacht, a lively party was underway. Chiandada and Yurang were also there, both in chic swimsuits. Chiandada shouted at someone, Get lost, you're not welcome. A man in a fancy vest replied with a smirk, Are you sure? Without the Lefu Commerce Guild backing you, you wouldn't have so many S-rank weapons? Standing beside him were the Fire Dragon Scepter and the Dark Swordsman. Chiandada scowled, firing back. Just a few years ago, you were my loyal little puppy. You think you can look down on me now? Janny sneered, twirling a lock of his hair. You should blame your family for their spectacular fall from grace. Even as a dog, I'll still walk all over you. Yurang warned him back. Don't be so shameless, Janny ordered his men. Then I'll show you shameless. Go and strip her for me. Let's see the second beauty of the 4 great sea regions for ourselves. His 2 thugs, Fire Dragon and Dark Swordsman, moved in menacingly. But just then, Duong Hai made his grand entrance. Riding a pillar of water, he called out, "Hey there, beautiful ladies. I just need some directions. How do I get to Luotkang City?" Chiandatada knew who he was. "Oh, from your clothes. Are you with the great god Rooster?" Duong Hai played along, "Companion. That's a funny way to put it. I am the divine dragon of the Judgment Organization." At those words, the entire crowd straightened up, buzzing with whispers. Judgment has another totem-level member. This is huge news. From the sound of his voice, he can't be more than a teen. "I wonder how strong he really is." Yurang pleaded, "Hello, Divine Dragon. We're friends of Rooster. Please, you have to help us out of here." Duong Hai replied, "Sorry, I can't do that." He then pointed at Janny's crew. "Because they're the ones who need to leave." Janny furiously yelled, "You brat, you dare challenge the LFU guild. Get him." Fire Dragon and Dark Swordsman immediately charged forward. The Dark Swordsman attacked, but Duong Hai remained perfectly calm. Everyone stared at the sky, absolutely shocked. Chiandatada gasped, "What is that technique, heir?" A massive water guardian had materialized right behind Duong Hai. Duong Hai scoffed, "Humph, is that really all you've got? All right then, my turn." The guardian easily caught the swordsman's blade. He gritted his teeth. "Dang it, it's not moving an inch." Then a single water droplet shot down from above at blinding speed. Piercing straight through the swordsman's shoulder, he collapsed, thinking just one water bead. He turned it into a deadly dagger. With this power gap, I can't win. The fire dragon raised his staff, yelling, "I knew you were a water-type ability user. You're just getting a massive power boost from the sea." He smirked. "But your location can't make up for a real skill gap." The fire dragon then summoned several enormous flame drakes, boasting, "Let my fire dragons teach you some proper manners." Duong Hai just rolled his eyes. All bark and no bite. "Whoever told you I only use water?" As the dragons charged, he activated Lord's consciousness. "I can control any fire weaker than my own." A system window appeared, Lord's consciousness. From his water pillar, Duong Hai pointed and said, "Today you'll get a taste." The 2 giant fire dragons that were chasing him suddenly U-turned, charging right at their master. "What?" he yelled, turning and fleeing for his life. "That kid's a dual element user. Run/people were filming totally stunned. So young, and he already commands both ice and fire. The Judgment Organization's power is on another level. With so many elites gathered in one place, are they planning a big move?" Duong Hai boarded the yacht. He looked at the group, saying, "That guy runs pretty fast. Weren't you just talking big about taking me on?" Yuran quickly thanked him. "Thank you so much." Chiandada then pleaded with him. "Hey there, big brother, Divine Dragon. Since you're with the Judgment Organization, could you help us find Uncle Rooster? We want to invite him to the Beast Weapon Auction from the Anti-Sea Commerce Guild." Duong Hai replied, I know a way for you to contact Big Bro Rooster. You can talk to him yourselves." Chiandada asked how. Duong Hai presented 2 gems and explained. "Sign the spiritual contract and become external members." Chiandada's eyes lit up as she replied, "It's that simple to become an external member." Duong Hai added, "Actually, Rooster himself sent me here. He wants you to become external members and keep processing the organization's spoils of war." He thought to himself, "This world is huge. I'll take the 4 sea regions and the Qian family will be my greatest ally." Chiandada answered without any hesitation, "I'm in." Yurong also agreed, "If it doesn't harm the Commerce Guild then I want to join too." The 2 gems were then placed on their foreheads. Over at Malong's place, the TV was showing news of the Divine Dragon. Malong stared at the screen in complete disbelief. He slammed the dumbbell down and rushed out. At the auction, whispers filled the air. "Oh my gosh, isn't that Rooster He's become a really famous powerhouse. I hear a powerful organization backs him /1 with plenty of S-rank experts. I thought they said the Qian family was finished. How could they connect with an organization like that?" Qian Buhui smiled, "Your Excellency Rooster, it's an honor. I've heard so much." Duong Hai replied, "Likewise, it is a pleasure, to finally meet you, Elder Qian." Qian Buhui gestured to a seat. "Please sit. The auction is about to start." Janine interrupted, "Wait a moment." His staff carried something in behind him. Janine looked at Duong Hai, saying suggestively, "An important guest just arrived." Why the rush to get started? Hearing this, Duong Hai thought, "It seems this guy came here prepared. This auction won't be so simple." Janine held up his invitation, asking, "What's wrong? Am I not welcome here? I do have an invitation." Chiandada put her hands on her hips. "Don't think I don't know what you're planning." No one brings their own beast weapons to an auction. Janine sneered. The Qian family is worse off than I imagined. You must be desperate for a backer, he continued. The Qian family's beast weapons are top-notch. Of course, but their prices are also sky-high. Given the recent rumors, I brought a few beast weapons along. I trust that's not a problem, Hyodong said sharply. He's brazenly questioning the Qian family's craftsmanship. Qian Bukui raised a hand to silence him, saying, patience. Yangxi walked over to Gane and asked, You must be the young master of the Uruk clan. Gane replied, What of it? Yangxi placed a hand on his shoulder. Let's just say your father and I go way back. He accepted the handshake. Probing, which elder from my clan is an old friend of yours, Senior Rooster? Yangxi thought to himself, How would I know I'm completely bluffing? Judging by his look, he'll see right through any lie. Okay, for this one, I'll have to use that classic trick. The old question with a question technique, he thought, smoothly changing the topic. Just ask your elders when you get back home. Yangxi then pulled the black cloth off the green sword in his hand. Jian'ei asked, Mr. Rooster, by any chance, do you know my aunt? Yangxi ignored him, remarking, The items you've brought are truly excellent. Before Jian'ei could say more, Yangxi cut in. Have a seat! Jian'ei felt a bit awkward. Mr. Rooster. Yangxi took his seat beside Qian Bukui. The auctioneer stepped up to start the event. He pointed at the blue armor. Distinguished guests, welcome to the Fanheim Merchant Guild's Beast Weapon Auction. Our first item is a blue centipede armor, able to block one powerful strike from a B- rank Esper. Qi Xin. The bidding starts at 3 million. Qi Ji's immediately bids started flying. 3,600,000, 4 million, 6 million. Jian'ei sipped his tea, sneering internally. Fools. That suit is a total loss if it sells for over 5 million. The Qian family is just testing the waters with this piece. Do they even have a single Emperor-grade weapon? The auctioneer continued, This next item should be familiar to everyone. One of Old Man Qian's signature masterpieces, the Gloves of Light. Starting price 200 million, Janai's jaw dropped. That old geezer is actually selling something so precious. The Fire Dragon Scepter recognized them. Those are 2-star equipment from an S-rank beast. The Dark Swordmaster was impressed. An A-rank enhancement Esper wearing those would have the power of an S-ranker. Hyodong said in amazement, The price has already hit 300 million. Tiandata felt a bit sad. The gloves were her grandfather's favorite item, but they were out of options. Qian Bukui leaned in and suggested, Sir Rooster, if you're interested, why not place a bid? Hearing this, Yangxi had a minor internal panic. The entire Arbiter organization's capital is only 200 million. How can I possibly bid? As if sensing Yangxi's hesitation, Qian Bukui took his hand. Please accept this as a token of our sincerity. Yangxi nodded. Well, it would be rude to refuse. Qian Bukui was thrilled, assuring him, Sir Rooster, please bid with confidence. The Qian family's finances have your back. Just then Jian'ei bid, 310 million. The auctioneer called out, 310 million. Any other bids? Going once, going twice. 315 million, Yangxi bid calmly. Jian'ei stared at him, stunned. The Fire Dragon Scepter asked, should we raise the bid? Jian'ei replied, No, let him have it. The real show hasn't even begun. The auctioneer announced, A big congratulations to Mr. Rooster, the winner of the gloves. He then continued, Our third item is an S-rank beast weapon, the Black Jade Shield. Bisijansei Kushens Efardin. Before he could say more, Janine stepped on stage with his sword interrupting. Hold on a moment. Janine swung his sword, declaring, Before this is sold, let's test its quality. Watching from the side, Yangxi thought, so he finally decided to make his move. Huang frowned, whispering with concern, That shield is from an S-rank beast, but it only has strong elemental resistance. Its physical defense is pretty weak. In his hands, I'm worried. Hearing this, Qianda turned to Yangxi. Mr. Rooster, can I borrow your gloves for a second? I want to snap his fancy sword in half. Yangxi simply reached out and patted her head, which took her by surprise. He gave her a gentle look and said, Don't worry, just sit back and watch. With a loud clang, the green sword crashed down on the beast weapon. Seeing the result, the Uruk young master looked shocked. That's impossible! As the whole crowd watched in disbelief, he swung the sword with all his strength again for another strike. The clanging sound echoed once more. But this time, the green sword in his hand shattered into countless pieces. Murmurs and whispers immediately spread through the crowd below. Isn't that the young master from the Uruk clan? Is he using a fake sword? I can't believe it's a counterfeit. How embarrassing to bring a fake to show off, without even turning her head. Qianda asked Yangxi behind her, Mr. Rooster, you knew that sword was defective, didn't you? Yangxi smiled, recalling how he'd used his plunder ability to swap the swords. The Uruk young master clutched his head, unable to accept what he was seeing. He yelled out, "How is this possible?" His subordinate behind him whispered urgently, "Young master, Rooster touched our beast weapon just now. The moment he did, it lost its power. The great green sword now lay there, broken in two." Hearing this, Chianda furiously shouted, "Stop with the ridiculous accusations. Your weapon is S rank. How could a single touch possibly break it?" That subordinate sneered in response. "His Esper ability has reached S rank. It's not at all impossible that he altered its metallic structure." At those words, the crowd began whispering, "You know that makes sense. Rooster did touch that weapon earlier. If it's a trick, I'd bet on old man Xian's alchemy." The Uruk young master spoke up. "If it has come to this, we'll learn the truth by testing the other two beast weapons." Yangshi crossed his arms and calmly replied, "That's exactly what I was thinking." The Uruk young master put on a mask, then blew a horn, releasing a mysterious golden light. Wherever the golden light spread, people clutched their heads and cried out, "Ugh, my head hurts so much." "Enough." The Uruk young master took off his mask and stopped, looking amazed. "The offensive and defensive powers of the S-rank beast weapons are completely fine." Chianda furiously stomped over to him, pointed at his face, and yelled, "Haven't you made enough of a scene? You cause a scene, then you trouble our guest. How can you still show your face here?" The Uruk young master was stunned silent by Chiandada's words. His subordinate leaned in and whispered, "Young master, something's not right here. This might be the work of a mole in our clan." The Uruk master ordered a retreat, then turned and left with his men. Watching them leave, Yangshi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Good thing he stopped me. I was about to drain the other beast weapons. Yangshi remembered what the Uruk master had asked him earlier. "Mr. Rooster, I don't suppose you know my aunt, do you?" Yangshi, who was just about to mess with the beast weapon, froze when he heard that. Hyodong looked at him asking, "So you provoked him on purpose? And your goal was..." Qian Bukui approached Yangshi with a welcoming gesture and said, "Your Excellency Rooster, this old man is also curious if you did something to that large green sword. Please, let's discuss this in the VIP room." Elsewhere, a cloaked figure stalked through Liu Kang City. Brunch, looking worried, frowned as she suddenly noticed something. On the branches above and the rooftop ahead, figures were lying in wait. It was the Elemental Five. A girl twisting a lock of hair looked at Brunch with a teasing smile. "Little sis, has no one ever told you that girls shouldn't be out alone at night?" Hearing that, Brunch's expression turned furious. She glared, her teeth clenched, staring daggers at the girl, and said, "No one has ever dared to speak to me, Brunch, like that. You are the first." Another bald man with metal knuckles raised a fist and sneered at her. "You're just unlucky you ran into us, the Elemental Five. Today is the day you die." Back in the meeting room, Hyodong and Qian Bukui stood across from Yangshi. Qian Bukui looked at him and finally spoke. "Your Excellency Rooster, we're among friends here. I hope you can answer my questions." "The Esper core was being drained into that big green sword," Yangshi explained. "Beasts of spurs, they all have one. I just discovered beast weapons have them too." Hyodong looked at him and asked, "Esper core, is that what we in alchemy would call activity?" Qian Bukui, still studying Yangshi, chimed in. "But equipment crafters like us can only sense that activity with our spiritual power. We have no method to refine it. I'm curious how your group does it." Yangshi raised a hand, showing a green ring. "To be precise, we collect it. These essence absorbers are the tools we use to gather the Esper cores." Chiandada, with a tone of pure amazement, looked at him and asked, "You can collect Esper cores just with those? That's incredible." Qian Bukui closed his eyes, lost in thought for a moment before saying, "In the world of alchemy, I, Qian Bukui, consider myself fairly experienced. But I've never heard of collecting ability cores." He then handed Yangshi a wolf hair brush, saying, "This wolf hair brush is a D-grade supernatural beast item. It speeds up wound healing. Sir, if you don't mind, please accept this as payment." Yangshi held the brush, thinking, "It only has 30 dark energy points. It's better in its raw state." Then he used his extraction ability on the brush. Yangshi handed the brush back to Chibuki, saying, "Elder Chan, please confirm if what I've told you is true." Chenbuki was amazed. "To think active essence can be collected during alchemy? This is a revolutionary breakthrough," Yurong then asked with a worried look. "So what's the point of collecting these abilities?" Yangshi thought to himself. They finally took the bait. Sharing the secret of ability potions would make them powerful allies. That way, I won't have to face the war of the four seas completely on my own. Yangshi calmly replied, "To create ability potions. That's how every member of our Judgment Society has 2 or more abilities." Chandu Duo gasped in surprise. If ability cores can be used in beast weapons, then 7th grade beast equipment is actually possible to forge. She could already see piles of money stacking up in her mind. But before she could get too excited, Yangshi completely burst her bubble. Unfortunately, that's just not possible. He then turned to Tian Bukui. Elder Qian, I've always had a question for you. Tian Bukui gave a friendly smile. Go right ahead and ask. So Yang Shi posed his question. A supernatural beast weapon comes from just one tiny part of the creature. So how does that single part hold 1/3 of the beast's total essence? Pointing to a rhino with a glowing horn. Qian Bui explained, after a beast dies, its essence undergoes a convergence. The energy instinctively flows into certain special organs. Once the rhino's essence has gathered in its horn, that horn can be made into a mighty war horn, he added. We use that organ with alchemy formations to create an ability weapon. Tian Bukui turned to go, saying, if you, sir, happen to be interested in alchemy, this old man would love to share what I've learned. Yang Xi watched him leave and replied, that's more than I could ask for. Outside, night had fallen on Lugang City. An aircraft flew by, announcing to the crowds, attention everyone, nearly 10 ability users have gathered on Chang'an Street in Lugang City. A man nearby scoffed at the announcement. What's all that noise for? Suddenly his eyes flew wide open. A trio of ability users stood before him. Their leader glared at him with greedy eyes. You dare to touch my prey. At this, the man stammered nervously. Lord Malong! The sealed sword, Wakko. We, the Elemental Five, were the ones who found it. You can't just take it like this. That's not right. Malong's dark purple aura flared. Blanche was definitely a traitor. But you, Elemental Five, are just nobodies. Did you really think I'd spare you? With that said, Malong disappeared in a flash, leaving Hong Su-yin completely shocked. He reappeared instantly, launching a sneak attack as the announcer shouted with excitement. In the blink of an eye, Malong has taken down Hong Su-yin. Can the rogue members of the Elemental Five escape Malong? Netizen comments poured onto the screen. Malong is awesome. He's totally getting a pentakill today. But I think Hong Lian is pretty great too. Her physique is just perfect. Hey, person above, have you got no class? How can you like a user who does so much evil? It's none of your business. I like her. So what? Malong found himself surrounded on 3 sides. One user summoned Ice Fangs, another an Earth Bear, and a third a Trent. They all charged him at once. After felling Hong Su-yin, Malong noted, that's 4. Seeing this, Yurong backed away in fear. Yurong turned and fled, her thoughts racing as she ran. This power gap is just too much. I can't die here. I have to get away. If I can escape now, I'll have another chance. Suddenly, a splash of red blood hit Yurong's face. When did Malong get behind her? He chuckled softly. You aren't getting away. He then looked toward Blanche and said, next. It's your turn. Blanche just stared back at Malong, completely silent. Yuan smiled at a nervous Liu Yuan who was glued to the monitor. Don't worry. Blanche isn't in her best condition right now. It's almost impossible for her to beat your brother. Liu Yuan turned and chuckled. You're right. I'm not worried about him one bit. He kept his eyes on the screen, thinking, what I'm worried about is if that Blanche girl is actually one of us from the Judgment Society and my blockhead brother kills her. How would I explain that to my adoptive father, unaware? Yuan just kept teasing him. You say you don't care, but your face tells the whole story. You two brothers are super close, huh? Liu Yuan forced a smile. You keep watching. I'm just heading to the restroom. With that, he left thinking, this is bad. I have to report this to my adoptive father right now. Yuan watched him go, totally bewildered. By now, day had broken. Yang Shi asked Liu Yuan, what's so urgent you had to find me? Liu Yuan replied anxiously, it's that darn brat Malong. Today he killed Hong Su-yin, and now he's about to finish off Blanche. He then sidled up to Yang Shi with a sly look, whispering, adoptive father. Is that Blanche girl really one of us? I saw crazy rumors online that she's the lover of Great Master Pasha. Yang Shi replied, don't listen to those absurd rumors. Do you know how old Pasha is? Liu Yuan rubbed his chin and frowned. An old man and a young girl. I get it. Blanche must be Great Master Pasha's secret daughter. He then shook his head, dismissing the idea. With this kind of internal secret, it's probably better for me to play dumb. I can't cause trouble for my adoptive father. Yang Shi's voice cut through his thoughts. I understand the situation. I will dispatch reinforcements. Liu Yuan left, cheerfully calling back, rest assured, adoptive father, I'll watch the situation and report back if anything happens. Yang Shi simply said, go. He then took out 2 green orbs and mused, perfect. 2 more elemental abilities for Shenlong. A system panel appeared before him. 1 orb held the Elder Earth ability. Introduction. Can sense large-scale tremors and control the Earth element for attacks. Function 1, weight increase. Function 2, Earth's might. New ability reveals Shenlo a green orb power. Rating A grade. It commands the wind, bending spirits to your will. First function, compressed storm. Second function, wind riding flight. Third, wind scythe, an A grade skill. The figure before Yang then vanished in a blur. Meanwhile, Mong approached Blanche. I'll give you time to call for him. I really don't want to fight you, you know. We go way back to our school days after all. Blanche gave a cold glare. Cut the chatter. If you want to fight, then let's begin. Enraged, Malong lunged, shouting, "You've asked for this?" Blanche deftly dodged his lunge. He missed. From her back, she drew a golden blade. She spun with grace, and Malong's eyes widened in disbelief. The blade shot toward him with blinding speed. It skewered Malong completely, who screamed out in agony. Wielding the glowing blade, Blanche dove down as Malong desperately tried to defend himself from below. Blanche frowned, coughing slightly. The aircraft above was caught in the shock waves of their fight. The announcer frowned, yelling with concern, "This isn't good! Our broadcast transmitter is caught in the crossfire. The feed is failing, but don't worry, everyone. Our reporters are on site now to continue the live broadcast for all of you." Malong loomed over Blanche, threatening, "If you don't call him, you are going to die." Clutching her chest, Blanche defiantly replied, "Stop your nonsense." Malong leapt high into the air to attack. Still on the ground, Blanche aimed her sword as a golden barrier instantly formed around her. Malong stared, his eyes full of excitement. He yelled, "This is only the warm-up." Cracks began to spiderweb across Blanche's golden barrier. She gritted her teeth, enduring the onslaught. The reporter had just arrived. "We're live on Ching Chang Street," she said. "It's absolute chaos down here. Malong and Blanche are locked in a vicious struggle." Malong held Blanche by the throat, threatening, "Last chance, are you going to call him or not?" Blood trickled from her mouth as Blanche frowned. Gritting her teeth in pain, she let out a wordless scream at the top of her lungs, taking that as her answer. Malong furiously slammed her into a wall, raising a huge cloud of dust. As it cleared, Blanche was seen lying motionless. The host continued with the broadcast, saying after a hit like that, Blanche would probably be unable to get back up. The netizens' chat exploded. "What a shame. That can't be it, right? Malong is too cruel. I'm speechless. This is just suffocating. She's a traitor. There's nothing wrong with beating her to death. Does that person have no heart? Have you all forgotten when she risked everything for us?" Malong walked towards Blanche's still form. His two teammates, guessing his intent, quickly moved to stop him. "Malong, that's enough. Control yourself. If you keep going, even if she lives, she'll be crippled." Malong turned, glaring at them, and said, "Are you defending a traitor?" Just then Blanche called out, "Hey!" She stumbled from the dust, clutching her arm. "Are you guys finished talking yet?" Blanche smirked at them and said, "If you are indeed done talking, let's keep fighting." A reporter commented, "Blanche has risked her life for humanity countless times. Her incredible will deserves our respect." Malong rushed at Blanche, yelling as he attacked. "You all heard her," he sneered. "She's the one who asked for this." But Malong was stunned as a huge water wall blocked his attack. In front of him stood a massive, terrifying water golem. The giant water golem gently lifted Blanche up into its hand. A masked figure appeared, telling her, "My apologies, Blanche. The organization is a little late." The online comments exploded. "Blanche is a traitor." So the rumors were true. "So shocking, I can't believe it." Blanche yelled, "Why did you claim I'm with your organization?" The masked figure simply looked at her and asked, "If you want to survive, what other choice do you have?" At his words, Blanche went quiet, unable to argue. The sound of footsteps grew closer. Thane Long walked up to Malong and confronted him. "All right, mind telling me why you were picking on our dear Blanche?" Malong ignored the question and asked back, "Why isn't Daoka here?" Then Long crossed his arms, sizing up Malong, and asked, "What's the matter?" Malong looked down on him. "Beat me, then someone stronger will surely show up." At Thane Long's command, the giant golem's hands began to clap shut. Malong was trapped. He roared, using all his might to keep the hands from closing. Watching him struggle, then Long sighed, "Is that really all you can do?" "How about this, then?" he said, clenching his fist. Instantly, the water hands vanished, leaving a bewildered Malong completely stunned. He looked up just in time to see a massive water hand about to crash down on him. A thunderous crash sent dust and smoke flying everywhere. Beneath the night sky, a glass tower glowed with warm light, looking almost like a dream. Duonghai took his leave after a brief chat with Old Master Tin. A few moments later, he glanced around, carefully checking his surroundings. Confident he wasn't being followed, he ducked behind a large nearby tree. He reached inside his coat and cautiously pulled out an old weathered brown notebook. He recalled the old master's words when he first received the notebook. The old master had said with a gentle smile, "This contains some notes from the Diamond Alchemist, along with a few of his diary entries." As he held the book, the old man added, "Every page is absolutely priceless material." But as he scanned the pages, one page began to shimmer with light. Startled, he quickly shut the book, which made the old man wonder. "Oh, Your Excellency Daoke, if you find it interesting. Feel free to borrow it." He nodded with a slight smile. "My apologies. The material was so fascinating I lost myself for a moment. In that case, thank you." Back in the present, Duonghai muttered to himself while flipping through the pages. This notebook holds a secret message, one that's only visible to those with spiritual power. Funny old Master Tin doesn't really look his age. He searched for a moment, then his finger landed on the page. Ah, here it is. In a flash, the hidden text materialized. I hail from the distant continent on the Odisha plain, a member of the Ananso family. I arrived on this nascent magic plane by accident not long ago. As the words echoed in his mind, an image of Earth flashed through his subconscious. I found it. The legendary Philosopher's Stone, brimming with cosmic power. The Philosopher's Stone itself. Even a total nobody like me with zero talent or magic could use this chance to become an absolute master by unlocking the secrets hidden inside. As I read more, text magically appeared on the pages. Once I'd absorbed half the stone's power, I surpassed every ancestor in my family line. I finally broke through to the 4th stage, becoming a true astral-level master. It's time to finally head home. Those strange lights in the sky, that was my doing before I left. I secretly guided a group of humans on how to open a massive gate to another world. Bahuang, this mysterious person hid the stone for a fated individual to find this journal. The instructions say to find the Philosopher's Stone somewhere on Elamton. This is a treasure left behind to save humanity from being enslaved. Just like that, the writing faded and the book went blank. Then a beam of light shot directly into Duang Hai's mind. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy. It was a white light, a key to finding the stone. Moments later, he summoned a sleek iron board, then hopped on, musing aloud. So, the Beast World has a civilization older than Woman's. This world holds so many more secrets for me to uncover. And with that, he took off, leaving the old master's estate far behind. Time passed, and the night sky was soon filled with twinkling stars. Meanwhile, Nuet was reporting live from the scene. Mayong was still pinned under debris, his condition unknown. That new member from the organization, he seems like a pretty nice kid, but his power is just unbelievable. Like, this whole organization is on another level. Suddenly, Than Long appeared right before her, making the reporter jump. Seeing her panic, he gave a friendly smile. Hey, no need to be scared, sis. He then looked right at the camera, drone waved, and began his introduction. My name is Than Long, and I'm a herald from the Judgment Organization. Our Judgment Organization has prepared for every possibility. The camera zoomed in. He flashed a charming grin. So, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Just then, a massive explosion erupted behind him. It was Malong lifting the ice block with blood-red eyes. He tossed the huge chunk aside and roared, Phase 3 transformation! Noticing the change, Than Long's tone turned serious as he warned her. His Phase 3 form seems to have lost all reason. This is extremely dangerous. Says you need to fall back to a safe distance now. Then he launched himself forward, leaving Nuet staring after his retreating form. On Throng Street, Than Long created an ice decoy, waiting on a pillar for Malong to charge. The monster formed a giant stone hand and swung it right at him. In response, Malong clamped down hard on the stone hand with his powerful jaws. Then he heaved the entire thing high into the air, his tail smashing the windows of a skyscraper. Meanwhile, at the Coal Management Company, Viendep and Lo Nguyen were watching the entire battle unfold. The boy said excitedly, Wow, Than Long is definitely my age, but he's already that powerful. Our Judgment Organization is incredible. Suddenly, she felt the air grow cold and turned to her companion to ask, Is it just me, or did it get chilly in here? Just then, they saw their roof was gone and Maong's tail was clinging to the wall. She frowned, concerned. That's our young master. He nearly wiped out my whole team. On Tantong Street, Malong chomped down hard on the massive stone hand. He then leaped his incredible power, cracking the wall under the pressure. A huge chunk of rock then fell directly toward Nitu. Caught off guard with no way to escape, she closed her eyes, bracing herself. But after a moment, nothing happened, so she opened her eyes to check. Then Long had commanded a stone statue to intercept it. Incredibly grateful to be saved, she sighed in relief. Thank you. He waved his hand casually, as if it were nothing, all while thinking to himself, This guy's destructive force is insane. I need to wrap this up and fast. Suddenly, a sharp sword unexpectedly pierced him straight through the body. The attacker was the wandering swordsman using his armor-piercing skill. I've waited so long for this chance. His mission done, he released the blade, whispering, That's enough. Meanwhile, back in the commentary booth, the director noted that this was all to shatter the Divine Dragon's defense. That purple-haired swordsman, ignoring the recoil from his Gale Sword intent, unleashed an S-rank level attack. He frowned. The Divine Dragon's defense was critical. One more hit and it would break. The catch was, these openings only existed because he was distracted saving an innocent reporter. Resting his chin on his hand with a tense look, he continued his analysis, which left everyone watching with very conflicted feelings. At the same time, the viewer chat exploded. Back on Throne Street, Lin Na focused all of her power into a single fist, unleashing a 1,000-pound punch right at the target. Her blow shattered a large section of the Divine Dragon's ice shield. Completely spent, she panted. Demon dragon, he's your problem now. Nearby Manhwa and the others got soaked. Wiping herself off, she calmly remarked, well, this place is basically a swamp now. As for him, he was in the fight, activating his ability. In scythe lure, creating multiple blades that flew toward the demon dragon. The spinning, glowing scythes pierced its tough armor, releasing a strange blood-red gas. Hit by the attack, its body went limp, losing all strength as it fell. Seeing his opening, he gave the demon dragon no time to recover. Without hesitation, his arm transformed, encased in rock as he charged. In the dragon's crimson eyes, the divine dragon was reflected a glowing stone fist, rushing right toward it. The divine dragon closed in, landing a mercilessly powerful blow on the demon dragon. Next, he reached out his hand, preparing his Earth's End technique. Stop struggling. I'm finishing this for good right now. A stone hand shot up from behind, grabbing the stunned demon dragon tightly. It then swiftly dragged him underground, giving it no chance to resist, as it cried out in pure panic and terror. As they slammed into the ground, the powerful impact caused the surrounding area to erupt, shattering stone in every direction. A thick cloud of dust billowed out, hiding the view. As the smoke finally cleared, the demon dragon was human again, unconscious and still on the ground. The divine dragon then summoned water chains, tightly binding them both. The wandering swordsman and the demon dragon. Armored war hero, I trust you know what choice to make, don't you? Back at the guild, he watched the screen, his hands trembling with rage. His fist tightened, shattering his cup. On the street, Nayu puzzled over those words. What kind of choice did the war hero have to make? Was he supposed to choose one of them? The dragon or the swordsman? Or trade two A-rank heroes for something else? She wondered, glancing up. Then she spotted a figure approaching and thought, wait, the armored war hero is really here. He flew in, carrying the ice-piercing warrior. He remembered a talk with Yang Shi while he was in disguise. He had frowned, confirming, so you just want my help, investigating the drug ring. Is that all? They shared a look. No, you'll also get me into the Boxwang plan. And for payment, I get an A-rank ability potion. It will make me a dual-system A-rank user. Back in the present, the war hero brought his man before the divine dragon. Now about our deal. The ice-piercing warrior looked over, confused. Boss, what kind of deal do we have with them? His boss's expression grew grim. It was a deal I took on because of an old favor. I was hesitant, but to get the dragon and swordsman back, what's sacrificing one guy? Upon hearing this, the man's face fell. Getting two A-rank heroes back meant any price was worth it. He patted his shoulder with a sly grin. You get it too right. That makes this much easier. The man screamed and tried to bolt. The instant he moved, his boss severed his limbs, leaving Daokatat and the others. Nae and Yanda utterly stunned by the sudden brutal scene. At the cologne company, Liu Yuan watched through binoculars, looking smug. See, that works just fine. Why did it have to take so long? I can practically taste that brand new ability potion. He then burst into an excited, triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha! The war hero walked to the warrior, hoisting him up while ignoring his desperate questions. Why are you doing this to me? He then tossed him before the dragon. A trade. The man glared, gritting his teeth. We have no beef with you. So why are you trying to kill me? He eyed his own fist, listing the man's sins. You really don't remember what you've done? You used drugs and killed innocents. This sentence is justice for your crimes. With that, he tossed the demon dragon and swordsman over to the war hero. A robotic arm shot out from his suit, catching them both. I've cleaned my house. Now the rest is your problem. Suddenly, the ice-piercing warrior began to laugh, making them all look over, confused. His eyes shot wide, a strange green liquid dribbling from his mouth as if he was about to self-destruct. Model. A flash of green light erupted from him, forcing them to leap back as a cold mist spread out. His limbs were now made of solid ice. He floated in the air. So then how should I repay you? The ice-piercing warrior, his new limbs made of ice, glared down at the divine dragon. Today all of you will die. The armored hero turned and said, let's team up and finish this. He nodded without a pause. My thoughts exactly. Then he cast the immortal bird summon. A powerful flame burst forth, forming a magnificent bird of fire. He glared down at the divine dragon. As long as my ice is strong enough, even a beast of fire becomes a lovely ice sculpture. As he spoke, he fired countless ice shards like arrows, yelling, freeze for me! They flew instantly, freezing the immortal bird's flames solid. He then charged forward and sliced it cleanly in half. Frowning, he turned to them, raised a hand, and muttered, air bullet! He swung his arm, aiming at the airborne war hero. Freeze! Unconcerned, the hero fired 2 missiles from his shoulders. The 2 attacks collided with devastating force, creating a massive explosion that shook the area. A thick cloud of smoke billowed out. He frowned at him. It seems that drug only gave you more power, not better power. As he spoke, green beams of light shot from his eyes like lasers. They shot directly into the ice warrior's eyes, making him scream in pain. Hit by the blast, he staggered and fell straight to the ground. From above, the divine dragon saw he wasn't moving. Is he defeated? Just like that, we should probably go and check. The two of them landed to check. The armored hero said, "What a waste of effort. It's all over." Suddenly, green liquid began flowing from his body again. This time, however, it was different. It moved like a living creature. Sensing danger, he grabbed the armored hero's hand and jumped away. Danger. The liquid from before was now forming strange toothed tentacles. It lunged and grabbed the armored war hero. Wrapping tightly around him, he cried out in horror, "What is this monstrous thing?" Just then, he too was caught and bound by them. "I don't know if you can, but throw some explosives in there and blow it up." He looked down shocked to see the ice-piercing warrior was not dead, but stood at the center of the monster's core. He laughed. "This feeling is so weird. Is this what it feels like to be reborn in legend?" Hearing his voice, the armored hero was stunned. What on earth has this guy become? He also couldn't understand and just guessed. Could this be the ice-piercing warrior's secret? Just then a mysterious figure watched from afar. The figure watched the growing monster and muttered, "What a pity. It was so very close to being a success." Test subject number 52 is also declared a failure. However, its destructive force is greater than the others. Is it because of his willpower? He cheerfully adjusted his hat. The soul is truly a marvelous thing. The more I research it, the more I realize my own ignorance. I'm about to hit level 3 spiritual power and reach commander rank. He was so lost in his plans, he never saw the eyes watching him. I'll wait just a bit before I collect that deep blue star marrow from him. Let those two humans soften him up for me. It'll save me some trouble. Yang Se just watched and shook his head. So focused on the prize, you missed the danger lurking right behind you. Meanwhile, with Naiwo, she'd found some cloth and was back to live streaming the whole fight. No aircraft can get anywhere near the combat zone. We've pulled back to a safe distance. Based on our observations, the tentacles' regenerative power is insane. Breaking free from their grip is only a temporary fix. She glanced toward the giant monster. The ice-piercing warrior's body has morphed into something truly horrifying. It seems less like a transformation and more like a parasitic takeover. The divine dragon used his scythe technique, launching blades at the tentacles. He thought, dang it, more and more of these things are grabbing on. The scythe sliced clean through any tentacle in their path. Meanwhile, the armored hero his legs caught unleashed his own power, blue light glowing from his hands. He watched the man struggle and laughed. "Boss, don't be a stranger. Weren't you the one who wanted me to inherit the company?" He muttered, "Once I eat you, I'll devour the whole Cologne company." Why doesn't eating humans like this feel wrong at all? It's like you people were always meant to be food for my greed tribe. Wait a second. What in the world is the greed tribe? He was stunned by his own strange words as a throbbing pain exploded in his head. "Ugh, my head is killing me." He glared at the old man, blaming him. "Annoying, this is all your fault, you old fossil. You scrambled my brain and now I'm in agony." Then he made a tentacle eat his head. Chomp. "Ah, that's better. I ate the part that was bugging me." Seeing him eat himself, the man offered his analysis. His true form probably isn't the ice-piercing hero's remains. And he doesn't even realize it yet. We need to find his real body for the final blow. The armored war hero simply nodded in agreement. "I can use a piercing egg on this thing, but you have to get me free from these restraints." Hearing that, the man replied, "Deal." Then he summoned the immortal bird. It unleashed a stream of fire, scorching the tentacles. He used that opening to leap high and throw the egg. It was jet black, flying straight into the center of the writhing tentacles. From high in the air, he looked down and announced, "I forgot to tell you." After a pause, he added, "It has a 500-meter blast radius. If you don't get moving now, you're not going to make it." Hearing that, divine dragon froze, looked up and screamed, "You son of a..." And just then, the egg unleashed brilliant light that pierced every corner of the monster. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking everything to its core. The energy from the blast tore the monster into pieces. When the light finally faded, a thick plume of smoke remained, rising up to conceal everything. Once the smoke cleared, the scene below slowly came into view. On the ground, only wriggling worm-like bits of the monster remained. Divine Dragon just barely landed on a floating ice platform, but the blast still took his legs clean off. He thought, that old geezer is a crafty one, good thing this is just a clone. Meanwhile, on the live stream broadcast, the chat was exploding. Did Divine Dragon lose his legs? Is he even with judgment anymore? Getting wrecked like that by a fellow hero. Maybe the war hero's showing him it's time to unite humanity's power against the monster. The camera zoomed in as the monster's fragments began to rapidly expand. The comment section blew up again. "Oh, thank goodness, the monster's still alive. Somebody finish it. I live in Lokung City. If it breaks loose, I can't escape in time. Not even that egg bomb could kill it. We're doomed." As the dust settled, the tentacle monster appeared, already regenerating to its full form. Then a yellow shoe stepped out from the haze. Spicy Superman strolled up with a grin. "Fighting this kind of monster? How could you forget me?" Liner stepped up. "Count me in too." Then other heroes started to appear. "And me? I'm in. I can help out too." Seeing this, the reporter continued her broadcast to the viewers at home. "This is Lukong City's longest night. A strange, unimaginable power has invaded our home. This power has cost us dearly and we feel helpless against it." But she turned her eyes, filling with tears, shouting with passion, "But we have not given up. Our heroes have joined the fight. I know that the dawn will come." Her words hit the live chat and everyone was overcome with emotion. This seems more like a suicide mission than resistance. But like the reporter said with endless hope, "We will wait for the dawn." The screen flooded with comments. From above, Divine Dragon looked down and scoffed. "Hey, are you all just gathering here to be monster food?" Liner frowned. "You got a better idea then." He glanced at the monster. "Of course, so back up a bit. I'd rather not hurt any of you." A notification panel suddenly appeared. Compression storm sphere. A gray, energy-sucking orb spun in his hand. "Good thing this is a clone. Otherwise, I could never be this self-sacrificing." She glanced up skeptical. "What's his plan?" Spicy Superman wondered aloud. "From that last attack, we know that wide-area damage doesn't actually stop it. Its core is hidden way too well. Someone needs to get in close for the final blow." Hearing that, it clicked for her. Get close. He's planning on it. Divine Dragon was focusing, drawing in spiritual power. His gaze locked onto his target. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted. The blast shockwave shook space itself, sending dust and debris everywhere. The force sent Liner and Spicy Superman flying, to cry out and shield their faces in alarm. As the smoke cleared, the monster from before was simply gone. The viewers watching this were stunned, their comments flying. But nobody expected the Judgment Organization to make a move. A member, Divine Dragon, had his legs destroyed but could have retreated. Instead, he charged the beast, taking it down with his own life. Back on the scene, Nuera was crying in sorrow. She thought, "Divine Dragon, thank you for being our light." The immense grief brought tears streaming silently down her cheeks. It was a pain born from loss and a deep sense of gratitude. Meanwhile, Yangi in his rooster form stared at a seed in his palm. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke. "From now on, you're the new Divine Dragon. Ability merge A-rank Flame Lord for Shenhua." The new masked Divine Dragon nodded in response. "Understood." The two of them then stood atop a high-rise, silently watching the sun go down. Where the monster fell, a deep blue jade floated in the air. Spotting the item, the armored hero reached for it. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Ignorant human! That is not something you can touch." A green blade then pierced his body without him even noticing. He was startled. Turning his head, he thought, "How my armor's fine, but I'm definitely hurt. He's so far away from me." And his armor's alert system never went off. Wen retracted his weapon and approached. Typical. Most human espers just rely on the luck of their first awakening. The viewers on the other side were confused, quickly typing, "What's going on? A green light? Is he on the same side as that monster?" The armored hero leaped back to make some distance, yelling, "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" Ren bent down, grabbed the stone, and shot back. "This was no ambush. You were just too slow to notice my straightforward attack. Because of that, you could only watch as I struck your very spirit." Before he could grasp it, the stone was snatched from him in a flash. Yangi held it in his hand, turned, and said, "Excuse me, you two. This deep blue crystal is the property of our Judgment Organization." The viewers were thrilled to see him. The Rooster of Judgment has arrived. Now that he's here, this whole situation will be handled. Comments exploded on the live stream. Yuan held his weapon level and said, "Your Excellency Rooster, our primordial organization does not wish to be enemies with Judgment. Return the deep blue crystal, and I'll pretend this never happened." Over here, the cameraman said, "Why isn't anything filming? Is the equipment busted?" Nuer looked anxiously at the drone on the ground. "It's not that the equipment is broken. Everything is being jammed by some kind of mental force. Report this to headquarters." At that moment, Yangi realized the organization behind Wen was called Primordial. He's intentionally jamming all the cameras, so he's trying to stay hidden. This must be part of a much bigger plan. Shaking it off, he finally spoke. "So what if I choose to be your enemy, with no room for talk, and enrage you when lunged to attack? You're asking for it. Fine then, I'll be happy to oblige." Instantly, he countered with a powerful mental shock. 3 golden rings materialized to block the blow. His weapon shattered on impact. Shocked, he cried out, "A 3rd-tier mental power user." Stunned by the man's power, he mumbled to himself, "Our commander reached Tier 3 15 years ago. I thought only our greed tribe could surpass humanity's limits. I can't believe a human actually managed to reach Tier 3. Duong Hai's thoughts turned to Fifi stuck in her hospital bed. That tiny blue light on her soul. It had to be connected to the Deep Blue clan. There's no way he was letting this alien race get away with it. Duhan broke the silence. Well now, what a pity. I wanted a real fight, but surprised the organization has an urgent mission. With that, he turned to make a quick exit. This Deep Blue essence crystal, you can borrow it for now, but next time I'm taking it back, plus interest. Noticing his attempt to bolt, Duong Hai warned, Think you're leaving, you'd better stay put. Duhan's eyes widened just as Duong Hai sent 3 psychic blasts right at him. He spun around, a 6-winged shield appearing in his grasp. He panicked. His psychic blast is way too strong. My shield won't hold up against many more of those. But he was given no time to recover. Duong Hai formed a sharp spear, piercing him before he could even blink. Ugh, badly hurt, Duhan cursed. You dirty backstabbing snake. Too weak to fight on, he stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Duong Hai hovered above, looking down coolly, and said, With that Deep Blue clan mark, congrats. You're now a prisoner of the Arbiters. Pinned to the ground, Duhan yelled, If you're going to kill me, get on with it, I lose. Duong Hai landed. Seeing his stubborn attitude, he asked, So how was that care for another round? He taunted, leaning in close. Just answer my questions nicely and I might just let you live. He glared, his voice low. Now start talking. What's the story with those ice-piercing warriors and the blue pills? Duhan coughed, struggling for air. Fine, I'll tell you about the origin seed. He started his explanation picturing a body holding the blue seed. The origin seed is inside the spiritual body of every Deep Blue clan member. When it transforms, that tiny blue light slowly changes a creature's soul. He went on, describing tree-like roots latching onto a person. The sapling's roots use that light to find the soul of a potential new clan member. The stronger the host's soul, and the stronger the origin seed's concentration gets, and the tougher the roots become. He then explained its purpose. With strong roots, the host can pull more power from the sapling. For instance, they can use secret arts and fighting skills like these shadow figures, drawing power for poison, physical attacks, and weapon arts. And after that, my clan started mass-producing those blue pills. We distributed them everywhere to find people compatible enough to join us. A smoking frozen hand appears as he explains the price of failure. Of course, not everyone can survive the shock when the seed takes root. Those who fail, they become mindless, low-level monsters. He remembered the ice warrior of frozen blue-tinged mutation. Hearing this, Duong Hai furiously grabbed his collar. Is there a cure for the origin seed? Seeing him so agitated, Duho just smirked. Why the sudden interest? Could it be that a friend of yours is a test subject? Annoyed, Duong Hai hit him with a psychic blast, making him wince. Are you going to talk or not? Duho just burst out laughing. Ha! Then a stream of blue light erupted from his body. He transformed into pure light, escaping the host as Duong Hai yelled in frustration. He slipped away again. The empty vessel began to emit thick smoke, shocking Duong Hai and Warbear. When the smoke cleared, the body had changed into that of a young woman. The old man's eyes widened in recognition. That's Manager Wang from the Heroes Association, Duong Hai sighed. It seems the Origin organization has even infiltrated the Heroes Association. The old man frowned, thinking about the manager's death. I'll testify on your behalf. Consider it me repaying my debt. But Duong Hai wasn't having it. Do you have any idea what it takes to raise a quad-elemental user? You think a few simple words can settle the score. Annoyed, the old man asked, Fine, what do you want then? Duong Hai instantly replied, Let Lewin become the heir to the Kunlun Company. Warbear smirked for a moment, then his brow furrowed. He can inherit, but he must reach A rank or no one will accept him. Duong Hai leaped onto a metal shard in midair, sealing the deal. Then it settled. The day he becomes an A rank hero is the day he takes over Kunlun. With that said, he flew off on the metal shard, summoning a clone behind him. Duong Hai ordered his clone. You handle the situation here. I'm going to the hospital. Yes, sir, the clone replied as the real Duong Hai raced on. That strange energy wave from when the ice warrior died. I have a really bad feeling. I need to check on Fifi and fast. With that thought, he blasted off like a rocket, zipping past the towering skyscrapers. Back at the scene, Warbear addressed his men grimly. You all know who this is. She's Manager Uang of the Heroes Association. He then looked up and continued his report. Turns out she was a spy for a mysterious group and created that mutated ice warrior. He stated the facts gravely. When the Heroes Association starts its inquiry, I expect you all to be completely honest. Tunin Chu nodded. Of course. That goes without saying. Lamney off to the side didn't argue. She just looked exhausted, her brow furrowed. If that's everything, we'll be on our way now. But after just a few steps, Warbear's voice stopped them. Long Nguyen, get over here. Luong Nguyen spun around annoyed. What is it now? Warbear grinned at him. Luong Nguyen, your dad, and Duong Hai struck a deal. He put a hand on his son's shoulder, leaning in to say, "If I make you the heir to Kun, he'll give you an A-rank ability potion." He even ruffled his son's hair. "You little rascal. You better grab this chance." Luong Nguyen looked away, clearly uncomfortable, and making a face. "Wait, wasn't Malong already set to inherit the company? Changing your mind so suddenly, it's going to hurt our bond as brothers." He turned away, thinking to himself, "Besides, my goal is to lead the Arbiters and carry on the Divine Dragon's legacy." With that in mind, Luong Nguyen said with a smirk, "Godfather set me up for a great future, and you want me to run the family business." He clenched his fist, fired up. "Isn't this just holding me back?" Warbear watched his son quietly, thinking. Duan Hai, your plan is clever, but you misjudged the bond between a father and his son. Warbear then stepped forward, pulling his son into a gentle, warm hug. "You little rascal, you've really grown up." Luong Nguyen got goosebumps and yelled, "Let go of me. How old am I? This is so gross." Meanwhile, on a nearby street, an exhausted Branch slumped against a corner wall. Suddenly, a hand was gently offered to her. Duong Hai asked softly, "Can you stand up?" Branch struggled to get up. "I can do it myself." But her legs gave out instantly. Duong Hai calmed her. "Don't push yourself too hard." His words seemed to break through. Branch covered her face and sobbed, "I'm sorry." The Divine Dragon. "He died in battle because of me." Duong Hai gently patted her head. "It's not your fault. Come on. The organization sent me to get you settled." Hearing this, Branch took Duong Hai's hand and got to her feet. "Okay, I'll go with you." A moment later, they stood outside a hospital. Duong Hai scanned the building, thinking, this hospital has a strange energy flowing from it. The entire hospital was veiled in a strange blue screen of light. Inside, Duong Hai entered a corridor and quickly scanned the area. It was completely empty. The moment he thought that a blue light flashed right before his eyes, startling him. And right after that, a vicious zombie lunged forward, screaming. Duong Hai stumbled back. "This is bad." That energy wave. It must have caused the convenience store victims to transform into this new blue form. Before he could even react, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. He spun around in shock to see another zombie lunging right for him. He's in danger. In the middle of the day, the hospital corridor was swarming. Everyone inside had become a blue monster. One lunged at Duan Hai's shoulder, but he instantly tossed it aside. Duan Hai drew his arm back, landing a heavy punch to its chest, making blood spray from its mouth. The rest fell one by one. 1, 2, 3, 5. Seconds later, with all of them down, Duan Hai finally let out a relieved breath. Good Faye isn't here. Maybe she hasn't turned yet. He tossed his paper guide into an air vent. At last, he'd found Faye's room. He stepped inside and saw her hovering in the air. Peering through her form, he could see the mutated cells. Yang Yi thought with concern. Faye has already turned, but the seeds only took over one side of her body, leaving the other half clear. Her eyes were slowly turning blue, just like the others. Faye's own will was fighting for control. Suddenly, Faye cried out in agony. "Oh no." She crashed down onto the bed as if she sensed someone was there. Yang Yi rushed to her side, calling her name. "Faye, Faye!" Her eyes shot open. One pupil had a different color. Instantly, she pressed a knife to his throat. "Who are you?" she demanded. Yang Yi tried to explain. "Faye, it's me, your brother." But his words just made her angrier. Faye shot back. "That's not my brother's voice." He realized his mistake and quickly changed back. "Oops, forgot to switch forms. This should be better, right?" But Faye wasn't buying it. "My brother can't transform," she yelled. "Who are you?" Helpless. Yang Yi had to use his secret weapon. "From your 5th to 7th birthdays, you wet the bed. And so Mom and Dad wouldn't find out. You tricked me into taking the blame." Instantly, Faye sat up like a puppy and asked sweetly, "Brother, how'd you learn to transform?" Yang Yi grabbed his sister's hand and pulled her up. "We have to leave now. I'll explain on the way." A little later, they were back at Yang Yi's apartment. Faye even managed to grab a quick shower. In the kitchen, Naiwei was busy cooking. He came up from behind, wrapping his arms around her. "Why are you making such a big meal?" he asked softly. Naiwei turned, draping her arms around his neck. "Faye waking up is a miracle. Of course we have to celebrate." Then her expression turned serious. "You know, being out there made me realize how helpless normal people are against these powers." She looked down, her voice laced with worry. "Even a master like Shenlong couldn't." But her smile returned. "That's why we have to cherish the people we love." She leaned in her arms on his shoulders, slowly moving closer for a kiss. But a cheerful voice called out, "Is dinner ready yet?" "I'm done with my shower." Flustered Naiwi quickly pushed him away. "It's ready now." A moment later, a huge feast covered the table. Faye bounded to the table. "Wow, these are all my favorites." "Sister Naiwei, you're the best." She happily grabbed a chicken leg and took a big bite. "Guess I'll dig right in." The three of them shared a happy meal together. Seeing her, Yang Yi's resolve hardened. For his loved one's safety, he'd pay any price. After dinner, Faye fidgeted on the bed. "Brother," she asked nervously, "do we really have to keep me being awake from Mom and Dad?" Young Yi's answer was firm. "Absolutely not. The Hero Association is still investigating the hospital incident. For now, you need to stay officially gone." He crossed his arms, laying down the rules. "The more they know, the bigger the target on their backs. That goes for my secrets too, and don't tell Na either." She gave a sweet smile. "I get it, but please don't carry this all by yourself anymore. Let me help." Guilt washed over Yang Yi. It was all his fault. He failed to protect her, and now she was a half-otherworlder. But Faye could read his heart, gently reassuring him. "Hey, it's okay, brother. In fact, I think my mind got a cool new upgrade." She reached out her hand, noticing his distress. "Are you all right?" Breaking a sweat, he took her hand. "The control puppet is finally ready, and now I have a very important mission just for you." Just then, Nai walked in with fruit. "Snack time." Instantly, his serious expression vanished. He whipped around with a bright smile. "Awesome!" Sitting with Nayang, he peeked over curiously. "What you working on?" Her eyes glued to the screen, she replied, "My last show did pretty well, so the station offered me a new one." He couldn't help but worry. "Is it dangerous like before?" Nai gave him a quick, reassuring smile. "Nope, this time I'm just a panelist." Yang Yi moved behind her, holding out his palm. A jade bracelet materialized on Nai's wrist. An info panel popped into view. Ability. Little green snake bracelet. Introduction. The bracelet automatically protects its owner when in danger. It can also transform into a large green snake to attack enemies. Rank evaluation CB. But why a bracelet and not a necklace? Elsewhere beneath a cloudy sky, Branch soaked calmly in a hot spring. Her subordinate explained, "Miss Branch, this spring has healing properties for your injuries." Branch languidly scooped some water. "Is that so?" she replied, unfazed. Then she rose from the water, ready to depart. "The organization has a mission for me. You two stay here." But she merely moved to a new spot to think. Another new mission, huh? Her subordinate watched in awe. "She's amazing, a true senior agent." She perfectly executed that ambush mission, too. Later, at the cloud-top Heavenly Palace, Branch faced the figures on the high thrones. Yang Yi, in his rooster bear disguise, asked, "Have you heard of the 4 great sea regions? The organization wants you to go there and investigate the Deep Blue clan." He then continued, dangling a prize. "If you pass this trial, you'll have a chance to become one of the 28 constellations of the tribunal." Without a moment's hesitation, Branch dropped to one knee. "I accept the trial. I will go to the 4 great sea regions." Underneath his mask, Yang Yi was sweating bullets. Phew, the bait worked. The tribunal's pathfinding squad finally has a powerhouse. He then casually waved his hand at Branch. "All right, go get some rest and take care of yourself." She bowed. "Understood." Blood Rabbit watched Branch leave, then finally asked, "So can I talk now?" Blood Rabbit piped up, "Boss, what's our next move?" "Everything's already in motion. Spicy Noodle Superman and Lu Yuan will dig into the connection between the Round Table Knights Hero Company and the Deep Blue Clan. A red-suited man and a ponytailed woman appear. Branch's mission is to scout the 4 major regions." Branch sat at attention, listening closely. "He also needs to infiltrate the Hero Association's top ranks, acting as our inside man for the tribunal." Branch's expression grew serious. Yang Yi in his rooster bear form cut in, "All right, that's enough for now. I need to go see an old friend." The scene shifts to a park. Branch was on a bench, lost in thought, when Yang Yi suddenly popped up. "Feeling tired lately?" he asked, startling him. "It's okay to take a break, you know." Branch turned his head and greeted him. "Leader, it's been a little while." Yang Yi put a hand on his shoulder. "So how's your power level coming along?" Branch avoided his gaze, feeling a little guilty. "I still can't tap into my full potential from the training. Right now, my physique is only about 7 times stronger than a normal person's." Yang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, 7 times already? You know 10 times the norm is the benchmark for an A-rank power level." He turned, looking proud. "You're doing great, Branch. You'll be the top-rated rookie at this year's Global Ability User Convention." Fired up, he declared with total determination, "I promise to give my all for the organization." But Yang Yi held up a hand to stop him. He warned Branch to be careful. "There's danger nearby. I'm using my marionette skill on you. I can take over your body if needed." He nodded obediently. A system alert chimed Marionette. His face immediately soured. Meanwhile, Huanju, who was running ahead, suddenly skidded to a sharp stop. Blocking her path were Azir and Manu, approaching with hostile glares. "You little meddler, you ruined the organization's business. The Fire Cloud Society won't let you get away with this." She shot back indignantly. "You call robbing innocent people business. Your whole money-making scheme is illegal." Suddenly a dark weapon shot right for her. Huanju dodged just in time, her face turning pale. She then launched herself into the air, leveling her sword at the two of them. In a flash, a piece of Manu's horn was sliced clean off, stunning him. Terrified, he broke into a cold sweat. "You're using poison!" But then he stepped on a hidden landmine. Instantly, a massive explosion rocked the middle of the forest. Azir grunted, shielding his face from the blast of dust and smoke. Suddenly, the gleaming tip of a sword appeared, aimed right for his head. Azir froze as the blade flashed past, causing him to fall hard onto the ground. Completely stunned, he questioned her, "Just what kind of power do you have? How do you keep pulling out so many strange tricks?" Huanju slung a cannon over her shoulder and challenged him, "Go ahead and guess. If you guess right, maybe I'll tell you." Azir was so furious a dark aura began to swirl around him. "You're on." But before he could move, a sneaker came flying at his head. With a solid thud, Dupam connected with a powerful kick, catching Hoenku completely off guard. He then turned to her calmly and said, "Miss, this place will be destroyed if you keep this up. In 5 days, the Yankin University selection tournament starts here." Seeing this, she was impressed. "You look like a C-rank Esper, but your actual power must be above B rank." Then she offered a sweet smile and introduced herself. "My name is Hoenku. Maybe we'll see each other at the tournament. We could team up then." He shook her hand. "Sure, if we're in the same group in 5 days. But then..." Dupam glanced down confused as Hoenku gripped his hand with all her might. She just smiled innocently. "Hey there, handsome. Want to grab a late-night snack?" He froze, panicking internally about what to do. He mentally called his leader, Duang Hai. "What should I say to her?" His leader replied, "Stay calm, just watch me." Duang Hai then took over Dupam's body to deal with it, promptly using the chance to refuse. I've got some things to handle back home, so I really have to go." He quickly pulled his hand away from hers, a move that left her totally baffled. He quickly turned and made a quiet exit. Duang Hai asked, "Did you learn your lesson? Never let a girl get that clingy. My sister's a handful already. I don't have the energy for another one," he thought back. "Lesson learned. Thanks, leader." Meanwhile, Huanku let out a thrilled laugh. "Looks like this selection tournament is going to be fun, after all." Over on Van Street, sunlight shone on the buildings over a bustling parking lot. Suddenly, Nabi's voice cut through the noise. "Hello, everyone. I'm your commentator, Nabi." She then went to introduce her co-host. "My new partner is Naiwet, an MC, who has been blowing up online lately." Sitting beside her, Naoyet greeted the viewers. "Hello, everyone. I'm Lam Nuyet." Afterwards, Nabi announced, "Next up, let's talk about this year's Yankin University Hero Department Freshman Selection Tournament." And Nuet continued, "The rules are actually very simple. Within the time limit, you just have to pass through the designated routes. Contestants can use any method they want to finish." Nabi winked, hinting there was a catch. "Is it really that simple?" The answer is no. Let's see what obstacles and traps the school cooked up. On the other side, under a cloudy sky, Minhoi slung an arm around Dfam's shoulder, asking, "Hey bro, you didn't bring a vehicle, so you must be a body enhancement Esper like me, right? So why aren't you wearing goggles to shield your eyes from the wind?" Hearing this, he replied, "I'm not quite a body enhancement type. My speed is decent, but not fast enough to need goggles." Minhoi just laughed encouragingly. "Hey, no problem. Miracles can happen even when you show up with nothing." As they walked, he brought up some gossip he'd heard with Dupam. "Have you heard the news? The S-rank soul weapon Esper from Kim Banlong and A-rank, and the Hero 2 Duke were also invited this time." That person called out, "Hey Dupam," causing them both to stop. It was Hoenku coming to say hi. She smiled. "We meet again. It looks like we got put in the same group." Leaning toward Dupam, she reminded him, "You promised we'd team up. You can't back out on me now." He blushed, looking away and mumbling, "Yeah." Just then, Minhoi slid between them, winking. "Hey there, classmate. I'm a speed-type Esper. I could carry you and still ace this test no problem." Hanku just turned away in disgust. "Some generic body enhancement type thinks he can hit on me. Get lost." At this, Minhoi was so stunned he could only cry silently. The host's voice boomed, "Contestants, please get ready. The countdown starts in 5, 4, 3, 2. Everyone took their stance. Dupam's eyes sharpened as the host yelled, "1." A starting pistol fired, and the race was on. Contestants with rocket packs launched into the sky, leaving the others staring up. Luffy sneered down at them. "Trying to fly with your own 2 feet? How naive." Suddenly a duck flew up and pecked him relentlessly, making Luffy scream. "Ow, what's happening?" 2 more tough-looking ducks appeared, one with a tattoo, the other with glasses, both quacking fiercely. Watching this unfold, Nabi commented, "If people could fly that easily, they'd just buy an airplane." Her gaze shifted. "Niu, do you recognize those ducks?" Niu, seeing them too, replied, "That's likely the Duck Envoy from the Dark Gang, a B-rank summoner." Nabi continued her play-by-play. With the Flyers knocked out, the super-fast running team has taken the lead." A red car then zipped past, leaving a thick trail of smoke. She remarked, "This is great. All exams should just be car races." Right after two racers were vying for position near a traffic cop blocking the road, the person in the black car asked, "Hey, are cars even against the rules?" The driver of the red car just smirked back, "Are they not? The only rule is that the top 100 will pass." It says nothing about traffic laws. She floored it, leaving a cloud of smoke. Seeing the car wasn't stopping, the traffic cop blew his whistle, holding up a hand to stop them. Suddenly, a wall of bubbles blocked the black car. A lesson from the police squad. A hero's duty is to save people, not break rules and endanger them on a mission. They bowed, saying, "We're sorry." Minhwa, still running, glanced back and scoffed. Knew there'd be a trap if they let you use vehicles. Just then, he noticed an old man in his path, but it was too late. They collided, tumbling backward. The old man hit the ground, hard bleeding. Minhwa, his own nose bloody, began to panic. "Oh no, how did he get hurt so badly?" A contestant in orange rushed by. "That kid hit him. It's not our problem. Let's go." But someone in green looked worried. "He seems really hurt. Maybe we should get him to a hospital." Minhwa started to crawl away, but glanced back. Seeing this, the old man erupted in fury. "So you hit an elderly man and now you're trying to flee? Is that how a hero who shirks his duties is supposed to act?" In a new scene, D-Fam was leaping from one building to the next. Then he spotted something. It was Huang Kyo hovering on a flying device. She gave him a cheerful hello. He simply turned away, thinking to himself, Yenshin University is not holding back on this selection test, even using illusion tech. Hango praised him. "You figured out that old man's illusion too. Not bad at all." He got into a ready stance and warned her, "Prepare to fight. 2 more pests are headed this way from behind." Hango glanced back, her expression totally confident. "This must be the school's final test. I am so ready for this." Behind them, a skinny man and a heavyset one watched the pair from a rooftop. Tranai too yet noted, "Those two seem a bit familiar. Which heroes are they playing?" Nabi covered her mouth and said, "Ahem, according to our latest information. These 2 espers were not arranged by Yenshin University." She then added, "However, the school did send a proctor to the scene. They will step in if there's any real danger. With that condition, they'll use this to test the students." A man stood before a massive window, his hands clasped behind him as he looked out at the city. He spoke politely to the man behind him. "Thank you for making the trip, Teacher Lacthan." Teacher Lacthan answered, "Don't worry about it, Director. I will make sure those 2 are safe. You can consider it my duty as their homeroom teacher. Let me show you 2 brats the true strength of a B-rank hero." After he spoke, he started to transform growing fangs and thick facial fur. A tail sprouted from his back. He dropped to all 4s and let out a mighty roar. Meow. Huang Kyo and Dupam watched him completely unafraid. On the contrary, her eyes sparkled widely. She squealed excitedly, "Wow, he's such an adorable cat." Beside her, Dupam was utterly speechless. Meow. "Okay, I'll take this one." "You handle the other one," a villain said, then charged forward to attack. Duan Hai's voice entered Dupam's mind. "Do you feel it? When you control your power, you can feel the movement of every muscle and bone." Dupam replied, "I've got it." The Catman leaped forward to attack, yelling, "You little brat! What are you muttering about?" But before the villain could react, Dupam hit him with a powerful punch to the gut. His eyes bulged as he cried out, "Ugh!" The force of the strike was enough to crack his ribs. Wincing in pain, he thought to himself, "The Hatyen Nuda Hu Yendatu of our Fire Cloud Society." So this is the kind of monster you all faced before. After watching his foe collapse, the other villain paused his malicious attack, looking confused. He thought to himself, "Wait, this guy looks so frail, he can't be strong in a fight. I probably should have gone a little easier on him just now." The Catman, completely drained, knelt on the ground and coughed up blood. Suddenly, Dupam kindly extended a hand and asked, "Are you all right? My apologies, I was a bit too rough." The villain felt utterly humiliated and shrieked, "This is just too much. You already defeated me, and now you want to insult me too." Meanwhile, at another location, a current of water was flying toward a deserted island out in the sea. The stream of water flowed directly into a cave on the island. Deep inside the cave, a black-cloaked figure waited on a central platform. He glanced up, his eyes glowing red. "So you're still alive." From the water, countless worms began to swarm. This strange creature was faceless. It had only a wide mouth, with sharp saw-like teeth and many squirming tongues. It reported, "Commander, I have urgent intelligence for you. The Judgment Rooster has achieved level 3 spiritual power." Its body suddenly swelled, dwarfing the commander in size. He frowned, muttering, "Another level 3 on this plane." Back at Yangshi's house, Faye seemed confused. "Brother, I'm not sure what happened either." "The Abyssal Greed Seed just activated for a few seconds," she said, clutching a pillow. Hearing that Yangshi grew serious. "And you connected to another person's vision?" She answered, "Yeah, I saw 3 scenes in total. They were probably visions from other members of the Abyssal Greed clan. He opened his laptop asking for specifics. Where exactly she tried to recall. First was the White Tower in Area 2 of Rose City. Second was a club, and the third was inside a mansion. He typed quickly with one hand, inputting her words. Yangshi rapidly cross-referenced the information Faye gave him, looking for a match. He suddenly called out. Found it. Was the club named She peered at the screen, surprised. Ah, yes, that's the one. It's this place. I saw a clan member there getting her hair and nails done. From the data Yangshi made a connection. It was a daughter. A senior manager at the Knights of the Round Company really does have a daughter. She holds 50% of the shares but has no special abilities. Faye added, the third scene just showed a lawn, a fountain, and some antique decor. That's all I saw. Then she stretched out and flopped onto the bed with a heavy sigh. I can't do it, brother. I really can't recall any more details, she said. How about you just do a quick scan of my memories? Meanwhile, in a large meeting room, 3 men were in discussion. Xiansang clasped his hands together, lost in thought. At last he sighed in resignation. Sigh, I called you two here today to make an announcement. He turned to Malong and said, Ahang, I'm giving Awan control of the company. The spot in the Hero Alliance is all yours. Malong looked completely shocked. Liu Yuan frowned and began to sweat, but Malong just smiled. Dad, you finally see Awan's potential. He's much better suited for the company than I am. As he spoke, however, Malong's expression turned serious. As for me, my only dream is to become the strongest hero. Zhang Shang remained unmoved by his speech. He warned him gravely. Son, I know you've never gotten over losing to that person from Judgment, but there's something I need to tell you, he said in a low voice to Malong. Do you have any idea why the members of Judgment are all so powerful? Though he was confused by his father's question, he replied at once, Of course, they train harder and have more talent. His father scoffed. Wrong. It's because they have the technology for ability potions. Malong was stunned as his father continued. And what's worse, I suspect an otherworldly force is backing them. In the darkness, a current of water suddenly materialized. Inside his sister's mind, Yangshi saw flashes of Feifei on a bike, smiling and waving. His focus sharpened. He found it. An image of a Venus statue and a red-eyed rabbit at the Duyan Danlich Dup Mansion's courtyard. Yangshi and Blood Rabbit stood in the center of the large garden. He told her, Just stick close to me and watch. Don't do anything. She fumed. So you just brought me along to be eye candy. Yangshi placed a hand on her head, causing her to yell, Hey! Yangshi, now in his viper form, glanced over. What's up? Blood Rabbit lightly punched his shoulder. You know your best skill isn't your power, it's your acting. Alam sat by the Venus statue, holding a fresh cup of coffee. He looked their way and asked, To what do I owe this unexpected visit? Yangshi's team appeared as dark serpents destroyed the statue. He uttered a single word, die. They sent Alam's table flying. He leaped up, kicking down at Yangshi. Actually, I'm quite curious about you Judgment folks. I hear the Necromancer System's burnt family is backing you. He wondered, man, where did that rumor come from? And how'd it spread so fast? Alam asked intently, Can you return a long-dead soul to its body? He observed the man through his viper mask. The Abyssal Greed clan knows plenty about souls. Why ask me? Alam's expression darkened. He muttered, So the answer is the same. He instantly pulled a gun and fired. In that case, you're useless. Just die. Instantly, 5 viper form Yangshis appeared. A bullet slammed into one clone's chest. He let out a grunt. The bullet went straight through. He calmly noted, This bullet has an auto-lock feature. Luckily, it's not very fast, so I can buy some time. Alam fired twice, aiming at 2 of Yangshi's clones. He taunted, If I hit your shadow too, you can't dodge, can you... Yangshi appeared behind him, sword on his shoulder. He replied, Wrong. Alam smiled without fear. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. A huge blast filled the courtyard with smoke. As white smoke cleared from the blast, 2 of Yangshi's clones were revealed. A trail of green smoke suddenly coiled around Alam's arm, shocking him. The green smoke seeped into his arm, making him scream in terror. No! Blood Rabbit was sitting cross-legged on a floating feathered chair. Alam stared at Yangshi and Blood Rabbit, then shouted, You're giving me quite the honor, sending both Blood Rabbit and Viper. He panted, sweating, as he ordered the dark figure behind him. Since it's come to this, you move too. Helen! Helen charged, holding a long, glowing sword. Yangshi warned Blood Rabbit, be careful. She drew her green sword defensively. Sweating Blood Rabbit blocked the strike from Helen's bigger blade. She pulled her sword back, leaped away, and demanded, Are you also with the Abyssal Greed clan model? Blood Rabbit watched from her floating chair. Yep. Alam fired again, yelling, Die, Viper! Yangshi shut his eyes, relieved. Good, Blood Rabbit's safe. Now, how do I disable the auto-aim on these bullets? Behind his viper mask, Yangshi remained calm, eyes closed, as the bullet raced toward him. The bullet flew, and suddenly a fiery symbol blazed to life on his shoe. He crouched, shouting, "Got it!" The symbol on his shoe then vanished in red smoke. With a slight tilt of his head, he easily dodged the bullet. The round hit a nearby tree trunk, which instantly erupted in flames. Alam's face fell. "Impossible! He broke through my technique." Yang Shi lunged forward, a crackling purple orb forming in his hand. Blood Rabbit leaped from her chair, drawing her sword to join in. As Helen charged, she saw the purple orb flying at her. She dodged fast, but the orb still grazed her bicep, exploding loudly right behind her. Blood Rabbit immediately followed up with her own attack, forcing Helen to block with her shield. Alam, sweating, roared, "Damn it! How dare you touch my wife's body?" While speaking, he revealed a handful of strange blue pills. He downed the pills in one gulp. His body and eyes then erupted in a weird green light. Helen watched in horror. "Master, please don't do this." Holding a large syringe, she leaped down in front of the glowing alum. She plunged it between his brows. "Your spirit can't handle all these raw particles. You'll become an abyssal greed monster." Yang Shi watched from the air as Helen drew the green gas from Alum's mouth. He formed another purple orb and fired it right at the pair. Alam saw the orb coming, and his eyes widened in panic. He spun Helen around, taking the full blast of the orb in his back. The immense pain made him scream, "Stop!" Helen watched, her heart aching for him. "Master, wake up." But Alam was fading fast. "Is this how I die?" His eyes filled with sorrow, a complete change from his earlier arrogance. "So this day has finally arrived. Thank you, Ned, for releasing me. I'm just so tired." He lay in Helen's lap, eyes closed. "After my wife died, every single day was hell." He then motioned toward Helen. "Helen, fix your hair like it was before. I want to see your real face." He gently brushed her hair from her face. "The Deep Blue Clan promised to resurrect my wife. All I had to do was betray humanity. To save my wife, what did betraying the world even matter?" Helen grasped his hand, recalling her promise. "I will join the Deep Blue Clan for you. I'll replace her soul and let this body live on." Suddenly, Alam coughed up blood, his face twisted with regret. "But it was all a lie, I told myself. The real Helen was already gone." He looked toward Yang Shi and Blood Rabbit. "This girl did nothing wrong. She just loved a heartless teacher who couldn't love her back." He then gave Yang Shi one last secret. "They're tied to the Posey Merchant Guild." After speaking his last, his eyes closed for the final time. Helen was left sobbing by his side. "No, master, please don't leave me alone." "Oh." Watching from above, Mao glanced at Yang Shi for his opinion. "Brother, should we handle this member of the Deep Blue Clan?" He simply raised a hand. "Wait." Heartbroken. Helen held Alam close, resting on him with a peaceful smile. "This is enough," she whispered. Beside them, a blue orb hovered gently over her body. The orb then drifted down where a hand quickly scooped it up. Holding the orb, Mao and Yang Shi gazed at the fallen couple on the ground. Her voice was choked with emotion. "Brother, they were so devoted. Will I ever find love like that?" He turned and started to walk away. "Let's go." The two stood on a triangular flight platform gliding toward the school district. Mao crossed her arms, wondering aloud, "So, brother, where are we heading now?" She thought. He transformed again. Yang Shi went from Cha to Yuji. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, you're getting amazing at that transformation skill." Down at the sports field of Yinjing University, a long line had formed. On stage, a shy fan and his cheerful friend were being introduced. Seeing this, Yang Shi smiled. "Looks like Yayan is adjusting just fine." He even managed to make a friend. In Yayan's dorm room, he presented the green orb. "Yayan, your training has been excellent." Yayan tensed as the orb neared. Yang Shi continued, "I'm going to raise your ability to A rank." A notification panel suddenly appeared. Ability training. Introduction. The 5 senses, strength and speed, can be endlessly improved through training. The limit is 64 times the user's natural racial talent. Evaluation A rank. No one has ever hit the limit. He put a hand on Yayan's shoulder, reminding him, "Keep up the great work for the next selection test." "I have to head out for a bit." Yayan asked with concern, "Where are you going?" Yang Shi's reply was cool and simple. "The 4 Great Sea Regions." In Malong's office at Kunhiro Management, Liang Wen was nervously pacing in front of a safe. He stroked his chin, thinking hard. "The password. Don't tell me it's my birthday again." His fingers carefully tapped the numbers on the keypad. The safe clicked open, revealing a thick notebook. Liang Yuan broke into a sweat, muttering to himself, "Seriously, what is up with my brother? Why does he use my birthday for every single password?" Whistling happily, he snagged the notebook. Malong watched his younger brother's retreating figure. He mused, "Although, I have no idea why Liang Yuan needs intel on the 4 Great Sea Regions." His eyes filled with affection. "But now that he has it, he'll be happy for a little while." Later at Sky Peak. Yang Shi held the notebook Liang Yuan had found. So this is it, the 4 great sea regions. The map showed a vast ocean separating a northern and southern continent. Originally, there were just 2 continents on planet Yon, but after the Great War with the other world, the southern continent was colonized by invaders and its people were enslaved. 2 diagonal lines cut the entire ocean into 4 distinct sectors. Yang Shi kept reading about the powerful heroes who fought back and created a defensive line. Another map clearly showed the 4 territories divided by the intersecting lines. The Ironblood Sea region managed by the Ironblood Army. The Hero Sea region managed by the Hero Association. The Free Alliance Sea region run by the Merchant Guild Alliance. And finally, the Grey region. The Grey region was a patchwork of colored zones, a chaotic sea teeming with factions both large and small. But the 3 great powers had coordinated its defenses. A single red flag stood out on the map. The Posy Merchant Guild, the Deep Blue Clan, the Sage's Stone, all roads led to the Free Alliance. Yang Shi in his Yuji form knew, the Free Alliance is my first step. He put a hand on Liang Yuan's shoulder, praising him. You've done great work. This intel proves how much you've grown. Liang Yuan practically vibrated with excitement, his eyes shining. So foster father, Yang Shi held up a hand. Don't worry, you passed my test. The organization has your ability potion ready and waiting. Liang Yuan downed the green potion with a grimace. Foster father, what rank is this stuff? Just then a system window popped into view. Ability acquired werewolf. Upon transforming, you will gain the bloodline of a werewolf, granting self-healing and a powerful physique. Skill berserk. Cost lose sanity for triple the healing and speed. Evaluation B rank evolved from a husky. Another window opened, dreadful mask. Absorbs enemy fear to increase personal strength. Maximum fear stacks 9. Power duration 45 minutes, evaluation B rank. The truly terrifying thing isn't just causing fear in others. An ecstatic Liang Yuan tackled Yang Shi in a hug. Thank you, foster father. Thank you, organization. From now on, I'll give the organization my absolute all. Later at Yang Shi's apartment, 2 wine glasses clinked. Nai raised her glass, the candlelight dancing in her eyes. Across from her sat Yang Shi. This year, abroad is a wonderful opportunity, she said with a smile. Yang Shi's expression fell. But for a whole year, I can't be with you. Nai smiled gently. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. You just focus on working hard for our future. Yang Shi looked determined. He raised his glass and drank a silent vow in his heart. When I bring peace to this world, I'll never leave your side again. A blush crept up Nai's cheeks as she wrapped her arms around him. Just bring me back a souvenir. Yang Shi smiled, pulling her close. Her hand met his face as her dress slipped to the floor. He leaned in and gently kissed her lips. I'll miss you, she whispered happily. Me too. Music swelled softly from the record player. At the gates of the Qian family manor, a firm hand knocked. The Qian family butler emerged and opened the heavy door. You must be from the judiciary, he said with a polite smile. Please come in. Thank you, Yang Shi replied. In the study, old Master Qian sat flanked by 2 others. He gestured for them to enter. Welcome, both of you. The judiciary told us to expect you. Then he added, I remember you. We were on the same flight as that agent from Fiong. Yang Shi admitted, a little embarrassing, but yeah, that's when it happened. My performance during that incident on the plane caught Lord Yugji's eye. He went on, and because of that, Lord Yugji offered me an A-rank potion and a spot in the judiciary. Dada piped up, curious. An A-rank potion just like that. So what ability did you get? Mr. Chi frowned, scolding him. Dada, that's rude. You can't just ask about someone's ability so casually. Yang Shi waved it off. It's fine. We're teammates now, so it's no big deal. The ability I unlocked is called Marine Plum Blossom 6 Styles. Xiao Rang looked confused. Marine Plum Blossom 6 Styles, never heard of it, he explained. That makes sense, you probably haven't. It's a skill fusion marine martial arts and Plum Blossom 6 Styles. A status window appeared. Ability Marine Plum Blossom 6 Styles. Description wields moves from both marine martial arts and the Plum Blossom 6 Styles. Plum Dodge uses Plum Blossom footwork to evade enemy attacks. Dragon Subduing. A grappling skill used to suppress foes. Mountain Splitter. 1 kick can part the sea. Rank A. Comment. Could be cooler. Dada gestured to Faye, saying, so abilities like that exist. And her Yang Shi explained, she's Lord Mao's disciple and an A-ranker too. Faye spoke up. My ability is ice control. Yang Shi continued. Lord Yugji wants us to work in the Free Alliance Sea under the Qian family name. I'm curious about Old Master Qian's thoughts on this. Mr. Qi stroked his chin. Of course. It's time the Qian family returned to the Free Alliance Sea. As night fell, a crescent moon appeared. Faye was sitting alone at the port. Suddenly a hand rested on her shoulder. What's on your mind? She looked up. Brother, She trailed off. It's nothing. We leave Liu Kang City tomorrow. Sensing her nostalgia, Yang Shi sat beside her. It's not like we can never return. She gave a small smile. True, I was just thinking the people here might live their whole lives never knowing the 4 great seas exist. He replied, It makes sense. The 3 great powers and the government want to hide the 4 great seas from them. He went on, If the 4 seas were revealed and people knew humans are at war with aberrations, it would cause widespread panic and fear. She sighed deeply, staring out at the ocean. Compared to those in the 4 seas, the people here are truly lucky to be alive. Yang Shi patted her head. The Merchants Guild in the Free Alliance Sea is complicated. You need to know how to protect yourself at all times. She replied, Don't worry, brother. The next morning, a huge 6-star alchemical ship was at the port. Elder Qian, Yang Shi, and Fei stood together on the pier. Elder Qian began to speak. Young friend Yang Shi, this ship's hull is forged from exotic beast materials with 3 alchemical arrays. He smiled brightly. Just infuse it with some spiritual energy, and it can even surface for a short time. Fire cannons raise a barrier and boost the ship's speed. He just waved his hand, and the steward knew what to do, presenting 3 essential items. 3 must-haves for the 4 great seas, sea-walking sandals, light armor, and an air bladder. Elder Qian added, They let you walk on the water's surface and even breathe below. And the best part, you can customize their look. Why don't you 2 try them out? Fei laughed. How cool is that? Yang Shi asked, Where are the others? Right on cue, 3 figures appeared behind them. Dada, Helen, and Yurang. Dada's voice boomed cheerfully. We made it. Yurang dressed, neatly blushed with embarrassment. Elder Tian looked toward the noise. Who's causing such a racket over there? The steward replied, That's the 3 Hands Merchant Guild. Specifically the 2nd young master, Asat Gelim. Yang Shi felt a little surprised. He turned thinking to himself, The 3 Hands Merchant Guild right on my doorstep. Elder Qian frowned. Just a second, son. Why is he causing trouble here? The steward explained. He was supposed to be on the guild's 4-star alchemical ship. But he heard we booked a 6-star ship and came right over. Elder Chan said calmly, Just get him a room. The steward replied, Right away, sir. But young Master Asat wants Mr. Yang's Platinum Suite Room 608. Asat approached Yurong, admiring the great sea's number 2 beauty. Elder Tian let out a loud cough. Asat quickly turned and bowed. Elder Tian, a pleasure to see you. The elder replied, Young Master Asat, we are honored. Welcome. He then told the steward, Afu take good care of our young master within reason. The steward politely addressed him. Young Master Asat Elder Qin has ordered a platinum suite be readied for you. Asat's face darkened. He told his man, On the ship find out who booked room 608? He frowned in anger. Even Elder Qin, how dare he go against my wishes? Meanwhile, Yang Shi was relaxing in his room, snacking and enjoying the view. Just then, an insistent knock broke the silence. He calmly wiped his mouth and opened the door. There stood Asat with his 2 guards. Yang Shi offered a small smile. I was expecting you. Asat was shocked, then shouted, Kid, you knew we were coming, then move it. My men will help you with your bags. Yang Shi leaned in and whispered, making Asat's face flush. Young Master Asat, would you be interested in some private portraits of Miss Yurang? Asat flushed red, grinning greedily as he drooled. You have them. Yang Shi was perfectly calm. Naturally, I wouldn't dare trick the 2nd young master of the Gelim family. Asat whispered urgently, Show me. He just smiled faintly. Tell you what, young master, come in and see one for yourself first. See what you think. He then turned to Asat's guards and ordered sternly, You 2 wait outside. Once inside, Asat demanded, Quick, let me inspect the goods. Suddenly his vision blurred as he fell under the prey control spell. Yang Shi watched the images floating around him, his eyes landing on a blonde, bearded man holding a wineglass. He considered, Byron, a fringe member of the main family. But then he shot up the ranks almost overnight and became a manager. He added, Byron will be cautious, but he won't suspect his own nephew, Asat. Asat remained perfectly still. Master Yangzi approached him with orders pose as the real Asat and get close to Byron. He might be part of the primordial organization. Asat simply bowed his head. I will monitor the family and report back promptly, Master. And with that, he left. A subordinate asked, Young Master, shall we move the bags now? Asat promptly smacked the man on his head. You move your own head. This room isn't worthy of me. This young master prefers Elder Qian's room for now. The subordinate sweat nervously. Yes, sir. Another said, Young master, we're nearing Libertyport. You could try to look a little happier, Asat snapped. Do I need you to tell me how to feel? The ship sliced through the water, closing in on the distant island. On deck, Fei pointed to a huge stone gate. Yang Shi, look, what's that? She asked excitedly. Yang Shi followed her gaze. That must be Libertyport, Fei said, curious. Libertyport. a tall, slender man suddenly appeared from thin air. He had a lean face, a handlebar mustache, and simple brown and black clothes. He calmly approached without making a sound. "Welcome to Liberty Port. I'm the one in charge." This was number 97, the Soul Chaser Spear. Yang Shi stared at the Soul Chaser Spear stunned. "He's powerful," he thought. "I didn't even notice him appear right behind me." The instant he appeared, Elder Qian turned to face him. He was smiling, but the mood suddenly turned heavy and cold. He grinned. "Brother Soul Chaser, it's been a while." Soul Chaser returned the friendly gesture, reaching out to shake his hand. "Brother Qian, the first time you came through Liberty Port. I had a feeling you would be back." He gestured warmly. "And it looks like you've brought some talented new faces. Please everyone head to the main hall. I'll prepare a banquet for you." The banquet hall had elegant chandeliers and light-colored walls, creating a warm and grand mood. The room was already bustling with guests. A crowd of women quickly surrounded Yang Shi. They gushed, "Hey, handsome, can I get your number? Is this your first visit? You'll definitely need a guide. You're totally my type, so let's be friends." Caught in a flock of admirers. Yang Shi flushed, sweating, and totally overwhelmed. Seeing this, Dada whispered to Yurang, "I don't get where these girls find such confidence. I mean, Yurang is right here, and they're still trying to hit on Brother Yang." At Dada's words, Yurang's face turned beet red. "You know perfectly well that Yang Shi and I are just friends, so stop making things up." Just then, Faye burst through the crowd yelling, "Make way, move it, big brother. I'm here to rescue you." She grabbed Yang Shi's hand and hustled him right out of the party. On her way out, she called over to Dada and Yurang, who were just watching. "Hey, don't just stand there and watch. Figure out a way to deal with this annoying crowd." Yurang smiled gently. "Shall we try Liberty Port's famous seashell bar?" Hearing that, Dada's face lit up and she quickly agreed. The bar's special event is apparently known across the 4 seas. Dragged along, a dazed Yang Shi asked about the event, unaware of the lipstick on his cheek. A hand suddenly appeared, pointing right at the lipstick stain. Brunch delivered one final parting shot. "You'll see when we get there," she said, crossing her arms and walking ahead as Yang Shi wiped his face confused. Everyone soon arrived at the seashell bar. It felt like an aquarium surrounded by glass walls filled with marine life. A red-haired mermaid with a stunning, slender figure greeted them. "Welcome everyone to the seashell bar. We Maroke are so delighted. It's about to begin. Maroke are deep-sea transformation ability users." Yang Shi glanced at Yurang for an answer, but she kept quiet, just giving him a mysterious smile. "You'll see soon enough." Dada happily ran on ahead. "Big brother Yang, find a seat. We're just going to go change." Inside, all the guests were casually watching fish swim in the tanks. Then, without warning, holes appeared on the glass, letting water gush out. But instead of panic, the crowd erupted in excited shouts and cheers. As the water rushed toward him, Yang Shi yelled out, "What is going on? What kind of accident is this?" An MC on stage with a mic was hyping up the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Mermaid's Delight is starting now. Are you all ready to become carefree merfolk?" Yang Shi went under, completely confused, noticing a fish wiggling beside him. Dada then swam over from nearby. "Blub, blub, blub. Big brother Yang, why aren't you a merman yet?" But Yang Shi barely heard her words. He was staring wide-eyed at her new green fishtail. He looked around, seeing all his friends had become Muroke, from Dada to Fefei and Yuru. But when his eyes met Yurang's, Yang Shi felt his face start to get warm. In that instant, his legs transformed into a sleek black fishtail, his bare torso revealing firm and defined muscles. Duanghui glanced back at Hyodong, his expression unreadable, as if he understood her secrecy from before he swam on. Suddenly, Duanghai's eyes widened. Ahead, a crazed-looking fish with razor-sharp teeth lunged forward. Seeing the vicious creature, the terrified Maroka quickly scattered. The massive whale charged ahead, intending to devour every Maroki in its path. Duanghui's body went rigid. He pressed his lips tight as sweat trickled down his cheek. He thought, a mutant beast or an ability user. A system window popped up, Dragon Subduer. At that same instant, the killer whale's tail slammed down. Duanghui blocked the blow just in time. Enraged, the whale let out a roar that seemed to tear space apart. It gathered its power and immediately sent him flying. The powerful blow sent blood from his mouth. He finally understood. The whale just wanted to test their strength. He glared intently at the massive creature. "I can't show my real power, but I have to win. I need to find a way to take it down." Brant shot through the water, bringing her blade down on the whale. Her razor-sharp slash was useless as the beast simply caught the sword in its mouth. Watching the scene, Hyo yelled, "It blocked Brant's sword head-on." Its power, if not S rank, is definitely at the peak of A rank. Just like Duanghui, Brant was sent flying. She gritted her teeth, ignoring the trickle of blood from her mouth. Hyodong watched her with a worried expression. "Brant." Before she could reply, Dada called out, "Hyodong, look over there, quick." Fifi was glowing with a pure blue light. The water swirled around her, catching the whale's eye. In the blink of an eye, the raging whale was completely frozen. The giant block of ice swiftly dragged the whale down into the abyss. A merman watched it sink and asked with a worried voice, "Is it over? I think we're safe now," said another merman next to him. But just then the whale shot back up, stunning all the merfolk. It charged ferociously at Duong Hui. He activated his skill. Plum Blossom Dance. He instantly shot forward, leaving a trail of watery plum blossoms. But this A-rank skill alone won't be enough to pierce its defense. Looks like I'll have to use that. Duong Hui clenched his fist and a white gauntlet materialized over his hand. Golden threads ran along it from his wrist to his fingers. He threw a punch, and the water behind the whale blasted in all directions. The whale let out a terrifying shriek. He was stunned for a second. When he looked again, the whale was floating lifelessly. Is it dead? He thought, watching the massive body sink. Oh crap, if they find out I one-shotted it, my cover's totally blown. Sweating bullets. He hit its belly a few more times. Then, while no one was looking, he quickly slipped away. Dada and Hyodong stared. Dada asked, totally confused, "I thought Duong Hui already won." But Brant spoke with a serious tone. "It's an A-rank monster, not an easy opponent," Hyodong added. "Should we go help him?" They all fell silent as Duong Hui suddenly appeared before them. He was sinking through the water without any clothes on. He quickly regained his composure, and then a pair of ragged pants materialized out of nowhere to cover him up. Extractability. At his command, a strange power gathered in Duong Hui's hand, forming a glowing emerald orb as a system panel appeared. Ability Killer Whale. Description allows transformation into a killer whale. Possesses incredible spiritual and physical power, making it a fearsome predator. Skill Reinforced Skin. Description. Causes attacks to be blocked at the surface. Evaluation A rank. Note. Black and white creatures are pretty cute, Fifi asked with concern. Are you all right? Wiping blood from his lips, Duong Hui just smiled. I'm fine. The waters of the four seas run deep, Huang advised him gently. We should get you ashore to treat those wounds. They look pretty bad. Brant then swam over, scooping him up princess style. You didn't have to be so reckless. If you had just waited for our joint attack, you wouldn't be this hurt. Her words hit a little too close to home. He blushed and turned his head away. He thought, looks like I'll have to keep playing the part of the seriously injured guy. Later, Duan Hui rested in a private room when Mr. Qian came to visit. Seeing Mr. Qian's thoughtful expression, he quickly tried to explain. Actually, my injuries are... But Mr. Tian raised a hand, stopping him. No need to explain. I understand what you're trying to do. If someone wants to investigate you, we can't let them. Hearing this, his expression relaxed. Old Qian about where that whale came from. Do you know which power sent it? Mr. Qian puffed on his pipe, hands clasped behind him. There are too many factions targeting our Qian family right now. It honestly could be anyone. We've arrived at Lafu Island. This place is run by the Lafu Merchant Guild, and the head of that guild is the Uruk family. He stood before a large glass window looking out. His face was unreadable. Duong Hui's brows furrowed. The Uruk family, that brat who caused trouble at the last auction was one of them. Without even turning around, Mr. Qian gave his instructions. The Qian family will soon spread news of your grave injuries. I'll need you to pretend for a few days. Duong Hui nodded. Thank you. Sometime later, the sun was just beginning to set on the horizon. He was sunbathing on a lounge chair beside his sister Fifi. While they were relaxing, Fifi shot upright. I see it again. It was the deep blue clan vision. Duong Hui sat up as well, removing his sunglasses to look at her. You can see it again. This is the second time. I have to find a solution and fast. Her mismatched eyes sparkled as she reported with pride. Big brother, I can see so much more than last time. Once I get a little better, I might find their hideout directly. Duong Hui just shook his head. I don't need your help. I just want you to be healthy and safe. Fifi immediately hugged his arm playfully. I know. Just read my memories again, brother. Maybe there's a new clue. Duong Hui gave in, using his skill to enter her mind and view the memory. Fifi felt a sudden buzz in her head, her vision blurring as if she might pass out. He meanwhile found himself inside her mind, standing before a giant living television screen. Duong Hui studied the images for a long time, searching for any detail he could use. The first thing he saw was a lush green forest with a tower like a lighthouse in the distance. The second was a dark scene of a man being choked with a piece of cloth. Then he saw a hand with a thumb ring pouring green liquid from a black vial into water. And finally, a group of youths in ragged clothes appeared, their faces pale, terrified, and soaked with sweat. When he exited the memory, he saw she was still unconscious and quietly turned away. So Fifi's vision pointed to an elder from the Deep Blue clan. His goal was to spread that powder, infecting everyone he could. And those kids, they must be the grunts he's been training. Dwang mused, walking into the sunset. Elsewhere in a lavish room, a man bathed in a tub full of rose petals. A woman in a stunning red dress drew near. Her name, Gima Uruk. One of the top 10 beauties of the 4 great seas, she slipped gracefully into the water. She leaned in close, her voice a sweet purr. Did you miss me? I've missed you terribly, darling. Now, how about a little game? She whispered, holding a ripe cherry teasingly to his lips. But as the cherry neared his lips, a voice cut through the air. Madam Young Master Diane is here. She rose from the tub at once, leaving him with a single phrase. Wait right here, darling. When I'm back, we'll play a much more exciting game, she promised, glancing seductively over her shoulder. In the living room, Diane saw her and spread his arms wide. My dearest auntie, I was just wondering, do you know a metal element user named Du-Ji, a powerful one? Gima sank into a sofa. Maybe. Did he mention me? Tell me, is this Du-Ji of yours handsome? Diane's expression went stiff. Auntie, you would know better than me. If you know Du-Ji, can't you get his adjudicators on our side? It would make things so much simpler. At that, Gima gracefully rose from the sofa and turned her back. Perhaps. Let me think on it. Your aunt has made many friends. Meanwhile, back in the bathroom, the water was now a sickening crimson. The man was gone. Gima's expression turned cold. In his place stood a ferocious man, sword in hand. How dare she engage to him, yet flirting with another man? He was the rose swordsman, and he was burning with jealousy. Twangvi raised his sword. Today I will kill you! He swung his blade, yelling, Cat got your tongue! But Gima wasn't the least bit afraid. She pointed a defiant finger at him. You only know how to bully women. If you have the guts, go kill him instead. Let's see how tough you really are. Twangvi lowered his blade and laughed. Ha, your man is already dead. Gima crossed her arms with a sneer. He was just a little dessert, that's all. My real lover, I dare you to touch him once you hear his name. Those words sent Twangvi over the edge. He lunged his hand, clamping around her throat. Speak! Who is the damn bastard? Terrified, Gima clawed at his hands, her voice a mere whisper. The Joker of the adjudicators. Every time you called, we would listen to you together, you absolute fool. The truth hit him like a physical blow. He staggered, using his sword for support as he coughed up blood. His eyes burned with pure hatred. This is too much. Joker, I swear I'll kill you. Meanwhile, on a ship, Duang Hai sighed, bored out of his mind. What is that? Suddenly he saw something in the distance. As it drew closer, it looked like a submarine. A shout rang out, Duang Hai, get to the captain's room now. The dolphin was ambushed by pirates with special abilities, Branch called out, waving from a distance. Inside, the captain's expression was grim as he delivered his report. The ones in our way are the Far-Star pirates. Their leader is an S-rank user, the Spirit Circle Mage Fabui. He has 3 A-rank generals. The Tempting Foxwoman, a monstrous seaweed beast. And the Deep-Sea Overlord. He said, his voice laced with concern. We need 3 minutes to raise defenses for the ship and its passengers. So I must ask for your help. The captain then gave a deep bow. Old Man Toon thoughtfully stroked his chin as he spoke. This pirate ambush is likely a test from other factions to gauge the adjudicators and our Tuan family. We must be cautious. But Duan Hai's eyes lit up, a wide grin spreading across his face. I've never seen experience points delivered right to my doorstep. He quickly assigned roles. Hanwet and I will take on the Far Star's leader for now. The rest of them are all yours. Hearing this, Hio rushed forward to stop Duan Hai. No, your injuries haven't even healed. Seeing her genuine concern, Old Man Tuan hid a chuckle behind his hand. Don't you worry, Hio. Brother Duan Hai's injuries are nearly mended. It's no trouble at all. Seeing his smile, she flushed and shot back. How could such a deep wound heal that fast? Duan Hai just scratched his head with an awkward laugh. All right, everyone, let's move out. We're losing time. Warning lights flashed to life as the whole corridor erupted into chaos. Passengers scrambled to slam and lock their doors, hiding in their cabins. Outside, the pirate ship had already closed in on the Tuan family's vessel. Their leader emerged, the Spirit Circle Mage, Lonely Star 97. Clutching a skull-top staff, he addressed his crew. My wolves of the great sea, before you is the Tuan family's dolphin. He raised his staff high and roared, Now tell me, what do you crave most from them? His minions, brandishing their swords, bellowed back, We want their shiny jewels! We'll take their beauties for ourselves and slaughter them all. With a roar, the entire crew leaped onto the open sea, but strangely they didn't sink. They stood on the water as if it were solid land. Duan Hai vaulted from his own ship. He landed right on their heads, sending a powerful shockwave through their skulls. Nearing their ship, he spotted the alluring foxwoman. She had one massive hand and a long flowing white tail, and she was waiting for him with a tempting smile. Well now, handsome boy, do you only know how to pick on these lowly grunts? Without a word, she swiped at him with her massive, sharp claws. Duan Hai used his power, forming a snowflake on the water to use as a foothold. He vaulted high into the air, easily dodging the foxwoman's strike. She grew furious and sneered, "Is dodging all you can do? What kind of man are you?" The foxwoman shot a piercing beam of light at him, but Duong Hai saw it coming and just smirked, trying a mental trick on me with my level 3 mental power. He shattered her technique effortlessly. In seconds, he closed the distance and grabbed the foxwoman by the throat. Her eyes widened in absolute shock, but she quickly recovered her expression, turning into a vicious glare. "So you blocked my mental attack, what a shame." From a distance, Fifi shouted, "Behind you, be careful." Just then, a skeleton wielding a sword materialized right behind him. It raised its blade high, preparing to slash down at Duong Hai. But seeing the skeleton, Duong Hai wasn't worried in the slightest. He glanced back with a smirk as if he had it all planned. Boldly, Duong Hai spun around, using the fox demon as a shield to block the slash. The fox demon perished her power, forming a blue orb which he quickly snatched. Holding the ability orb, Duong Hai whispered, "Rest in peace. Your hands were stained with blood, but I hope you become a good person in your next life." A notification panel appeared, seductive fox ability. Description transforms into a foxwoman using mental power to confuse enemies. Strengthens the user's mind and body by absorbing the yang energy of men. The seduction skill uses words and actions to charm foes into a daze. Rating A rank. A decent mental type bloodline with many versatile applications. On the other side, Hyodong was fighting the deep sea overlord. He was a bald man in black wielding a mace as she quickly realized something. In a flash, she vanished from his sight and reappeared right behind him. The bewildered man yelled out to his comrade, "This girl's speed is insane. Seaweed head, where's your trap?" The giant seaweed beast dancing with its purple hair replied, "It's in the works." Countless strands of purple seaweed then shot straight for Hyodong. Caught off guard, she was instantly bound by the seaweed and lifted into the air. Seeing this from afar, Blanche rushed over to help. She slashed at the seaweed, but the giant beast just boasted loudly, "My seaweed is uncuttable, you know." Even more strands flew towards the two girls. Seeing the situation, Fifi raised her hand and activated her skill. Freeze. The seaweed instantly froze solid, then shattered into pieces. From a distance, someone was monitoring the action with binoculars. In the captain's quarters, the captain's voice rang out. "Young Master Duong Hai has defeated one of the enemy generals. Miss Hyodong and Miss Han are handling the other two just fine." Still holding the binoculars, he sighed, "I wish I could fight alongside them. Unfortunately, my strength only allows me to be a humble spectator." Old Man Tuin spoke up. "At this moment, the ship's protective formation is active." The dolphin was now safe inside a golden circular barrier. The barrier formation had created a golden shield separating them from the pirates. On the pirate ship, a wooden staff slammed down hard onto the deck. The mage gripped his scepter tightly, absolutely seething with rage. "Duong Hai, is it? I swear I'll use your skull as a cup," he yelled, raising the skull high. It shot out beams of black lightning trailing white smoke. The beams converged on the skeleton, erupting in a thick cloud of smoke. When the white smoke finally cleared, it revealed the skeleton, now enhanced and bulked up, carrying a mace on each shoulder. The mage gloated, full of confidence in his creation. "Behold, an S-rank sea-bone ape. How long can you last? A minute? Maybe 30 seconds. Duong Hai just shrugged it off. "Why don't we test that theory?" he replied calmly. The S-rank ape roared and charged right at him, raising its maces high. It smashed down with a massive splash that sent water everywhere, but Duong Hai dodged with ease, appearing right behind the confused beast. He then landed a solid stomp on its back. A brown tail shot from its back, whipping wildly and forcing him to retreat. Duong Hai landed gracefully behind it. Looking serious, he slipped on white gloves set with red gems. "Looks like I have to handle that tail before I can break its defense." The tail lashed out at him once more. He casually blocked it with his gloved hand. The tail sizzled and quickly pulled back. He then gathered his power and dashed in, landing a heavy kick to its back. The ape collapsed, leaving a huge dent in its wake. Duong Hai casually dusted off his hands. "What was that you were saying? I couldn't quite hear you." "Want to repeat it?" The mage's face twisted in fury. "If you want to die so badly, I'll show you true S-rank power." His expression was smug, his tone dripping with scorn. "After that performance, I've changed my mind. I'll turn your bones into a warrior to fight your old friends." The skull on his scepter shot out beams of dark energy. A blue magic circle materialized on the water's surface. Terrified passengers pointed, "What is that thing?" A dragon's skull then rose from the sea. The skeleton of a winged dragon spewing thick white smoke from its mouth. The smoke quickly enveloped the pirates, who clutched their noses and screamed, "The death dragon's breath!" "Ah, I don't want to die." Agonized screams filled the air. "It hurts so much." Duong Hai watched the skeleton and smirked. "What a scary skill." He clenched his fist, a thrill of excitement on his face. "So this is a summoned beast, huh? In that case, let's enjoy a little cross-rank battle. A passenger realized it too. That necromancer is S-rank, and Duonghai plans to fight across ranks. Only a top ranker would dare do that. Just then, the skeleton's eyes glowed blue. It shot a blast of its death breath toward Duonghai. He swiftly dodged just before the blast hit. Duonghai used his skill, creating a flower foothold to leap high into the air. He launched a golden punch straight at the dragon's skull. The necromancer watched from afar, looking smug. Hey, it's useless to get any closer. But before his punch could land, he was spotted. The dragon twisted its neck, firing another blast of its death breath. In a pinch, Duonghai channeled power into his glove as he fell. A golden shield formed before him, blocking the deadly attack. As a torrent of gas erupted, Duonghui struggled to reach its mouth. The closer he got, the fiercer the torrent of gas became. Pushing forward desperately, he finally got within reach. Duongyi's gloved hand shot out, grabbing the skeletal dragon's jaw. Watching this, the necromancer nervously jumped off his boat, yet he still boasted. Even if you grab on, it's completely useless. He hovered in the air, gripping his staff with both hands. As blue electricity shot from the skull, he taunted, "Let's see what you do now." But Duonghui just smirked and casually glanced back at him. As he advanced, he pointed and yelled, "You'll just keep summoning weird things. It's better to just deal with you directly." Just then, the necromancer's face went pale as it finally dawned on him. Could it be your target was me from the start? Before he could react, something shot up from behind. A white glove with red gems suddenly burst right through his chest. Blood erupted from his mouth. Even in death, his eyes were wide with pure disbelief. How can this be? I didn't even use my trump card from the organization. Have I failed? He and the skeletal dragon then plunged into the sea. Witnessing this, the faces of his pirate underlings went pale. The boss is down, everyone stop fighting and run. Cust, and just like that, they all fled. Meanwhile, Duonghui watched from above with his arms crossed. As he observed, his eyes widened at a sudden discovery. Someone was expertly swimming away. Duonghui mused, that guy's moving pretty fast. He's definitely guilty of something. What a hassle. I'll just send a clone to investigate. And so he created a rooster clone to tail the man. With its mission clear, the rooster clone quickly dove into the sea to pursue him. The rooster clone swam after him, quietly making an observation. He's not just escaping, he seems to be heading for a specific location. He eventually reached a shoreline and climbed out of the water. The clone prudently stayed back, not wanting to be spotted. It stayed hidden just below the surface, watching the man enter a leaf-covered cave. After the man disappeared inside, the clone emerged. So this is the Stardust Pirates' hideout. Inside the cave, a man named Loki was absolutely furious, grabbing the newly arrived pirate by his collar. What did you just say? Bainey is an S-rank. How could he lose to some A-rank nobody? The pirate was sweating, terrified. He stammered, not just the boss, the alluring foxwoman too. The deep-sea hegemon, the giant kelp monster, they're all gone. No one made it back. Hearing this, a pirate with a buzz cut said with a fearful voice, "Our Stardust Pirates' main combat force has been totally wiped out." Another bald pirate grabbed his head in despair. "Oh man, why did the boss have to pick a fight with him?" Loki tossed the pirate aside and roared, "That's enough!" Naitate, Bainey, and the others fell in battle. "We'll rebuild in the shadows and get our revenge." But the pirate he just threw to the ground sat right back up, rubbing his neck and surprisingly offering his own take on things. "In that case, I say we survivors should just split the treasure." The buzzcut pirate quickly agreed. "Great idea. We split the goods and then it's happy trails for everyone." The bald pirate chimed in with a greedy grin. "We've been with the Stardust Pirates for ages. All this treasure should have been ours from the start." Hearing this, Loki glared and shouted, "You people!" as he balled up his fist. He declared, "Everything that belonged to Bainey is mine, including all of you. You're my crew now. Want to split the treasure? You must have a death wish." He sneered, punching the man who spoke up. The man coughed up some blood. Then with a quick twist, his day was suddenly over. Loki's face was vicious as he stared at the body in his hands. "If you don't want that to be you, then listen up. I can guarantee you'll all have a great future. Since most of the original crew is gone, I'll even give you the luxuries and the ladies from that B-rank group." Seeing their silence, he frowned and raised his voice. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" The rest of the men immediately erupted in cheers. The buzzcut pirate threw his hands up and jumped. "All right, we're in. Let's do it." The bald man clapped his eyes, crinkling with a smile. "In that case, I'll go find a lady to have some fun with." In a cell, 2 girls in thin clothes shivered. The bald man, with a hungry look in his eyes, approached and dragged one of the girls out. The frightened girl pleaded, "No, please help me." He simply pushed her to the ground. The girl cried and struggled, begging in despair, "Let me go." Help Duonghui, watching from a corner, just sighed at the scene. Out of thin air, a slingshot appeared right in his hand. He fired one pebble, taking out the whole pirate crew. Gone. The girl's face, now blood-splattered, was stunned, looking at the bald man who had collapsed on top of her. Lockie walked in, shocked to find his men scattered across the floor like bowling pins. What in the world happened here? One pirate, still breathing, heard his voice and chuckled. It was that guy from the Dolphin Guild who joined us. The underling glared at Lockie. Who would have thought I'd get to have you at my funeral? Lockie rushed over and silenced the man for good. But darn it, this is all your fault. Why didn't you all just die in the battle? After that little tantrum, his knees hit the ground. He knelt down, hands out towards the cave entrance in a grand gesture. I offer my sincerest greetings, sir, if my lord would be so kind. This humble servant is willing to accept you as my godfather. From now on, I will be loyal, willing to walk through fire for you. But as he spoke, his eyes were gleaming with crafty plans. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back and a line of blood trickled from his mouth. Lockie had been run through with a sword. It was Duong Wai. He ended it with a single clean stab. But not before whispering in his ear, Sorry, I already have an adopted son, so you can go now. Lockie coughed. Darn it. I worked so hard for so long. I was about to be a big shot in the Four Seas. Before finishing his complaint, he collapsed to the ground, totally finished. Duong Wei held out his hand and a blue energy orb began to form. The system announced ability acquired. Yawades Shmadin. He carefully scanned the stats for the red copper battle suit's ability. It was crafted from red copper, offering a nice strength buff when equipped. 1/4 the speed of sound, solid physical resistance, and B-rank elemental immunity. But if his power level was too low, its performance was just so-so. He went ahead and upgraded the orb's power. It flared with a brilliant light. Power level's too low. All right, then let's level you up. The notification panel updated with the new Gilt Gold Divine Flame battlesuit, a suit forged by the ancient gods themselves. Wearing it gave him otherworldly power, letting him break the sound barrier, and it also provided amazing defense. It included 2 skills, Skywalking and Gilt Gold Divine Eyes, and S-ranks. Simply put, it was awesome. After the upgrade, he checked his surroundings and found young women trapped behind bars. He calmly told them, You're all going to be rescued. He also offered to secure their future. I'll leave half of the pirate's money for you. It should help you start over. Hearing that, 2 of the girls hugged, crying happy tears. This is wonderful. We're finally safe. A bit later, Yang Hai stood quietly on a high cliff beneath the moon. Looking out at the night sea, he glanced down at the second item he held. He felt his S-rank power wasn't quite enough anymore. He thought he might as well try bumping an ability to SS rank. A dark aura began swirling from the orb. The system window instantly lit up with information about the SS rank ability. The flowing gold divine demon armor. An ancient divine demon armor. The user's physical strength would break through to level 3. Its max speed could hit Mach 20. It's made of special material enabling elemental attacks and super fast flight. The second skill is flaw-shattering golden pupils. It can see through any illusion, spot the smallest weakness, and counter an enemy's attack. Plus, it's twice as effective against soul-type beings. The third skill is weapon condensation. Attacks absorbed by the armor can be formed into a weapon of a matching attribute. The type is still unknown. Rated as SS rank Tier 3. Its biggest weakness is mental defense. Curious, he decided to test it out right then. Not bad at all. After I get the hang of this, I'll try upgrading something else. The system panel displayed a new notification. Plunder. But strangely, the upgrade failed, which caught him off guard. He wondered, why didn't this work? Could the plundered ability have been SS rank to begin with? He quickly brushed that thought aside. No, it can raise an S rank to SS rank, so its own potential has to be even higher. He looked back at the notification panel to carefully review the skill's details. One particular line of text caught his attention. Condense into a weapon of a matching attribute. Weapon type to be determined, rated SS rank Tier 3. He thought for a moment. Maybe it's connected to that Tier 3 part. Perhaps Tier 3 is a limiter from the underworld to balance out powerful items. He mused to himself, looking at the dark orb that pulsed with energy. So at Tier 3, the ability orb can't be broken down. Interesting. Without a second thought, he whipped up a perfect copy of himself. Time to see what this flowing gold divine demon armor does. This will have to do for now. Turning to his clone, he said, let's put this to the test. And with that, he launched himself skyward. First up, skill number 3, weapon condensation. A system window popped up. Flowing gold divine demon armor. Let's see what the divine demon staff is all about. He activated the skill, shifting into a monkey-like form, wielding a staff just like Sun Wukong's legendary Ruyi Jingu Bang. He focused intently, physical, mental, and elemental attacks. Hit me with everything, one by one. The clone charged in, landing a solid punch to his chest. But something amazing happened. The clone's fist stopped dead in its tracks. He couldn't help but smile. The armor absorbed the physical blow completely. Next up, an elemental attack from the clone. A blast of pure energy slammed into him. He grunted from the force, bracing himself, but the result was exactly the same. Every bit of energy flowed into the staff. It even absorbed an S-rank elemental attack. He gave the staff a swing, so this third skill is focused on the weapon itself. He then put all his strength into one massive downward swing. Let's see what this Tier 3 power really feels like. Instantly, the ocean before him erupted like a tsunami, creating a giant waterspout. Meanwhile, some guy clutching a bottle was completely passed out. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook him wide awake. What in the world? Through his binoculars, he spotted a strange glow out on the water. The massive shockwave even beached fish as the water pulled back. Yang Hai was in awe of his own power test. So this is what it feels like to be a Tier 3 expert. I can't wait for a little sparring match to test my limits. Yang Hai smirked and mumbled, "Time to test out high-speed flight again." Without delay, he shot toward the sea like a missile, erupting a huge splash. He plunged deep toward the seabed bubbles trailing in his wake. Just then, a system notification appeared. Flaw-shattering golden pupils. 2 beams of pure gold energy shot from his eyes. The beams hit a school of fish below, instantly vaporizing them. Through the binoculars, a brilliant flash of golden light suddenly lit up the sea. The man in the sailor hat lowered his binoculars, completely baffled. What was that? Maybe I've had too much to drink. Later that morning, Yang Hai and Elder Qian stood together at the ship's bow, surrounded by many other guests. Elder Qian gazed ahead. That's our first stop, Silver Deer Island. Hearing that name, Yang Hai, who stood beside him, asked, "So, who runs that island?" He replied, "The Silver Deer Alliance. Their leader is Liu number 39 on the Shu Chun Dao list." He quietly explained, "You shouldn't underestimate their power. Right after the Qian family fell, the Silver Deer Alliance kept trying to replace us. A middle-aged man and a lovely young woman arrived at Silver Deer Island's port. They were Li Yu and Li Kaiwei. Li Yu spoke with great respect. 'I've heard so much about you.' He then gave Elder Tian's hand a warm shake. 'For your guild to visit,' he said, 'is a true honor for our Silver Deer Alliance.'" Meanwhile, Kaiwei was staring at Yang Hai with a bright red face which he definitely noticed. He wondered to himself, why is she looking at me like that? Li Yu turned to Yang Hai, who was standing nearby, and began showering him with praise. "Such an incredible young talent, Elder Qian. Would you mind introducing us?" A slight smile touched Elder Qian's face. "He is just a junior. He's hardly a prodigy." But Li Yu continued to flatter Yang Hai. "I can tell just by looking that this young man possesses immense talent. You're destined for a place among the masters of the 4 seas. His eyes sharpened as he casually introduced the beautiful girl behind him. "This is my daughter, Li Kaiwei, ranked 43 on the 4 seas ranking. Young people like yourselves should get acquainted." He then placed their hands together, making them both blush shyly. Kaiwei offered a polite, "Hello?" Li Yu then announced, "The Silver Deer Alliance has prepared a grand banquet and fine rooms for everyone. Please, this way." He turned and left with a laugh, leaving the shy pair all alone. Before long, Yang Hai was swept up into the party's festive atmosphere. People immediately started gathering around him. "Congrats, Brother Yang, on rising from rank 99 to 30. You have to drink with us, yes, drink," but he politely refused. "Thank you for the thought, but I really can't drink." At this, a purple-haired man insisted, "You're not leaving until you have at least 3 glasses. Not drinking would be a sign of disrespect. Come on, drink up." In the end, Yang Hai had no choice but to drink until he was dizzy. He wearily flopped onto the bed. "This liquor is strong, and it's so hot." Suddenly, a knock came at the door. He tried to clear his head. "Who is it?" And there at the door stood the lovely Kaiwei herself. She was too shy to meet his gaze. "Hello, our island has some nice scenery. Would you like to go see it with me?" Yang Hai was stunned by her invitation. "You want to go with me?" He received a firm nod in response. He just chuckled and waved his hand. "I am so sorry. I am a little tired right now. How about another time?" After his refusal, he tried to shut the door, but she quickly put her hand out to stop it. Wait a moment. Elsewhere, a woman named Jia Shishuo was raising her voice at Li Yu. "Now, big brother, I practically raised Kaiwei." Her face was filled with worry. "I just can't bear to do this to her." But Li Yu retorted sternly, "There's nothing to bear. The Qian family used their resources. If Kaiwei doesn't suffer just a little bit, how will we ever win Yang Hai over?" His next words silenced Jia Shishuo completely. "That person already gave me his promise. If we make the Qian family lose their support, our Silver Deer Alliance can become the Silver Deer Merchant Guild." His expression was now deadly serious. For this outcome, Kaiwei's sacrifice was totally worth it. Back with Yang Hai, he was passed out on his bed, completely drenched in sweat. He was sweating bullets, his mind a total mess. She barely drank anything he recalled. So how did she end up this wasted? His breathing became labored. "What's happening to me? My body is burning up." The sound of a cold shower echoed. He tried to cool himself down, but it wasn't having any effect. The cold water was useless. This is so strange. Something is definitely wrong. Suddenly, a hand yanked the bathroom door wide open. Yang Hai looked over his shoulder with a worried face. The one who opened the door was Li Tai, who looked dazed and out of it. It's so hot. Seeing her, he grabbed a large bath towel to cover her up. Hey, calm down now. Don't just grab me like that. She leaned in close with a tempting look. Your body is so cool. He frowned. Okay, if this is how it is, I have no other choice. Decisively, he gave her a light chop to the neck, making her pass out instantly. After getting himself properly dressed again, he sat in a chair thinking hard. It seemed he'd definitely been drugged. And so was Li Tai. Luckily, his Tier 3 mental power could fight the effects. But now Li Tai was lying unconscious on the bed, her whole body completely tied up. He frowned, rubbing his temples. The person who drugged them wasn't from the Dolphin Group or Bok Lok's men. After all, Li Tai was Liu's own daughter. Speak of the devil. And he stormed through the door right on cue. However, the scene before them left Liu and Chu totally speechless. He shot them an awkward look. Chu rushed over to untie her. Li Tai, please wake up. It finally clicked. He realized they were the ones who drugged him. These two were probably waiting outside all along. Good thing I'm a gentleman. Otherwise, this whole situation would have gotten really messy. Li Tai slowly came to still in a daze. She hugged Chu and started sobbing. Auntie Da, just now, I almost... Suddenly, her eyes flew wide open. She pulled back from Chu's hug and gave her a huge questioning look. Auntie Da, why is everybody here looking guilty? Her aunt averted her gaze. Well, Liu then raised his voice to question her. Is that any way to speak to an elder? Li Tai refused to back down, so that's what this is really about. Is it okay for an elder to drug a junior? Then, she pointed right at him. I already agreed to your deal that I would try and get to know him. I never imagined you'd drug me to force it. Seeing his plan fall apart, he lost his temper. Silence, Li Tai. Don't you dare forget that I'm your father. Her words became even sharper. What kind of father sends his own daughter to a man's bed? Chu pulled her poor niece into a warm embrace. That's enough, brother. This was all our fault. Li Tai, I your aunt promise you. Anyone who tries to use you for their own benefit will have to get through me first. Hearing that, she was deeply touched. Auntie Da. The two embraced once more, their sorrowful cries echoing in the room. Through all of this, Yang Hai had just been watching silently. Liu was at a loss for words. With no other choice, he left in a huff. Then he gave his cheek an awkward scratch. Ladies, I should probably give you some space. I'll just be on the ship. Chu looked at him, her eyes full of gratitude. That won't be needed, actually. Young Master Duong Hai, could you wait in the restroom for a moment? Once I've helped Tai get dressed, we can continue our talk. A moment later, she offered him a deep and sincere bow. Young Master Duong Hai, about what happened this evening. On behalf of the Bok Lok, I offer my deepest apologies. Not used to this, he urged her to rise. Senior, please. That's really not necessary. In any case, I wasn't hurt at all, so let's just call it even. She gripped his hands firmly. Young Master Duong Hai, I'm begging you. For Tai's sake, please keep tonight a secret. Honestly, she's a victim here as well, he said firmly. That's a given. My lips are sealed. I won't let anything damage Lady Tai's reputation. A brilliant smile spread across her face. Well, after all this, you two know each other now. If you can, I hope you two will see where this relationship goes. He was already looking for an exit. No thanks. I'm afraid I just get beaten up. Tai's face turned beet red. Tai quickly dragged her from the room. Auntie Da, that's enough. We're leaving now. He could finally let out a sigh of relief. What an eventful night it had been. But that peace was short-lived. Another knock suddenly echoed from the door. He managed a wry smile. You have got to be kidding me. Someone else. A rather confused Duong Hai opened the door, finding Tai had returned to thank him. Thank you for saving me this evening. After saying that, she awkwardly hurried away. He couldn't help but chuckle. She's kind of cute, actually. The next morning at the docks, a ship readied for departure. Leidu put a hand on his shoulder, his serious expression looking almost genuine. My young friend Duong Hai, I can't just let you go like this. You should stay and be my son-in-law. He thought to himself, this guy's acting is flawless. It's like he's not even trying. A true role model for us all, he quipped back cleverly. Alliance Master Liu, you're only saying that because your daughter isn't around. Perhaps she isn't feeling well, he asked, changing the subject. I've already checked the time. The best hour to leave has passed. A moment later, as Liu's group boarded the ship, a booming voice suddenly erupted, turning every head. Daoki, if you have any guts, show yourself right now. The one who appeared was the rose swordsman hovering midair with a sword on his back. Whispers erupted from the crowd. Isn't that the rose swordsman? Why is he after Daoki from the tribunal? I have no idea. I heard they have some kind of beef with each other. He squeezed his eyes shut, thinking, Mister, have we even met? Then old man Tian beside him spoke up. That's Rose Swordsman number 72. Young brother Duong Hai, do you know about his feud with Daoki? He just offered a wry smile and said, I haven't traveled with Daoki for long, so I'm not really sure. The old man then looked up, calling out, Your Excellency Rose Swordsman. I'm an old friend of Da's. What business do you have with him today? Seeing old man Tien step in, he looked a little flustered. I have no intention of fighting the tribunal, but my fiancé was stolen by Daok and I'm here for justice. The crowd nodded along, so Daok ran off with the Rose Swordsman's woman. It makes sense he'd come here looking for payback. That scoundrel Daok is with a top 10 beauty from the 4 Great Seas. What is the Uruk clan thinking, ruining their own name? Duan Hai's mind was racing. Why isn't Daok showing himself? Boosted by the crowd's support, Rose grew more arrogant. It's fine if he doesn't show unless the tribunal's full of cowards. Then again, maybe I was a bit hasty. He seemed nervous about something. My goal is met. Time to go. But then Lo brazenly stepped forward. If you want to bully someone weaker, you'll have to get past my twin blades. Rose shot back. Agitated, Hey, this is between me and Daok Loy. Acting like he heard nothing, Lo gripped his sharp blade and lunged. Luckily, he was nimble enough to block the attack instantly. Twin blades stay out of this. His eyes widened, blazing with fighting spirit. With my men here today, you don't stand a chance. Come on, let's see what you can do. Rose studied his opponent's moves. If that's how you're going to play this, then His entire body shook as he held his stance, remembering his orders. Whether it's the twin blades or the Tien family, force Daok out or they'll face the consequences. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. What is this world? I'm a famous master. How'd I become a pawn for you? Big shots. All of a sudden, a small dragon coiled around Lu's leg, making him pause for a second. With the duel interrupted, Rose leaped into the air, aiming for Duan Hai. He clenched his fist, preparing a powerful palm strike. His fist hit Rose's blade with a sharp clang. He frowned while parrying the blow. Crap, the power I put into this vest is at its limit. It's about time he showed up. His ape clone materialized behind Rose. Fine, I've watched you all make a scene for long enough. I'm about to get serious, and people might actually get killed. He was completely caught off guard. This is a huge problem. Someone from the tribunal is really here. A single swing of the sword made Duan Hai leap back carefully. The man glanced tiredly behind him. He wasn't concerned. All that mattered was leading the adjudicators to the fake dragon's location. A clear sneer appeared on the Rose Swordsman's face as he faced his opponent. Judging by your mask, you're the monkey saint of the adjudicators, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duan Hai. As the monkey saint cut him off impatiently. Cut the chatter. It's been a while since I've had a proper warm-up. I'll be your opponent today. He waved his hands in a fluster. Wait, sir, this doesn't have anything to do with you. How about you call Daok out? He just picked his ear, pretending to be bored. You insulted my brother and still ask for Juck? You'll have to get through me first. The man clicked his tongue, annoyed by that smug expression. But before he could even think, Duan Hai had already vanished behind him. One kick sent him flying. How is this possible? He crashed right into the water. Darn it, he's not just fast, his strength is on another level. Duan Hai gave the swordsman no chance to rest. We're not done yet. Another heavy kick came hurtling down toward him. Not about to take another hit, he instantly flared his rose sword aura. But it couldn't stop Duan Hai's attack. He coughed up blood from the powerful kick to his chest. The kick's immense force drove them both deep under the waves. Duan Hai actually used his foe's body as a stepping stone. Then with a breathtaking leap, he launched himself out of the water. He stood with his arms crossed, looking down with pure arrogance. And you're supposed to be a top-tier expert? What a joke. Everyone was shocked by the scene. That level of power is just terrifying. A top-tier expert was being thrown around like a rag doll. I'm starting to think that Rose Swordsman is a fake. Meanwhile, Li Du was also very concerned. Is this the true might of the adjudicator organization? We definitely can't afford to get on their bad side. He failed to spot the faint outline of a dragon's head far away. The dragon was the Azure Dragon Emissary number 25, and it could even think for itself. If the adjudicators are all as strong as this guy, we have to be incredibly careful. Its eyes glowed with a frightening purple aura. Continue observation. We sacrificed a top-tier expert for this. This opportunity can't be wasted. Back in the fight, Duan Hai kept taunting his opponent. Come on, hit me with your best shot. If you actually defeat me, I might spare you. The Rose Swordsman tightened his grip on his sword, his energy gathering at one point. Monkey Saint, then let me show you something. I hope this blade of mine gives you a nice surprise. He swiftly raised his sword and a massive pillar of light formed instantly. Its power grew and grew, piercing right through the clouds. Suddenly, an old man with long white hair showed up. Startled as he narrowly dodged the attack. Rose Swordsman, he is tricking you. The swordsman looked up. You want me to risk it all while you gain everything? Life just doesn't work that way, old man. Caught the old man, landed gracefully on the surface of the water. He clasped his hands respectfully to introduce himself to Duan Hai. I am Oduang Tuang Lo. I was just passing by and saw him bullying the weak. I was about to step in myself, but you beat me to it, brother. Duan Hai immediately thought, who does he think he's fooling? Then Oduang turned to the swordsman, who flinched. He called out, as your dragon number 2, assassination dragon, a fierce dragon burst from a magic circle roaring right over the swordsman. He couldn't have been more stunned, but Duan Hai's reaction was faster. Since when did you have the right to touch my target? Odang's form began to vanish. Monkey Saint, what's going on? I was only helping you eliminate this nuisance. He then gazed at his palm. Before him stood a giant dragon, revealing its sharp fangs and claws. Yet with a completely calm face, he simply said one word. Interesting. The rose swordsman pointed his blade at Duang Thuang Lo and shouted, you ancient mortal, you actually tried to kill me. The old man shot back. So what? He decided to give in. All right, I lose. I still drew out an adjudicator, though. I will take my leave now. But then something unexpected happened, and he let out several muffled groans. His hands flew to his throat, clawing at something unseen. You're not killing me. The crushing force was so powerful he coughed up blood. It felt long and thin, but was totally invisible. In a panic, he tried to stab it with his own sword, but who could have guessed? The blade plunged right through his own neck, and a fountain of blood erupted. And in an instant, he died from the devastating wound. From a distance, Hudong and Branch found the whole scene utterly bizarre. A confused Branch asked, what was that? Hudong started to explain. That's his third summon, the invisible dragon. Dang Hai pointed his staff, accusing Oduang Tuang Lo, you killed a top-tier expert. By the rules, you must face judgment. But all he got back was a smug smile. He killed himself, Duang Hai quickly realized. He and Fei saw his jade ring, a symbol of the Deep Blue clan. This guy had to be a member too. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. I hope you're stronger than the rose swordsman. The elder just laughed with contempt. Let's see if you're still so arrogant when you're being crushed under my boot. He sensed an aura from behind his eyes, darting left. Another ambush. It was his own azure dragon now controlled and lunging to attack him. 2 golden beams shot from his eyes, immediately neutralizing the dragon. The golden annihilation pupils. The dragon's body dissolved into smoke, not destroyed, but shrunken. The old man soothed his beast. Good boy. I'll avenge you. His eyes now burned with rage. A moment later, a skill activated. Phantom possession. The dragon began to grow. An entity shot right into its head. The 2 rivals glared at each other, the air thick with tension. Meanwhile, Old Man Qian spoke, his face tense. That Azure Dragon emissary is rank 25. Isn't the Monkey Saint being a bit arrogant? But another answered with confidence. Don't worry, Elder Chun. The Monkey Saint has incredibly sharp combat instincts. He's not the type to lose by underestimating an opponent. He barraged the Azure Dragon with attacks, relentlessly searching until he found its weakness. There's an opening. The dragon trembled, then roared, its huge mouth gaping open. Duang Hai shot his attack right inside. Oduang Tuang Lo could only watch in stunned silence. The Azure Dragon crashed into the sea. The old man shrieked, Monkey Saint, you dare kill my number 2 dragon. For this, I'm going to kill you today. Suddenly, a green magic circle erupted across the vast sea's surface. From the depths, a strange dragon emerged, stunning everyone on the boat. The Jiao yawned and spoke, Duang Twangle, it's been 10 years since my last summoning. Did you prepare the sacrifice for this summoning? The old man panicked. Give me 10 days and I'll add an extra sacrifice. The creature raised 2 sharp-clawed fingers. 7 days and 2 extra portions. The old man had no choice but to agree. Fine, just handle him. 2 portions it is. Now kill him. The Jiao shot into the sky, its massive body now fully revealed to Yang Yi. Hey, Aunt, want to die cleanly, or should I just crush you between my teeth? You wrong instantly recognized the dragon's identity. This is bad. He summoned the Azure Dragon's emissary. Fei asked, Is Sack a problem? Elder Qian calmly explained. It helped repel mutant beasts last time, but it also ate dozens of ability users. His next words were heavy with warning. If the golden ape loses this time, everyone on the ship will be eaten. She prayed anxiously for Yang Yi. Honey, you have to win. Spinning his staff masterfully, he taunted, We'll see who's eating who, and charged at Sack. He swung his long staff, striking its head with full force. The impact was so great the tough scales on its head began to crack. It let out a pained roar, then shot straight up into the sky. Its eyes blazed with fury. You pathetic ant, I'll make you pay for hurting me. Its sharp claws came right for him, but the main character didn't even flinch. Instead, he used the attack, saying, Perfect timing. He swung his Rui staff again to block the descending hand. The collision sent a piercing sound and a terrifying shockwave outwards. It panted heavily. I'll crush you, you human insect. This time it attacked with both hands, trying to snatch him up. He calmly gripped his staff horizontally just in time. Another huge impact sent up a cloud of smoke. The beast sensed something was wrong, just as it thought it had crushed him in its palm. He'd cleverly used the Rui staff to create a powerful brace. He met its gaze with determination. Now it's my turn to attack. Retracting his staff, he flew right up to its eye level. Of course, the beast immediately blasted blue flames right at him. He just spun his Rui staff like a fan deflecting the flames. One end of the staff still glowed with blue fire. He prepared to attack again. Your turn's over. Now it's my turn to bring the heat. Instantly, the Rui staff extended to its maximum length. Its tough head once again took a powerful blow from the staff. But he wasn't done. He kept striking other parts of its long, winding body, making it roar in agony. Next, he struck the hand that tried to crush him. The pain was immense. Realizing it was losing it, yelled, Shanglu, forget the sacrifice, just summon me back, model. He had no intention of letting this one escape. Thinking of running, not a chance. Hold it right there. I'm curious what lizard tastes like. The tip of his massive staff shot forward like a cannon. It pierced the monster's mouth with a shriek. A moment later, its body just vanished into dust. With that handled, he turned to his main target. All right, old-timer, if you have any more tricks, now's the time. He thought, I'd love to see if he dares use the Avarice clan's techniques. Suddenly, Wang Shengle's form shattered into many tiny dragons. He'd been fooled by a simple cloning trick from the old man. He simply reached out and snagged one of the fleeing dragons, which just so happened to be the real Azure Dragon Envoy. Now, if you beg for mercy, I might not kill you. What do you say? The old man growled. How did you know this was my real body? The old man's eyes burned with resentment. What in the world do you want? The answer he got was surprisingly deep. I don't just know this is your real body, I know who you are. How does it feel being a traitor to humanity? He knew his escape route was completely cut off. Powerless, he reverted to his human form. Cornered, Yu Shanglu started arguing furiously. Don't you dare make things up. I, Yang Shanglu, have defended humanity my entire life. How could I ever be a traitor? He even tried to turn it around. Are you just looking for an excuse to get rid of me, Sanho? Oh, Sonyo, you really are a schemer. Ignoring him, Sanho grabbed his neck. I just don't believe that when you're facing death's door, you can stop yourself from using the Avarice clan's power. The old man yelled, You'll say anything to kill me, won't you? He tightened his grip. Still playing innocent, I see. The growing pressure made the old man shudder as he choked. This was pure agony. Sweat dripped from his wrinkled brow. I'm a member of the Ouyang family. Aren't you worried my nephew will kill you for this? Fei curled her lip. So this is a great expert. Can't win a fight, so he calls his nephew. Xiaoreng beside her calmly provided the details. His nephew is the 5th-ranked god of wind Uang Guanhe. He's currently in charge of the Free Alliance's coastal defense, commander of the Free Navy, and head of the Merchant Alliance. Fei gave a few fake coughs. Just pretend you didn't hear me say anything. Yu Shanglu clawed at the iron grip around his throat, his vision starting to go dark. At that moment, a figure appeared, floating in midair. It was the 5th-ranked Uang Guanhe. His sharp eyes gave off an extremely dangerous vibe. You want to kill him? Sonyo replied bluntly. What does it look like? My hand is right here. You think I'm just playing games with him? Old Man Qian and the others were impressed. His Excellency Sanho is certainly straightforward. Indeed, maybe a little too straightforward. Yu Shanglu saw him like a lifeline weakly reaching for help. Good nephew. Please save your uncle. I'll owe you one. However, Uang's reply was cold and calm. Save you second uncle. When you left Tani Island, didn't you promise you would never ask me for anything again, model? Besides, you had stuck on your side. With enough pawns, even a rank 20 pro could throw down, he noted. The old man pleaded, My dear nephew, please don't tease your uncle. I did summon Stuck, and your guy already took him out. Yang then turned to Yang Shi with a proposal. Hey, Monkey Mask, ever think about working for me? Hearing the offer, he immediately shut it down. No thanks. When I joined the Kaiju Zodiac, I pledged my undying loyalty to my boss. So if that's all, please move. His face was completely unfazed. Fine, but just so you know, I'll be coming for you. He then closed in his aura, flaring intensely. You really think you can take me on? He replied with a clever comeback. Maybe not today, but tomorrow's a different story, right? The other man just laughed loudly. Interesting. Then maybe you will kill me someday. For now, let him go. But his words were completely ignored. He just squeezed harder, making Wang Shanglu scream out in pain. Please stop. He adamantly refused. Nope, I have my reasons for wanting him gone. All of a sudden, the old man's hair began turning a light sky blue. With that, his power level skyrocketed. A single swing of his arm sent him flying into the ocean. Sunho, I'll finish this. Wu finally saw who his uncle truly was. He's part of the Avarice clan. He confronted him directly. Wu Shanglu. I can't believe you'd bring such shame to our entire family. His eyes went blank as his true self started to emerge. With you running the Oang family, is there really any room for me? He scowled. For years, you've been hiding as an Ouyang family member, and now you're suddenly drawing a line. The old man roared back his answer. The Ouyang family is useless to me now. From the water, a golden blur shot up like a rocket. His eyes went wide with shock. What? He swung his staff with everything he had at his foe. The lightning-fast attack landed, striking one side of the old man's face. And this time it was his turn to take a dive into the sea. He turned to Ouyang and said, "See, I told you I had a good reason. Is that reason good enough for you?" He quickly followed up with his own offer. "If that's the case, let's cut a deal. I'll forget what happened today. You just have to take the BO5 defense line on the 7th continent." He had no reason to refuse. Deal. After sorting things out, he headed back to the ship. The transformed Sunho tossed a mask to Yangshi. "Your performance today passed the constellations trial. The title of the ape constellation now belongs to you." The mask had black lines that looked like a bird spreading its wings. In his Sunho form, Yangshi silently watched the ship depart. On board, Old Man Chin and Fei waved their goodbyes. He sat on a cloud thinking out loud. Looks like the organization needs to grow to handle things in the 4 seas. I have to figure out how to recruit some outside talent. Meanwhile, at the top of Cloud Heaven Palace, he gazed out at endless buildings with bright golden roofs. Kaiju isn't like the other family factions. If they're all brick and mortar stores, then Kaiju is an online marketplace. He frowned, running the numbers. Time to go shopping for ability potions. I'll have external members work for me, and I need a way to pay them. A small jade green orb formed in his palm. In that case, let's try upgrading my people control ability to Cub's rank. A system window instantly popped up. Ability Spiritual Contract. Here's the description. You can use mental power to control foes and communicate spiritually with contractors. Skill 1 is Mental Imprint. Stamp your spirit onto a special item and its familiar will see you as its master. And Skill 2, Mental Space. This lets spiritual bodies exist for long periods in a special high-dimensional space. I knew there was something like this. He then picked up the pure white mask. I just need to imprint my spirit on these masks. Then anyone who wears one can get access to the Cloud Palace. He kept thinking. We already have the 12 zodiacs and the 28 constellations. For the next tier of members, we'll use the 36 heavenly branches. As he finished that thought, a total of 9 masks began to float around him. Now I'll just scatter them across the 4 seas. Each mask had a different animal carving. He smiled, pleased with his work. The major powers after my ability potions will now focus on collecting these masks too. He thought about his next step. The dark energy I have left is enough for 1 Cub SS upgrade. Which one should it be? Okay, let's test out the Cub SS rank Super Brain ability. Instantly, the orb in his hand began to glow with an intense aura. Another info panel appeared, startling him. Ability Super Brain. Description. Opens new regions of the brain. It also greatly boosts the 5 senses. This unlocks a 6th sense and a 7th sense, also known as ego consciousness. Skill 1 is Mind Grasp. After looking at someone, you can continuously pull out their memories. You can also alter memories if their mental strength is 2 levels lower. Skill 2 is Mental Clash. It creates a psychic blast within a 2,000-meter radius. This attacks an enemy's soul, dealing continuous mental damage. Skill 3. Mental Blockade locks down all minds within a 1,000-meter radius, he thought, as expected of an SS rank ability. It comes with so many great skills, he felt a rush of pure excitement. The 6th sense I can understand, but what on earth is this 7th sense? He closed his eyes to concentrate. Ego consciousness. Might as well test it out. A perfect image of his brain appeared vividly in his mind. It feels like it's turning my thoughts into a real person. Please, just don't let it be someone ugly. He silently prayed as energy gathered in one spot. Before long, a stunning woman had formed. He blushed, staring blankly at her. Is this literally my ideal woman made real? The vermilion bird bowed to him respectfully. Lord KKA. He got totally flustered. Why are you calling me that? My subconscious must have messed up. He quickly corrected her. From now on, just call me leader. We'll have more people, so we should expand a bit. 4 massive skyscrapers appeared, each representing a divine beast. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. With a clear voice, he explained, the azure dragon spire will oversee the iron blood sea. The vermilion bird spire shall manage the hero sea. And the white tiger spire is assigned the alliance sea. The black tortoise spire takes the chaotic sea region. She hung on his every word. Each of the 4 spires is ruled by 7 constellations. For now, we will assign the 9 heavenly branches. He then asked, which spire will you lead, azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, or black tortoise? Her decision was made in an instant. As a part of you, I'll stay by your side. I will take the vermilion bird judge role. He rubbed his cheek a little flustered. All right, the vermilion bird design is up to you. Now go get changed. And just like that, she was instantly in a formal suit, her face hidden by the vermilion bird mask. Seeing her float there, he felt a sudden twinge of regret. Such a shame she's just a part of my mind. I guess a perfect girl just doesn't exist in reality. With his orders given, he turned to leave. Looks like someone's here for me. I'm leaving this place in your hands. She bowed dutifully. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, Thie knocked on Yang Yi's door. Brother, the ship is leaving soon. Elder Qian sent me to get you for the sea offering. Sea offering, he wondered, before he could even think about it. She grabbed his hand and began dragging him away. That's right, it sounds like fun. Let's hurry. Everyone was already gathered on deck. Little brother Yang, we were waiting for you. The captain wasted no time. Begin the sea offering. The crew lit incense sticks, their fragrant smoke quickly filling the air. As Yang Yi did the same, he spotted something odd. What are they doing here? Li Yu and Lai Kaowei were on board the ship. We came specifically to see you off, Elder Chen said with a polite bow. Alliance leader Li, this old man thanks you for your righteous deeds. Li Yu replied graciously, please don't mention it. The North Star Alliance is dedicated to fighting the mutant beasts. Elder Qian then introduced his daughter. This is my only child. She wishes to join you to train. Hearing this, Yang Yi and the elder broke into a cold sweat. He thought completely stunned. Why are you looking at me? You were just fighting with your dad, and now you're using me. Kaowei said politely, everyone please take care of me. His eyes went wide with shock, and what's more, she seemed happy about it. He cautiously offered his hand to her. Welcome aboard. She shook it warmly. Thank you. A week later, he was on another boat with Elder Qian. Fenhai Island lay just ahead. Looking toward it, he celebrated internally. Finally, the Four Seas will know the name of the adjudicator organization. When the boat finally docked, the crowd erupted in cheers. The day has finally come. Our Qian clan is back. The clan leader is truly the clan leader. No matter the crisis, he always finds a way. Elder Qian rallied their spirits. You've all worked so hard. If we work with the adjudicators, our clan will be restored. Yurang and Dada were moved to tears. Meanwhile, at the Qian family villa, Yang Yi and Elder Qian sat down for a talk. He began, Elder Qian. A key figure from the organization is visiting Fenhai Island. We adjudicators will announce our first plan. The elder poured tea as he spoke. May I ask who this person is? What should the Qian family prepare? As if expecting that his gaze turned incredibly sharp. The vermilion bird, he said. Their status is far above the zodiacs. As a four symbols judge, ability potions are their greatest asset. The elder was stunned. Yang Yi went on to explain. We need the Qian family to invite the media for a press conference. The organization will offer everyone a chance to become stronger. A strangely confident look appeared on his face. We're calling it the Heavenly Branch Plan. The elder offered a warm cup of tea. Thank you for the message, little brother Yang. We will ensure the press conference goes perfectly. At White Tiger Hall, a voice rang out. Good layout. How do the mechanics work? The vermilion bird gave a serious report. Missions are split into 3 types, intel, normal, and confidential. She started with the basics. Normal missions are daily quests for gathering resources, like collecting active cores from monsters or fighting a wild boar. A point board appeared filled with colorful gems. Using the collected ability orbs and dark energy, we take 1/10 of the profit as points to cover tool costs. He looked uneasy. Sounds like exploitation. She calmly explained. My thoughts are simply a projection of your own mind. He coughed a bit embarrassed and awkwardly moved on. She continued. Intel missions are for gathering info for points. Finally, covert missions involve things like assassinations or ambushes. She held a mask with a bird design over the eyes. This mission on the board only shows a time and place. The full details are only mentally imprinted when the mission starts. So what's with the masks? He asked. It's the best ad for the ability drug. An image of a clock appeared. It was now just a matter of time. Very soon the first pawn would make its move. Elsewhere, the rain poured down. On Candy Island, a young man lay curled up on a farm, his face stained with tears. He muttered in his sleep, Sir, I swear I'll get strong enough to save you. A loud crash of thunder ripped through the sky, jolting him awake. Ah! Just then his eyes locked onto a mask that had simply appeared before him. It gave off a strange light, making him feel dizzy. A mask! What is happening? In a flash, the young man was sent to a strange new place. Where am I? Am I dead? A masked figure emerged from a doorway. So you're the first contractor, he said, turning the boy's head. Hey kid, you're a heavenly speed star. Crying like that is a good way to die. The man then asked, So what's your name, kid? The boy meekly replied, My name is Chojia. The man leaned in. That heavenly speed star mask you're wearing is a secret. If anyone asks, don't answer. The boy was confused, but he agreed. Thank you, big brother. Choja said softly. All right, let's go. I'll give you the rundown on this place. An hour later, with the mask on, the man finally had to speak up. Hey, kiddo. For better or worse, you're now in the Verdict organization. Could you try not to be so gloomy? The boy hesitated, looking at the man. I haven't awakened any abilities yet. I can't even kill a D-rank monster. The man stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. That is a problem. Suzaku, you got a solution. Suzaku appeared at once and offered an idea. We can offer points for a C-rank potion to new members without abilities. The man was still hesitant, but they have to repay the points in 1 month. A new member with a C-rank ability can only take on D-rank missions. He'd have to hunt at least one ability beast a day just to meet the quota. He pointed right at her. Isn't throwing him on the battlefield right away a little too harsh? She playfully tapped his finger. I'm just reflecting your own thoughts. Besides, if he doesn't want to fight ability beasts, he can just find other ways. The man simply rubbed his head. Fine, we'll do the sponsorship loan. A golden prize wheel appeared before Choja. You're our first lucky winner. Step up and spin for a prize. He pulled the lever. The prize Gray missed a B-rank ability. The man crossed his arms. Not bad. Go back to the real world and wait. Your reward will arrive soon. Make sure you sign for it. Back at the farm, the rooster crowed with the dawn. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A splash of cold water was thrown directly onto Choja. He cried out, What the? A burly man with a whip was yelling. And selling off your sister Tinhani didn't teach you a thing, did it? You dare sleep in... The boy shielded himself but couldn't block all the pain. He begged the man, Please stop hitting me. The man showed no mercy and just swung the whip even harder. You're a born slave just like your sister. You have to be beaten to learn. After beating him to his heart's content, the man turned and left, leaving the boy sprawled on the ground. Get up and get to work. Holding the mask injustice swelled up inside him. The Verdict organization, a B-rank ability potion. It must have been my imagination, but then the mask started to glow. Suzaku appeared like a savior. Heavenly Speed Star, your ability potion has arrived. Drink this. He stared at the bottle in her hand, half doubting. Is any of this real? I want to drink it. His final move was to chug the entire potion. Inside, a brute was harassing a woman, causing her to cry out. Please, sir, just spare me. A loud noise outside caught his attention. He flung the door open, angry to see the boy. Well. Chogia, you think a simple mask can hide you from me? That I wouldn't recognize you, ready to be bedridden for 2 weeks. He lifted a foot, preparing a kick right for the boy's face. But the boy quickly grabbed his leg. Where did you sell my sister? The man was completely shocked. What? But he still tried to act tough. So what if the Starry Splendor Club told you? A kick landed right in his gut. It's because of scum like you, acting so vile that the Four Seas is this way. It's disgusting. In the end, without pause, he set the entire farm ablaze, burning it all to the ground. Soon after, he was reunited with his sister, who was terribly worried. Chogia, don't mind me, just run. But he was determined to stay and protect her. No, I'm here to save you. Their path was blocked by a fierce man with leopard spots. You rotten kid, your sister was sold to me. You dare come here to get her back? Do you have a death wish? His massive hand shot out for the boy's neck. I'll tear you to pieces. But then something surprising happened. Before the man could even react, the boy countered, dropping him to his knees on the spot. The onlookers who saw it were all horrified. That kid just defeated a B-rank user. What's his story? That masked person's style. It reminds me of that secret group Verdict. Could they be related? Meanwhile, at the White Deer Terrace, Yang Shi was watching the entire event on a screen. It seems our first member's promotional effect is not bad at all. In a cave deep inside a forest, the great commander was observing the blue flowers before him. From stem to leaf, they were a vivid, enchanting blue. The commander stared with his crimson eyes and said, Unglu, your death has created a major flaw in our plans for the Free Alliance Sea region. You have truly let me down. One of the flowers opened its mouth to reply, Great Commander, you can't really blame me for this. I was tricked by those people from Verdict. Hearing this, he shot a red beam from his eyes at the flower. You still dare make excuses? The terrified flower quickly begged for mercy. I wouldn't dare. After dealing with the flower, the commander spoke with a dark face. If Wang Chunglu, who was managing the Ying Yin plan, has lost his body, then we must find a new manager for the Moonlight Island matter. Furthermore, the plan's launch is also extremely important. We must let them see the power of the Deep Asura division. The flower affirmed. The launch is still proceeding normally. We will have a surprise for you. He reminded it. Verdict is planning to hold a press conference very soon. Keep watch on them. I have a feeling they will become a great enemy of our primordial organization. On the other side, Yang Xi was enjoying a casual drink at White Deer Terrace. He mused, Regarding that ancient forge Faye saw, I should probably ask my tool Arthur. With that thought, he closed his eyes and activated his puppet control skill. On Poseidon Island, Arthur adjusted his white suit in front of a mirror. Suddenly, he went rigid. Leader, Yangxi's voice rang in his mind. Report your current situation. Arthur replied stiffly. Yes, I'm attending a family party. Yangxi pressed. Who's attending? Arthur's eyes briefly glazed over. My older brother, Chris Green, ranked 27 on the 4Cs list, and my younger sister, Victoria, a C-rank user and one of the 7 great beauties. Got it. You can proceed for now. Look at the luggage photo I sent you. Arthur simply replied, yes. At the party, 8 people were already seated around a long dining table. Yangxi, controlling Arthur's body, began pulling out a chair. Arthur reported, Leader, I don't recognize the luggage, but I can likely locate it. Across the table, Victoria recognized her brother and offered a graceful curtsy. Brother, Arthur whispered in his mind, leader, that is my sister. According to etiquette, you must kiss her forehead. Yangxi internally panicked. He started sweating, eyes shut tight, completely at a loss. Victoria, her face blushing softly, called out, Brother. In the end, he blushed and complied, kissing Victoria's forehead. With other business to handle, he returned control of the body to Arthur. He instructed, For now, just pretend to chat with your brother. I'll use this chance to probe everyone with my spiritual power. Arthur heard and obeyed. Yes, Yangxi began to spread out his spiritual senses. He scanned the people at the table. A thread of his power focused on greed. The man seemed to have noticed something. Yangxi wondered, is this greed's spiritual power above level 3? Meanwhile, greed was thinking, someone is using spiritual power to scan me. Yangxi ordered, keep an eye on this brother of yours. I'm logging out for now. Arthur bowed his head, wine glass in hand, and thought, yes, leader. Back at White Deer Terrace, Yangxi sat up with a stretch, as Suzaku handed him a file. You're back. Here's the file for our new White Deer Terrace member. He opened it and asked, so who is coming to today's press conference? She began her report. All the major media outlets and streaming sites will be there. In addition, several merchant guilds are also sending representatives. Suzaku smiled and added, only the Uyang family has yet to send anyone. On one hand, it's far. On the other, they see themselves as above all this. She announced, the press conference is about to start. Do you need to prepare? He just grinned back. It's showtime. In the hallway, he turned back right before pushing the door and asked, are you ready? Yangxi, in his monkey disguise, declared, from this day on, no one can stop the rise of Verdict. Then the two of them pushed the doors open. Blinding light spilled from the entrance. At the conference venue, the duo made their grand appearance, hovering in the air before the audience, then landing gracefully on the ground. Yangxi took the stage, addressing the massive crowd with a speech. He welcomed them all, officially starting the day's press conference. The moment he finished, his face appeared on the giant screens behind him. In the crowd, Den was sweating nervously, too scared to even move a muscle. Noticing this witch, Diane began to taunt him. What's wrong, my dear nephew? Feeling a bit nervous next to your auntie? She glared at the terrified young man. Or maybe you want to end up just like Juning. At her words, the Uruk clan's manager, an S-rank elemental user named Junking, whipped his head around and growled fiercely, then forced a weak smile and said meekly, You're kidding, auntie. It's the honor of a lifetime for me, Den, to simply be sitting beside you. Just then, Lord Sparrow appeared midair, capturing everyone's full attention. Whispers erupted from the crowd below. A man in white asked, Who is that? The man in green beside him noted, That aura and figure rival anyone on the 4C's beauties list. A man in brown turned to gossip. Look at her clothes. She must be from Arbiter. Den stared at Lord Sparrow, muttering, This spiritual power feels so familiar. Seeing her, Den bowed his head low. Greetings, Lord Sparrow. Den couldn't believe his eyes. Lord Sparrow was more respected than even a divine marquis. So why hadn't he been told she was coming? Lord Sparrow approached with a vial, smiling. Yangxi, you've performed admirably lately. Here is a promotion reward the organization has prepared for you. Yangxi took the vial with a smile, thinking, an ability potion isn't a gadget. You can't just explain it with a list of specs. Its true power has to be demonstrated. With that, he downed the potion. So allow me to give a live demonstration. The crowd buzzed. Is that the legendary potion that grants new abilities? It looks incredibly potent. Another person added, I wonder how it tastes. It just looks like simple juice. Glowing white bubbles started to form around Yangxi. A system window appeared detailing the Naval Plum Blossom style ability. It included the Sharp 6 style Iron Plum martial arts, including the bewildering Plum Blossom steps. A nimble and confusing footwork style. It neutralizes most charging attacks. The Dragon's Subduing Claw easily suppresses an opponent's immense size and weight. Even taking on a flood dragon would be simple. The wave-breaking sea-splitting kick is faster than any javelin. A sharp, powerful kick that can split the sea. Overall, rating S rank. Afterwards, Yang Shi began his pitch. Everyone, our Arbiter organization understands humanity's current predicament. Facing this siege, can we truly win? He then smiled, his voice booming. That's why the organization sent me to introduce the Skyguard project. Facing the greedy, hopeful eyes of the crowd, he continued. The organization will open 36 member slots for the Skyguard in this region. And with that, Yang Shi wrapped up his presentation. That was the complete overview of the Skyguard project. The web lit up with comments. The Arbiters are awesome, sharing ability potions like that. They're the fan-favorite organization across the 4 seas this year. The Arbiter organization is definitely getting my vote. Related keywords immediately shot to the top. Number 1, ability potion. Number 2, the Skyguard project. And number 3, anyone can be a hero. At number 4 was the press conference. Yang Shi then revealed a gray mask. This is the very last Heavenly Chief mask in existence. The other 35 were sent out across the 4 seas before today. He smiled, then laid down a challenge. This mask is today's grand prize. Anyone who can keep winning on this stage can take it. From the Manhwa Guild ranked 4th, number 20 on the 4 seas list, Jin's expression soured as he yelled out, "I object! How are us younger folks supposed to compete with the veterans?" Yang Shi calmly replied, "My young friend's not so fast. We've got something for you too." An image of a potion appeared behind him. He clasped his hands and announced, "Listen up. Any of you from the younger generation who can beat me gets this B rank ability potion, 0 side effects, guaranteed." Hearing this, Den shot a smirk to the person next to him. "Miss Tentai, should you or I go first, or maybe ladies first?" From the Fangin Island Guild, ranked 5th, number 16 on the 4 seas list. Tantai Xiao didn't hesitate, replying with a confident grin. "In that case, you can just enjoy the show from down there." She drew her sword, took her stance, and unleashed her first move, Dancing Flower Sword. Instantly, 6 phantom blades shot straight for Yang Shi, but he dodged with the dazzling Plum Blossom Steps technique, using the phantom blossoms as footholds. He then used the dragon's subduing claw, catching the blade with just 2 fingers. Seeing him catch a sword barehanded on a flower, the crowd went absolutely wild. He's so cool. That ability upgrade is terrifyingly effective, but don't get ahead of yourselves. Just watch. Tantai Xiao isn't even serious yet. She smirked as her sword began to glow. Suddenly, the phantom blades shattered, startling Yang Shi, but he dodged easily. In a flash, his foot was inches from her face. Tantai was shocked. This guy is ranked 30 on the 4 seas list. After 1 ability potion, his power is this insane. I'll have to risk the backlash from my own power to block this. She closed her eyes, raising her sword high to defend. Yang Shi's kick slammed into the blade, creating a massive shockwave. A fierce blast rocked the stage, making everyone's ears ring. After his kick, he landed gracefully on her sword and looked down at her, and said calmly, "I went easy on you, Miss Tantai." The outcome was clear. The next challenger slowly walked onto the stage, his harsh voice calling out, "Yang Shi, beating a girl doesn't make you tough." He challenged arrogantly, "How about you fight me instead?" One of the 4 seas' best Erlang. Frustrated Tantai Xiao had no choice but to retreat. After she left, Jin Ning struck a pose, looking victorious. "Let's see you block my Thunder God's flying fire strike." He then unleashed his technique, rushing right at Yang Shi. 2 onlookers cried out. That's Jin Ning's ultimate move, the heart-gouging Thunderclaw. He once tore the heart out of an S-rank beast with it. That Thunder Strike is so powerful it's blinding. But as for Yang Shi, he casually blocked the punch with one hand, thinking to himself, "He's pretty strong. I'll use some dark energy to upgrade my ability pearl a bit." Jinning thought Yang Shi couldn't handle his technique. He gloated, "Ha, can't take it anymore," so while sneering, "My body has thousands of units of dark energy. Beating you is only a matter of time." But before he could celebrate, Yang Shi's power suddenly spiked, startling him. Jinning was stunned. "You were hiding your true strength. You're so deceitful." Yang Shi immediately shattered his arm, making him kneel and scream. "Ah!" After handling Jinning, Yang Shi faced the crowd and yelled, "Galing! Why don't you come up for a round?" Hearing this, Galing smiled and accepted. "My Victoria wants to know what it's like to fly too. You better help me win, big brother." And with that, their match officially started. Unlike Yang Shi, who seemed a little tense, Galing appeared very confident. Yang Shi saw this and formed a plan. This guy's spiritual power is over level 3. There's definitely something off about him. During our fight, I'll implant a sealed ability pearl in him as a tracker. Across from him, Galing had already taken a fighting stance. Yang Shi recalled the technique, Greed's ability, the Sanguine Death style. Its weaknesses are garlic and holy light. He then charged forward, throwing a hard punch trying to implant the ability pearl. Time to insert an F-rank ability pearl, but his opponent reacted fast, dodging the attack. The two then clashed fiercely, fighting from the sky to the ground. Yangshi landed thinking, he keeps dodging, but he won't attack. He's definitely hiding something. He then initiated another attack, activating his ability, the Wave Breaker. C-splitter kick kicking powerfully, but he hit something strange. With that, a toupee fluttered to the ground. Gaeling's face darkened as he watched it slowly disintegrate. While he was distracted, Yangshi threw a punch. He cried out, "Ah!" The ability pearl was implanted. Yangshi watched him closely. His spiritual power is over level 3, yet he took the hit. I'm not letting you get away with this. When it comes to acting, I never lose. He smirked, punching at Gaeling's face. He instinctively blocked, so Yangshi faked being blown away. He clutched his chest, putting on a pained cough. Gang Xuan, you really live up to your title. I admit defeat. You're much stronger than the last two. Then he presented a vial of medicine. A deal's a deal. Here's the medicine. Go on and use it. The vial was handed over. Catch Lamb nervously reached out to accept it. Flustered, he suddenly suggested, let Victoria try it instead. With his arms crossed, Yangshi observed them with a serious expression. Soon the Arbiter's creation would be known everywhere. She wasn't the first Arbiter member to test this superpower drug. As for Victoria, she grabbed the vial and downed it without a second thought. After taking the superpower drug, Victoria's power surged. I can fly, she cried out with glee. Ah! The audience below could only stare in amazement. Wow, she's a real superhuman, and a CB class one at that. An upgrading drug versus a normal one. Which should I pick? This is tough. Yangshi seized the moment to promote his product. You've all seen the drug's effects for yourselves. Next up, the battle for the corpse puppet mask. He then invited another guest to come forward as the next opponent. I bet Senior Yi Xiaoguan of the Campbell family will go first. Yi Xiaoguan didn't hesitate, flying right to the stage with a loud laugh. Ha ha! That corpse puppet mask is mine! But another voice stopped him. Hold on a moment. The Luofu Merchant Guild will face your Pun Palm first. The crowd started to whisper. Didn't even the 72nd ranked V-Wall swordsman have to bow to him? How can they be so bold in front of Yi Xiaoguan? A standard S-ranker is just a novice to a true master. Yangshi glanced worriedly at the person who had just stood up. This newcomer was odd, but his expression stayed blank as he faced them. Auntie Ma studied him, her face wrinkling. The soul is flawed. With such a wooden expression, I can tell it's a puppet. The madam grinned, eager for the show. But it doesn't matter. He'll be fighting and dying soon enough. The woman beside her just glanced over in fear. Yi Xiaoguan charged forward to attack. In that case, let's test your skills with my Pun Palm. The puppet failed to dodge, taking the palm strike and flying into the distance. The audience watched wide-eyed, thinking, that's brutal. That single palm strike would have shattered my own skull. Yi Xiaoguan pulled back his hand. I went easy on you, he said smugly. But a second later, his eyes shot open in shock. How is that possible? The puppet was totally unharmed. It now held two weapons, muttering blankly. Is it not over yet? Then it lunged right at him. He jerked his head back in surprise, barely dodging. Yi Xiaoguan jumped back, touching the spot that was nearly cut. Darn it, he muttered. He then gathered his power and leaped up, striking the puppet relentlessly. After that barrage, he made a dramatic landing. He was totally out of breath. The puppet followed suit and collapsed. Suddenly it went berserk, roaring as the world behind it shattered. Its head morphed into a freaky green shape, and then it just vanished. In a flash, it reappeared and slammed a fist right into Yan's stomach, leaving him no time to react as he coughed up a spray of blood. It was then he finally recognized the creature before him. He shouted, "It's a deep blue abomination. Cue the mass panic. Run for it. Hey, no pushing." The creature scurried toward Zuku-Ki. Zook was totally unfazed, watching it calmly. But before she could make her move, Bian Shenho swooped in out of nowhere. Effortlessly blocking the attack to shield her, he sent it flying with just one hand, without missing a beat. He summoned his staff and launched it, piercing the monster's body. Just then, Auntie Ma materialized behind Shenho, laughing heartily. A zodiac from the Arbiter's Guild. Your power is quite impressive, she mused. What a shame. The second she spoke, the creature's green parts began to scatter. They reformed into a giant hand engulfing his entire body. It pulled him into its gooey form as the whole mass began to glow. Auntie Ma cackled. Zook, dear, don't just stand there watching. Come and enjoy my nightmare dreamscape. Then dark energy shot from her eyes. The beam of power raced straight for Zuku-Ki. It swallowed her in darkness as the woman's voice echoed around her. Lose yourself in the world I've prepared for you. A skull drifted toward her, but her eyes flew open, her body radiating a blinding light. Outside, Auntie Ma's eyes widened. Even a level 3 powerhouse should struggle in my nightmare dreamscape. And so Zuck was plunged into yet another illusion. This world was bright and colorful, but then 3 monster flowers popped up. They flashed their huge sharp teeth and lunged right for her. They swarmed around her in a floral frenzy. Auntie Ma laughed smugly. I knew it. No one can escape my nightmare dreamscape. That's when Zook unleashed her power, incinerating all the flowers at once. Auntie Ma was shocked, shouting, Impossible! Keep falling! So she fell through more layers. The third was a world of water. The fourth, a raging sea of fire. The fifth was ice and snow. This time, Zuck laid still, trapped in ice. Seeing this, Auntie Ma assumed she'd given up and said happily, Finally, she's reached her limit. The moment she spoke, Zook awoke, gently shattering the ice around her. Auntie Ma was terrified. No way I'm at the peak of level 3. Zook said nothing, simply waving her hand. The illusion in Auntie Ma's face shattered. Auntie Ma screamed in terror. Just what kind of monster are you? And just like that, her nightmare dreamscape was utterly destroyed. Auntie Ma kneeled helplessly before Juke. Juke asked gently, Lost little lamb, your real name. The madame replied, Mandinapati. Her power surged. Then, Mandinapati, your judgment now begins. Your crime is that of arrogance. She pointed forward, declaring solemnly, Your sentence is punishment by fire. A great flame consumed Auntie Ma's body. The madam could only scream in agony. It hurt so much. Meanwhile, the abomination saw its chance to escape. Gotta run. Besides, the commander is here. I won't get blamed for this. Yang Shi watched the abomination try to flee. Luckily, a spiritual barrier had already sealed the area. In the distance, Kree yelled, Don't let it escape! Then a stream of crimson power shot from behind him. The energy formed a barrier trapping the monster. Ah! He moved in to take the abomination's heart, but just as he was about to grab it, someone else snatched the heart away, shocking him. It was Yang Shi. He gave Creed a look that said it all, and Creed backed down. Yang Shi, you're seriously impressive. Catching that thing so fast, I'm impressed. The abomination's heart now floated in the crimson energy. Yang Shi thought, this guy's definitely hiding something. If he hadn't silenced it with Blood Clan energy, I could have gotten more info. He held up the abomination's heart. What would happen if I extracted the Deep Blue Clan's power? Right away, Yang Shi activated the extraction system. Once complete, a green gem formed, and the system panel appeared. Superpower Deep Blue Bloodline. From the Mother Tree with various combat methods. Skill 1, Progenitor. Skill 2, Dark Flash. Skill 3, Soul Devour. Creates a soulless puppet. Skill 4, Spawn Abominations using Primal Seeds. Skill 5, Light Flash. Return Spirit to the sapling at high speed. Skill 6, Nightmare Dreamscape. Level 5, S rank. Yang Shi was pleased. Not bad, this was a pretty good haul. With nothing left to do, Juk prepared to leave. This matter is resolved. See you next time. Shenhe was also freed, rising from the ground. He looked at the gunk on his hands with disgust. Man, this gooey stuff is nasty. He cheerfully threw an arm around Yang Shi. Good work, kid. I'll leave the rest to you. Just then, Yi Xiaoguan clutched his stomach in pain. A corpse puppet mask was brought to him. Senior Ye, this mask is now yours. I trust you'll make good use of it. He stared in disbelief at the mask before him. Back in the main hall, Yang Shi asked, How many Tiangang masks have been found? Juk reported, Free Alliance C region, 6 people. Hero C region, 3 people. Iron Sea region, 2, and Chaos region, another 2, she continued. And one of the Hero C members is an acquaintance of yours, Malong. He turned at her words, immediately asking, When did that guy reach the 4 Great Seas? She replied, Are you serious? Should we find a way to get rid of him? Duanhai casually waved it off. No need for that. If he does his job and brings value to the organization, it's fine. I can put up with that much, at least. He then tossed her a small orb, saying, Walrus. Yeah, this hall can upgrade the S-rank Void Cube to SS rank. A system panel then showed the item's info. Special ability Void Cube. Description stores and transports items via the Void. Skill 1 Transportation Gate. Summons a Void Vortex to the user's sensed location. Living things cannot survive the vortex. Skill 2 with a spatial anchor. It can teleport living beings. Evaluation rank 3 SS. Your own personal dimensional express service. Duanhai considered the Void Cube's power. No living beings can pass through, so anything that enters it will instantly die. He then grabbed a fish and opened a transportation gate. He tossed the fish inside for a quick test. Instantly, a dead fish appeared in his grasp. Duanhai stared at it and muttered, I can feel the void draining its life force. So that's why living things can't pass through. He grabbed another live fish. What if I use this as an attack? He opened another portal right on the fish, which meant the Void Vortex was a spatial attack that could also absorb incoming enemy strikes. Duanhai considered it. He'd equipped the pig Zodiac armor with this SS rank cube. That's a nice power boost. All right, time to equip the pig Zodiac armor. A foot stepped out of the portal and the armor manifested instantly. From behind him, Chutuk spoke. I've received new intel. The Hero Association is capturing otherworlders for their minds. Duanhai was taken aback. He turned back, asking, The Deep Blue Clan are otherworlders too, aren't they? But they don't seem to need minds. Could it be... Duanhai lowered his head, lost in thought. Are the Deep Blue Clan and the Dimensional Invaders actually different groups? Their methods of inheriting abilities are totally different, Chutuk added. There's something else. Theodong Qian Dada and Branch are at the Keelan base. At this news, he exploded. Why didn't you say so earlier? Meanwhile, at the Keelan base, Qian Dada and Branch were chatting. Branch spoke up first. Wow, look at all these missions. There's even an ability exchange catalog. Dada added, a single upgrade potion costs 4,500 points. Hyodong chimed in. Judging by the points from killing dimensional beasts, I'd need to kill 18 of them for just one S-rank potion. Branch and Hyodong sighed. This was going to be tough. Theodong, standing nearby, added, Not exactly. They also have intel rescue and assassination missions. The rewards are good and they're easier than fighting those beasts. As they talked, a sharp voice cut in. Silence. Then a green figure appeared. All right, everyone. Duanghai began. I have a plan for you to get points ahead of schedule. Think of it as a special bonus. At this, Branch and Huang's eyes lit up as they exchanged a look. Does this mean we get ability potions early? She asked excitedly. Yep, he replied coolly, pulling up the ability panel. Go ahead, pick your favorite abilities, he thought. The stronger our core team is, the faster we'll gather resources and beat those otherworlders. Meanwhile, at the port of Banana Island, a ship was anchored in the clear blue water. Duanghai stood by the river with Teddy, who introduced the area. Young Master Duanghai, this is Banana Island. Our last stop for repairs before reaching the front line. He sat down admiring the sparkling water. This river is incredible. Standing nearby, Teddy watched the current and began to explain. This is the Moonlight River, the island's main source of fresh water. Legend says drinking its water brings good luck. Intrigued, Duanghai cupped some water. Oh, really? Does it actually work? Guess I'll have to try. But as he lifted it, he spotted tiny particles in the water. From this one small clue, he realized it contained primordial particles. Faye's dream, the third scene. Was it on this island? Duanghai grew concerned. Why did the Deep Blue Clan contaminate the Moonlight River? After a moment of thought, he turned to Teddy. Uncle, where's the source of this river? Teddy simply pointed toward Jikong Mountain right in the island's center. The mountain was immense, its peak piercing the clouds like a perfect painting. Soon after, Duanghai arrived at the designated location. Jikong Mountain, the river's source. He noted the concentration. A normal person could drink this for months and not mutate. He sighed. I just can't figure out the Deep Blue Clan's plan. Maybe I should set up a secret base here to watch them, he mused, crossing his arms, with his mind made up. Duanghai summoned the snake Zodiac. Snake, I'm leaving this place to you. From behind him, the snake simply replied, Understood. At the 7th front line on Jui Island, everyone was hard at work. Suddenly, Li Bang asked, Is the Zodiac from your esteemed group, Excellency Monkey or Excellency Rooster? And the Flame Fighter and Monk? Duanghai replied calmly. For now, the organization sent a constellation like me to hold the front line. Li Bang's group looked surprised. No Zodiac powerhouse, just you. He started to sweat, thinking, I can't just say the monkey is me. The rooster is also me, and the rabbit could pop up too. Instead, he pointed to the 3 girls, Branch, Faye, and Hyodong, and declared, Besides me, these 3 have also reached S-rank strength. At these words, Li Bang's expression turned serious. Hey, Brother Duang claiming S-rank requires more than just words. The Flame Fighter quickly chimed in. We'll see if they're S-rank after a little test. We'll be allies on the battlefield, so we should gauge each other's power first. Monk Tendagwi shook his head. I won't be laying a hand on these girls. They look so fragile. Can't afford the bill if I break one, he joked. Duanghai replied confidently. Gentlemen, feel free to challenge any of these 3. Whoever wins the challenge gets these gloves of light from me. Tempted by the reward, the Flame Fighter stepped up, pointing right at Branch. In that case, I'll have a friendly spar with you. Branch remained, completely unfazed. He smugly advised, If I were you, I'd give up now. It'll get pretty ugly if you get hurt. Instantly, he launched a ring of diamond shards. But don't worry, I won't aim for your face. I'm a gentleman after all. The fighter's diamond shards spun towards Branch like a saw blade. Unfazed, she gripped her sword and spoke with an icy tone. After what I've been through, your words mean nothing to me. Her gaze sharpened instantly. She dashed forward, her sword swing shattering his crystal ring. With a sharp cry, she left the Flame Fighter completely stunned. Realizing he was totally outclassed, he quickly formed a huge diamond shield to block her final strike. but her slash instantly shattered the diamond shield to pieces. In a flash, Branch's blade was at the fighter's throat as he stared in terror, witnessing Branch's true power. Li Bang's expression shifted. "That's enough for today. Shall we go see the commander's villa now?" He then politely invited Duong Hai to lead the way. Just then, Duong Hai thought to himself, in this world, yet strength is the only thing that matters. Elsewhere, a man fought a giant beast. Meanwhile, Malong was diving deep into the ocean, thinking, if the intel is right, the otherworlder is hiding on the seabed. Getting a picture of an otherworlder should be worth a lot of points. Deep below, Hostess sat inside a massive seashell. She sneered, "These dimensional beasts are so dumb. So much power, yet they're being tricked by these weak natives." She paused for a moment before continuing her thoughts. If the major city-states hadn't sent adventurers like us to lead them, these humans would have wiped them out long ago. The wolf clam agreed. Right. Just thinking about that monocrystal mine is thrilling." Hostess nodded and replied, "You're right. With a high-purity magic crystal, I can finally reach level 2. If we could bring that mana crystal mine back to Odyssey and sell it, we'd make an unbelievable fortune." Just then, Malong sped in from the distance. Sensing him, she shouted in alarm, "Someone's coming, darn it! We have to run!" The moment she spoke, she slammed the wolf clam shut, ready to escape. But Malong appeared, instantly striking the shell and yelling, "Think you can escape?" Too late. The wolf clam shielded Hostess, deflecting Malong's assault. A moment later, she vaulted from its jaws, knocking an arrow to retaliate. "You primitive fool!" Anastasa's green arrow flew with blinding speed. But Malong's reaction was just as quick. He sidestepped her attack effortlessly, his face completely calm. Abruptly, the arrow curved back, plunging right into Malong's shoulder. He was totally stunned, crying out, "What?" Seeing him hit, Anastasia smirked in triumph. "Did you think a homing arrow would be that easy to avoid?" She softly spoke a single command, "Overgrowth." Instantly, vines burst from the arrow, wrapping around Malong's entire body. With him tied up, Anastasia leaped into the clam, tossing out one last taunt. "You clueless primitive, you don't even know what mana is. Trying to fight me, you really need to learn your place." And with that, the clam snapped shut. She vanished, escaping into the deep ocean in just a flash. But unbeknownst to her, Duong Hai was watching everything on a massive monitor. The vermilion bird standing just behind him spoke up. "This is the live feed from Malong," he reported calmly. "It looks like humanity has a long road ahead against the Odyssey colonists, not just with energy use, but also with developing special abilities. They're miles ahead of us." He frowned. The vermilion bird replied, "Thankfully, with humanity's huge population, some talented geniuses are sure to appear." Hearing this, Duong Hai turned. "And what about the Kwang project? Have we gathered all the required masks yet?" She reported, "The 3 main factions have pretty much gathered all the Kwang masks, but the mask of a low-ranking official was taken by the Uang clan." Meanwhile, at the Uang estate, the clan head held a scorpion-like mask. Below him on the floor was the dismantled body of a monster. He spoke to the young woman beside him, Tinch Chu. "I'm leaving this mask in your hands. Remember, don't test Tai He yet." Tin Chu studied the mask, but they have the tech for special ability potions. Even if we wait, the other 2 families certainly won't. "Don't worry, Tai He isn't someone the Iron-Blooded Army or Heroes Association can handle," Yu Yang calmly replied. At this, she asked, "So, after I get the potion, should I bring it to you?" He turned back, a slight, confident smile on his face. "No need. At my level, my focus is on other things." In a different room, a man was meditating. He was also on the 4 Seas Tumultuous Waves list. His name was Ouyang Huyan. At a faint sound, his eyes snapped open. It was Tinchu. She walked over, presenting the mask. "Eldest nephew, your father wants you to handle this. It's yours now. Find someone to check if this special ability potion is real. Whatever you do, don't risk testing it yourself. You're the heir to the Merchants Alliance. Your life is far too valuable." Ouyang Huyan simply stared in silence at the mask on the floor. Meanwhile, at Iron-Blooded Army HQ, a meeting was underway. He gave an order about the Tai Hewitt organization. "I'll leave it to Tian." Tianyang immediately accepted. The scene then changes to a bright, sunny day. At the Heroes Association, Tong Tian enjoyed a calm game of chess. His opponent, Shi Guang, let out a deep sigh. More otherworldly visitors are arriving while our ability users are declining. The situation isn't looking good. Could that person have been right? Is meditation our only hope? He wondered aloud. The issue is, we can meditate but can't teach it. How do they manage? Tong Tian moved a chess piece, offering an idea. "Have you heard of the special ability potion? I figure it could be a decent substitute for meditation." He considered it. "I have, but can it create powerhouses just like us?" Tong Tian laughed. "I hope they can easily beat me up. That would certainly take some weight off my shoulders." All right, Shi Guang decided, let's give the Tai Huat case to that kid, Ukbok. Tong Tian simply shrugged. I have no objection. He is your disciple, after all. But a hidden screen watched their every move. It seemed that finding the Philosopher's Stone wasn't the only goal. Securing the otherworldly meditation method was now on the agenda. Hu Yanglang quietly walked up behind Wang Huyin. Though deep in meditation, he knew who it was and asked, Did you finish exchanging for your special ability? I chose my dad's Azure Dragon Emissary ability. Wu Yanglang replied, thrilled. He then scratched his head shyly. I really appreciate you giving me this shot. As they chatted, the vermilion bird approached them. Her footsteps were graceful yet strong as she drew closer. Huyan was amazed, thinking I couldn't even sense her coming. She paid him no mind and spoke directly to Wang Lang. Well then, Tian Ke prepared to use the special ability potion. She gave him a vial, which he held ready to drink. He politely asked first, then I'll drink it, before downing the entire potion. After he finished the liquid, Ao Yanglang announced, Next I'll try to summon the Azure Dragon. A blue circle appeared. A moment later, a brilliant dragon emerged from the sigil. Looking at the magnificent creature, tears welled in Wang Lang's eyes. It's from my old man's dragon, I really summoned it, just as the vermilion bird was about to depart. Wang Huyan called out to her, Please wait, I need to ask you something. The Kuang members hunt mutant beasts for their daily missions. It's obvious the corpses are the main ingredient for the potions. He couldn't hide the look of surprise on his face. Is this what alchemy calls activity? She turned her gaze cold. Within Tai Huyet, we call that activity the special ability factor. Huan was shocked. A special ability factor. Turns out it wasn't the vermilion bird, but Duang Hai in disguise. He was pretty satisfied, thinking, this kid's got spunk. I definitely want to make him my subordinate. In a hidden cave, the secret base on Mount Katang Duang Hai's clone, disguised as Pew, was casually reading. Duang Hai walked in with a grin. Living the good life, I see. Plasma, this SS rank is for you. With that, he held up an orb pulsing with emerald green light. It was the Plasma special ability featuring skills like Plasma Rain and Plasma Swarm. It creates plasma insects that have basic intelligence for self-destruct attacks, and finally, the Plasma Annihilation Cannon. All of these skills are rated SS rank. Step 3. Suddenly he paused, sensing a strange fluctuation. He then closed his eyes calmly, sensing what was going on. The special ability seed in Greed's body is buzzing near Banana Island. I'll go check it out. And with that, he activated his puppet control ability. At a private meeting of the Greed family, everyone sat in a formal discussion. Arthur Duong Hai's disguise sat with them, and even children were in attendance. Greed stood before them all, raised his hand, and announced loudly, After we eliminated that extremely powerful vanguard, our second chance to create a Tier 3 powerhouse has arrived. I hope you all can survive and become pillars of the Greed clan. He placed a hand to his chest, putting on a grand noble act. Only through self-sacrifice can we carry the flame of human civilization forward. Hearing this speech, Duong Hai sarcastically thought to himself, if you're going to betray humanity, just come out and say it. Why do you have to make it sound so heroic? Suddenly, the child sitting beside the Arthur puppet shot right to his feet, shouting defiantly at Greed, I'll never be a monster, let me go home. His face darkened as he leaned in, his voice a low threat. Who did you call a monster? The child was scared but stubbornly stammered back. Cousin Greed, I'm not afraid of you. Hearing this, Greed immediately dragged the boy off, saying, I knew it. Not everyone from the House of Greed can accept my ambitions. As he was being pulled away, the child panicked and cried, Brother, are you going to hurt me in front of everybody? He crouched down, lifting the boy's chin. To keep the flame of human civilization burning? Any sacrifice is worthwhile. As soon as he finished, his hand shot out to tightly grip the boy's neck. Blood spilled from his mouth, and a moment later he stopped breathing. After finishing him off, he tossed the body aside and put his hands in his pockets, asking casually, Arthur, what does everyone else think? Arthur and the others, having seen the whole thing, broke out in a cold sweat but quickly voiced their agreement. I will follow your lead and add my strength to preserve the flame of civilization. The others hesitantly chimed in. Me too. Hearing the answer he wanted, Greed smiled and spread his arms wide. All right, let's head to Banana Island and start reaping our rewards. Meanwhile, in a presidential suite on Banana Island, Duong Hai's puppet Arthur was standing watch in a corner of the room. He thought, my control time is less than 3 hours and I still have no clue what the Greed clan is planning. In front of Chris tied up was the martial artist Naipong Porsalon, ranked 68th on the 4 Cs chart. Naipong glared up at Chris, cursing nonstop. You despicable coward, now that you've caught me, what do you want? He just sat there calmly holding a knife and replied, I brought you here so you wouldn't get in the way. With that, he stood up, clasping his hands behind his back. He coolly turned to the window, ready to let them all watch a good show. Naipong sensed something was wrong from his tone and looked over alarmed. What? Outside, a truck had slammed into a black car, leaving it completely wrecked. A man immediately jumped out of the car and started yelling, "Hey! You swerved and hit me. This is all your fault. So get out of that truck right now." The truck driver stepped out, his head mysteriously bowed. His leg was also hideously twisted. Yet he walked steadily toward the man without any sign of pain, an incredibly creepy smile on his face. Haha. Seeing this, the other man panicked. "Geez, your leg is broken." As the horrifying driver kept approaching, the man screamed in terror, "I'm warning you. If you get any closer, I'm calling the cops." Then in a sudden flash, the truck driver transformed into a green monster, letting out a truly terrifying roar. Naipong watched it all from inside through the glass, his face pale with horror. "You've unleashed a virus on Banana Island." Greed looked down at the martial artist with a dark smile. "Our methods aren't quite so crude. We only released 3 greed variants with teleportation skills." Naipong broke into a cold sweat, his eyes filled with dread and tension. While Greed calmly explained, "The residents here have been drinking water with primordial seeds for months. Although the concentration is low, with hundreds of thousands of residents on this island, it's more than enough for these 3 teleporters to evolve to level 3. Just watch." His eyes became more sinister than ever. Outside, the variant had already killed the car's driver and was absorbing a turquoise light as energy. The puppet Arthur, still under Duanghai's control, witnessed the whole thing and thought to himself, "I have to figure out a way to stop them." Naipong was now seething. "Do you people have any humanity left? Using the lives of a whole island just to create a level 3 powerhouse?" Watching this scene might have been his breaking point. He tensed his body and the rope snapped apart. "Go to hell! Even if I, Naipong Porcelain, have to risk everything, I won't let this happen." As he spoke, he lunged forward, throwing a heavy punch right at Chris. But Chris managed to leap back just in time to dodge it. Then he swung his arm, launching something blue like a hidden weapon. It shot right through Naipong's arm, releasing some kind of microbe that brought agonizing pain. He grabbed his arm, gritting his teeth in disbelief and muttering, "How is this possible?" But Chris wasn't done yet. He hit Naipong with 3 more blue projectiles, then gave him a sharp warning. "From now on, you're going to play nice for me." 3 more strikes hit his biceps and chest, nearly tearing through muscle and tendon. All he could do was stare in utter despair. Chris looked down on him coldly. "I've already cut the mental connection between your brain and your limbs. So be a good boy and wait here. You're the final meal for the greed variants." With that, he turned to Byron, who was standing close by. "Uncle Byron, I'm leaving this to you. I'll go check on our feasting friends." Naipong was helpless on the ground. Damn it all. His body trembled uncontrollably. Just then, Duanghai's Arthur puppet stood over him, looking down with his arms crossed. "I need to help this 8-armed martial artist heal these wounds and reconnect his limbs." With that thought, he smiled warmly and turned to Byron. "Uncle Byron, this Naipong fellow is a famous powerhouse, you know. Shouldn't we tie him up just in case?" Byron answered, "It's all right. My nephew's blade fibers got him good. Only a level 3 mental force can reverse this condition for him." Arthur still pulled out a rope, smiling as he walked over to Naipong on the floor. He said, "Still better safe than sorry. Let's tie him up." Naipong, like a fish on a cutting board, yelled out, "Are you even human? Are you just going to watch those monsters slaughter our people?" Duanghai, through Arthur, replied, "What are you talking about? A meal should know its place as a meal." He lifted the martial artist's arm. The blood vessels were completely severed in one spot. Arthur's puppet gave a tiny smirk. He then secretly used his power to restore the vessels. Naipong was absolutely shocked by this. What are you doing to me?" Arthur pretended to finish tying the man up, then turned to Byron and said, "Uncle Byron, all done. Come check out my handiwork." The martial artist seemed to get it and laid there quietly, no longer struggling like before. Hearing this, Byron leaned over for a look and gave a word of praise. "Not bad, you're pretty good at tying knots." Then suddenly Chris froze somewhere else. "Damn it," he said, looking up at the dark skyscraper. "Is Byron dead?" A swarm of eerie black bats suddenly burst out, shattering the room's window. They slowly came together, forming the shape of Chris. He was shocked to see Byron unconscious, his mind racing. "These are signs of Naipong's attack. But I'm sure I cut the connection between his limbs and brain." Chris grew wary, his eyes widening. "Huh." He quickly ducked. A black shadow lunged from behind, but Chris dodged it, yelling, "Who's there?" Naipong threw a powerful punch at Chris, but his body shattered into tiny pieces, catching Naipong completely by surprise. "Damn it," Chris's voice echoed all around. "To think I actually misjudged you." From a distance, Arthur coolly replied, "What are you on about, brother?" The dark fragments began to coalesce, reforming Chris's body, a sneer plastered on his face. "Hi, you little rat. This is the third time I've felt your mental energy. I bet the real Arthur was your puppet." From the start, he roared, his voice full of fury. "Right." Once again, a pale blue beam erupted from Chris's hand, his tone dripping with provocation. "Lucky for me, the commander wants your little group gone. Taking you out will be a major accomplishment for me." With that, he shot forward like an arrow. Inside the puppet, Duonghai quickly made a plan. "My main body is hunting the 3 teleporting variants. My only job is to buy time." He leaped back, dodging the attack, while taunting his foe. "You touch me, and your precious little brother is done for." Ominous black markings started crawling across Chris's face, consuming his handsome features. Chris flashed a terrifying smile. It would be his honor, he said. The moment he finished, a powerful beam shot from his eyes straight at Yang. But just in time, Jacques appeared. With a wave of her hand, she neutralized the attack. Seeing things were getting dicey, Nippon decided to go assist the others. Before taking off, he called out Master Jacques. "I'm leaving this to you. I'll go handle those other troublemakers." Spotting the martial artist trying to leave, Chris yelled, "Trying to run." "Not so fast," he shouted, aiming a new attack at Nippon. Yangshi realized right now. He's the only one here besides me who can take down that monster. He maneuvered the puppet, gathering golden light as Arthur rushed in to block the cheap shot. Schlick, fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The Arthur puppet wore a look of total shock. The blue beam meant for Nippon was now buried deep inside Arthur's chest. Chris grinned, cruelly gloating. "You fell right into my trap. That was just a feint. You were my real target all along." Meanwhile, downtown, a horrifying monster was chasing down terrified civilians. Hiding behind a wall, one guy was actually live streaming the chaos. "What's up, everyone? It's your boy Candy." As you can see, a blue monster is on Banana Island, and it's taking everyone out. On his stream, the shot of a young man in a cowboy getup facing off against the massive, grotesque beast quickly drew over 43,000 viewers. Candy's voice was filled with panic. "That's my brother Cowboy Ferrer fighting for his life out there. Martial artist hero, please get here quick. Bang, bang, bang." Cowboy Ferrer unloaded shot after shot at the beast, thinking, "I just gotta hold out until the pro gets here, and this thing is history." Unfortunately, his bullets only seemed to tick the monster off. Roar. It roared effortlessly, dodging the shots as it charged right at him. Ferrer couldn't believe what he was seeing, what he gasped in shock. Seeing the beast about to leap on his brother Candy could only scream, "Oh no." Its terrifying face, with those razor-sharp teeth and a gross blue tongue, crashed into the live stream screen in front of over 46,000 viewers. The phone screen went black with a final desperate scream. "No, the monster pounced." Candy shrieked in absolute terror. "Somebody please save me." Then out of nowhere, several blasts of power shot out, striking the monster and knocking it down. Candy was stunned. I'm not dead." A figure was now standing protectively in front of him. It was Yangshi in his snake zodiac form, holding a purple orb of energy. "Vanish." The monster was hit, and a purple light enveloped it. Yangshi knelt down, a small orb forming in his palm. The system flashed a message: special ability acquired. The orb pulsed with its own energy as info appeared below it. Mutated greed bloodline ability. Skill 1, Berserk. Skill 2, Teleportation. Now absorbing primordial particles, refining teleportation. Assessment rank 5. Yangshi carefully studied the new power he'd gotten. "I wonder if I can use this to teleport the spirit inside the greed bloodline. Shahai, but her spirit has already grown roots. This situation is going to be complicated." Yangshi then absorbed the orb into his hand. That expert Chen Basui, who is comatose at the Chen estate, seems to be in a similar state. "I'll test it out on him first when the time comes." Candy hugged his leg and started sobbing. "Big boss, who are you? You actually saved me. I want to be your follower." Annoyed, Yangshi tried to pull away. "Hey, let go of me." Just then, Arthur rushed over to stand in front of Yangshi. Chris angrily ground his teeth. "Ugh, why do I have such a bad feeling?" Suddenly, a voice boomed in the area. "I shall pass judgment on you, Chris Green." Startled, Chris shouted, "Who's there?" And Jacques appeared midair. "You have committed the sin of greed. Do you confess?" Terrified, Chris clutched his head drenched in sweat. I do." Jacques simply raised her arm. "The sentence is punishment by lightning." His body was engulfed in lightning as he screamed in agony. "Arg, it hurts so much!" Chris gritted his teeth. "Damn it, any more of this and I'll have to ditch this body." Jacques flew into the night. "Chris, you may repent in the lightning prison." Chris knelt down beside Arthur. "Oh, my foolish little brother." He painfully embraced Arthur. This truly is an unpleasant feeling. Outside the window, he became a bat and flew away. Meanwhile, a terrified crowd cowered in a corner. The monster let loose a world-shaking roar. Roar, Nippon leaped into the air, launching a powerful punch directly at the monster. A direct hit to its head. The blow was so strong it slammed the creature's face into the ground, shattering the earth. Nippon grabbed its leg and yelled, "This is no good! I can't hold it long. Everyone run now." The moment the martial artist's grip slipped, the monster sprang up with a loud roar. It immediately counterattacked the martial artist, launching Nippon straight through a glass window. The monster roared again, announcing its triumph. Nippon struggled to get to his feet after the powerful attack. "Looks like I have to use that move. One strike to end it all." Nippon stood on the hospital roof, his body erupting with so much power that the stone under his feet began to crack. The martial artist let out a powerful shout as his hands balled into fists. With a mighty yell, Nippon launched himself into the sky. His entire body became a living razor-sharp weapon, piercing the monster's core. The crowd below watched in awe, absolutely sure of his victory. That's the ultimate move of the 8-armed master. He did it, we're definitely saved now. Nippon beamed totally victorious, but his celebration ended way too soon. A sudden bad feeling made him turn his head. A blue beam zapped him right between the eyes. He couldn't even manage another word. And just like that, the famous martial artist tumbled down into the crowd. Seeing their hero fall so easily, everyone began to panic. Chris dragged Nippon's body. "You dummy, all this time and you're still not even level 3. The monster opened its mouth, surrounded by glittering orbs of power. Chris just crossed his arms and smirked. "Totally useless. Good thing I'm absorbing you now. It saves me from wasting energy on healing." The monster let out a huge roar, its eyes flaring with a bright blue light. Suddenly, several blue energy blasts shot right through its head. Blue light danced on Chris's fingertips. "Whoa, this power surge feels absolutely incredible." He grinned, not even trying to hide his sneaky, satisfied expression. "I bet the power gap between me and the commander just got a lot smaller." Just then, a voice called out from behind. "Oh dear, did I miss all the fun?" He spun around to see Yang Shi in his snake form. "Well, an Arbiter Zodiac member. Great timing. You'll be the perfect test dummy for my new powers." Silence was the only reply. He spoke with smug confidence. "What's the holdup? I'm absorbing my power. What are you waiting for?" Yang Shi's reply was cool and calm. "I'm waiting for you to finish powering up. It's no fun if my opponent is too weak." Chris fought back his annoyance and faked a smile. "How nice of you. As thanks, I'll slice you into 3 neat pieces. Sound good?" As he spoke, an energy sword appeared. "I'm 3 times stronger now. Get ready to lose." Yang Shi didn't even flinch, letting the blade hit his chest. In a flash, he vanished into a shadow, leaving Chris completely baffled. He's a shadow. Suddenly, glowing blue arrows surrounded Chris from all sides. He threw up a shield just in time. That smug look on his face was totally gone. Chris kept attacking blindly. How can he predict where I am? Blue lightning crackled around Yang Shi. Looks like I can only play defense and stall for now. A storm of lightning orbs flew right at him. "Oh, come on!" His body dissolved into a black shadow, releasing a huge swarm of bats. The lightning zapped the bats one by one. Then they reformed back into his body. Well, there's a huge difference in our power levels for sure. But if you're clever, it's not impossible for the weak to beat the strong. Sharp spikes shot out from Chris's body as he sneered. But a flashy move like that, how many times can you pull that off? Then an attack nailed him from behind. He staggered forward, red veins popping. "Are you kidding me?" 2 zodiacs and one of the 4 symbols. How am I supposed to win this? He collapsed. Yang Shi, now in his monkey form, stood casually beside Juka. He actually broke through the mental block. Juka replied, "Yeah, but it cost him big time." The huge blast of primordial particles he unleashed shattered the mental blockade. And with that, they both took to the skies. Saving people comes first. Yang Shi stood with his hands behind his back, looking serious. He was facing the Vermilion Bird, who was giving him an update on last night's events. It seems that after the Banana Island incident, the Adjudicator organization in the Four Seas had become pretty famous. Gubinthan told him that a ton of people now wanted to join their organization. Unfortunately, there were only 36 spots available. So many hopefuls were now looking at the Qian family. The Vermilion Bird couldn't help but voice her concern. With so many ability users joining the Qian family, there have to be some spies in the mix. But Yang Shi just smiled back calmly. "I'm sure the Qian family has it handled. It's time to check on things in Liu Kang City," he said, and with a casual turn walked away. In Liu Kang City, the sky was a perfect clear blue. Yang Shi was standing on the roof of a towering skyscraper, stretching and taking in a deep breath of the fresh city air. He focused his power, forming a glowing blue orb of metal energy that floated right in his palm. Yang Shi thought to himself with a grin. "This is the perfect chance to upgrade my S-rank metal control to SS rank." He did a quick calculation. With 36 people working for him now, his supply of dark energy was overflowing. The energy orb in his hand began to absorb all that power, its blue glow slowly shifting to gray as it hit the SS rank level. A system screen popped up, showing the ability upgrade and some new info. Metal control ability. Control range 30,000 meters. Weight 100 tons. Skill divine metal creation. A high-density metal with amazing power. Rating SS rank. Its potential seems tied to some kind of profound rule. Yang Shi looked over the system notification feeling pretty impressed. Divine metal creation. Now that's a cool name. Help, a sudden desperate scream for help cut through the air, catching Yang Shi's attention. On the rooftop of the building, right across from him, a giant three-tailed fox tiger had just smashed through a window and was poking its head inside. Its sharp fangs and long, slithering tongue had a girl nearby absolutely terrified, shaking from head to toe. All of a sudden, the S-rank demonic beast, the Dark Knight Demon Fox, leaped from the roof, running straight down the side of the glass building. At the same time, you could hear the terrified scream of an office worker who was now falling from the skyscraper. At that very moment, a surveillance drone picked up on the problem and immediately sounded an alert. Warning, warning, an S-rank disaster is in progress. All A-rank and higher heroes please head to Ho Street for support. Thud. A metal plate appeared in midair, making a perfect safe catch for the falling man. He was so surprised he couldn't help but shout, "Huh, I'm not dead." Screech. A flashy red car came to a hard stop right at the bottom of the skyscraper. The wandering swordsman and Liang Yuan jumped out of the car, looking ready for a fight. Liang Yuan signaled to his partner, "Let's get ready." Without missing a beat, the wandering swordsman charged right at the Dark Knight Demon Fox. Growl. Liang Yuan let out a mighty roar and transformed into his powerful beast form. His muscles swelled as wolf fur burst from beneath his shirt. He ripped off his shirt, his face twisting into a wolf's head with vicious teeth. In the control room, Director Gay nervously watched the ongoing battle. An S-rank demonic beast always meant a major disaster was unfolding. He worried aloud. The closest S-rank hero, Lu Qiang, is still 2 hours away. Can they possibly hold out that long? Back on the battlefield, the demon fox opened its jaws, forming a huge orb of power. A creepy green light pulsed from the orb's core. Then bang! A green beam blasted at the swordsman, but he deftly dodged it. "Watch out!" he cried out to Liang Yuan. The demon beast lunged with its sharp claws, but Liang Yuan's werewolf form easily blocked the deadly strike. He turned to the swordsman and yelled, "Get ready! This is your opening." The swordsman swung his blade at the beast, whose eyes burned with fury. The blade closed in its gleam, reflecting in the fox's strange reddish-yellow eyes. But just as the sword was about to connect, the demon fox whipped its tail around, smashing the swordsman into a wall. While he was stunned, the beast opened its massive jaws, ready to devour him. At that critical moment, an arrow flew out, piercing the demonic beast's eye. It collapsed, roaring in agony as blood poured from its ruined right eye. Just then, the green-haired archer stood warily watching the injured beast's movements. From above, Yang Shi observed her. "This girl, Zdian, she's hiding something. Her power is already S-rank. That's a jump of 2 whole ranks." Yang Shi was amused. "My mental scan shows her power grew this much so quickly. Interesting. Quite interesting." Back in the control room, Director Gay was updating the live stream. "For now, there are no casualties on Manhwa Street. According to our intel, it looks like a mystery person used a metal plate to help everyone escape," he said. "A master who can manipulate metal. Could Master Yuji be back?" At that thought, the live chat absolutely exploded. "Master Yuji, we've missed you so much." Yuji, is it really him? Has Master Yuji returned? Back on the battlefield, the sky above Lanhua Street had suddenly grown dark, filled with long twisting trails. As the view warped, everyone looked up together. Liang Wen could only ask in confusion, "What is all this?" These black trails were the Demon Fox's Dark Night Storm ability, activating constantly. The Demon Fox contorted, unleashing a fearsome growl and a sinister gray-green energy. It tilted its head back, releasing a bizarre and powerful sound wave. Diane grew tense. She knocked a fire arrow and aimed ready to shoot. But the Dark Night Demon Fox jumped to a skyscraper, quickly backing away from her. On screen, a wave of supportive comments for Zidian started to pour in. "Go, Ice Mountain Arrow. God, you got this. Goddess Zidian, take the shot. Go on, you can do it. We believe in you. Just finish it." In the streaming room, Director Gay analyzed the situation. That Dark Night Demon Fox is a master of hiding in the shadows. It uses the darkness to its advantage, dodging every single attack. He stroked his chin, a worried look on his face. This is going to make it tough for Zidian to land a clean hit. The beast then leaped from the building, moving wildly to distract everyone. Seizing the moment, Liang Yuan rushed in to grab the beast. He snagged the demon fox's hind legs, briefly halting its escape. Risking his life, he yelled to Zidian, "Hurry, take the shot now." Zidian's arrow instantly sliced through the night air. Her fire arrow found its mark, piercing the demon fox's left eye. Howl. The injured monster writhed and shrieked in pain. It struggled fiercely, stomping hard on Liang Yuan, who held its legs. Despair filled his face. As tears fell, Liang Yuan muttered his final words. Adopted father, I failed. I'm sorry we never truly became father and son. Get a grip. A sharp voice suddenly rang out, shocking him. Liang Yuan shivered and stuttered. Who's yelling at me? A metal slab flew from nowhere, slamming right into the demon fox's head. Then Yangshi as Yugji appeared, floating before the knocked-out beast. Liang Yuan covered his mouth, his voice thick with emotion. My adopted father, no, my real father came to save me. On screen, the chat exploded with praise. Lord Yugji has arrived. The big boss. We missed you. Yangshi calmly walked to Zidian and commented, You must be Zidian, right? You're not bad at all. Before she could even respond, Yangshi flew off, leaving her speechless. Back at the stream room, Director Gay was patting Nayu's shoulder with praise. Nayu, that tip you brought in about the flying metal disc was a huge help. Nayu answered politely, Thank you for the kind words, Director Gay. If that's everything, I should be heading out now. But before she could leave, Director Gay quickly stopped her. Wait just a moment, Nayu. He continued laying on the praise. Your work has been outstanding lately. I think you're ready to be a main commentator. Nayu replied courteously, Thank you so much, Director Gay. Director Gay then got straight to the point without hesitating. A verbal thank you isn't quite enough. How about dinner sometime? Nayu hesitated, searching for the right words. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Before she could finish, Yangshi appeared, saving her. I'm afraid she can't today, he said. My girlfriend and I already have plans. Nayu looked a little shocked. She asked him playfully, What are you doing here? Yangshi answered softly. I came to pick you up from work. Let's go. Nayu's eyes got a little misty. She responded with a quiet, The two of them then turned and left, leaving a stunned Director Gay to watch the sweet exchange, the adorable moment between the young couple. Nayu playfully scolded him in a pouting voice. Why didn't you let me know you were back? Yangshi simply smiled back warmly. I wanted it to be a surprise. She looked up, her eyes full of warmth, asking softly, How long can you stay this time? Duanghai smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll be here for a good while. Hearing that, Nu Yet beamed. Perfect. Then let's check out that new hot spring. I want to go everywhere with you. The two chatted happily as they walked. They had no idea a figure was watching from a nearby rooftop, and that figure was Duanghai's UG identity. From high above, he gazed down. He thought, Nu Yet, I'll have my clone stay by your side for now. Back at the office, Liu Nuan burst through the door. Seeing Duanghai, he lit up, exclaiming, Godfather, I've missed you so much. Meanwhile, Duanghai sat casually with his legs crossed. He asked, So, Liu Nuan ever thought about an expedition to the West Sea? Liu Nuan looked puzzled. The West Sea. Duanghai rose and walked over to the window. He stared out at the horizon, answering with conviction. That's right. The West Sea is where the real masters belong. Duanghai turned back to him. So, Liu Nuan, what do you say? Liu Nuan quickly knelt, bowing his head. He thanked him earnestly. Thank you for everything, Godfather. Duanghai patted his shoulder gently. There's no need for that between us. But Duanghai had a concern. Still at your E rank, it's tough to show your full potential. He thought for a second, then made a decision. How about this? I'll transfer you some of my credit limit, enough to get a vial of S-rank ability serum. Later at Kylan Hall, Duanghai asked, So Liu Nuan, which S-rank ability do you want? Liu Nuan answered instantly, the S-rank werewolf bloodline. He quickly explained, I've thought it all out. It's better to perfect one skill than be average at many. I want to take the werewolf bloodline to its peak. Duanghai patted his shoulder, impressed. Very good. I have high hopes for you, he said. Besides the serum, do you remember the other promise I made? Hearing this, Liu Nuan's heart pounded. Was Godfather finally going to acknowledge him? Just then, he took out the stellar mask and gave it to him with a laugh. Haha, you guessed it. The title of Queen Malong is now yours. He took the mask, his thoughts turning serious. They would only be acknowledged as father and son when he controlled the adjudicator organization. Liu Nuan took Duanghai's hand, placing it on his shoulder. His face was full of confidence. Godfather, don't worry. That day isn't far off, Duanghai muttered. He wondered what was really going on in the kid's head, then gave his instructions. Queen Malong is part of the White Tiger Hall. You'll be going with Bua Wu to conquer the Western Alliance's sea region. When you're done, meet me in the West Sea. Before he finished, Duanghai vanished. Liu Nuan looked around, dazed, searching for him. Hey, where'd God go? A thought hit him. Slipping on the Queen Malong mask, he declared, it looks like it's my time to shine. The era of Liu Nuan's conquest begins now. He punched the air, shouting with total confidence. Godfather, don't you worry. The adjudicator organization will soon be ours. Just then, Duanghai, soaring on his sword, let out a sneeze. He thought, is someone talking about me? On a rooftop, a shirtless Duangfam was hard at work. He counted his push-ups: 5,554, 5,555. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching presence. Duangfam realized, this aura, it's like the chief's. He instantly sprang up, dropping to one knee, and greeted Duong Hai with the utmost respect. Greetings, Chief. Duong Hai cut to the chase. I hear you won the ability tournament. Did you get a conquest invite from the Hero Association? Duangfam replied respectfully. Yes, Lidian. Chao and Huanju got invites from the Hero Association too. Duong Hai got straight to the point. How well do you know Li Zidian? Duangfam answered honestly. We've shared a meal, but that's about it. Hearing this, Duong Hai's curiosity about Zidian grew. Does she have any strange habits? Though Duangfam didn't get what he was after, he answered right away. She just likes to meditate. Duong Hai repeated, unconvinced. Meditate, he thought to himself. Could her chaotic fighting style have led her to some unique form of meditation? Duong Hai thought it over, deciding, I need to learn more about this girl. With that, he flew off on his sword. Before leaving, he gave one last order. I have other business now. I'm off. Keep up your training. Hearing this command, Duangfam clenched his fists, his face full of resolve as he thought, yes, one day I'll be the chief's most powerful weapon. The chief hadn't gotten far when he sneezed again. He couldn't help but wonder, what is wrong with me? Am I getting sick? In a quiet forest park in Lukong City, Zidian meditated with her eyes shut. Thick clouds of dark energy swirled around, flowing right into her body. Duong Hai, watching from a high branch, was completely stunned. He couldn't help but think, so that's the shampoo method. No wonder she hit S rank so fast. Zidian sensed a disturbance, her eyes snapping open instantly. She glared toward Duong Hai's hiding spot and yelled, Come out! Duong Hai leaped down, hands raised in surrender. Don't be alarmed, he said calmly. I mean no harm, I'm here to make you a deal. Zidian's guard stayed up. What kind of deal? She asked, suspicious. Duong Hai answered her directly. The secret to your power-up, of course. Hearing this, Zidian's heart leaped. She was completely shocked. She thought, just as I feared. He knows. Duong Hai then laid out a tempting offer. In exchange, I'll make you an SS rank master. I can offer you lifetime protection from the adjudicators. He paused, thinking. Then he added another tempting condition. I can also give you wealth you could never spend. Zidian asked with doubt. Above S rank is SS rank. Duong Hai calmly confirmed, answering her. It's also known as Tier 3. But Zidian still had questions. She tried to read his intentions. If your group can make people SS rank users, then why do you need the secret to my power? Duong Hai turned his back to her, explaining slowly. The ability serum can only strengthen a select few, but raising humanity's overall strength is our organization's final goal. Zidian asked again, Are you telling the truth? Duong Hai turned, replying with certainty. Of course. At that, Zidian finally lowered her guard. She looked down and slowly explained, All right, I found a meditation skill inside my soul-type ability. It can raise a person's rank very quickly. She took a moment, then continued. But the Lichma meditation I made isn't universal. It only works with my specific ability. An arrow of fire was shot, whistling through the dark night. The flaming arrow flew toward a wide-winged phoenix, which let out a screech. Meanwhile, at Kylan Hall, Duong Hai's main body was panting, covered in sweat. He muttered, So this is the meditation technique. I can't believe going from F rank to D rank could be so fast. Duong Hai stared down at his palm, absorbing the dark energy, and thought with a little disappointment. I'm used to absorbing huge amounts of dark energy. This technique's effect on me is too small. At that moment, Duong Hai used his UG clone to ask Zidian, So you mean it only strengthens one specific ability? Zidian nodded and replied hesitantly, That's right. He scratched his head and answered, That's not a huge problem. Duong Hai secretly made a calculation. With the Lichma meditation and a copy of her ability, I can create a whole army. Seeing that he didn't react, Zidian tapped his arm, worried he'd go back on his word. Is your offer still good? I choose the protection of the adjudicator organization. Hey, Zidian shook him, snapping Duong Hai out of his thoughts. Of course, he replied. Duong Hai reached out, giving her a deer-like mask with a crescent moon on its forehead. He told Zidian, Take this. This is the Stellar Guard of Zhu Ke Hall. They will come to your aid if needed. Zidian took the mask, but made sure to clarify something with him. Oh, right, let me be clear, she said. This meditation technique of mine might only work for me. As long as we collect enough of your ability factors to make a serum, he calmly replied, and that serum grants the Lichma ability to others, the problem is solved. Zidian was a bit confused by what he said. She couldn't help asking with concern. Collecting ability factors. Will it have any side effects on my body? Seeing her worried look, Duong Hai quickly waved a hand to reassure her. Of course not. It will only take 2 to 3 minutes. He told her to lie on a nearby rock. before he started gathering the ability factors. He made sure to warn her, "Remember, don't even try to resist me." Zanwu gave a quick hum and Yangzi announced, "All done." She hopped off the slab surprised. We're finished already." That was quick. Outwardly, Yangxi's face was a perfect mask, but inside his thoughts were racing. Hey, that sounds super weird. Meanwhile, back inside Keen Hall, Yangxi's real body held a scroll glowing with a brilliant night-like aura. He mused to himself, energy, activity, mana. They're all just different names. Essentially, they're the same thing. Just then, an archer materialized inside the scroll. Yangxi couldn't believe his eyes. How is that possible? In the Four Seas region, Yangxi and Liu Guan gazed out from a rooftop. Hands on his hips, he inhaled the crisp, cold air. Liu Yuan was buzzing with excitement. "Are there really this many masters here?" "This is the Four Seas," Yangxi explained calmly. "This is the 4th defense line on the 7th main island in the Free Alliance's waters. Stos init. The organization just recently set up a station here." Using his metal control, Yangxi flew them both into the air. The boy clung to him nervously, so Yangxi offered some comfort. "Just relax a little. Come on, let's go meet the others." At the port of the B-06 defense line on the 7th main island, a group was already waiting as Yangxi and Liu Yuan touched down. Yangxi's Buwu clone stepped up bowing. "Greetings, Lord Yuji." At that moment, Yangxi gently pulled Liu Yuan forward to introduce him. "I've brought Quan Muong with me this time. From now on, please look after this useless adopted son of mine." Liu Yuan nervously greeted the group. He introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I'm Quan Muong. I hope you'll all take good care of me." Yangxi's Buwu clone replied warmly. "Welcome to the Four Seas' little brother, Liu Yuan." Startled, he glanced back at Yangxi's Yuji persona, confused. "Foster father, is it okay for him to just say my name like that?" Yangxi put a hand on his shoulder, whispering, "Don't worry. I personally promoted Buwu. Before you got here, I'd already briefed him on your situation." He explained to the boy, "Plus, the organization wanted Buwu to manage this line. And bringing you here was something I had to clear with him first." Hearing this, Liu Yuan got the wrong idea. He thought, so foster father and Buwu's relationship isn't so great. Could it be this Buwu brat got a big head now that he's grown and doesn't want to be under foster father's thumb anymore? He frowned, speculating. That has to be it. No wonder foster father rushed to bring me here. It seems the peace he put in place is getting out of hand. The corner of Liu Wen's mouth twitched as he secretly smirked. Just as I thought, I'm the only one he can really trust. He told Yangxi, "Foster father, don't worry, model. Our faction will definitely reclaim control. I understand." The moment he said that, he ran to the Bawu clone, shaking his hand eagerly, leaving Yangxi just standing there completely baffled. Hang on, does he actually get it? Can I really trust him with this? But seeing the kid adapt so fast, Yangxi decided not to sweat it. He then went to the elder from the Chen family with a proposal. "Elder Chen, could we have a little talk?" In the command center's reception room, Yangxi and Elder Chen sat face to face. Yangxi began. "Elder Chen, our organization is planning a special experiment. I was wondering if the Chen family would be interested in joining us." Elder Chen's expression was unchanged as he calmly invited, "Please continue." Yangxi got straight to the point, asking Elder Chen directly, "Have you heard of the meditation method?" At this, Elder Chen couldn't hide his surprise. He asked, "Your organization possesses a meditation method?" Yangxi asked with a knowing look. "It seems you've heard a thing or two about it, haven't you? It's a technique only humanity's top masters can even grasp." Elder Chen took a sip of water, then continued in a steady voice. "But the method used by humans is totally different from the one used by aberrations. Ours has never been properly documented or organized." Hearing the elder's explanation, Yangxi revealed, "Well, our organization happens to have a technique, the demon-slaying meditation method. It helps regular people develop powers." He went on, laying out the full plan for Elder Chen. "To boost the training efficiency, we'll also provide a batch of basic special ability coordinating elixirs." Hearing the whole plan, Elder Chen was completely astonished and agreed to help. He said, "What your group is doing is a true gift to all humanity. How can I, Chen-Mu, be of any service to your great cause?" Seeing that Elder Chen was on board, Yangxi stated his needs plainly. "For the first test, we need 100 young men and women, preferably tough people who can handle a little hardship." Hearing this request, Elder Chen readily agreed. "Don't you worry, I have plenty of experience from choosing my forging apprentices. 1 week is plenty of time," the elder said, stroking his beard. "So where will this take place?" Yangxi thought for a second, then replied, "Let's use Banana Island. We'll meet there in a week." Meanwhile, at the Tanggong Cloud Summit, Yangxi stood with his hands behind his back, listening to Jusu's report. "I found a few leads on that painting you asked me to study." He looked very interested and simply told her, "Speak." Jusu, with a straight face, began rattling off the information. I found that when you visualize the image, your mental frequency actually changes. This change lets dark energy flow right into the body, she explained. By doing this, the absorbed energy shows different traits from the body's natural dark energy. All right, here's the gist. Raw dark energy is like solid black blocks around you. But with this visualization technique, it changes, becoming wisps of black gas that are super easy to absorb. Zuzu added, for now we'll call it demon-slaying energy. Then that energy flows right into the body. It follows a very specific pathway. After boosting your special skill, most of it vanishes, turning back into regular dark energy. She kept explaining, the painting helps your mind tune in to absorb that dark energy, and it also transforms that dark energy into the exact type you need for your special ability. Yangshi jumped in, connecting the dots. So the painting's visualization is essential. He shared his theory, still thinking it through. But a Lizidian's spiritual power can copy the painting's visualization. Yangshi focused his own spiritual power, declaring, I think I'll try to make one myself, an image of a warrior in a battle stance. Drawing a flaming arrow between majestic mountains appeared in his mind. A confident grin spread across Yangshi's face. He told Jusu, why not just bring everyone into the Cloud Summit space to learn this? And just as he said that, the painting he just created materialized in front of everyone. A steady golden stream of energy flowed from it, making everyone gasp in amazement. Watching this, Yangshi's lips curled into a smirk. Kind of feels like a legendary training ground, doesn't it? Jusu turned to him for his opinion. They'll be the core of Chilean Hall. We'll call them the Demon Slaying Squad. Yangshi gazed at the horizon, answering instantly without any hesitation. A few days later, a crowd had already gathered at a cliffside. Malong eyed the group and called out, everyone here for the special ability element. The others took one look at him, quietly sizing him up. That kid's got a seriously intense killing aura. He must have just come from a battlefield. Just then, two latecomers strolled up casually. The brown-haired man, Uyangguan, scowled. Are you guys from Judgment? Behind him stood the masked Guangwen. He didn't say a word, but his powerful aura made everyone shiver. The crowd immediately started buzzing with whispers. Who is that guy? Someone muttered. Then a black-haired kid's jaw hit the floor. His partner is wearing a Tianqi star mask. His words snapped everyone to attention. The guy next to him chimed in. Isn't that the mask stolen by the top-tier expert Guan? Just then, Yangshi, having snuck up using his metal ability, spoke from behind them. Oh, look, everyone's already here. Malong looked surprised. Yuji, did Judgment send you for the element too? Yangshi, cool as ever, strolled over to greet him. Well, an old friend, Malong, it's been a while. Malong scoffed at his overly casual vibe. With a cold snort, he declared, Humph, I'm already on the same level as you. Just you wait, I'm going to surpass you. Duanghui calmly replied, I'll wait for that. But inside, he was having a good laugh. So this guy can actually figure things out. Duanghui placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke. Then let's begin by collecting your power elements. At this, Malong shuddered. Even behind his mask, his nervousness was obvious. Seeing this, Duanghui told him, just relax. Don't resist my spiritual power. Duang Huyen, who'd been so chatty just moments before, now stood silently watching Duanghui's every move. He thought, I need to understand the secret behind collecting these power elements. But before Duang Huyen could even process it, Duanghui let go of Maong and casually said, okay, we're done. Even Maong, the person it was happening to, could only ask in shock, wait, is it really over already? Duanghe replied with pure sarcasm, what did you think I needed to peel your skin off just to collect some powers? Duang Huyan tensed up, thinking in confusion, what in the world? Weren't they supposed to be collecting powers? I can't feel a single thing. He focused harder, making a silent vow. The next one, I'm definitely going to sense it. While Duang Huyan was busy concentrating, Duang Hui just casually held out his hand for the next person. Let's keep this line moving. We haven't got all day.